Chapter 1. Taste. In the spring of the 18th year of the Tian Shou era of the Qian Empire, in Su City, in the private prison of the Sun family, after a long moment of days, Feng had no choice but to accept an absurd fact. He had crossed over. Feng was born into a family of chefs. His great-grandfather had once been the head chef in the imperial kitchen, cooking for the last emperor. From a young age, he loved spending time in the kitchen, experimenting with various ingredients. While other children were still playing in the mud, Feng was already playing with kitchen knives. Just as he was about to make a name for himself in a prestigious cooking competition at the age of 20, fate played a cruel joke on him. An unexpected car accident caused him to lose his sense of taste. After his 25th birthday banquet, Feng sent off his friends and family who had come to celebrate, then eagerly downed a bowl of carefully brewed medicinal soup. This was an ancient remedy, and while he didn't know if it would restore his sense of taste, he felt he had to try. However, after consuming the soup, he collapsed to the ground. When he woke up again, he found himself in this private prison. Feng slowly raised his somewhat stiff neck, his eyes scanning the surroundings filled with a sense of despair. The walls were made of cold stones haphazardly piled together, and a faint light streamed in through a small square window, no larger than a bowl. Next to the window was a rusted iron door. The original owner of this body was a lowly servant named Feng from the prominent Sun family in Su City. He came from a poor background and lost both parents at the age of 10, leaving him to care for his younger brother. To survive, the original owner had no choice but to sell himself to the Sun family as a servant. This morning, a precious red silk inkstone had mysteriously vanished from the study of the second master of the Sun family, Sun Wenjia. Enraged, Sun Wenjia ordered a search of the living quarters of several lowly servants responsible for cleaning the study, and ultimately found the inkstone in the original owner's bed. With conclusive evidence, the original owner had no way to defend himself. After receiving a few blows, he was thrown into this private prison to await his fate. Through the chaotic memories, Feng understood that in the Qian Empire, a servant stealing from their master was a serious crime. The punishment could range from severed hands and feet to death. Did that Feng die because he was hit in a fatal spot by those careless servants? Was that bowl of soup poison? This is a big mess. A dull thud echoed as the rusty iron door was pushed open. Feng opened his eyes a crack and saw a plump middle-aged man walking in, carrying a food box. This was the housekeeper of the Sun family's western courtyard, a man known for his cruelty towards the servants. From the original owner's memories, Feng knew that the large Sun residence was divided into eastern and western courtyards. Although there was no wall separating them, the distinction was clear. Sun Wenjia lived in the western courtyard, while the elder master, Sun Wenkui, resided in the eastern courtyard. Sun Wenkui had passed away 3 years ago. The housekeeper looked at Feng expressionlessly and snorted coldly. As a servant, you dare to steal from your master's household? You truly don't know the meaning of life and death. According to the rules, I must break your filthy hands and send you to the magistrate. You can forget about ever coming out again. The housekeeper leaned slightly forward, staring at Feng's face, then shifted his tone. However, the second master has a kind heart and is willing to give you a chance to start anew. It all depends on whether you want to seize this opportunity and whether you have the fate to grasp it. Feng's mind was a bit muddled, and he didn't understand what the housekeeper was getting at, so he remained silent. The housekeeper's expression stiffened. This damned lowly servant should be eagerly asking him what the opportunity was. He suppressed the urge to slap him and continued, Feng, you must be aware of the young lad's condition. You are the same age as the young lady, both born in the year of the dog, and your birth dates match. There was a hint of temptation in the housekeeper's lowered voice. If your fate is strong, you could become the son-in-law of the Sun family. Then, you would enjoy wealth and honor beyond measure. Upon hearing this, Feng's expression turned strange. Just over a month ago, Sun Wenjia's daughter, Sun Yuning, had fallen ill with a strange disease. She had lost interest in all food, her spirit was low, and she was growing thinner by the day. The renowned doctors of Su City were at a loss. As Sun Yuning's vitality waned, Sun Wenjia could only place his hopes in superstitions, burning incense and praying. At this time, a wandering Taoist with an ethereal demeanor knocked on the door of the Sun residence, claiming to have seen a dark aura enveloping the house. The Taoist, filled with compassion, could not bear to see the young lady tormented by evil spirits, so he came to investigate. Upon seeing Sun Yuning, the Taoist's expression grew grave, declaring that she was being haunted by a malevolent spirit. He insisted that a man of the same age, born in the year of the dog, must marry her. The spirit would then transfer to the man, allowing Sun Yuning to be free of its torment. The Taoist, with a sorrowful face, explained that while this could save Sun Yuning's life, it would condemn an innocent person to a tragic fate, urging the Sun patriarch to reconsider. Though Sun Wenjia had his doubts, desperation led him to entertain the idea of finding a husband for his daughter. However, an unexpected event occurred. In just one night, the news that Sun Yuning was possessed by a malevolent spirit and urgently needed to find a man to marry her spread throughout Sioux City. Thinking of this, Li Feng looked thoughtfully at the housekeeper. Seeing Li Feng's reaction, the housekeeper assumed he was intrigued and quietly asked, "What do you think?" Li Feng, however, was looking at the food box in the housekeeper's hand and said, "Let me eat something first." A strong sense of hunger washed over him, making his head spin. He had already smelled the roast chicken and the inferior quality white wine inside the food box. His sense of smell was as sharp as ever, but as for taste, Li Feng licked his dry tongue, his eyes dimmed. The housekeeper placed the food box on the ground and opened the lid. He took out a jug of wine and handed it over to Li Feng. Li Feng uncorked it, and the pungent aroma of cheap wine wafted up. He took a small sip. As soon as the wine hit his tongue, the sharp spiciness of the low-quality liquor began to overwhelm his taste buds. Boom! Suddenly, something within Li Feng's mind exploded. He was stunned for a few seconds. Then his body began to tremble violently, allowing the wine he hadn't swallowed to flow out from the corners of his mouth. The housekeeper was startled, thinking, "Has this kid gone mad?" Li Feng struggled to turn his neck, his gaze fixed intensely on the wine bottle, his body shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, he gripped the wine bottle tightly, as if a drowning man were clinging to a piece of wood. Then, slowly but forcefully, he brought the bottle to his lips. He appeared both cautious and anxious as he took another sip. In the next moment, Li Feng's body shook even more violently. "Ha ha ha ha!" Li Feng looked at the housekeeper, appearing almost insane. "Ha ha, wine, this is wine, ha ha ha. This is wine, such terrible wine, ha 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 ha." The housekeeper, both frightened and anxious, stumbled back, shouting to the servants outside, "Quick, go find a doctor to take a look. We're counting on this damned servant for the young lad's illness. We can't let anything go wrong." Chapter 2. The Drunkard on the Beam. Chapter 3. Perspectives on marriage. Sun Yuning was also scrutinizing the indistinct figure behind the screen, her heart a tumult of emotions. Just moments ago, her father had informed her that an engagement had been arranged for her. The son-in-law comes from a humble background and is uneducated, making him an unsuitable match, yet he is of the same age as you, and your birth charts are compatible. Besides, this matter has long been the talk of Sioux City. I fear I have placed you in a difficult position. Li Feng was the first to break the silence. "Could you step out?" "I wish to see you." "It is best not to," Sun Yuning replied softly. She was acutely aware of how unseemly her appearance was at that moment. Aside from her parents, she lacked the courage to confront anyone else. Even if this person was to be her husband, Li Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "If you insist on hiding behind this screen, I cannot accurately discern the nature of your ailment." Sun Yuning was taken aback. "You are a physician?" "Somewhat knowledgeable," he replied. Previously, Li Feng had systematically studied culinary medicine, a branch of traditional Chinese medicine, thus acquiring some understanding of the field. After losing his sense of taste, he endeavored to heal his own tongue, even going abroad in search of remedies, yet to no avail. This prompted him to delve deeper into medical knowledge, particularly acupuncture and various ancient remedies. On numerous occasions, he had recklessly pricked his own tongue with needles, leading to a hospital visit. On another occasion, he had consumed a concoction derived from ancient texts, almost necessitating hospitalization. The last time, after drinking a particular potion, he collapsed and found himself in this strange place. Leaning slightly forward, Li Feng stated with undeniable authority, "Based on your symptoms, I have formed a hypothesis. If you are willing to come forth and open your heart, I should be able to ascertain the nature of your illness." Sun Yuning's inner turmoil began to surface. After a moment of silence, she resignedly murmured, "It cannot be cured. It is a malevolent spirit." She added, "I cannot bring harm to you. I will speak to my father." Upon hearing this, Li Feng felt that Miss Sun's character was quite commendable. whether there is indeed a malevolent spirit. I cannot say, he replied, but I know that the itinerant Taoist claimed you are afflicted by one and must hastily find a man to marry in order to dispel it. The next day, this news spread throughout Sioux City. This matter in itself is rather peculiar. Feng shrugged. Thus, it is clear that someone has taken advantage of your illness to ruin your reputation and your future happiness. It is evident that they have succeeded, he said, casting a sympathetic glance at the shadowy figure before him. Sun Yuning's complexion turned ashen, her delicate shoulders trembling. Feng added, your father is certainly not a fool. He must realize he has been deceived. Yet, out of love for his daughter, he is understandably distressed. What if the Taoist is indeed correct? Thus, he clings to hope, treating a dead horse as a live one. Feng's voice carried a hint of disdain. Consequently, he shamelessly placed that precious inkstone into the bed of a pitiably low-ranking servant, coercing him into marrying you to bear the torment of the malevolent spirit. Pointing to himself, he declared, that unfortunate, pitiable servant is none other than I. Sun Yuning's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she had just heard. Earlier that morning, her mother had mentioned that her father was furious over the theft of his cherished inkstone. Sun Yuning had not thought much of it, never imagining it would lead to such a predicament. Naturally, I have no desire to marry you, Feng shrugged. Sun Yuning felt a twinge of discomfort. It seemed as though she was being belittled, or perhaps humiliated. Her social standing was apparent, as was his. Despite his resentment and her affliction, he had no right to look down upon her. Feng's expression turned earnest. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely believe that marriage is an immensely sacred affair. One must first become acquainted, understand, and then love, undergoing such a process before uniting as husband and wife. Therefore, I can only conclude that I cannot cure your ailment. If I were to restore your health, I would not be compelled to marry you, and you would not have to suffer the indignity of marrying a mere lowly servant, resulting in mutual contentment. So, please step out so that I may take your pulse and assess your condition. Sun Yuning stood in a daze. The edicts of her parents and the matchmaking customs were deeply ingrained in her being. And thus she was momentarily stunned by his words. Upon reflection, his insightful analysis and the confidence that seeped through his words, his apparent disdain for her father, seemed not the qualities one would expect from an ordinary servant. Suddenly, Sun Yuning was filled with an urge to meet this rather intriguing servant. What if he truly could heal her? Biting her lip, she finally summoned the courage to rise and step out from behind the screen. Their eyes met, and they assessed each other for a moment. Sun Yuning thought to herself that this lowly servant appeared relatively handsome, yet it was still hard to reconcile his earlier statements with the person before her. Feng regarded her pale, waxy visage, seemingly lost in thought, his brow furrowing slightly. This prompted Sun Yuning to trust him a bit more. Those renowned doctors who had previously examined her bore similar expressions. Their eyes saw no beauty or ugliness, only illness. Feng gestured toward the table. Please sit over there. I shall take your pulse. Once seated, Sun Yuning hesitantly extended her hand. Feng began to take her pulse with a practiced demeanor. Observing his earnestness, Sun Yuning felt a growing sense of trust. As he examined her pulse, he nodded gently. Aside from malnutrition due to her aversion to food, there were no significant issues. The primary concern lay in her mental state. Removing his fingers from her pulse, Feng gazed into Sun Yuning's eyes and inquired, if I am not mistaken, you likely refused to eat willingly at first, and later, even when hungry, you found every type of food repulsive. Correct? Sun Yuning's eyes widened slightly as she nodded. Her trust in him deepened. Before you began to refuse food, was it not that gentleman you secretly admired who remarked that you were too plump? Feng probed. From his memory, he recalled that women in the Great Qian Empire aspired to a slender physique, with sharp angles considered beautiful. If he remembered correctly, the eldest daughter of the Sun family had previously possessed a more ample figure. Sun Yuning's face was a portrait of astonishment. The revelation of her inner turmoil so easily uncovered left her feeling utterly helpless, a mix of shame and anger washing over her. Despite her reluctance to confront her illness, Sun Yuning ultimately nodded slightly. Although that gentleman had not explicitly stated it, he had conveyed such sentiments, making it equivalent to his words. How, though, did this lowly servant know of such matters? You are suffering from anorexia, Li Feng stated with certainty. Anorexia? Sun Yuning was momentarily taken aback. Hearing of such a condition for the first time, Li Feng elaborated with ease. In simpler terms, anorexia is a psychological disorder characterized by excessive dieting and food refusal due to the fear of gaining weight and feelings of depression, leading to weight loss and malnutrition, even the refusal to maintain a minimal weight. Sun Yuning's mouth fell open, staring at Li Feng in a daze, utterly impressed by his knowledge. Li Feng was not trying to show off. He simply stated, ultimately, it is a form of hysteria, akin to lovesickness, which explains why those skilled physicians were unable to determine the nature of your ailment. Sun Yuning quickly asked, is there a way to treat it? Li Feng smiled, quite simply. Just eat. Sun Yuning was momentarily dumbfounded, then offered a wry smile. I simply cannot eat. The reason you cannot eat is that the dishes presented to you are not sufficiently appetizing, Li Feng replied, rising with renewed vigor, feeling the long-dormant blood within him begin to surge. I shall prepare 2 dishes, guaranteed to be so delectable that you cannot resist. Chapter 4. A chef stepping out of Sun Yuning's room. Li Feng encountered Sun Wenjia and his wife approaching. He got straight to the point. Take me to the kitchen. His heart was filled with myriad emotions, yet inexplicably exhilarated. It had been 5 long years since he had wielded a kitchen knife. Following the loss of his sense of taste, his family had removed all cooking utensils from their home to avoid provoking him, even dismantling the stove entirely. The kitchen? Sun Wenjia and his wife were genuinely surprised. I wish to prepare 2 dishes for your daughter, Li Feng said. Casting a glance at Sun Wenjia, who seemed rather cunning that, of course, in a world devoid of human rights, Sun Wenjia's actions were relatively considerate. In the hands of others, there would be no need for framing. Direct coercion would suffice. Lu Ruyan's face lit up with delight. Has Ninger expressed a desire to eat? What does she wish to consume? I shall instruct the servants to prepare it. That dish can only be made by me, Li Feng stated. Very well. Go ahead and prepare it, Lu Ruyan nodded eagerly, disregarding any notions of social hierarchy as she pulled Li Feng toward the kitchen. Sun Wenjia frowned slightly but did not follow. He looked up at the overcast sky. Moments later, a shadowy figure appeared before him like a specter. It was Ding Shanshui, the adopted son of the old patriarch, disheveled and emanating a faint scent of alcohol. Ding Shanshui frowned and muttered a few words. Sun Wenjia looked astonished. What is your opinion? Ding Shanshui regarded Sun Wenjia with a look of incredulity. Such a simple question hardly warranted asking him, before selling Li Feng into servitude at the Sun residence. The household would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation into the individual's background and character, ensuring his integrity. Thus, the Sun family was well aware of Li Feng's lineage and upbringing. How could someone with such a humble origin, who lost both parents at the tender age of 10 and became a servant at 13, possibly utter such words? The fact that he possessed medical knowledge and could instantly discern the nature of Ning Er's ailment was simply unfathomable. Sun Wenjia furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then a bitter smile crossed his face. I never imagined that Ning Er's affliction was hysteria, provoked by a mere utterance from some young master. He then expressed his anger. Who dares to speak such words about my daughter? Ding Shanshui sneered. Do you truly not understand your daughter's feelings? Sun Wenjia sighed in resignation. The renowned young master Yang Yue, at merely 20 years of age, had already made a name for himself, having been bestowed the title Unparalleled by the current emperor, thus garnering fame across the realm. It was only natural that his daughter would be captivated by him. But how could he have spoken such words? It was utterly disgraceful. Ding Shanshui, with an air of irritation, remarked, I told you long ago that all this talk of evil spirits is sheer nonsense. You refused to listen? And now look where it has landed you. Sun Wenjia continued to smile bitterly, knowing that matters involving his beloved daughter would inevitably lead to confusion. Have you located that Taoist? Sun Wenjia's expression darkened once more. Ding Shanshui lazily took a swig from the wine gourd at his waist and mumbled indistinctly, Found your sister. The kitchen's environment was one that Li Feng found quite unappealing. Everything appeared so primitive. Yet, this was undeniably a kitchen, the battleground of the chef, and Li Feng's emotions surged intensely. After 5 long years, he was finally back in the kitchen. Preparing to cook a dish, he inhaled a breath of stale air. and an aroma he could only describe as happiness flooded his senses. Ultimately, he had an unadulterated passion for cooking. When the lady of the house unexpectedly entered the kitchen, the servants assumed something had been stolen and hidden away, leading to a surge of anxiety. They quickly ceased their tasks and bowed their heads in greeting. The chef, with his hands smeared in grease, approached with a smile. "Madam, if you require anything, simply instruct the servants. There is no need for you to come personally." Lu Ruyan, unable to hide her delight, pointed at Li Feng and commanded Zhang De, "He wishes to prepare a dish. Ensure that all necessary ingredients are gathered for him." Only then did Zhang De turn his attention to Li Feng, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was this not that notorious thief? No, he must have mistaken him. This noble-looking young master could not possibly be the same Li Feng known for stealing inkstones. Surely, he was a distinguished guest of the Sun residence, here on a whim to experience the lives of the servants, with the lady accompanying him. However, had it not been said that gentlemen should keep their distance from kitchens? Why would this young master wish to cook? "Whatever you require, please command it, young master," Zhang De said, displaying utmost humility. Li Feng's gaze was already fixated on the wooden cutting board marred with knife marks and the sharp boning knife resting upon it. His emotions swirling as he momentarily ignored Zhang De, having concluded that this young master was indeed a guest of the Sun residence, felt it natural that the esteemed guest would not deign to address a mere kitchen servant. And thus his respectful smile grew wider. Li Feng approached the cutting board, his somewhat stiff hand reaching out slowly until it made contact with the knife's handle. Instantly, a familiar sensation surged through him, one that had long since permeated his very being. Li Feng's body involuntarily trembled as he firmly grasped the knife's handle. He adjusted his breathing, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts, then turned to Zhang De, saying, "I require some ingredients. Please assist me in gathering them." Such courtesy from a distinguished guest? Zhang De was taken aback, his expression of respect intensifying. "Please speak, young master. If we lack anything in this kitchen, I shall send someone to procure it immediately." Li Feng listed around 10 ingredients along with the necessary seasonings. Zhang De, invigorated, diligently noted them down, though he appeared somewhat puzzled and hesitated to speak. "Is there a problem?" Li Feng inquired. Zhang De, with a humble and awkward smile, responded, "I have limited knowledge and apologize for my ignorance. I am unfamiliar with what a tomato is." It was only then that Li Feng realized some ingredients commonly found in his world simply did not exist here, such as tomatoes. "Prepare whatever you have," Li Feng replied. Yes. In this world, refrigeration was a non-existent luxury, making ingredient preservation a concern. Nevertheless, the Sun residence, as a prominent household in Sioux City, could easily provide fresh fruits and meats daily. Most of the ingredients Li Feng requested were readily available at the Sun residence and were quickly delivered to him. Sun Wenjia, standing at the kitchen door, frowned as he observed Li Feng, his mind filled with doubts. After enduring a few blows and spending half a day in a private cell, how could this ordinarily meek servant appear transformed? Li Feng rolled up his sleeves, grasping the somewhat unwieldy boning knife, his gaze sharpening as the world around him fell silent. It was precisely this feeling. It was as though he were the only one in existence, with nothing but the knife in his hand and the various ingredients awaiting preparation. Zhang De, internally skeptical, couldn't help but feel compelled to offer a word of caution. "Young master, your grip on that chef's knife seems somewhat off. It appears you intend to peel." "Then there is no issue." In the blink of an eye, a long, uniformly thick strip of apple peel fell onto the cutting board with a soft thud. Zhang Da's eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost. Peeling an apple was not inherently difficult for Zhang Da, but the challenge lay in using such a hefty boning knife and executing the task with such speed that sent shivers down his spine. Moments later, the cutting board bore a small pile of uniformly sized apple cubes. This? Zhang Da's eyes nearly popped from their sockets, his mouth agape enough to fit his fist inside. Such knife skills, even after 20 years of wielding a chef's knife, left Zhang De feeling unnerved, let alone the other onlookers in the kitchen. Ding Shanshui, standing behind Sun Wenjia, witnessed this scene and his bleary eyes widened in astonishment, now ablaze with intensity, as he whispered in awe, "What steady hands, what swift cuts." Sun Wenjia turned to him, bewildered. "Is he a master?" "No, He is a chef. Sun Wenjia felt a sudden urge to strike him. Chapter 5. The First Lady Li Feng prepared 2 dishes. The first was a hawthorn apple pudding, a creation that left the kitchen staff utterly flabbergasted. Even Zhang De, who had been cooking for over 20 years, had never fathomed that apples and hawthorns could be boiled together, let alone combined with eggs. More astonishing was how, after a simple mix and boil, it solidified into a pudding-like form. The second dish was a small bowl of enticingly creamy white almond tofu. However, none of them recognized that Li Feng had not utilized the familiar tofu they knew. Instead, they watched as he ground almonds into powder, simmered them with milk, and somehow transformed the mixture into tofu. Li Feng turned to Sun Wenjia, who had been lingering at the kitchen door. "Master Sun, would you care to taste?" Li Feng was acutely aware that the ordinarily timid servant had suddenly transformed. Sun Wenjia had every reason to be suspicious. If not cautious, at the very least, he should ascertain whether the dishes were safe to consume. Stealing a discreet glance at Ding Shanshui, who was leisurely sipping from his wine gourd, Li Feng understood the situation. It was likely that this man was the notorious drunkard. To Li Feng's surprise, Sun Wenjia clasped his hands together in a gesture of politeness and gratitude. "Young Master Li, I would be grateful if you could deliver these 2 dishes to my daughter. In the future, we may need to rely on your assistance with her ailment." The old man displayed such audacity. Li Feng's impression of Sun Wenjia improved slightly, and he nodded. "I shall deliver them to Miss Sunday. I prepared a bit more. You should all have a taste as well," Li Feng added. For a chef, there is no greater joy than knowing others appreciate his culinary creations. These 2 dishes would undoubtedly be a sensation, instantly captivating the taste buds of those who encountered them, rendering them unforgettable for a lifetime. Sun Wenjia clasped his hands and smiled. "Young Master Li, your culinary skills are truly astonishing. The aroma emanating from these dishes is indeed enticing, awakening the appetite and tantalizing the palate. It is only fitting that we sample them." Enticing aroma? Li Feng blinked in surprise. Truly, he was a cunning merchant, unflinchingly spinning tales with not a hint of embarrassment. Given Sun Wenjia's trust, Li Feng felt no need for modesty. He took it upon himself to deliver a portion of hawthorn apple pudding and a bowl of almond tofu to Sun Yuning. Watching Li Feng depart, Sun Wenjia re-entered the kitchen. He furrowed his brow as he regarded the hawthorn apple pudding and almond tofu that Li Feng had prepared. These dishes were unheard of, and for a moment he hesitated. Ding Shanshui, who was usually quite picky with food, could no longer contain himself and eagerly scooped a spoonful of pudding into his mouth. As it hit his palate, his body stiffened, and his perpetually bleary eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing this reaction, Sun Wenjia's expression shifted abruptly. Could it be poisoned? Just then, Ding Shanshui trembled violently, his eyes transforming entirely. They gleamed with the same fervor one might expect from a ravenous wolf encountering a plump sheep, akin to the fervor with which many young ladies in Sioux City regarded the unparalleled young master Yang Yue. Ding Shanshui eagerly scooped another spoonful of almond tofu and devoured it, his body shaking even more intensely, his eyes sparkling brighter. Observing Ding Shanshui's reaction, which was unprecedented given his usual fastidiousness regarding food, Sun Wenjia understood that these dishes were extraordinary and wasted no time in joining in. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Ding Shanshui swiftly seized the almond tofu with his left hand and the pudding with his right, then dashed away in a blur. Sun Wenjia, holding a spoon, felt his facial muscles twitch uncontrollably, leaving him utterly disheveled. "Did you make this?" Sun Yuning stared wide-eyed at the hawthorn apple pudding and the small bowl of almond tofu before her. Though she found the dishes intriguingly peculiar, an instinctive aversion bubbled up within her. Li Feng, without regard for social hierarchies, casually took a seat and gestured toward the hawthorn apple pudding. "Just take a bite and you will see." The tartness was bound to whet the appetite and enhance her digestive faculties. This hawthorn apple pudding was undoubtedly an exquisite appetizer. "Just consider it medicine," Li Feng added. Sun Yuning glanced at Li Feng in astonishment, wondering if there was some hidden mystery. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, she lifted a spoonful and hesitated for a moment before placing it into her mouth. The instant it touched her palate, her eyes widened in shock. She could distinctly sense an unprecedented burst of sweet and sour flavors stimulating her taste buds, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. her hairs standing on end. Then, to her surprise, she discovered that she simply could not stop. Almost as if possessed, her spoon reached out for another scoop of pudding, which she eagerly consumed in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The pudding and the almond tofu were entirely devoured. At this moment, Sun Yuning appeared insatiable, resembling a gluttonous child, gently licking her lips. Suddenly, she became aware of a pair of eyes nearby that were watching her with evident satisfaction. Heat rushed to her face, and feeling guilty as if caught in a theft, she quickly retracted her tongue. She dared not meet Li Feng's gaze, yet, almost instinctively, she blurted out, "Is there more?" Her face flushed deeper, and she lowered her head further. How could she have uttered such a thing? It was mortifying. Hadn't she initially expressed such aversion to the food? Why, then, could she not stop once she had begun? Li Feng was entirely unperturbed in an era where material sustenance was scarce. A dish with an unusual flavor profile was nothing short of a revelation, even for this young lady who had initially shunned food. Not to mention, his culinary skills spoke for themselves. Although he had not wielded a chef's knife in 5 years, certain skills had long since seeped into his very essence. "There is more, but I suspect your father has devoured it all," he remarked. Sun Yuning responded with a soft, "Oh," barely audible. Li Feng stretched languidly and declared, "From now on, I will be responsible for your daily meals. I anticipate that with a regimen lasting 10 days to half a month, your health will be restored." "Thank you," Sun Yuning replied softly, her head bowed. Her voice was laced with gratitude and anticipation. She longed to escape the confines of her room, where she felt neither human nor ghost. Li Feng teased, "I am merely doing this for my own lifelong happiness and survival." Sun Yuning felt a pang of embarrassment. She lifted her gaze to Li Feng and apologized. "This is all my father's doing. I apologize on his behalf. Rest assured, I will speak to him and ensure that you are no longer burdened by such a stigma." Li Feng nodded noncommittally. The original owner of this body was deceased. Even if Sun Wanjia were to apologize or make amends, it held no significance now. After engaging in light conversation with Sun Yuning and providing some comfort to her tender yet fragile heart, Li Feng finally exited her chamber. At that moment, the portly steward Sun was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Li Feng emerge, he hurried over, his rotund face beaming with a fawning smile, and addressed him with a new title. "Young Master Li, the master has informed everyone in the household that the inkstone was indeed placed in your bed by young Master Sun, he out of mischief. And he will personally apologize to you." Young Master Sun, he was a distant cousin from the Sun family, merely 4 years old. Li Feng glanced at the steward with a bemused smile. "Isn't it shameless to pin the blame on a 4-year-old? The steward's expression faltered slightly. Then a forced smile bloomed on his face as he quickly changed the topic. "Young Master Li, you are still a distinguished guest of the Sun household. The servants have prepared a tranquil courtyard for you. Allow me to escort you there." "Thank you," Li Feng replied politely. Though he possessed some memories of the original owner, who was merely a lowly servant, and despite his lack of comprehensive understanding of this world, Li Feng felt a sense of insecurity. He truly needed the Sun family as a temporary refuge from the storms of life. The steward, appearing flattered, urged, "This way, please, young Master Li." As they traversed a long corridor, Li Feng spotted a captivatingly graceful matron, accompanied by 2 maidservants and 2 household attendants, approaching from the opposite direction. The steward, resembling a mouse encountering a cat, instinctively quivered, nearly bowing his forehead to her belly, daring not to breathe. "Madam." Chapter 6. The little beggar. After Sun Wenkuai and Sun Wenjia had both taken wives, the venerable patriarch of the Sun family divided the sprawling century-old estate into 2 distinct courtyards, clearly demarcating the eastern and western wings. The eldest son, Sun Wenkuai, resided in the eastern courtyard, while the second son, Sun Wenjia, occupied the western. Their daily lives remained entirely separate. The numerous family enterprises were similarly split, with each brother managing half. However, the ultimate authority of the Sun family still resided firmly with the aging patriarch, who was enjoying his twilight years in a separate residence. 3 years prior, a scandal erupted when Sun Wenkuai met his demise in the embrace of a courtesan at the Spring Night Tower. An investigation revealed that he had succumbed to an overdose of aphrodisiacs. This incident sent shockwaves through the community, and the Sun family regarded it as a profound disgrace. Despite the humiliation brought upon the family by Sun Wenquai, the patriarch refrained from reclaiming his share of the family assets, allowing his widow, Xiao Yuanyuan, to continue overseeing them. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Yuanyuan managed the family's affairs with remarkable efficiency, her prowess rivaling that of Sun Wenjia. The steward was puzzled. Since the passing of the elder master 3 years ago, the madam had not once set foot in the western courtyard. So why was she here today? Unlike the steward, who cowered with his head bowed, Li Feng regarded the matron with modern eyes, appreciating her cold demeanor yet well-preserved beauty. How could such a stunning wife venture into the realm of illicit pleasures? Truly, a concubine was preferable to a wife, and a mistress preferable to a concubine. Suddenly, Xiao Yuanyuan turned her head and cast a glance at Li Feng. That single glance sent a chill racing down his spine, compelling him to avert his gaze instinctively. It was chilling. So chilling that it felt like a sharp needle piercing his eyes. At that moment, Li Feng recalled certain matters, his heart dropping. Dig out his eyes. Xiao Yuanyuan's lips parted slightly, her voice devoid of any human emotion. The 2 household attendants, who had been respectfully bowing their heads, lifted their gazes to Li Feng with expressionless faces. One of them produced a gleaming dagger from his bosom. Clearly accustomed to such gruesome tasks as he beheld the glimmering blade, Li Feng's eyelids twitched violently. He realized that this frigid woman was not jesting. Since the disgraceful demise of Sun Wenquai, the once gentle madam had vanished. Previously, a servant in the eastern courtyard had merely glanced at Xiao Yuanyu, and had his eyes brutally gouged out in public. Cold sweat trickled down the steward's forehead as he cursed under his breath. How could a lowly servant, having just risen to the status of a distinguished guest of the Sun household, forget the rules and commit such a grave offense? He could not afford to be implicated in this debacle. The steward had no choice but to intervene, forcing a profoundly subservient smile onto his face as he stammered, "Madam, this young master Li is still the second elder master." Smack? One of the maidservants struck him hard across the face, silencing his unfinished sentence. At the same time, the 2 attendants advanced toward Li Feng with a menacing demeanor. Li Feng's eyes narrowed, his body instinctively retreating, yet his heart found some solace. He caught a whiff of a familiar scent, alcohol. Indeed, the disheveled and intoxicated Ding Shanshui emerged from the flower bed alongside the corridor, bowing his head in greeting. "Sister-in-law." Xiao Yuanyuan acknowledged him with a curt nod. Ding Shanshui glanced at Li Feng and smiled apologetically. "Sister-in-law, this young man is a friend of mine. Might you spare him this time?" Xiao Yuanyuan maintained her inscrutable expression. Ding Shanshui, placing his hand on his chest, reassured her fervently. "Rest assured, sister-in-law, if there is a next time, I will personally dig out his eyeballs for you." Xiao Yuanyuan remained expressionless, but ultimately gave a slight nod. Ding Shanshui breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his posture even further. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you very much." Without another word, Xiao Yuanyuan gestured for her entourage to leave. Ding Shanshui wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling quite vexed. Now he owed that woman a favor. He turned to Li Feng, his expression somewhat sheepish. "You weren't frightened, were you, young Master Li?" Li Feng, feeling relieved, realized that had Ding Shanshui not arrived in time, he had no doubt his eyes would have been forcibly removed. With a grateful demeanor, he clasped his hands in salute. "Thank you, Master Ding." Ding Shanshui's expression immediately shifted to one of warmth and enthusiasm, rubbing his hands together. "Young Master Li, you are far too courteous. You are a distinguished guest of the Sun household. The 2 dishes you prepared earlier were truly exquisite. Might I have the honor of tasting them once more?" As a chef, receiving such praise for his culinary creations was profoundly gratifying, especially since Ding Shanshui had just come to his aid. Li Feng returned the gesture with another bow. "If Master Ding enjoys them, it is my honor." With that, Li Feng promptly turned back toward the kitchen, preparing another serving of hawthorn apple pudding and almond tofu for Ding Shanshui. Considering that the steward had at least spoken on his behalf, despite receiving a slap for his troubles, Li Feng also prepared a portion for him. Butler's son was taken aback, overwhelmed with gratitude. Feeling that the slap he received was indeed worth it, the once meek and friendless lowly servant, Li Feng, had unexpectedly transformed into a distinguished guest of the Sun residence's western courtyard. This astonishing turn of events left the other servants of the Sun household utterly incredulous. However, due to the strict family rules governing the Sun estate, gossip and idle chatter typically bore dire consequences, and thus, none of the servants dared to spread any rumors. The Sun family even assigned several maids and servants to attend to Li Feng's needs, though he chose to retain only a maid named Huaner. This small courtyard featured a modest kitchen, where Li Feng spent at least 2 or 3 hours daily over the subsequent half-month. Not only did he assist Sun Yuning in preparing 3 meals a day, but he also reveled in the profound joy of cooking, a pleasure he had lost for 5 long years. Ding Shanxue would often watch enviously from the sidelines, sipping on wine and swallowing hard. After indulging in a delectable hawthorn apple pudding one day, Ding Shanxue decided to move into the small courtyard to live alongside Li Feng. Whether or not he could savor the dishes prepared by young Master Li was of little consequence. His primary motive was to help wash vegetables, clean dishes, and stoke the fire, as he found himself with ample free time. Soon, Sun Wenjia also began to linger in the small courtyard, refusing to leave at mealtime. Whether he could partake in young Master Li's culinary creations was irrelevant. As the host, he felt it was his duty not to neglect a distinguished guest. After meticulously preparing an array of visually appealing and nutritious meals, Li Feng would deliver them to Sun Yuning. As their relationship deepened, so too did their exchanges. Li Feng made an effort to introduce various topics, seeking to gain a more profound understanding of this world. During his remaining hours, Li Feng would frequently venture outside the Sun estate, wandering aimlessly through the familiar yet foreign streets of Su City. Stepping into one unique tavern or restaurant after another, he sampled an assortment of street food and delicacies sold by vendors, treating himself as a mere tourist. Each time he ventured out, he would drag Ding Shanxue along. The presence of this local ensured Li Feng felt a sense of security and, more importantly, someone needed to pay for their meals. Accustomed to mobile payments, Li Feng found it cumbersome to handle the weighty purse of coins. Ding Shanxue, naturally, was quite wealthy, despite being merely the adopted son of Old Master Sun, who had not entrusted him with any of the family's businesses to manage. On the street, Ding Shanxue observed with exasperation as Li Feng clutched a candied hawthorn. "Could you not be so childish?" he thought, baffled by why a chef capable of preparing such irresistibly delectable dishes would indulge daily in a mere candied hawthorn and a sesame pancake. What frustrated Ding Shanxue even more was that this young Master Li never consumed the meals he prepared. He either dined out or had Huaner whip up something for him. When asked why he abstained from his own cooking, he simply replied there was nothing worth eating. What a beast! Li Feng, blissfully savoring a hawthorn coated in syrup, glanced curiously at a wanted poster affixed to a nearby wall. Shaking his head, he remarked, "It seems rather futile. It only draws more attention to the matter." Ding Shanxue, feeling a sense of camaraderie, nodded in agreement. "I believe the same. Sun Wenjia's actions are foolish." A few days prior, Sun Wenjia had personally visited the government office to report that a villain, under unknown orders, had disguised himself as a Taoist priest to infiltrate the Sun residence, subsequently spreading rumors to tarnish his daughter's reputation. The claims of being haunted by evil spirits were sheer nonsense. His daughter suffered from a rare illness but was gradually recovering. The indignant governor slammed his fist on the table, and overnight, the wanted notices for the supposed priest were plastered all over the city. Li Feng commented, "However, Miss Sun's health has improved significantly. She ought to step outside for some fresh air." Ding Shanxue furrowed his brow. Venturing out now would surely lead others to believe that Yuning is secretly engaging in some sort of clandestine ritual, and that the evil spirits have successfully transferred. Li Feng took another bite of the syrupy hawthorn and countered, "Does Ding Laoi believe that if Sun Yuning does not go out, others will not suspect that she has not been possessed by evil spirits, but is instead genuinely ill and on the mend?" Ding Shanxue was left speechless. "Ultimately, she must go out unless she wishes never to see the sunlight again," Li Feng stated. Ding Shanxue, irate, pointed at the wanted poster, cursing, "Damn it, if I ever find that scoundrel, I will make sure he pays dearly. This has me so riled up. I'm off to find a place to relieve myself." Ding Shanxue huffed. Storming away, Li Feng finished the last of the candied hawthorn, returning his gaze to the notice with a sigh. Is the illustration not a bit too lackluster? I doubt even the subject would recognize themselves. It seemed that Sun Wenjia had not offered enough silver to the governor. At that moment, Li Feng's nose twitched as he caught a whiff of an increasingly potent sour stench. Simultaneously, a timid, pitiful voice called out from behind him, "Young master, please, have a heart, spare some change." Turning around, Li Feng beheld a filthy, malodorous little beggar inching closer. The child appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years old, emaciated and limping. His dirty left leg was wrapped in ragged cloth, revealing a wound that had festered, presenting a ghastly sight. If left untreated, the entire leg was at risk of rotting away. Li Feng refrained from giving the beggar any money. He had no means to spare. His pockets were cleaner than his face. His gaze shifted upward to meet the beggar's eyes. The child instinctively swallowed, his demeanor shifting to one of nervousness. Hidden beneath his tattered clothing was a sharp dagger, and he felt compelled to plunge it into the chest of this nobleman. Chapter 7. Li Tian, the little beggar, lowered his head, dragging his mangled leg closer to Li Feng, softly pleading, "Young master, please, spare me some change." Li Feng recalled his own struggles upon losing his sense of taste and felt a pang of compassion. He spoke gently, "In a moment, I shall take you to a physician to treat your leg." "Ah!" The beggar, who had been contemplating stabbing Li Feng, froze, lifting his grimy face in bewilderment. During his years as a beggar, he had often encountered disdainful remarks, insults demanding he leave, or been forced to perform tricks for a few coins. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner, proposing an unimaginable request. The beggar shook his head vigorously, glancing apprehensively around before whispering, "I do not wish to go. I do not want your money." "Why not? If you do not receive treatment, your leg will surely be lost." Li Feng's brow knitted in concern. The beggar's panic only intensified, shaking his head repeatedly, "I do not wish to go. I do not want your money anymore." With that, the beggar turned to leave, limping away with gritted teeth, as if trying to evade a dog that sought to snatch away his food. Li Feng watched the boy depart, lost in thought. Just then, Ding Shanshui returned from relieving himself, his head poking over. "Young Master Li, what are you looking at?" Li Feng pointed to the beggar, who was about to turn into a narrow alley. "That little beggar just asked me for money." "A beggar? What is there to see in a filthy little beggar?" Ding Shanshui questioned, perplexed. "I find him rather intriguing," Li Feng remarked with a half-smile, following after the boy. Ding Shanshui, bewildered, wondered what Li Feng was up to. As they approached the alley, they overheard a raucous exchange. "What the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stab him while he is distracted?" I am scared." "Scared? Don't be a coward. I'll beat you to death." Ding Shanshui's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Li Feng. Li Feng's expression darkened, and he nodded, "Ding Laoi, please do not make things difficult for that little beggar." If it were not for the compassion he felt for the beggar, particularly the resemblance in the boy's eyes to his own when he had lost his sense of taste, those same dull eyes devoid of hope, he would not have wished to help him. This action must have touched the beggar's heart. Otherwise, he would likely have been in grave danger by now. Within the western courtyard of the Sun residence, Li Feng was cheerfully preparing lunch for Sun Yuning in the small kitchen, and the incessant chatter of Ding Shanshui did not dampen his spirits. "The matter has been clarified. That fellow is called Guzi, just a petty thug. Someone offered him money to stab you. Guzi lacked the courage, so he coerced that little beggar into helping him. As for who instigated Guzi, he could not provide any details, merely stating that the individual wore a mask and was quite generous." Ding Shanshui's expression darkened. If Li Feng had truly been stabbed and something unfortunate had befallen him, how could he ever savor those mouth-watering dishes again? This was intolerable. Li Feng's increasingly delicate brows furrowed in contemplation. It seems that Sun Yuning's gradual recovery has displeased certain individuals. They not only wish to ruin her reputation, but also seek her life, naturally perceiving me as a thorn in their side. Li Feng turned to Ding Shanshui. "Of course, the true target of their malice may not be Sun Yuning, but rather Sun Wenjia." Ding Shanshui nodded in agreement. "I share that sentiment." He added, "After my warning, Sun Wenjia has come to the same conclusion. Ninger, should anything go awry, given Sun Wenjia's indulgent affection for you, he may well be heartbroken to the point of losing half his life. Otherwise, he would never have permitted that Taoist to step into the western courtyard." Ding Shanshui rarely spoke well of Sun Wenjia. After all, he isn't entirely foolish. He merely lacks virtue. Li Feng, intrigued, inquired, "Who wishes to take half of Sun Wenjia's life?" Ding Shanxue tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, contemplating. That would indeed be numerous. Young Master Li, you are aware that Sun Wenjia's character is rather questionable. Otherwise, he would not have so unscrupulously placed that inkstone in your bed. He has been navigating the business world for over 2 decades, engaging in every form of deceit, naturally earning many enemies. Li Feng smirked knowingly, articulating each word carefully. For instance, the first madam, 3 years prior, Sun Jiada's eldest son, Sun Wenkuai, had met his demise due to excessive consumption of aphrodisiacs, ultimately perishing in the embrace of a courtesan, a fact well known. What remained obscure was that his widow, Xiao Yuan, suspected Sun Wenjia was behind it all, believing he sought to monopolize the Sun family's assets. At that time, Xiao Yuan had caused quite a ruckus at the Sun residence, even drawing her sword to confront Sun Wenjia. Naturally, this matter was ultimately suppressed by the formidable patriarch of the Sun family, who entrusted half of the family's estate to Xiao Yuan for management. Since then, the two courtyards have not only been at odds but have also developed a profound estrangement. Regarding Xiao Yuan's recent visit to the Western Courtyard, it was said to be in preparation for the patriarch's upcoming birthday, with this year's banquet organized by the Eastern Courtyard. Xiao Yuan was merely seeking to borrow a few servants from Sun Wenjia to assist with the preparations. High-status families often abound with intrigues. Li Feng had no desire to become ensnared in them. However, now that someone aimed to stab him in the back, he found it necessary to remain vigilant. If indeed it was Xiao Yuan intending to harm him, Li Feng had no qualms about retaliating. Ding Shanxue's facial muscles twitched at this thought. He too suspected the matter was related to the Eastern Courtyard, yet he lacked the courage to voice even a whisper. That woman was utterly unhinged, truly not someone to provoke. He hastily diverted the conversation. Ha ha, young Master Li, what delectable dishes are you preparing? The aroma is truly tantalizing. Li Feng did not engage with the remark, but instead queried, is that little beggar all right? I've already dispatched someone to take the little beggar to the clinic. It appears his foot was stepped on by a horse. Fortunately, he received timely treatment, so it shouldn't affect his future mobility. Ding Shanxue was perplexed as to why Li Feng would show such concern for a mere little beggar. Li Feng nodded before adding, the lamb soup at Suji is quite exquisite. I must return for another bowl this afternoon. Ding Shanxue's lips twitched. You are going out again? Aren't you afraid of being stabbed in the back? Li Feng savored the thought, musing, but the flavor of those sesame pancakes is even more delightful. I feel utterly restless if I go a day without indulging. I truly wonder how Hu Laosan manages to grill them so perfectly. Hu Laosan had a stall in the East Market selling sesame pancakes, which were renowned local delicacies, with many vendors dotting the streets. About 10 days prior, Li Feng had chanced upon Hu Laosan's stall, purchased a pancake, and praised it highly. Ever since, he had made it a daily ritual to buy one. Through this routine, he had grown familiar with Hu Laosan, exchanging pleasantries about various topics. Ding Shanxue's facial muscles twitched even more violently. Young Master Li? Li Feng appeared somewhat embarrassed. But you're here with me. Ding Laoi? Ding Shanxue grew increasingly agitated. What if something happens? Moreover, I am not your bodyguard. Why must I accompany you aimlessly every day? Wouldn't it be more pleasant to sleep on the rooftop? Li Feng could not help but chuckle. I am not your cook either. Why should I prepare your meals daily? Ding Shanxue's expression stiffened. Actually, I do enjoy shopping. In the afternoon, upon exiting the Sun residence, Li Feng headed straight for Hu Laosan's sesame pancake stall, only to find Hu Laosan absent. Upon inquiry, he learned Hu Laosan was not operating that day. Li Feng had to settle for a pancake from another vendor. Though it lacked the same quality, as usual, Ding Shanxue followed behind, feeling a sense of obligation to ensure that this esteemed guest of the Sun residence did not encounter any mishaps, lest it reflect poorly on their hospitality. Watching Li Feng enter Suji Lamb Soup House, Ding Shanxue raised his wine gourd to take a swig, intending to follow suit. Just as he was about to swallow, a violent churn surged in his abdomen. Ding Shanxue's complexion changed. Why was he reacting so strongly today? No, for young Master Li's safety, he must endure. Pooh. Ding Shanxue's face contorted. I need the restroom. I need the restroom. The lamb soup was delightful. Yet Li Feng was quite dissatisfied, as Ding Shanxue had not entered to pay. Fortunately, having frequented the establishment, the owner recognized Ding Laoi and cheerfully agreed to keep a tab. Where has he gone? Upon exiting the soup house, Li Feng glanced around but saw no sign of Ding Shanxue. He decided it best to return to the Sun residence first, for wandering alone on the streets offered little sense of security. At that moment, a man approached Li Feng briskly. Before Li Feng could react, the man's hand had already clasped around his shoulder, exuding a feigned camaraderie, though his eyes glinted with a sinister light. Heh. Big brother, it's been a while. I, your little brother, have genuinely missed you. Upon recognizing the face, Li Feng's expression stiffened in alarm. The newcomer was none other than Li Tian, the original owner's younger brother, a petty thug who clung to the original owner, draining him of resources. Glancing discreetly around, still no sign of Ding Shanxue, Li Feng could only muster a reluctant smile. Oh, it's you? Well, the steward of the Sun residence sent me out on an errand, and I must return promptly, or I risk being reprimanded and having my monthly allowance docked. Let us discuss things another day. Li Tian wore a malicious grin. Don't be like that, brother. It's been several days since we've seen each other. I wanted to share a drink and reminisce. He pulled Li Feng towards a secluded corner by the wall. Li Feng, unable to match the thug's strength, was forced to follow him into the shadowy alcove. Chapter 8. The Heroine. Bad content. Chapter 9. A 6th-rank warrior. The heroine paused. Oh, it means unimaginable. Li Feng was utterly astonished, nearly kneeling to embrace the goddess's leg. Are you out of your mind? The heroine suspected this pesky fly must have a screw loose and, disinterested, sheathed her sword and turned to leave. So beautiful, so heroic. Li Feng marveled sincerely, instinctively following after her. Just as he blinked, the heroine's figure had vanished into thin air, leaving him in a state of dismay. Lamenting her extraordinary prowess, she appeared and disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Ding Shanxue's abrupt voice rang out behind him. Young Master Li, what are you looking at? Which noble lady or courtesan has caught your eye? Or is it yet another little beggar? Ding Shanxue's pallid face grew serious. Li Feng withdrew his gaze, feeling a sense of loss. He turned to Ding Shanxue, replying, Nothing at all. Have you fallen into a latrine? Li Feng's expression suddenly changed. Quickly pinching his nose to distance himself from Ding Shanxue. Ding Shanxue's forehead glistened with sweat, his complexion ashen, and his steps unsteady. In a weak voice, he said, Young Master Li, I had the fried milk you made for lunch. As he spoke, Ding Shanxue could not help but smack his lips, swallowing hard. Delicious, truly delicious, but young Master Li, you ought to have warned me that consuming too much of that would lead to diarrhea. This has nearly cost me half my life. Li Feng paused, then asked, Did you eat anything else? How could the fried milk he made possibly upset anyone's stomach? Ding Shanxue was speechless. Young Master Li, are you not insulting yourself with that remark? After enjoying your delicious dishes, how could I possibly eat anything else? Li Feng furrowed his brow. This made no sense. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced at the wine gourd at Ding Shanxue's waist. Li Tian felt he had drawn a short straw today. After finally encountering his elusive elder brother, with plans to extract some money, he found his brother had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Not only was he articulate, but he also refused to part with any cash. If that weren't enough, he even dared to strike first. Such an ungrateful wretch deserved a painful lesson. Just as he was about to act against Li Feng, a terrifying woman appeared from nowhere. Faced with that glinting sword, Li Tian nearly wet himself. He had no doubt that the cold steel would mercilessly pierce his throat. Just as he thought he had narrowly escaped death, he fled into an alley only to be knocked unconscious by an unseen assailant. Subsequently stuffed into a sack and dragged to an unknown location. Now, bound like a rice dumpling and lying on the ground with a black cloth covering his eyes, he could only vaguely make out a figure moving before him. Sir, let us talk things over. Spare my life. Li Tian pleaded. A man with a cruel visage spat on Li Tian, then savagely stomped on his abdomen, cursing, Damn it, you ruined my big plans, and you think I'll let you off? After finally shaking off Ding Shanxue, the man was about to attack Li Feng when an unexpected individual struck first. Of course, attacking was not a problem. He was not a petty person. But who was that woman who had suddenly intervened? Had the Sun residents sent her to protect that young man? If so, it might complicate future actions. Li Tian writhed in agony, his body curling into a shrimp-like position, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes from the overwhelming sense of injustice. With a trembling voice, he pleaded, "Sir, I have always been timid and cautious. How could I dare to jeopardize your important matters? Is there some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? My foot. Do you think I could possibly frame you?" The man glared fiercely, grabbing a wooden stick and swinging it menacingly at Li Tian. Li Feng furrowed his brow, pointing at the wine gourd at Shan Shui's waist. "About that wine gourd of yours. Does young Master Li wish to have some wine?" Shan Shui's expression faltered. That gourd was his prized possession. He was not fond of others touching his wine. Moreover, he had a strong aversion to germs and could not bear the thought of someone else's saliva contaminating his gourd. However, if he refused, what if this not-so-broad-minded young Master Li became enraged? Li Feng felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Feeling insulted, he replied, "I suspect your wine has been poisoned." Shan Shui was taken aback. "What? How could that be? If the wine had indeed been tampered with, how could he, a connoisseur of spirits, not detect it? He could tell even if a single drop of water had been added. Besides, his gourd was always by his side. Who had the audacity to drug his wine? Just then, Shan Shui's body tensed up. Puff, puff. The muscles in Shan Shui's face twitched uncontrollably. Li Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Holding his breath and retreating, in the dead of night at the Sun residence, by candlelight, Li Feng held a carving knife he had specially crafted from a blacksmith's shop just days prior. Eagerly sculpting a cucumber in his hands, having studied the art of food carving, he could transform a simple cucumber into lifelike flowers. Shan Shui, exhausted to the bone, entered the room. Under the flickering candlelight, his face was as pale as paper, his legs trembling violently, yet his eyes burned with intense fury. His wine had indeed been poisoned, but as for the specifics, even the shopkeeper Zhu from Yuanqing Tang could not provide an answer. All he could ascertain was that it was a colorless, odorless, and extremely potent laxative. Damn it! If I find out who did this, I'll throw him into the latrine. Shan Shui's expression darkened. He had suffered the ultimate humiliation. Having soiled himself in public, fortunately, only young Master Li knew of this incident. Given young Master Li's character, he would not divulge it. Shan Shui consoled himself with this thought. Surely, he would not resort to murder to silence him? Li Feng glanced at Shan Shui, a smirk playing on his lips. That wine was drawn from the Tianquan wine cellar just this afternoon. Shan Shui's facial muscles twitched. The Tianquan wine cellar was under the management of Madame Xiao Yuan from the Sun family. Li Feng chose not to continue this line of conversation. If this matter truly involved the madam, her intentions were painfully obvious. She aimed to divert Shan Shui's attention, allowing others to act. However, the unexpected appearances of Li Tian and that female warrior had disrupted her plans. Li Feng felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed that his successful treatment of Sun Yuning's ailment had become a thorn in someone's side, and they wished to eliminate him swiftly. What to do? He set down the knife and cucumber. Fixing his fervent gaze on Shan Shui, he inquired, "Laoi, can you fly?" Shan Shui was taken aback. "Fly? What do you mean by fly?" Li Feng gestured towards the beam that stood 3 or 4 meters high. "I mean, jump up there without a ladder." Shan Shui, somewhat speechless, replied, "Young Master Li, I feel you are insulting me. I am a 6th-tier martial artist after all." 6th tier? Li Feng was unfamiliar with the concept, but his expression turned exceedingly excited. He gazed at Shan Shui with fervor and flattery. Laoi, you are actually a 6th-tier martial artist? Remarkable, truly remarkable. I am in awe. Can you teach me to fly? Shan Shui was repulsed by Li Feng's gaze and his insincere flattery, feeling even more disgusted than with the pants he had changed out of that had brought him such humiliation. He forced himself to look at Li Feng without the glare of disdain. "What are you saying? Teach you to fly?" Li Feng nodded vigorously. "I in this utterly foreign world, devoid of any human rights." Even with the Sun family as a temporary shield against the storm, Li Feng still felt insecure. Especially now that someone was targeting his life. In times of danger, superior culinary skills and a mind brimming with modern knowledge clearly would not suffice to save his life. The only things that could save him were a solid fist or the ability to flee faster than his pursuers. Shan Shui frowned slightly, looking at Li Feng with a puzzled expression. "No one taught you to fly?" After ruling out the possibility of someone disguising themselves as a lowly servant of the Sun family to infiltrate it, Ding Shanshui and Sun Wenjia speculated that the current Li Feng was indeed the real Li Feng. The previous, submissive servant was merely a fade. They suspected that there was someone or some force secretly training Li Feng. But the reason behind his servitude in the Sun family remained a mystery. Ding Shanshui had moved in with Li Feng not only to savor the culinary delights he prepared, but also with the intention of keeping a watchful eye on him. Li Feng shook his head. Ding Shanshui nodded in understanding. It must be that your talent is simply lacking. Hence they only taught you to be a cook, and also medicine. Li Feng thought to himself that Sun Wenjia and Ding Shanshui had indeed made some rather presumptuous assumptions. Is it too late to learn now? Li Feng asked. Ding Shanshui hesitated, offering a comforting reply. Young Master Li, why do you feel the need to learn to fly? What is so entertaining about flying around? Look at you. Being a cook is great. It has a bright future. I can assure you, if you opened a restaurant, the Zure Xiaolu would surely go out of business. If our emperor knew how delicious your dishes were, he would certainly keep you confined in the imperial kitchen. So why exhaust yourself trying to learn how to fly? Li Feng remained undeterred. Pressing, is it truly impossible to learn? Ding Shanshui shook his head. Young Master Li, it's not that I refuse to teach you. It's just that it's genuinely too late. What martial artist doesn't start training from a young age? Not to mention the need for talent, like me wishing to create an incredibly delicious pudding. It's clear I would never succeed. Li Feng pondered. It seems that if I wish to learn to fly, I should seek those stronger than you. Ding Shanshui felt a wave of frustration. Was that really what he meant? Li Feng rubbed his hands together, eagerly saying, Ding Laoi, please elaborate on just how high a sixth-tier martial artist like yourself truly is. Ding Shanshui glanced out the window into the night. Speaking humbly, sixth tier? It's as high as the heavens. Then his expression suddenly shifted. Puff, puff, Li Feng fled in a panic. Chapter 10. The poetry gathering tonight. Li Feng prepared a fresh lettuce salad for Sun Yuning. The salad dressing, which he had taken considerable time to concoct, was quite costly. Unfortunately, in this world, milk was exceedingly expensive, and the average household could hardly afford it. After relishing the meal, Sun Yuning looked at Li Feng with a satisfied expression and said, I should go for a walk. Li Feng filled her with gratitude. And now, there was an inexplicable trust, even a sense of dependency. She was eager to confide in him about her thoughts. As long as you are mentally prepared. Li Feng nodded. In just over 20 days. The previously frail Sun Yuning had transformed entirely. With a delicate oval face, eyebrows like distant mountains, and eyes like stars, she possessed a figure that was perfectly balanced. She wore a flowing white gown that seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Of course, Li Feng was not particularly surprised by Sun Yuning's transformation. The dishes he had prepared over these 20 days were not merely about flavor and aroma. I am ready to face all the rumors and judgment that may come my way, Sun Yuning said. Her small hand forming a tight fist, her eyes shining with a formidable resolve, exuding fearlessness, Li Feng smiled, wanting to say that she was not quite ready yet. However, he truly admired this woman in this world. A woman's reputation was of utmost importance. Typically, when a woman's reputation was so maliciously tarnished, even if she did not fall into despair, she would still be too ashamed to face others. Clearly recalling some unpleasant experiences, a complex emotion surged in Sun Yuning's gaze. She bit her lip and continued. On the 20th of each month, Zue Xiaolu hosts a poetry gathering that attracts many talented individuals, often resulting in the circulation of beautiful poetry. Li Feng nodded, saying, In fact, before I came here, your father mentioned that poetry gathering to me, asking me to accompany you. Sun Yuning was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, Young Master Li, that's not appropriate. It would implicate you. Li Feng blinked. It wouldn't implicate me, as I did not agree. Sun Yuning thought this young Master Li was excellent in every way, yet he seemed to have a knack for killing the mood. Just kidding, I agreed. Li Feng chuckled. Sun Yuning's expression brightened momentarily, only to be followed by concern as she softly said, Young Master Li, I truly hope you can accompany me. With you by my side, I won't be so afraid. But this really isn't appropriate. Li Feng, with a hint of a smile, asked, What? Are you worried that others might mistakenly think I am the one secretly marrying you? Making you feel embarrassed? Ah. Sun Yuning's face flushed at first, followed by an expression of urgency as she repeatedly denied, "Young Master Li, you misunderstand. It is not as you think. I am merely concerned about what they might say to you. Fearing it would upset you. One must understand that the 21st of each month has transformed the Zue Xiaolu into a gathering place for the talented men and beautiful women of Su City. Those who lack even a modicum of literary skill are rather reluctant to set foot in Zue Xiaolu." Sun Yuning acknowledged that the dishes crafted by Li Feng were indeed unique in flavor. Leaving a lasting impression, however, a mere cook could never ascend to the lofty heights of social standing. The appearance of a lowly chef in Zue Xiaolu, especially in the company of someone as cursed as she was, could undoubtedly invite endless ridicule. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. "You needn't worry about implicating me. In fact, when your father shamelessly placed that inkstone in my bed, I had already been entangled by you." Sun Yuning felt a wave of shame wash over her. She lowered her head, resembling a child caught in a mistake, her eyes reddening. I am sorry." Li Feng looked at the pitiful woman before him with amusement, saying, "Of course, I am aware that it is a place for the talented and beautiful. As a mere cook, my presence there would certainly be a source of mockery." Sun Yuning raised her head, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Li Feng, wishing to express her disdain for his insensitivity. How could he be so unkind, especially when all she wanted was to shield him from ridicule? Li Feng, feeling exasperated, added, "Moreover, appearing alongside you would only further implicate me." Sun Yuning puffed her cheeks, feeling an urge to bite Li Feng. Li Feng nodded in agreement. "You are somewhat renowned as a talented young woman in Su City. How about this? Quickly prepare a poem for me to memorize, so that if anyone dares to challenge me, I can recite a poem to frighten them. What do you think of this plan?" Sun Yuning found herself at a loss for words. Li Feng blinked. "You cannot compose a poem? Is your reputation as a talent merely a fade?" Sun Yuning was rendered even more speechless. How could such an irritating person exist? She helplessly explained. "The theme for each poetry gathering is provided on-site by the scholars from Tianyi Academy, so it is impossible to prepare a poem in advance." Li Feng expressed his disappointment. "Then forget it. If I claim to be your cousin, do you think those talented men and beautiful women will believe me? Tell me, how were you bullied at the poetry gathering in Zue Xiaolu 3 months ago?" Li Feng declared with utmost seriousness, "Tomorrow, I shall bring a kitchen knife to help you reclaim your dignity." Beneath the jujube tree, Sun Wenjia and Ding Shanxue were engaged in a game of chess. Sun Wenjia appeared composed and in control of the game as he placed a black piece. Ding Shanxue looked at him with an expression of disbelief. "You actually let Li Feng accompany Ninger to Zue Xiaolu? What were you thinking? Aren't you afraid of causing misunderstandings? Do you truly wish to betroth Ninger to that Li Feng? Even if we were to consider this from a different perspective, we still do not know his true nature, nor who stands behind him. Moreover, do not forget, someone is plotting against him. What if Ninger were to be inadvertently harmed?" Sun Wenjia shot Ding Shanxue a sidelong glance, his expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. At this point, Ninger's reputation is likely beyond repair. For the sake of her future happiness, that Li Feng may indeed be her best match. Sun Wenjia sighed. "I would actually prefer to betroth Ninger to him, however. I can see that he does not harbor any romantic intentions toward her, at least not at present. Acquaintance, understanding, then love, culminating in marriage. This requires a process." Whenever Sun Wenjia recalled Li Feng's words, he felt a shiver run down his spine. What kind of growth and insight would lead one to speak such outrageous nonsense? Though the Sun family was wealthy beyond measure, Sun Wenjia knew better than anyone that Li Gongzi held no regard for them. Ding Shanxue, feeling irate, exclaimed, "On what grounds does he lack such intentions? That brat is merely a cook, and such an unrefined one at that. Does Ninger not deserve better?" Suddenly, an epiphany struck Ding Shanxue as he smacked his thigh. Wait. If he truly had no interest in Ninger, why would he agree to accompany her to Zue Xiaolu? Not only would he be placing himself in danger, but he would also subject himself to the malicious gazes of others. One must remember, Li Feng had been quite obedient these past few days, not venturing outside. Whenever he craved sesame pancakes or candied hawthorn, he would simply send a maid to fetch them. Sun Wenjia, weary of engaging with this simple-minded brute, waved his hand dismissively. "You should be on your way." Though Ding Shanxue's mind was simplistic, His sturdy physique proved reliable when Ninger's life was at stake. Stretching, Ding Shanshui remarked, "Let us save this chess game for later." As he stood, his hand inadvertently brushed against the chessboard. Crash! The chessboard nearly toppled, scattering the black and white pieces into disarray, some rolling onto the ground, irretrievable. Alas, how did it end up like this? I was about to win. Ding Shanshui fumed. Sun Wenjia's eyes widened. Forget it. Let it be a draw. You got lucky this time. Ding Shanshui left in a huff, clearly disgruntled. A short while later, a lavish carriage departed from the Sun residence, heading toward the Zui Shaolu by the banks of Xuanwu Lake. The driver was none other than Ding Shanshui. The carriage was flanked by several guards from the Sun residence, each scanning the surroundings with vigilance, as if facing a formidable foe. Inside the carriage sat the elegantly dressed Sun Yuning and the equally well-groomed Li Feng, who appeared more like a young nobleman. As the cousin of the esteemed Miss Sun Yuning, Li Feng's attire was naturally not overly casual. He held a folding fan, opening it with a flourish. Exuding a certain charm. As they neared the eastern market, Li Feng instructed Ding Shanshui to halt and sent someone to purchase a sesame pancake, specifically requesting it from Hu Laosan's stall. However, Hu Laosan was absent. While chewing on the rather unimpressive sesame pancake, Li Feng pondered that it had been nearly a week since Hu Laosan had set up shop. Was he perhaps unwell? Would you like some? Li Feng offered a half-eaten piece of sesame pancake. Sun Yuning accepted it, saying, "Thank you, young Master Li." Li Feng replied earnestly, "There is no need for such formalities. I am your cousin." Sun Yuning chuckled softly, Yes, cousin. Does cousin enjoy sesame pancakes that much?" As she spoke, Sun Yuning took a small bite, her demeanor graceful and composed. Li Feng realized that Sun Wenjia and Ding Shanshui had not disclosed his recent experiences to Sun Yuning, so she remained oblivious to the fact that he had been craving sesame pancakes nearly every day and that his life was in jeopardy. "It is not so much about liking or disliking. I simply wish to sample dishes that are not my own," Li Feng explained. Sun Yuning was unsure how to respond. The driver Ding Shanshui desperately wished he could kick this increasingly pretentious fellow out of the carriage. Li Feng chuckled and added, "It will still take us at least another half an hour to reach Zui Shaolu. Since we have a long journey ahead, might I trouble you, dear cousin, to compose a poem inspired by this sesame pancake for me to enjoy? It would allow me to bask in the aura of literary talent." Sun Yuning was speechless. "Perhaps it would be better to memorize a poem instead," Li Feng teased. "Surely you can recite the poems of the unparalleled young master Yang Yue by heart? Why not share a couple with me, so I can witness just how exceptional this gentleman is, to the point where you can hardly eat or sleep?" Sun Yuning's face flushed, and she playfully admonished, "If you continue like this, I might just ignore you." Li Feng laughed heartily. Chapter 11. Yang the Innkeeper. Time passed, and the carriage gradually came to a halt. Ding Shanshui lifted the curtain, smiling broadly as he looked at Sun Yuning. His expression akin to that of a father gazing fondly at his daughter. His voice softened considerably. "Ninger, we have arrived at Zui Shaolu." He cast an irritated glance at Li Feng, wishing to convey just how significant his own stature was. This fellow was far too audacious. Not only had he acted foolishly throughout the journey, but he had also teased Ninger the entire way. Li Feng ignored Ding Shanshui's menacing gaze, disembarking from the carriage first and stretching lazily. Compared to an automobile, this carriage was far from comfortable, and the poor road conditions had left Li Feng's back aching. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Li Feng looked up to see the shimmering surface of Xuanwu Lake. Resembling a vast mirror, magnificent pavilions stood along the lakeshore, exuding an indescribable air of opulence. High in the distance loomed the picturesque Xuanwu Mountain, appearing like a colossal guardian gazing down upon the world. Inspiring awe and reverence, hence its name. The renowned Jianghu Temple, known for its delightful vegetarian meals, was perched atop Xuanwu Mountain. If not for the temple's distance from the Sun residence, Li Feng would have visited long ago. As the most prestigious and luxurious tavern in Sioux City, Zui Shaolu was undoubtedly eye-catching. It occupied a vast expanse of lakeshore on the eastern side of Xuanwu Lake, featuring ornate eaves and golden embellishments, exuding unparalleled extravagance. Under the sunlight, the gilded plaque inscribed with the character Zui Shaolu in an elegant script nearly blinded Li Feng. These characters were penned by Mi Po, renowned calligrapher whose works were exceedingly rare and precious. Li Feng had heard from Sun Wenjia that Zui Shaolu was owned by the prestigious Yang family, the most prominent lineage in Su City, and that the unparalleled young master Yang Yu hailed from this family. Having entered this world for merely 20 days, Li Feng had already heard this name countless times, to the point where his ears seemed on the verge of callousing. As Sun Yuning alighted from the carriage, she cast a glance at her cousin Li Feng, who was eagerly surveying the enchanting Zue Xiaolu, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. It was only natural and reasonable that a cousin should assist his elder cousin in dismounting from the carriage. Ding Shanshui had no intention of entering the Zue Xiao Lou. As a sixth-rank warrior, he deemed such a decadent establishment beneath him. Moreover, given that Zue Xiaolu was owned by the Yang family, no one would be foolish enough to cause trouble there. Safety was assured. Young Master Li, I trust you will take good care of Ning Er and ensure she is not mistreated. Ding Shanshui remarked. Looking at Li Feng, Li Feng responded with a reassuring glance. As her cousin, it is my duty to protect my elder cousin. Yet, Ding Shanshui remained unconvinced. Li Feng turned his attention to Sun Yuning, exuding an air of elegance as he raised his folding "My dear cousin, please." Sun Yuning stifled a smile, finding this version of young Master Li rather amusing. Pretentious yet not off-putting. As the pair stepped into the Zue Xiaolu, they were greeted by a stunning maid whose every smile and frown seemed to exude grace. Li Feng noted that her beauty and attire were hardly inferior to Sun Yuning's. One could easily mistake her for a noble lady. He couldn't help but marvel at the distinction of such establishments, realizing how the maids of the Sun residence paled in comparison. Under the maid's guidance, Li Feng eventually arrived at a particularly elegant and tranquil courtyard located behind the Zue Xiaolu. This courtyard, known as the Poetry Garden, opened its doors only on the 20th of each month to welcome the talented men and women attending the poetry gathering that, of course, even those who were neither talented nor beautiful could enter, provided they had the audacity to pay a fee of 5 taels of silver. Indeed, to enter this courtyard, one had to first pay the entrance fee of 5 taels. Meanwhile, Ding Shanshui, waiting outside, sipped his drink while marveling at Li Feng's audacity, which he felt had been thickened by smoke and grease. Inside the courtyard, many poets and beautiful ladies had already gathered, forming clusters where they either engaged in loud discussions or whispered amongst themselves. Exuding an air of pride, Li Feng surveyed the surroundings, feeling quite bored as he counted the number of people present, pondering the substantial profits the Zue Xiaolu must earn each month merely from the entrance fees. He also mused that, given Zue Xiaolu's status as the most luxurious tavern in Su City, the dishes served ought to be quite exquisite. Thus, he discreetly inquired of Sun Yuning whether food would be served. Sun Yuning, exasperated yet amused, replied that no food would be forthcoming, leaving Li Feng disappointed. He had hoped to indulge himself and recoup the 5 taels through a hearty meal. Sun Yuning wished to find a corner to hide away with her cousin, preferably unnoticed by others. Having chosen to leave the Sun residence, she had prepared herself for the inevitable stares and whispers. However, she was uncertain just how much humiliation she could endure. Above all, she did not wish for Li Feng to face ridicule because of her. As the elder cousin, it was her responsibility to shield her younger cousin. Yet, Sun Yuning's intentions were thwarted. The moment they stepped into the poetry garden, a pair of alluring eyes locked onto them. The woman was exquisitely beautiful, tall, and enchanting, her every smile seemingly capable of captivating souls. She approached Sun Yuning, moving with a mesmerizing grace. Sun Yuning's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the woman. While Li Feng's attention was similarly drawn to her, by instinct, Li Feng's gaze subtly dropped a few inches. Upon reaching them, the woman scrutinized Sun Yuning from head to toe, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this not Miss Sun Yuning? It has been some time since I last saw you, and you have blossomed into such a captivating beauty that I nearly failed to recognize you." Being the center of attention, the woman drew the eyes of many, and her voice seemed to rise in volume intentionally. Instantly, Sun Yuning and Li Feng became the focus of the crowd. Sun Yuning, the Sun family's Sun Yuning? It truly is Sun Yuning. Wasn't she tormented by evil spirits and on the brink of death? How could she possibly be here? How has she transformed so? She seems like a completely different person. Although no news has spread, it is clear that Sun Yuning must have wed some reckless fellow, successfully transferring the evil spirits. The Sun family even reported this. It's simply a case of wanting to cover up the truth. Could it be that man with her? Though he appears unimpressive, He doesn't seem to be afflicted by evil spirits. Hee. Who knows? Perhaps he is already beyond saving. Sun Yuning's expression turned rigid, her lips parting slightly as she struggled to utter even the most basic greeting. She felt as if this woman loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain. Stifling her breath, the piercing gazes from the crowd felt like daggers, painfully piercing every inch of her skin. Her delicate shoulders trembled, her teeth biting into her lip, rendering her a picture of helplessness and vulnerability. She had believed herself prepared to withstand such scrutiny, thinking her heart had grown strong after her experiences. Yet, she now realized how fragile she truly was. All she wished was to escape, to flee home in disarray as she had done before. Hiding beneath her covers and avoiding the sun thereafter, Feng, with an air of calmness and composure, gently patted Sun Yuning's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. He then stepped forward, positioning himself in front of her. In an instant, all the piercing gazes shifted to Feng. Sun Yuning felt the weight on her shoulders lighten. She gazed up at Feng's back, as if seeing a beacon of light. That light dispelled the shadows within her heart, instilling a profound sense of safety. With a gentle smile, Feng addressed the enchanting woman before them, whose very presence had caused Sun Yuning's hard-won confidence to shatter, saying, "You must be the esteemed manager Yang, am I correct?" The previous day, Sun Wenjia had provided Feng with detailed information regarding the poetry gathering at Zue Xiaolu, introducing some of the more significant or troublesome figures he might encounter. Along with their likenesses, among them were the renowned scholars from Tianyi Academy and the illustrious young master Yang Yuyu, as well as the famed Miss Luo Qianqian, known as Su City's most talented woman. And then there was the captivating figure before him, manager Yang Yi, who hailed from the prestigious Yang family's collateral line and was, by relation, the cousin of the illustrious young master Yang Yuyu. On the same day, several months prior, during the poetry gathering at Zue Xiaolu, young master Yang Yuyu's composition, Night Stay at Golden Mountain Temple, had once again dazzled the crowd, leaving all the talented men and beautiful women in awe. Naturally, Sun Yuning, who had long harbored a crush, was utterly captivated, unable to extricate herself from the enchantment. Almost entranced, she had approached Yang Yuyu, hoping for just a word with him, feeling that her heart would be content. However, Yang Yuyu had offered her no chance to speak, turning his back to her with an air of aloofness. Yet, having gotten closer to her idol, Sun Yuning had felt a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, manager Yang Yi had unexpectedly taken Sun Yuning's hand to offer words of consolation, remarking, "My cousin has a particular aversion to women of ample stature." This had shattered Sun Yuning's composure entirely. Feng could not fathom why manager Yang would make such a thoughtless remark to Sun Yuning. Was she acting under orders? Or was it merely idle cruelty? Or had Sun Yuning inadvertently offended her? Yang Yi's captivating gaze sparkled with allure, causing several talented men present to swallow hard. She greeted with a flourish, smiling, "Indeed, it is you, young master. I can see you are a newcomer to Zue Xiaolu." Feng nodded. "I am Feng, here to accompany Miss Yuning and experience the world." Yang Yi responded with a flirtatious smile. "Ah, so it is young Master Li, a pleasure to meet you. May I ask what your relationship is with Miss Sun?" Feng refrained from stating the cousin narrative and instead replied, "We share a doctor-patient relationship, as well as a friendship." Yang Yi's eyes sparkled. "A doctor-patient relationship? So, are you a physician, young Master Li?" Feng proudly raised his chin, declaring, "No, I am a chef." Chapter 12. Cousin a chef? Yang Yi found this answer rather amusing. Chuckling softly and regarding Feng with newfound esteem, at the very least, he remained composed in her presence. Although his gaze had instinctively lowered, his eyes remained clear. Either he possessed remarkable composure, or he simply did not regard her beauty with any significance. "Young Master Li, you are quite intriguing. One glance at you, and it is evident you must be a master physician, undoubtedly well-versed in various disciplines. I eagerly anticipate your remarkable work today." Feng internally scoffed. Whether she anticipated it or not was of no concern to him. She must not think he was oblivious to her intent to elevate him only to bring him crashing down. Just as he was about to retort, a scoffing voice broke through. "Well-versed? Manager Yang. If I may speak plainly, it appears you have misjudged this time." Sun Yuning, who had been staring at Feng's back, suddenly widened her eyes in shock upon recognizing the familiar voice. How could he possibly be here? Li Feng turned to see a young man in white entering the poetry garden. Though barely in his 20s, his eyes were puffy, his frame frail, and his steps unsteady. The smile on his face gave off an unsettlingly lewd impression. Even to an amateur like Li Feng, it was evident that this man had exhausted his body through indulgence. It would be nearly impossible for Li Feng not to recognize him. The visitor was none other than Sun Wenkui's son from the Sun family, Sun Jinj, the cousin of Sun Yuning. Just over half a month ago, Li Feng had narrowly escaped having his eyes gouged out by this fellow's mother. Following that, he almost fell victim to a knife attack. And Ding Shanshui had nearly lost his life due to poison wine. Li Feng had ample reason to suspect that these incidents were orchestrated by Lady Xiao. While Sun Jin's reputation in Su City did not quite match that of Yang Yue, it was nonetheless well known. This notoriety was not attributed to his literary talents or physical appearance, but rather to his father, who met his demise in the embrace of a courtesan. With such a father, it was nearly impossible for Sun Jinj to remain unremarked upon. Moreover, this young master of the Sun family excelled in debauchery, often spending his nights in brothels. Thus, Li Feng was somewhat taken aback to see such an indulgent and frivolous young man appear in this setting. However, given the intricate relationships within the Sun household and the events that had transpired, Sun Jin's presence seemed almost inevitable. Many talented gentlemen and ladies furrowed their brows in disgust. The arrival of such a libertine in the poetry garden felt like a desecration of its sanctity and an affront to their artistic integrity. Yet, upon realizing his intention to provoke, their eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Cousin, Sun Yuning greeted with a strained expression, her voice barely above a whisper. Setting aside the delicate dynamics between the eastern and western courtyards of the Sun residence, Sun Yuning held a profound disdain for her absurd cousin. Nevertheless, basic etiquette dictated that she acknowledge him. Sun Jinj, assuming an air of superiority, nodded stiffly, though the lustful glint in his eyes did not escape Li Feng's keen observation. Li Feng's brow furrowed slightly. It was clear that this fellow harbored impure intentions towards his sister. A fleeting look of disgust crossed Yang Yi's face before she smiled gracefully and inclined her head, saying, "Ah, it is the esteemed young master Suen. My apologies for not extending a warmer welcome." Sun Jinj dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards Yang Yi, quickly adopting a subservient demeanor, repeatedly clasping his hands in greeting. "No, no, young shopkeeper, you flatter me." Yang Yi, casting a meaningful glance at Li Feng, inquired, "Might I ask what you meant by your earlier remark, young master Sun?" Without hesitation, Sun Jin shifted his expression, pointing dismissively at Li Feng. "What you may not know, shopkeeper Yang, is that this fellow is merely a lowly servant of the Sun household, likely unable to recognize even the simplest of characters." Yang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. "A mere servant? How could that be?" Li Feng maintained a serene smile, appearing utterly unfazed, as if the events unfolding around him bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Sun Jinj turned to Sun Yuning, reproaching her, "Sister Yuning, I must speak to you frankly. You are the esteemed daughter of the Sun family. How can you consort with such a lowly creature?" He continued, "Even if your improvement in health is attributed to this servant, a little monetary reward would suffice, wouldn't it?" At this point, Sun Jinj slapped his thigh in exaggerated astonishment, pointing at Li Feng. Could it be that you are genuinely wed to this lowly servant?" "Uncle truly is something. Such a significant matter was not disclosed. While it may be unsavory, it should not be concealed from family, lest even grandfather remains unaware." Sun Yuning's face turned pale with rage, her delicate shoulders trembling, leaving her at a loss for words. She understood that entering the drunken cloud pavilion would inevitably attract unwanted attention, yet she never anticipated that the most cutting remarks would come from her own cousin. Sun Jin's words only served to heighten the interest of the surrounding scholars and gentlemen. The Sun family is, after all, a prominent household in Su City. How could Miss Sun Yuning, as the daughter of the Sun family, be wed to a mere servant? How scandalous! He has Miss Sun brought him to the poetry garden to flaunt her husband's supposed merits? I have always held a low opinion of young Master Sun. Yet I must admit that his honesty is commendable, worthy of friendship." After berating Sun Yuning, Sun Jinj turned his gaze toward Li Feng, eager to witness the servant's reaction. However, Li Feng's expression only served to infuriate Sun Jinj further. It was as if he were gazing at a fool. Li Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head, and addressed Yang Yi. I have heard that the Drunken Cloud Pavilion remains the finest establishment in Sioux City, where anyone who enters feels as though they have returned home, experiencing relaxation and a sense of security. Pray tell, shopkeeper Yang, is this true? Yang Yi's demeanor shifted to one of caution, and she nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is so. Feng cast a sidelong glance at Sun Jinj, his expression one of feigned perplexity. If that is the case, why were there several dogs barking at me and Miss Yuning, creating quite an unpleasant experience and leaving us feeling insecure? Look, Miss Yuning is nearly in tears. Yet shopkeeper Yang seems unconcerned. Sun Jinj's face darkened. Yang Yi's facial muscles twitched. How dare this wretched servant speak so venomously? Referring to a few dogs was but a thinly veiled insult directed at her. As she was one of those barking, the expressions of the surrounding scholars and ladies were equally varied, a mix of astonishment and indignation. How could such a crude and lowly fellow infiltrate a gathering of refined literary talents? Young Master Sun had merely spoken a truth, yet here was this insolent servant calling him a dog. What was more infuriating was that he dared to insult even Yang Yi. Did he believe he could simply walk away from the Drunken Cloud Pavilion unscathed? Sun Yuning appeared dazed. Was Li Feng's audacity excessive? Sun Jinj snarled, "Who do you dare call a dog?" Internally, he reveled in the chaos, thinking, "You brought this upon yourself," Li Feng retorted with a cold smile. "Did I address you? Why do you leap to defend yourself so eagerly?" Sun Jinj's smile turned sinister. He encouraged Li Feng to continue digging his own grave, urging him not to stop. Li Feng added, "Of course, your outburst was not misplaced, for I was indeed speaking of you. Who in this gathering would disagree that you resemble a dog?" Sun Jinj was on the verge of spitting blood. His hand raised in anger, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Even if someone dared to act violently within the Drunken Cloud Pavilion, it certainly would not be him. Yang Yi felt her patience wearing thin. She had endured such humiliation without yet calling for someone to drag this loathsome servant out to be fed to the dogs. Suppressing her anger, she said coolly, "Young Master Li, this is still a gathering of refined scholars. Please mind your language, or I shall have no choice but to escort you out." A gathering of refined scholars? Li Feng replied mockingly, "Does shopkeeper Yang truly believe that a young master like Sun, reeking of makeup and behaving like a mad dog, belongs among the distinguished talents present?" Yang Yi's face darkened. If Sun Jinj were to be considered a refined scholar, she would surely offend many in attendance. "Shopkeeper Yang, whom do you insult?" To claim he was not would be akin to striking her own face. This wretched servant's tongue was indeed vicious. Sun Jinj nearly choked with rage. His expression twisted as he continued to pour dirt on Sun Yuning's head. "How foolish, wretched servant. Do you think that by marrying my cousin, you have become a member of the Sun family? Setting aside the fact that you might already be possessed by evil spirits, you'll likely meet your end soon. Do you believe I would not arrange for someone to eliminate you?" Li Feng replied earnestly, "Young Master Sun, this is still a gathering of refined scholars. Please mind your words, or shopkeeper Yang will have no choice but to escort you out." Li Feng then turned to Yang Yi. "Is that not so, shopkeeper Yang?" Yang Yi's murderous intent was palpable. Li Feng scanned the room, noting how many a gaze instinctively averted. It was one thing for this so-called servant to insult Sun Jinj, but to humiliate even Yang Yi was a bold move indeed. Whether he was emboldened or simply reckless, it was best to ignore such a rabid dog to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Li Feng's expression remained sincere as he stated, "My name is Li Feng. I was indeed a lowly servant in the Sun household, but after fortuitously curing Miss Sun Yuning's ailment, I am no longer a servant of the Sun family. Miss Sun Yuning was indeed ill, not possessed by evil spirits. Should anyone doubt this, they may simply inquire with shopkeeper Yang." Li Feng pointed at Yang Yi, proclaiming loudly, "Shopkeeper Yang knows precisely why Miss Sun fell ill." The eyes of the crowd immediately turned to Yang Yi, confusion etched upon their faces. Yang Yi's countenance darkened further, even contorting with rage. At that moment, however, Li Feng stepped closer, his head inching towards Yang Yi's alluring visage. She glared at him, unblinking, as he approached with an audacity that was almost palpable. His eyes were clear, devoid of any hint of jest or fear. As he continued to close the distance, until his lips nearly brushed against her earlobe, just a centimeter away and the past, expressing one's admiration was not uncommon. After all, such actions were not unheard of. At most, one would simply be ignored and subjected to the merciless ridicule of those around them. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Master Li's behavior at times is utterly perplexing, and his words leave one at a loss for how to respond. For instance, just now he audaciously insulted Manager Yang by calling him a dog, and he dared to tease Manager Yang in such a manner. What if he inadvertently offended Miss Luo? How would that situation be resolved? Li Feng's expression was fervent as he approached the female knight step by step. This time, he could not allow her to escape. Regardless of whether he would learn to fly, the most important thing was that if he could not repay the life-saving favor today, he would undoubtedly suffer from insomnia tonight. It is well known that Li Feng is a man with a very high standard for sleep quality. He does not permit himself to lose sleep. The surrounding talented individuals and beautiful women were once again left dumbfounded. What on earth does this guy intend to do? Is he trying to confess to Miss Luo? Damn it, if he dares to defile Miss Luo, I will surely kill him. Oh, come on. You said the same when he teased Manager Yang just now. Luo Qianqian came to a halt, her delicate brows furrowing. What kind of lecherous scoundrel is this? To be so brazen and so indiscreet. The mere furrowing of Luo Qianqian's brow instantly shattered the hearts of the talented men, who wished they could rush forward and beat Li Feng to a pulp for his audacity. The female knight standing behind Luo Qianqian raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was this insufferable fly. Yang Yi's facial muscles twitched, a sense of inexplicable dread washing over her. What new mischief was this scoundrel plotting? Having already lost face, what more could he want? The thought that this detestable fellow might uncover her secrets made Yang Yi wish for death, and even more so, for his demise. However, Li Feng ignored Yang Yi's presence entirely. His gaze fixated directly on the female knight's captivating countenance. His eyes, ablaze with intensity, met the knight's, revealing his nervousness, excitement, and utter bewilderment. His hands were at a loss for where to rest. He softly spoke, "Fair knight. Every encounter is merely a reunion after a long separation. Wouldn't you agree?" The female knight's facial muscles twitched, nearly prompting her to draw her sword in response. Yang Yi was taken aback. Luo Qianqian was quite astonished. Sun Yuning's mouth formed an O shape. The surrounding talented individuals and beautiful women were also left speechless. Only then did they notice that behind Luo Qianqian stood a woman veiled in black gauze. It was inevitable. Any woman standing alongside Luo Qianqian would inevitably fade into the background. Even Manager Yang was no exception. Luo Qianqian elegantly turned to glance at the female knight, her gaze flickering. The knight coldly remarked, "Just a fly with a somewhat deranged mind." Instantly, the gazes directed at Li Feng turned somewhat peculiar. In the next moment, as though by tacit agreement, they nodded in agreement. Li Feng paid no heed to the knight's words and shamelessly declared, "I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving favor. May I invite the fair knight to dine with me after the poetry gathering?" The knight's response remained as distant as ever, offering him no courtesy. Get lost. Many in the audience found it amusing, especially Yang Yi, whose spirits soared. Li Feng felt no embarrassment. He relished this icy demeanor. His fervent gaze remained locked on the knight, just as it had on that day. Thus, the knight could no longer endure it. She nearly drew her sword to pluck out this bothersome gaze. Regret washed over her for allowing Luo Qianqian to drag her into this poetry gathering. Luo Qianqian, witnessing her friend's vexation, found it somewhat amusing. Her beautiful eyes glancing at Li Feng, genuinely curious about the nature of their interactions. The knight, having already encountered this insufferable fly's audacity and shamelessness, knew that continuing down this path was futile. She could not simply turn and walk away as she had done last time. She coldly stated, "We shall speak of this after the poetry gathering." Li Feng was elated, nodding repeatedly, "Thank you for your kindness, fair knight." The knight, visibly impatient, waved her hand, signaling for him to leave promptly. Unsettled, Li Feng inquired, "The knight wouldn't deceive me, would she?" Get lost. The knight truly wished to draw her sword. What of the Zue Shao Tower? Li Feng turned to leave hastily, yet he couldn't help but exclaim, his voice not at all subdued, "Birds of a feather flock together. Miss Luo?" As the foremost talented woman of Su City, surely would not deceive, so how could the knight accompanying her be deceitful? Li Feng, how could you not trust the knight? You are simply a scoundrel. If you dare doubt her again, I shall slap you. The surrounding individuals were left dumbfounded. They truly could not fathom how such a shameless fellow had managed to survive until now. Luo Qianqian found it amusing, stifling a smile, and teasingly remarked to the knight, "You mustn't deceive me, or I shall be dragged down with you." Returning to Sun Yuning's side, Li Feng was in high spirits. Sun Yuning whispered, "I thought you were confessing your feelings to Miss Luo." The veiled woman turned out to be Li Feng's lifesaver. When did this occur? She felt increasingly ignorant of Li Feng's affairs. Li Feng's gaze remained fixed on the knight's retreating figure, grinning foolishly. "Cousin, do you think I am so easily infatuated? Besides, Miss Luo is nowhere near as charming as the knight." Sun Yuning's expression changed abruptly, and she whispered, "Li Feng, you should lower your voice." Many dangerous gazes swept over. Having clearly heard Li Feng's words, Li Feng smiled nonchalantly, yet lowered his voice, "Certainly not as lovely as you, cousin." "Ah, do not say such things. How could I compare to Miss Luo?" Observing Sun Yuning's mix of shyness and delight, Li Feng laughed heartily and asked, "Do you know the knight?" Sun Yuning shook her head and quietly replied, "Never seen her before." Li Feng nodded. To be seen walking alongside Luo Qianqian, and judging by her demeanor, she was undoubtedly no mere maid or bodyguard, indicating her significant background. With such a formidable companion as a bodyguard, his life was surely more secure. Although Ding Shanshui was a 6th-grade martial artist, he ultimately felt unreliable, or perhaps untrustworthy. If the knight could teach him to fly, that would be even better. Then he could soar alongside the knight, flying in unison. As Li Feng's thoughts danced whimsically, the atmosphere in the expansive poetry garden suddenly stilled, descending into absolute silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Almost all gazes fell upon the entrance of the poetry garden, their expressions genuinely astonished and delighted. Many hastily performing the student-s salute with deep respect. Li Feng mused that perhaps some significant figure had arrived, and upon looking up, he saw 3 elderly men with silver hair yet vibrant spirits walking in. Having seen their portraits beforehand, Li Feng immediately recognized the man on the left as the esteemed calligrapher Mi Per. The priceless plaque of Zhuai Shao Tower had been crafted by his hand. The elder in the center was named Yang Qianli, renowned as the unrivaled master of Go. The man on the right was Wu Zidao, a celebrated painter who had frequently entered the palace to portray the emperor. All 3 were distinguished scholars of unparalleled renown, their disciples scattered across the land. The Tianyi Academy held its esteemed position among the 3 great sanctuaries of culture and martial arts in the Great Qian Empire. Largely due to the presence of these 3 illustrious scholars, on the 20th of each month, these 3 would gather at Zhuai Shao Tower, presenting a theme, and ultimately selecting the finest poems. However, although they gathered at Zhuai Shao Tower, they had never entered the poetry garden, opting instead to enjoy tea within, patiently awaiting exquisite works. It was unclear why they appeared here today. Accompanying the 3 scholars was a young man clad in white. Even standing alongside these illustrious figures, the young man's brilliance remained unmasked, a presence impossible to overlook. The unparalleled young master Yang Yue. At merely 20 years of age, his name had already spread far and wide. He excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The current emperor had even bestowed upon him the title Unparalleled, propelling his fame to extraordinary heights. He was the pride of all scholars, yet also a towering figure standing before them. He was the dream lover of every woman in Su City and throughout the entire Great Qian Empire, with countless suitors vying for his affection. Indeed quite handsome and stylish. I willingly bow down to him, Li Feng thought, feeling as though his own appearance paled in comparison, utterly disheartening. Glancing at Sun Yuning, he noticed her hands clasped over her heart, her cheeks flushed, eyes filled with infatuation, which made him chuckle. Even if my idol torments me 1,000 times, I remain a devoted fan, cherishing my idol as my first love. Yang Yi and Luo Qianqian had already approached the 3 elders. Yang Yi respectfully bowed, saying, "What brings the 3 gentlemen here in person?" She cast a sidelong glance at the composed Yang Yue, dying to ask if he knew that detestable servant named Li Feng. Luo Qianqian then performed a student-s salute to Wu Zidao, respectfully addressing him, "Teacher." She also bowed to Yang Qianli and Mi Per, saying, "Master Yang, Master Mi." Having studied at Tianyi Academy, Luo Qianqian was also an apprentice of Wu Zidao, hence her respectful greetings. Wu Zidao nodded with a smile, his eyes gleaming with affection, clearly pleased with his apprentice. Although this student may not compare to the once-in-a-century prodigy Yang Yue, her talent in painting was extraordinary, and her future achievements would not fall short of his. Yang Qianli remarked, "We grew weary of staying in the tea room, so we decided to take a stroll." Mipa stroked his beard and declared, "Moreover, Yue is now the youngest teacher at Tianyi Academy in a century. We three old fellows felt it inappropriate to have him run errands to convey our sentiments to everyone present." Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent, the tension palpable, yet it felt as if 1,000 thunders erupted in their ears, deafening them. Chapter 15. The purpose of reading. A crowd of talented individuals, both scholars and beauties, gaped in astonishment at Yang Yue, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. They were aware of his impressive height, yet they never fathomed that he had ascended to such an insurmountable pinnacle. He had become a master at Tianyi Academy. To achieve such a distinguished position at such a young age, standing shoulder to shoulder with the renowned sages of the realm, what does that signify? It would not be an exaggeration to deem him the youngest prodigy in a century. Luo Qianqian gazed at Yang Yue with warmth in her eyes, genuinely proud and delighted for him. Not far away, the female knight appeared indifferent, finding the gathering exceedingly tedious. She hardly cast a glance at Yang Yue, instead stealing a glance at the bothersome fly, contemplating whether to pluck out his left eye or his right. That incessant chatter from him was equally vexing. Perhaps a severed tongue would suffice. Yang Yue stood calmly, his face as beautiful as jade, exuding an air of tranquility devoid of any emotion. It was as if becoming a master at Tianyi Academy was an utterly commonplace affair, hardly worthy of mention. Mipa then chuckled. Yue is a direct disciple of Director Zhuge, with such an outstanding student under his tutelage, and Wu Lao's disciples equally remarkable. It is only natural that I find myself envious alongside Yang Lao, and I cannot help but entertain thoughts of taking in students myself. Upon hearing these words, the gathered scholars trembled with excitement, their eyes ablaze with fervor. To be a direct disciple of luminaries like Yang Yue or Luo Qianqian would surely propel them to great heights, paving the way for a brilliant future. Yang Qianli surveyed the crowd, then spoke slowly. "Today, we shall not evaluate poetry or prose. I merely wish to pose a question to all present." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their ears pricking up with anticipation. Yang Qianli enunciated deliberately, each word resonating like a bell. "Why do you read?" At this question, everyone appeared perplexed. It seemed deceptively simple. To study is to serve. All pursuits are beneath the noble pursuit of knowledge. To create masterpieces that echo through the ages. Surely, these answers would spring forth effortlessly, even a 3-year-old would know them. Yet, it was evident that these three esteemed scholars sought a different response. Yang Yue raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as a query he had previously directed at his teacher, a conundrum that had troubled him for some time without resolution. To serve in an official capacity, given the Yang family's influence, even a mere pig could be appointed to a lowly position with ease, and he had no interest in the political arena. For wealth, Yang Yue could live comfortably without ever working a day in his life. For fame, the moniker Peerless had already established him as the foremost talent in the Great Qian Empire, a title he undoubtedly deserved. Not to mention, he was already a master at Tianyi Academy, with his reputation extending to the West Meng and North Wu. His teacher had also failed to provide an answer, admitting to his own confusion. Little did he know that these three great scholars would present this very question. Mipa stroked his beard and smiled. "Those with answers may speak now." The vast poetry garden fell into silence. Each individual harbored their own answer, yet they all understood that their responses were steeped in ambition and material pursuits, reeking of a mercenary mentality. Certainly not what the three sages desired. Feng muttered to himself, "Isn't this a gift-wrapped question?" The renowned Northern Song philosopher and educator, Zhang Zai, had long provided a standard answer, one that he had learned in primary school. He recalled a language teacher who had emphasized its importance repeatedly. This standard answer had evidently not surfaced in this world. Otherwise, the three great scholars would not have posed such a question. "Alas, I merely wish to modestly enjoy my role as a visitor, cooking and savoring delicacies in the kitchen." How delightful that would be, if only reality allowed. For the sake of security, I must cling to a few powerful allies. Li Feng's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward, striding towards the three scholars. Once again, he became the center of attention. Sun Yuning's eyelids twitched, her heart racing as she wondered what he was planning. These three sages were not like Yang Zhanggue or that masked sister. One should not be so presumptuous. Yang Yi wore a look of astonishment, yet her heart brimmed with a sense of exhilaration, hoping that this insufferable servant would offend the three scholars, providing her a chance to vent her frustrations. Approaching the scholars, Li Feng maintained a calm expression, bowing respectfully and proclaiming, "Esteemed masters, I have an answer." The three scholars regarded him with eyes gleaming with interest. Setting aside the merits of his answer, the confidence and strength radiating from him made it difficult for them not to admire him. Mipa smiled. "Very well, share your answer." Li Feng tilted his head back, at that moment, as if enveloped in a sacred aura. Yang Yi nearly covered her face in exasperation, wishing he would refrain from such theatrics. The female knight diverted her gaze, fearing her eyes might sustain injury from observing this insufferable Li Feng raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Why do we read? To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to determine the fate of the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to open a path to peace for all generations." Boom! As these words echoed, it was as though 1,000 thunderclaps resounded, leaving the audience's ears ringing, their minds nearly blank. Yang Yi stared blankly at Li Feng, her body trembling, goosebumps rising. While she might have doubted Li Feng's connection to Yang Yue, knowing her cousin well enough to see the chasm between them, she could not dismiss the profoundness of his words. Yang Yue's expression shifted from its usual calm demeanor, his narrowed eyes fixated on Li Feng. His complexion paling. The answer he had been seeking for so long had been casually uttered by this stranger. The female knight furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Li Feng as if reassessing this bothersome fly. Li Feng reveled in the reactions of those around him, realizing that from this moment forth, the name Li Feng would reverberate throughout Su City, and he would latch onto even more formidable allies. Those who plotted against him in the shadows would need to weigh the consequences of their actions, but of course, he still needed to learn how to soar. Whether he could compare to the female knight in flight was of little consequence. His life would be more secure. Suddenly, Li Feng noted that the expressions of the three scholars seemed somewhat askew. Logically, they should mirror the astonishment of those around them, expressions of shock that could only intensify given their extensive years of study. However, their reactions conveyed astonishment, disbelief, and an inability to comprehend not merely the answer itself, but how it had emerged from Li Feng's lips. Li Feng's heart raced. He was certain the three scholars recognized those words. They must have appeared in this world before, perhaps recorded in some soon-to-be-lost ancient text, not widely disseminated. The three scholars had likely come across it and were thoroughly impressed. They intended to utilize this occasion to propagate those words. Otherwise, why pose such a question at a poetry gathering? Yet, it was Li Feng who had spoken them first. Li Feng felt a pang of anxiety. Had he inadvertently offended them? The three scholars struggled to divert their gaze from Li Feng's face, exchanging incredulous glances. Mipa shook his head, declaring, "Impossible." Yang Qianli and Wu Zidao echoed, "Indeed, impossible." Mipa continued, "Thus, there is only one possibility." Yang Qianli and Wu Zidao concurred, "Indeed." The crowd was left bewildered, unsure of what these esteemed scholars were articulating. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. The three scholars' expressions turned solemn, and in unison, they bowed respectfully to Li Feng. Li Feng stood momentarily stunned, uncertain how to respond to such an unexpected turn of events. Why would he, of all people, warrant such reverence from three distinguished scholars? He quickly stepped back, waving his hands in protest. "Esteemed masters, this is unnecessary. I am unworthy of such honor." Mipa raised his head, his demeanor grave. "No, you are deserving. If Director Zhuge were present, he too would pay you this respect." Wu Zidao added, "In truth, young friend, the four phrases you articulated just now are well known to us three old fellows." This revelation left the crowd in a state of confusion. What did this mean? It appeared that the three scholars had long been familiar with those four phrases, while Li Feng had merely repeated them from an unknown source. Yet, if that were the case, why would these proud scholars bow to him? Typically, these lofty sages would only lower their heads for someone they deeply revered. Yang Qinli turned to Yang Yue and stated, "Just days ago, Yue posed the question to the director about the significance of reading." Yang Yue nodded, affirming the occurrence. The director pondered for days, becoming increasingly perplexed, and sought us out, only for us three old fellows to find ourselves equally confounded. Mipa shook his head. We contemplated and contemplated, yet felt something was amiss. Finally, today, before departing for this gathering, the four of us old fellows collectively articulated what we deemed the most perfect, most inspiring, and most noble answer. Wu Zidao proclaimed loudly, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the common folk, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, to pave the way for peace across the ages. This is the answer that we, for old fellows, have painstakingly refined after much contemplation. Mipa gazed at Li Feng with admiration. Therefore, we have decided to use this poetry gathering to disseminate these words, to inspire all scholars across the realm. Who would have imagined that this young friend already possesses such profound insights? I can only express my admiration. Wu Zidao and Yang Qinli nodded in agreement. Indeed, we can only express our admiration. The entire assembly fell into a hushed silence. Within scarcely an hour since Li Feng had entered the poetry garden, the attendees were repeatedly astonished by his words and demeanor. As the instances of astonishment grew, their gazes towards Li Feng became somewhat numb. Chapter 16. Gongsun Shenyu. Li Feng felt deeply surprised. No wonder the three esteemed scholars had uttered the perplexing phrases impossible, only one possibility. Impossible naturally referred to the fact that only this morning had they collectively devised what they deemed the most perfect answer. And without voicing it, it could not possibly be disseminated. Unless there was a traitor among these four old fellows. Only one possibility was even more easily comprehensible. While these four illustrious scholars were engaged in deep contemplation, this young man had already found his answer. Li Feng felt helpless. He had merely wished to become a disciple of one of these great scholars, yet, unexpectedly, these three scholars had forcibly elevated him to their lofty height. Such heights could be perilous indeed. Li Feng certainly could not claim that he had merely spoken off the cuff, for that would be tantamount to slapping the faces of these three esteemed scholars and the even more renowned director Zhuge of Tianyi Academy. He could not even assert that he had heard this from others, as that would require fabricating another lie, further embarrassing Tianyi Academy. Thus, Li Feng respectfully performed a deep bow to the three scholars and said, "Esteemed sirs, your words are overly generous. My thoughts tend to be quite lively. I often ponder questions such as the height of the heavens, the vastness of the earth, and the significance of learning. Among others, after years of contemplation, I have only recently arrived at those four sentences. To arrive at the same conclusion as the esteemed director and the three honored scholars is a tremendous honor for me." The three scholars regarded Li Feng with even more satisfaction. It is worth noting that if these four sentences were to spread, they would undoubtedly shake the literary world, establishing the most exalted goals for scholars. His name would inevitably be known throughout the land, perhaps even surpassing that of Yang Yue. Yet this young man's demeanor was so humble, unassuming, and remarkably rare. Mipa chuckled. "Might I inquire about your origins, young friend? Forgive us three old fellows for our lack of insight. We truly failed to recognize you." In the eyes of the three scholars, Li Feng's background must surely be extraordinary, perhaps a disciple of some great scholar or a member of a prestigious family. Li Feng replied, "I am Li Feng, originally a lowly servant in the Sun household. And now I am a cook." "A servant? A cook?" The three scholars exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of disbelief on their faces. Yang Yue's facial muscles twitched ever so slightly. Yang Qinli asked with difficulty, "So, young friend, you cannot yet read and write?" Li Feng answered, "I have taught myself to read and write, and I can glean the principles of human interaction from books." Many talented scholars and beautiful women lowered their heads in discomfort. Their self-esteem and confidence severely shaken. It would seem that while Yang Yue stood as an insurmountable mountain before them, this Li Feng was an even greater enigma. He was, after all, a mere lowly servant. A cook. What was even more humiliating was that he had surpassed them all through self-study. Was this not tantamount to declaring that all of them, with their abundant resources, were fools? What a fine piece of unrefined jade! Mipu exclaimed sincerely, his eyes sparkling. Indeed, a fine piece of unrefined jade. Yang Qinli and Wu Zidao echoed. Li Feng thought to himself, "Please, hurry up and propose to take me under your wing. I would certainly be willing." "Especially you, Mi Lao." It matters little if I do not become a great calligrapher like you, but your words are invaluable beyond measure. Mipa looked at Li Feng with earnestness. Li Xiaoyu. In the realm of learning, there is no distinction between great and small. The accomplished are to be revered. Your ability to articulate those 4 sentences alone proves that your current state of thought surpasses that of us 3 old fellows. The rest of your knowledge merely requires time to accumulate. We 3 old fellows naturally do not qualify to be your teachers, but we would very much like to befriend you, young friend. Wu Zidao and young Qinli nodded in agreement. Indeed. The muscles in Li Feng's face twitched slightly. He felt an overwhelming urge to cry. He wanted to ask why they desired friendship. Would it not be more delightful to be their student, quietly following in their footsteps, preparing delightful meals for them daily? They had elevated him so high. And he was not like a heroine who could soar. He could certainly fall and be harmed. As we 3 old fellows are of advanced age, we shall take advantage of your youth. Henceforth, you may address us as elder brothers. How does that sound? Wu Zidao inquired with a smile. Li Feng could only respond, that seems inappropriate, does it not? Young Qinli laughed heartily, patting Li Feng on the shoulder. What is inappropriate about it? We 3 old fellows are the ones benefiting here. The assembled talented scholars and beautiful women were left in a state of shock, nearly losing their capacity for thought. Even the illustrious Yang Yue, despite being a renowned figure and a teacher at Tianyi Academy, surely did not merit such treatment from these 3 esteemed scholars, did he? Mipu turned to the astonished Yang Yi and said, kindly have someone send some food and drink to that tea room. We 3 old fellows wish to share a drink with Li Laodi. No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man in white hurried over. The gentleman in white bore an elegant demeanor, exuding charm. It is Master Wu from Tianyi Academy, someone whispered. Upon seeing the gentleman in white, the 3 scholars exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of confusion in the other's eyes. Approaching, the middle-aged man in white paid his respects and nodded at Yang Yue, genuinely perplexed by the evident emotional turmoil of the esteemed scholar. The middle-aged man stated, Mi Lao, Yang Lao, Wu Lao, Feng Yu and the others have arrived at the city outskirts. The director requests that the 3 of you, along with Yue, immediately go out to greet them. A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembly. Feng Yu? Could it be the Feng Yu Academy from Hangzhou? Mipa paused. Did not Feng Yu and the others intend to arrive tomorrow? The middle-aged man sighed. The director has admitted to misremembering the date. The 3 scholars fell silent. How could such an aged fool continue to serve as the director of Tianyi Academy? It was time for him to step down and let capable talents take over. Mipa turned to Li Feng. Apologizing, Li Laodi, we have urgent matters to attend to. Let us reschedule our drinking engagement for another day. Yang Qinli and Wu Zidao also clasped their hands in apology, indicating they would arrange another meeting. Li Feng quickly assured them, esteemed elder brothers, please attend to your matters. I shall await your return. The middle-aged man in white observed this exchange with a peculiar gaze directed at Li Feng. As the 3 esteemed scholars, Yang Yue, and the gentleman in white departed the poetry garden, an extraordinarily strange atmosphere enveloped the once bustling garden. Many talented scholars and beautiful women felt a suffocating heaviness in the air and began to leave in silence. One after another, the pride they had arrived with was now replaced by a profound sense of defeat. In short order, only a few remained. Luo Qianqian slowly approached, performing a respectful bow to Li Feng. Calling him Shishio. She was a disciple of Wu Zidao, and since Wu Zidao had just referred to Li Feng as a brother in front of everyone, it followed that Li Feng was, in a strict sense, her Shishio. The formalities could not be overlooked. Yang Yi was momentarily stunned, and Sun Yuning's expression had grown numb. Li Feng, caught between laughter and tears, quickly returned the gesture. Miss Luo, you truly flatter me. If your suitors were to discover this, I fear I would be drowned in their spittle. Let us keep our discussions separate, each in their own regard. Luo Qianqian smiled lightly, glancing at the aloof woman in black standing nearby, seeking her opinion. The black-clad woman cast a cold glance at Li Feng, stating, I have matters to attend to. I will come find you when I have time. Luo Qianqian nodded, exchanged greetings with Yang Yi, and then exited the poetry garden. Li Feng looked eagerly at the black-clad woman, but she turned her head away. With a shy smile, he turned back to Sun Yuning, who was still staring blankly at him. You should return with Ding Laoi. I will make my way back later. With the heroine present, Li Feng felt assured of his safety. Sun Yuning nodded slowly in that brief hour. The events that had transpired were increasingly beyond imagination, leaving her struggling to process it all. Li Feng approached the heroine, adopting a somewhat foolish demeanor. "Heroine, do you have any places you wish to visit?" The heroine coldly replied, "Leave." "Oh, then what would the heroine like to eat?" "Leave." The heroine truly embodied the spirit of a heroine. Brimming with personality, Li Feng found himself liking her more and more. He persisted, "Shall I take the heroine for a stroll? The scenery by Xuanwu Lake is delightful, and not far off, Xuanwu Mountain boasts an even more splendid view. I've heard the vegetarian meals at the Golden Buddha Temple on the mountain are quite delectable." "Ah, heroine, wait for me." Observing Li Feng chasing after the woman in black, Yang Yi looked around, her expression blank. The once lively poetry garden had been reduced to emptiness. Overcome by sorrow, yet burning with anger, Yang Yi gritted her teeth and hissed, "Li Feng, I will not let you off easily." On the bustling streets, the heroine led the way, with Li Feng eagerly trailing behind. "May I inquire, noble heroine, what is your name?" "Heroine, might I ask your rank as a martial artist?" "Heroine, do you think I still have hope of learning to fly?" "Heroine, there's a vendor over there selling candied hawthorn. Would you like to have one?" One question after another spilled from Li Feng's lips, resembling a swarm of bothersome flies buzzing incessantly near Gongsun Chenyu's ear. Exuding an unpleasant odor, unable to endure it any longer, Gongsun Chenyu turned around and coldly uttered, "Silence." Li Feng obediently complied, quickly shutting his mouth. After a moment of silence, Gongsun Chenyu stated, "Gongsun Chenyu, that is my name." "A splendid name. A splendid name." Li Feng's eyes brightened as he sincerely praised her. The heroine had voluntarily shared her name, and Li Feng felt a wave of happiness wash over him, as if the azure sky was beckoning him. Gongsun Chenyu, uninterested, turned and continued walking ahead. Just then, a dark figure suddenly flashed out from a nearby alley. Upon seeing this, Li Feng immediately dashed in front of the heroine, shielding her behind him, his expression wary. The man wore an odd expression as he gazed at Gongsun Chenyu behind Li Feng. Gongsun Chenyu calmly remarked, "He has a problem with his mind. Ignore him." "Understood." The man bowed his head respectfully. Li Feng felt slightly wounded. Could the heroine not afford him a modicum of dignity in front of others? He then observed the man producing a bamboo tube, about the thickness of a thumb, from his bosom, which he respectfully handed over. Gongsun Chenyu extended her hand to accept it. The man then turned and vanished into the alley in the blink of an eye. Chapter 17. Is there torture? In front of Li Feng, Gongsun Chenyu opened the lid of the bamboo tube and poured out a rolled-up piece of paper. Upon unfolding it, she found it densely filled with minuscule characters resembling flies. Li Feng, intrigued, craned his neck to get a closer look. Gongsun Chenyu shot him a cold glance, prompting Li Feng to retract his neck sheepishly, his mind racing with speculation about this woman's background. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Gongsun Chenyu finished reading the contents of the note. She lifted her gaze, her eyes scrutinizing Li Feng as if he were a suspect. Biological parents unknown. Abandoned on the street at the age of 2 for reasons unclear. At 10, both adoptive parents perished. At 13, driven by necessity, sold himself into the Sun family as a servant. At 18, just over 20 days ago, falsely accused of stealing a scholar's inkstone, abruptly transformed overnight. From a meek, submissive servant who silently endured others' humiliation to a talented individual who dismisses everything around him. Gongsun Chenyu's eyes glimmered with an unusual coldness as she asked frostily, "Do you think such a transformation is possible?" Li Feng's eyes widened slightly as he grasped the implication. The note detailed the original owner's life experiences, likely even documenting the nights he wet the bed as a child. Who exactly was this woman, capable of uncovering the original owner's history so thoroughly in such a short time? Of course, Li Feng also realized that many were undoubtedly investigating him as well. He nodded in agreement. "That is indeed possible. For instance, I am such a case. Of course, I truly do not deserve the title of a talented individual." A flash of cold light pierced through the air. The gleaming sword's edge was now directed at Li Feng's throat. "Speak." Gongsun Chenyu's voice bore no warmth. Her gaze fixed on Li Feng as if she were examining a lifeless corpse. Li Feng's body stiffened. He understood that this enigmatic woman was not jesting. She would not hesitate to pierce his throat. He appeared both helpless and aggrieved as he said, "What does the heroine wish for me to say? Do you want me to claim that some powerful faction or eminent figure is secretly nurturing me?" Gongsun Xinyu fixed her icy gaze on Li Feng's eyes and coldly inquired, "Is there not?" Li Feng felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly admit that he had spent 3 years in kindergarten, received 9 years of compulsory education, and attended high school afterward. Although he was passionate about culinary arts, he had attended all necessary schooling and performed reasonably well academically. Even if there were, what of it? Could my teacher not be a recluse dwelling in the mountains, indifferent to worldly affairs? Does that contravene any laws of our Great Qian Empire? It appears you truly wish to die. Gongsun Xinyu's hand lifted slightly, the sharp blade inching closer to Li Feng's throat. Li Feng could distinctly smell the bloodlust emanating from the sword, his scalp prickling. He was all too familiar with the scent of human blood. Realizing that this sword had indeed taken lives, he hurriedly denied, "No, no. I do not wish to die at all. What I meant is that there is absolutely no truth to it. I truly learned everything on my own." If that were not the case, how could the heroine have found not a single trace of evidence? Gongsun Chunyu's brow furrowed slightly. There was some logic in his words, if there truly were such an entity. Given the capabilities of the Tianluo Guard, it would be improbable that no clues could be uncovered. Li Feng continued, feeling even more wronged. "Heroine, I am merely gifted and possess strong self-learning abilities. Is that a fault? As for the overnight transformation, I can explain that." Gongsun Xinyu regarded Li Feng expressionlessly, signaling him to continue. "This is all due to that treacherous scoundrel, Sun Wenjia. I initially wished to live a low-profile life as a carefree servant, intending to leave the Sun residence once I had achieved my goals. Who could have anticipated that Sun Wenjia, in his scheming ways, would place a scholar's inkstone in my bed, thereby coercing me to wed Sun Yuning?" Li Feng lamented, "Sun Yuning is not like you? Heroine, how could I possibly wed her?" Gongsun Xinyu's gaze turned icy. "What did you say?" "Oh, I meant that I do not wish to wed Sun Yuning, nor do I want to endure further humiliation and manipulation. Thus, I resolved not to hide any longer. I want to be prominent, to grow strong, to dominate the world. In this way, no one would dare to bully me again." Gongsun Xinyu seemed to believe Li Feng's words as she sheathed her sword. Then, she waved her hand as if shooing away a swarm of bothersome flies, coldly stating, "If you wish to live, then depart quickly." With that, she turned and entered the nearby alley, her figure vanishing in an instant. Li Feng stood bewildered in the gentle breeze, feeling utterly disoriented. "Heroine, how could you so carelessly wound a virgin's heart?" It was one thing to be inexplicably threatened and intimidated, but who could blame her for saving his life? Who could fault her for being able to fly and for soaring directly into his heart? Yet, could she not at least afford him an opportunity to repay her life-saving grace? Even if he could not offer himself, he should at least be able to treat her to a meal. Li Feng even planned to prepare several of his signature dishes. He simply could not believe he could not win over the heroine's appetite. Once he captured her heart through her stomach, would the days of soaring together be far off? Alas, it seemed he would likely face a sleepless night. A chill swept through him as the spring breeze blew, leaving Li Feng feeling entirely devoid of safety in this place. His vigilant gaze scanned his surroundings, sensing that someone lurked in the shadows, waiting to stab him in the back. He quickly oriented himself and jogged toward the Sun residence. Little did he know, a shadow trailed him like a ghost, as inseparable as a shadow. Meanwhile, Gongsun Xinyu had entered another alley. She walked into the seemingly inconspicuous Yang's tavern, which was doing rather poor business. Despite the presence of customers, the bored tavern attendant at the entrance did not even lift his eyelids, as if Gongsun Xinyu were invisible. The tavern was merely a front. In truth, it served as a stronghold for the Tianluo Guard in Sioux City. Of course, even the governor was not privy to such matters. Across the Great Qian Empire, there were numerous strongholds of the Tianluo Guard. Even in the northern Wu Empire and the western Ming Empire, there were outposts. The Tianluo Guard is an organization affiliated with the court, primarily engaged in reconnaissance, arrests, interrogations, and various other activities, also responsible for gathering intelligence and inciting enemy generals. This organization wields immense power, surpassing the 6 ministries, and holds the authority to execute first and question later, answering only to the Great Qian Emperor. At this moment, Gongsun Xinyu strode through the tavern and made her way to the back courtyard. Stacked high with jars of liquor, then ascended the old staircase to the tavern's second floor. A man dressed in black stood at the railing, his keen eyes, sharp as a hawk's, keenly observing the direction from which Li Feng had departed. The Tianluo Guard is led by a chief, under whom are 4 elite Tianluo Gold Guards. Beneath the Gold Guards are the Tianluo Silver Guards, totaling 16 individuals. Under the Silver Guards are the Tianluo Copper Guards, which number in the hundreds. Below them are the lowest-ranking Tianluo Iron Guards. Additionally, there are numerous auxiliary personnel collectively known as the Tianluo Shadow Guards. While these individuals are officially part of the Tianluo Guard, they present themselves in entirely different identities. They have seamlessly infiltrated various societal strata, possibly as high-ranking officials, soldiers, beggars, or even courtesans, creating an exceptionally robust intelligence network that continuously feeds the Tianluo Guard with information. This man was one of the 4 Tianluo Gold Guards, Sun Ying. Gongsun Xinyu was one of the 16 Tianluo Silver Guards, serving under Sun Ying. In truth, whether it be the Gold or Silver Guards, they generally remain stationed in the capital of the Great Qian Empire, also known as the Upper Capital. It is only when significant matters arise that the Gold and Silver Guards are mobilized. Matters which the Tianluo Copper Guards cannot resolve. At present, Sun Ying and Gongsun Xinyu had convened in Su City due to a major discovery. After years of covert investigation, the Tianluo Guard had finally uncovered the whereabouts of Hu Zhong, the former deputy commander of the rebel army, the Flowing Cloud Army, in Su City. Relying solely on the Tianluo Copper Guards would not suffice to apprehend Hu Zhong, especially since the remnants of the Lu Yun faction still remained a thorn in the emperor's heart. Thus, Sun Ying, the commander of the Tianluo Golden Guards, personally arrived in Su City. Gongsun Xinyu's expression turned grave as he clasped his hands in greeting, "My lord." Sun Ying turned to Gongsun Xinyu, cleared his throat a few times, and his complexion grew pale again. "Are you feeling any better, my lord?" Gongsun Xinyu inquired with concern. Several days prior, Sun Ying had personally captured Hu Zhong. After a fierce confrontation, Hu Zhong's cultivation was rendered ineffective, and Sun Ying had been injured. Gongsun Xinyu realized that had it been him attempting the capture, he likely would not have succeeded. Sun Ying waved his hand dismissively, "No matter." Then, he sincerely praised, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the living, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, to open peace for all ages. It is hard to imagine that such lofty aspirations, destined to become the ultimate goal for scholars throughout the realm, could spring from the lips of a mere lowly servant. In truth, when Li Feng first entered the poetry garden, directly confronting Yang Yi and ultimately stepping out with his head held high, providing an answer that left the 3 great Confucians in awe, Sun Ying had been present the entire time. He had quietly stood in a corner, appearing remarkably inconspicuous. Only Gongsun Xinyu noticed Sun Ying's presence. And the two exchanged glances. Gongsun Xinyu was bewildered as to why Sun Ying had appeared at the poetry gathering. Perhaps he was in search of fresh talent. After all, the Tianluo Guards required an influx of new blood. It was evident that Li Feng had successfully piqued his interest. Thus, whether it was in accepting Li Feng's invitation or later threatening him, Gongsun Xinyu was merely acting under orders. After his admiration, Sun Ying queried, "What have you discerned?" Gongsun Xinyu furrowed his brows and shook his head in frustration. "I cannot ascertain whether he is feigning. If he spoke falsely, Gongsun Xinyu could not discern anything. But if he spoke truthfully, Gongsun Xinyu could not help but question his own intelligence." "Oh." Sun Ying's interest in Li Feng deepened. "If even you cannot discern whether he is lying, this individual is either exceedingly cunning or he is speaking truthfully." Gongsun Xinyu fell silent for a moment before saying, "His identity appears to be immaculate, yet shrouded in mystery. We cannot ascertain the identity of his biological parents, thus we cannot dismiss the possibility that he is a spy from another nation." Sun Ying posed a question. If indeed someone is secretly grooming him, if he truly is a spy, then he ought to maintain his concealment. Why would he now act so ostentatiously? This was the point that Gongsun Xinyu found perplexing. She frowned and asked, "My lord, should we take him to the water prison for severe interrogation?" Chapter 18. The remnants of Lu Yun's Sun Ying shook his head. He turned back, placing his hands on the railing, gazing towards the bustling street beyond, his eyes sharpening with intensity. "In fact, regarding this Li Feng, I have suddenly conceived another hypothesis. Gong Sun Yu lifted her gaze towards Sun Ying's formidable silhouette, listening intently. Sun Ying continued, what if this Li Feng is somehow related to Hu Zhong? Gong Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. Sun Ying's voice dropped to a grave tone. Could it be that this Li Feng is the son of Li Zhengyi? Gong Sun Yu was utterly stunned. How could this be possible? Li Zhengyi? The former commander of the elite Lu Yun army of the Great Qian Empire. 16 years ago, in the second year of Tian Shou, the Great Qian Empire and the Western Ming Empire amassed troops along the border due to territorial disputes. And war was imminent. At that moment, Li Zhengyi, who was supposed to lead his troops against the enemy, betrayed them, attempting to defect to Western Ming. The Lu Yun army was ultimately encircled and annihilated by General Gu Xiaobao at Tianshan Ridge, and Li Zhengyi met his end at Gu's hands. Of course, amidst the chaos, there were those who escaped the net. Some officers and soldiers from the Lu Yun rebels managed to flee, such as the vice commander Hu Zhong. The emperor was infuriated and ordered Li Zhengyi's corpse to be hung at the city gates as a public humiliation, exterminating his 9 clans. Having learned of the news, Lady Li committed suicide by fire with her only son. Many witnessed this event. Thus, when Sun Ying suggested that Li Feng was Li Zhengyi's son, Gong Sun Yu's initial reaction was disbelief. How could that man resemble Li Zhengyi in any way? Sun Ying turned back, his gaze burning into Gong Sun Yu's. Are you surprised? Gong Sun Yu nodded. It's unfathomable. Sun Ying's eyes narrowed. I am merely pondering that Hu Zhong escaped to Su City 16 years ago, and this Li Feng was also abandoned by someone and adopted by a poor family around the same time. And he is of similar age to Li Zhengyi's son. Is this merely coincidence? Gong Sun Yu's mind jolted. She had to concede that Sun Ying's analysis held some merit, although many witnessed Lady Li's self-immolation with her son. Who can be certain that she was indeed holding her own child? Sun Ying's tone grew somber. This may also elucidate why Li Feng is now so ostentatious, why he seeks fame, and why he is so entangled with you. These remnants of Lu Yun must have grand ambitions. Li Feng finally dashed back to the grand entrance of the Sun residence, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. He had never run so fast, even when chased by dogs. Gazing at the imposing vermilion gates of the Sun residence, not far ahead, his anxious heart finally settled, and he gasped for breath, feeling as though his legs were leaden with weight, almost unbearable. Overwhelmed by despair, he felt the dangers of being alone in this unfamiliar world. Unable to fly, determinedly, he resolved to learn how to fly. Just as he was about to drag his heavy feet towards the grand entrance of the Sun residence, an abrupt voice called out from behind him. Young Master Li, please hold on. Lady Chun Yu requests your presence. Li Feng was taken aback, turning to see a man in black looking at him with utmost respect. Was he not the same man who had suddenly appeared from the alley, forcibly interrupting his time with the heroine and delivering that tattered note? Are you saying that the heroine is looking for me? A surge of wariness washed over Li Feng, contemplating whether to turn and flee to the Sun residence or to shout for help. Fearing that someone was going to assault him, the heroine had become quite bothersome. How could she possibly send someone to find him? Moreover, from his scant understanding of her, if she truly wanted to find him, she would come in person. But what if it genuinely was the heroine seeking him? The man respectfully replied, Indeed. Young Master Li, please. Might I inquire where the heroine is now and what she desires of me? Li Feng asked. Lady Chun Yu merely instructed me to invite young Master Li to come. Nothing else was specified. She also mentioned that young Master Li may choose not to attend. The man replied. Li Feng pondered for a moment and said, Since the heroine has said so, then I shall not go. The man, feeling helpless, thought to himself, I am a civilized man. I truly do not wish to resort to force against you. Upon seeing the expression on the man's face, Li Feng did not hesitate to turn and run. Shouting loudly, Help! The man swiftly closed the distance, delivering a precise strike to Li Feng's neck, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Li Feng's cries were abruptly silenced, his vision darkening as he slumped to the ground. The man caught him, appearing as though he was supporting a drunken individual. Shortly thereafter, the man tossed Li Feng into an inconspicuous carriage and drove away. Sun Ying was already inside the carriage. He regarded the unconscious Li Feng with keen interest, his expression akin to that of a butcher contemplating where to begin with a freshly slaughtered pig. Meanwhile, in the East Market, Hu Lao San, who had not set up his stall for several days, was expertly grilling fragrant sesame pancakes, a characteristic smile adorning his face. Simple yet humble, however, compared to before, his complexion had turned notably pale, his eyes reflecting an indescribable weariness. And his hands lacked their usual steadiness and strength. Hu Lao San mused that young Master Li would undoubtedly gain fame after leaving the Zue Xiao Lu today. Would it be a blessing or a curse? He wondered if Li Feng would return for another sesame pancake. Perhaps it would be best if he did not come back, as the Tianluo guards were watching like hawks nearby. If they grew suspicious of young Master Li, what would he do? How could young Master Li have changed so drastically to possess such remarkable talent? When they took young Master Li away, the lady had left a final command. Better to be a servant than to enter the officialdom. Given his current state, young Master Li was likely to defy the lady's wishes. It appeared that young Master Li was growing exceedingly close to Gongsun Qinyu, and considering his astounding performance at the Zue Xiaolu, it was likely to attract the attention of the Tianluo guards. If the Tianluo guards became aware of anything, what would happen then? Gongsun Qinyu approached Hu Lao San's stall, her gaze cold and indifferent. Hu Lao San, without raising his head, maintained his humble demeanor. He spoke, 2 coins for a pancake. Gongsun Qinyu coldly replied, you ought to close your stall. Hu Lao San felt a twinge of unease. Not lifting his head as he coldly asked, did you not promise to give me 10 days to prepare for my affairs? Today is only the 7th day. Are the Tianluo guards' words as empty as wind? Gongsun Qinyu retorted icily, you are well aware of why we granted you 10 days. Hu Lao San raised his head, a hint of mockery flashing across his simple face. You merely wish to know if anyone will come to rescue me. How many Lu Yun veterans can you capture? Ha, do the Tianluo guards possess pig brains? No one will come to save me, just as I will not go to rescue any other members of the Lu Yun army. Hu Lao San's expression darkened, his voice turning chillingly cold, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit demanding retribution. After narrowly escaping death, we agreed that we would live well, for as long as we could. I long to witness with my own eyes whether that tyrant seated upon the dragon throne will meet an untimely demise. I yearn to observe if that scoundrel Gu Xiaobao will face divine retribution. Gongsun Qinyu remained expressionless, her voice cold as she remarked, you are mistaken. Someone has come to rescue you. Hu Laosan's expression stiffened. Directly beneath the Yangji Tavern, a water prison had been constructed. Every outpost of the Tianluo Guard possessed a similar dungeon, and one could only speculate how many souls had been cast into such water prisons, vanishing from the realm of the living. Neither alive nor dead, their fates remained a mystery. Upon regaining consciousness from his stupor, Li Feng was oblivious to the fact that this ghastly place, far darker and more fetid than the private dungeon of the Sun residents, was the dreaded Tianluo water prison, which struck terror into the hearts of many. He was acutely aware, however, that his predicament was dire. Bound tightly to a sturdy wooden post, the ropes constricted so fiercely that they seemed poised to shatter his bones. Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Li Feng's voice reverberated violently within the cramped, murky confines, producing an unusually jarring echo. Suddenly, a cockroach scuttled across him, attempting to crawl into his mouth, prompting Li Feng to quickly shut his lips. Who did this? He pondered. The female warrior? No, it could not be her. Her nature would never permit such actions. She would either command him to leave or slay him with a single stroke of her sword. Yet that despicable wretch was indeed one of her subordinates. He understood now. That fellow must be harboring a secret infatuation for Gongsun Qinyu, and upon witnessing her strolling with him, had resorted to this underhanded scheme out of jealousy. At that moment, a sound akin to the tolling of death echoed. Li Feng's spirit jolted, and he looked up to see the iron plate above the steps being lifted, allowing a sliver of faint sunlight to filter in. Then he heard a voice proclaim, "Enter." Upon hearing that voice, Li Feng felt as if he had been struck dumb, his countenance darkening with dismay. It was indeed the voice of the female warrior. So it was Gongsun Qinyu who had orchestrated his binding to this accursed place. What could her intentions possibly be? Did she intend to force him into marriage? Li Feng felt he was overthinking the matter. The sound of delicate footsteps approached, and 3 figures descended the steps. Bathed in that feeble light, Li Feng immediately recognized the face of the foremost figure, his shock rendering him speechless as he exclaimed, "You? Hu Laosan?" At that moment, Hu Laosan also recognized Li Feng's face, his heart racing violently, though he concealed the turmoil in his eyes with great skill. The very scenario he had feared had come to pass. What do we do? Hu Laosan fretted, his expression one of disbelief. Li Gongzi, how did you end up bound here? In the dimness, Gongsun Chenyu's gaze flickered between Li Feng and Hu Laosan, her eyes glinting with an unusual coldness, as if implying, you too are indeed quite familiar. Li Feng returned her gaze with irritation, muttering, how could we not be familiar? I've been purchasing sesame pancakes from his stall nearly every day lately. Let us not dwell on that. A trace of sorrow flickered across Li Feng's face. Oh, my female warrior, is this not a bit excessive? Whether you call me a fly or command me to leave or threaten me with your sword, I can accept it all. T worst, I would simply refrain from repaying your life-saving grace. But why must you have someone knock me out and bind me in this wretched place? Gongsun Chenyu disregarded Li Feng's lamentation, focusing her attention on Hu Laosan. Chapter 19. The commander's son Hu Laosan gazed at Gongsun Chenyu with uncertainty, inquiring, is Li Gongzi truly the one you mentioned who came to save me? You cannot be jesting, can you? Gongsun Chenyu remained silent. Hu Laosan turned to Li Feng, his incredulity evident as he asked, Li Gongzi, why would you wish to rescue me? Surely it cannot be that your discomfort stems from not having tasted my roasted sesame pancakes for a few days. Li Feng, utterly bewildered, replied, rescue you? What do you mean? He then turned to Gongsun Chenyu, exasperatedly stating, female warrior, what on earth is happening here? Never mind, it does not concern me, but should you not release me first? Gongsun Chenyu furrowed her brow. The reactions of both Hu Laosan and Li Feng were entirely contrary to her expectations. They acknowledged one another, yet their familiarity appeared to be superficial at best. Furthermore, judging by Li Feng's response, it seemed he was unaware of his current location or the peril he faced. Sun Ying's brow also knitted in concern. While Hu Zhong had evaded the Tianluo Guard's pursuit for over a decade, owing to his remarkable composure forged on the battlefield, Li Feng was still so young. The perfection of his expressions and body language upon suddenly encountering Hu Zhong was striking. Sun Ying could not detect a hint of pretense. It was as though their connection was merely casual, as if Li Feng simply frequented Hu Zhong's sesame pancake stall. Have I misjudged? Sun Ying pondered, momentarily doubting himself. After some contemplation, he addressed Hu Zhong, saying, eliminate this person, and I can arrange for you to visit Tianshan Ridge to pay homage to the souls of the Luyun rebels. Li Feng's eyelids twitched violently. What on earth was happening? He glared at Sun Ying, shouting, hey, who are you? What do you mean by that? Sun Ying ignored Li Feng altogether, causing him to seethe with frustration as he turned to Gongsun Chenyu. Hoping for an explanation, even in death, he sought clarity. Gongsun Chenyu, however, similarly disregarded Li Feng's existence. Hu Zhong paused momentarily before breaking into a cold smile. Do you truly believe I would trust your words? Sun Ying replied earnestly, I never lie. Hu Zhong fell silent, as if grappling with an internal conflict. After a moment, he declared, I was once a soldier, and I shall remain one for my entire life. A soldier cannot raise a blade against the common people. This man is no mere commoner. We have reason to suspect he is a spy from Shimong. Sun Ying brazenly cast aspersions on Li Feng. Enraged, Li Feng nearly spat blood, shouting at Sun Ying, hey, I do not care who you are, but if you dare defame my reputation again, I will sue you. A spy from Shimong? Hu Zhong's eyes narrowed. His gaze shifted towards Li Feng, transforming as if he were observing a cold, lifeless corpse. The aura surrounding him shifted, no longer exuding the scent of sesame pancakes, but rather a chilling, bloodthirsty atmosphere. Li Feng's heart constricted violently, feeling as if a frigid serpent had set its sights upon him. Every hair on his body standing on end. Hu Zhong averted his gaze, frowning as he addressed Sun Ying. Is it merely suspicion? Is that not sufficient? In matters such as these, it is better to err on the side of caution than to let a potential threat slip through. Sun Ying asserted. Hu Zhong scoffed coldly. That may be the policy of your Tianluo Guard, but it is not mine. Moreover, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for your ilk. How could I obediently carry out your murderous orders? If you wish to kill, do it yourself. I will merely cheer you on. Sun Ying's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Hu Zhong's face, asserting with unassailable conviction, you cannot bring yourself to do it, because deep down, you know this man is the son of Li Zhongyi. At these words, Hu Zhong's body trembled violently, his expression shifting dramatically. Li Feng remained utterly bewildered, unable to restrain himself as he shouted once more, "Who the hell is Li Zhongyi?" Li Feng felt a profound sorrow, for no one seemed to heed his cries. Suddenly, Hu Zhong erupted into uproarious laughter, his mirth echoing through the water prison, driving Li Feng's nerves to the brink. He feared his eardrums might shatter from the intensity. Eventually, Hu Zhong clutched his stomach, bending over in laughter, tears streaming down his face. As his laughter subsided, he regarded Sun Ying, saying, "You claim you never lie, so if you say it is true, then I shall take it as such." Sun Ying's eyes narrowed once more. Hu Zhong's demeanor shifted as he turned to Li Feng, his expression darkening as he suddenly delivered a resounding slap across Li Feng's face. Smack! Li Feng's head jerked uncontrollably, stars exploding before his eyes. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Hu Zhong's expression was cold, each word cutting like a knife. "Remember this. If you dare to show any disrespect towards the commander, even if you are his son, I shall not spare you." Hu Zhong reached out again, condescendingly patting Li Feng's head with a look of disdain. "Since you are the commander's son, you ought to possess his grandeur. Do not wallow in such a pathetic state, lest you tarnish his illustrious name. Rest assured, when you reach the underworld, should you fail to find the commander, I, Hu Zhong, shall serve you faithfully, offering my assistance without reservation." "Are you out of your mind?" Li Feng felt both aggrieved and furious, his eyes blazing with resentment as he shouted at Hu Zhong, "Why are you hitting me? You are the one who is claiming to be the son of that so-called Li Zhongyi." Hu Zhong's expression faltered momentarily, and he retaliated with another resounding slap, his voice menacing. "You should consider yourself fortunate that I am unarmed. Be grateful I detest the Tianluo guard, or your head would have been severed as a trophy." Li Feng's vision filled with stars once more. Yet an even more intense defiance surged within him. He had always been a fierce individual, never one to submit. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to self-study medicine when many experts deemed his tongue incapable of remedy. Nor would he have willingly endured excruciating treatments. He had chosen to consume concoctions that could very well claim his life. Li Feng laughed, a scornful smile gracing his lips. "Do you not know that I am about to achieve great renown? Are you not aware that even the 3 esteemed scholars of Tianyi Academy have lowered themselves before me, recognizing me as their equal? Are you aware that even the most renowned talented woman of Su City, the esteemed daughter of the governor, Luo Qianqian, must respectfully address me as Shirshu? What right do you, a mere seller of sesame pancakes, have to serve this young master? When we reach the underworld, I shall make that so-called Li Zhongyi be the one to lead my horse." Hu Zhong's expression darkened like water, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "And you? Are you all afflicted with madness?" Li Feng glared at Li Ying and Gongsun Chenyu, his gaze softening involuntarily when it landed on Gongsun Chenyu's face. This unexpected gentleness sent a tremor through Gongsun Chenyu's typically hardened heart. Li Feng sighed, "Heroine, if you wish for my demise, simply pierce my throat with your sword. There's no need to involve this lunatic to toy with me. Of course, I shall not hold it against you, for you have already flown into my heart." Gongsun Chenyu contemplated whether to end his life with a single stroke. Hu Zhong coldly remarked, "Kid, I allowed you to speak a few more words merely out of consideration for your status as the commander's son, granting you time for your last words. Now, you may embrace death." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Hu Zhong's hand had already seized Li Feng's throat. Li Feng's breath caught, and his bound body instinctively writhed in struggle. Observing this, Gongsun Chenyu turned to Sun Ying, who remained expressionless, as if nothing had transpired. Gongsun Chenyu was left to suppress the urge to draw her sword. In the next moment, Hu Zhong's fingers tightened with force. A flash of blood erupted. Hu Zhong's arm was severed from his body, hot blood splattering across Li Feng's face. While the severed limb clung tenaciously to Li Feng's neck, Li Feng's mind gradually blanked. And as blood obscured his vision, he lost consciousness entirely. Hu Zhong's body trembled violently, his complexion as pale as paper. Yet he seemed to be invigorated by a primal fury, letting out a beast-like roar. He lifted his foot and savagely kicked Li Feng in the groin. Another flash of blood. Hu Zhong's calf fell from midair, and he crashed heavily to the ground. In truth, from the moment Hu Zhong attempted to choke Li Feng to the instant he fell. It all transpired in the span of mere moments, so rapidly that even Gongsun Chunyu nearly failed to react. Looking at Sun Ying, he now held an unremarkable curved blade in his hand. A drop of blood trickled down its tip. Hu Zhong struggled to sit up, gasping for air, his eyes, clouded with the shadow of death, fixed on Sun Ying, before he erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Eventually spitting blood. Breathing heavily, he coldly declared, "Your words are nothing but nonsense." Sun Ying merely nodded in tacit agreement. "To insult the commander is to invite death. You have compelled me to slay him." Hu Zhong turned his gaze back to Li Feng. Resembling a wounded beast on the brink of death, even in death, he felt the need to retaliate, to bite back, if only for a moment. Sun Ying shook his head. Hu Zhong spat blood, his expression one of despair. Cursing, damn it. Only Hu Zhong understood the depth of his own joy at that moment. From the time Sun Ying had appeared, Hu Zhong had known his end was near. He did not fear death. Yet he could not abandon the young master. 16 years ago, when that kind couple had compassionately taken in the young master whom he had abandoned by the roadside, Hu Zhong had struck himself repeatedly. Weeping uncontrollably, for the past 16 years, he had remained in the shadows, striving to ensure the safety of the young master without revealing either his own identity or that of the young master. When Tian Luo Wei sought him out, Sun Ying felt a wave of unease. Would the young master's identity be exposed as well? Now, Sun Ying felt reassured. The young master was well. He was truly well. Though he lacked physical strength, he possessed the calmness of a commander, the wisdom of a lady, and a determination that rivaled any soldier. Hu Zhong took a deep breath, his demeanor becoming eerily tranquil. Resembling a stagnant pool of foul water, then, dragging his wounded body, he slowly approached Li Feng, his eyes devoid of light, filled only with infinite death. Chapter 20. Cold sweat. Sun Ying furrowed his brow. Is this the bloodlust of the Lu Yun army? To seek vengeance against those who insult their commander? Foolish. He stepped forward, sending Hu Zhong's broken form flying against the blood-stained wall, where he landed heavily. The entire water prison trembled. Sun Ying paid no heed to Hu Zhong's fate, his gaze fixed appreciatively on the unconscious Li Feng. He reached out, tearing away the severed limb still grasping Li Feng's throat, praising, "You're quite impressive, truly impressive." Discarding the severed arm, Sun Ying turned to ascend the stairs. Gongsun Chunyu cast a blank glance at Li Feng before departing as well. Before long, 2 Tian Luo iron guards entered the water prison. They barely glanced at Li Feng, marching straight to the nearly lifeless Hu Zhong. The guards retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder, carelessly sprinkling it on Hu Zhong's wounds, hastily bandaging them before ensuring he would not bleed to death. Finally tossing him into a steel cage and locking it. This moment, Li Feng had regained consciousness, his bloodshot eyes widening as he beheld the gruesome scene. The sight was so bloody that his body trembled uncontrollably, his stomach twisting violently. His mind was in utter disarray. The 2 Tian Luo iron guards approached Li Feng. "What do you intend to do?" Li Feng spoke, his voice weak and feeble. Surely these 2 wooden also wished to throw him into that cage? "Please. Faint again," one of the guards said, following it with a swift strike. Li Feng succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Uncertain how long he had been out, Li Feng felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Jolting him awake, clutching his painfully twisted stomach, he struggled to open his eyes, finding himself lying on a cold, hard floor. With great difficulty, he sat up, grimacing as he twisted his severely aching neck, surveying his surroundings. This appeared to be a room in an inn. Glancing out the window, he noted the encroaching darkness. The flickering candlelight on the table was painfully bright, indicating that night had fallen. "I still haven't made dinner for Sun Yuning," Li Feng thought. "She won't think I've been with the heroine, will she?" He touched his face, which was swollen and hot to the touch, sticky with blood. Inspecting his hand, it was stained a deep crimson, the metallic scent of blood overwhelming. Remembering it was human blood, Hu Zhong's blood, and recalling the horrifying scene before he fainted made Li Feng's stomach churn violently. Just then, a familiar male voice pierced the air from outside. "Please, young Master Li, take a good bath. Clean clothes have been prepared for you, placed on the bed. Additionally, there is a box of fine medicinal ointment on the table. Once applied, It will ensure you bear no scars. Li Feng glanced at the box of ointment on the table, clutching his distressed stomach, and angrily shouted towards the door, "Hey, where is this place? Where is Gongsun Chenyu? What does she want from me?" "After you finish your bath, someone will naturally explain," came the response from outside. "Is that all it takes? Do you think I won't report you to the authorities?" Silence followed. Indicating a lack of response, Li Feng chose not to waste further breath. Clutching his stomach, he stood up, feeling as if his legs were leaden and his thirst unbearable. He approached the table, pouring himself a cup of warm water, which offered some relief. Then he moved to the bathtub, finding it already filled with water. Testing the temperature with his hand, it was just right. Remembering that he had been jolted awake by a kick, Li Feng's facial muscles twitched. It was evident that the person outside had filled the tub and then kicked him awake. "Hey, the water is too cold," Li Feng shouted at the closed door. No one replied. With a sigh, he reluctantly began to remove his blood-soaked clothing, only to discover alarming marks etched into his pale skin. "Damn it, what a lunatic!" Li Feng cursed under his breath, appearing feeble as he climbed into the bathtub. The warm water stung against his wounds, causing him to grimace, yet it also helped to calm his chaotic mind. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his emotions, attempting to recall the events that had transpired in the water prison. Even now, Li Feng could not comprehend what had occurred. It all felt so sudden and inexplicable, as if it were entirely unrelated to him, yet somehow stemming from him. What was the Tianluo Guard? What was the Lu Yun army? Who was Li Zhengyi? Wasn't Hu Laosan merely a vendor of sesame pancakes? Questions swirled through Li Feng's mind, keywords amplifying in his consciousness. Then he recalled his first visit to Hu Laosan's stall. Remembering the vendor's overly enthusiastic response, it was not unusual for a vendor to be warm and welcoming, but upon reflection, was his enthusiasm not excessive? Moreover, his gaze seemed peculiar, not resembling that of a vendor welcoming a customer. As these thoughts swirled, Li Feng's eyes widened in realization. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He still knew nothing of the Lu Yun army, who Li Zhengyi was, or the nature of the Tianluo Guard. However, he was certain that the original owner of this body was indeed the son of Li Zhengyi, and Hu Laosan was evidently aware of it. His earlier flamboyant behavior at the Zue Shao Pavilion and his persistent pursuit of Gongsun Chenyu had likely drawn unwanted attention. In summary, after Gongsun Chenyu initiated an investigation into the original owner, certain clues began to surface, such as the fact that the original owner was adopted at the tender age of 2. With the identities of his biological parents remaining a mystery, this led to speculation that the original owner might indeed be the son of Li Zhengyi. At this juncture, Hu Zhong also revealed his true colors. Hence, they decided to confine themselves and Hu Laosan in a cage to test the waters. Thus, Hu Laosan was relentlessly performing, putting on an act as if he were gambling with his life, even risking the possibility of inadvertently killing the son of the commander, all to deceive Gongsun Chenyu and his associates. Or perhaps he believed that it would be better for the commander's son to perish at his hands than to fall into the clutches of the Tianluo Guard? Meanwhile, Li Feng remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, merely playing his part while unwittingly aiding Hu Laosan in this elaborate charade. A chill ran down his spine, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, as he felt he had narrowly escaped death. Whether by Hu Laosan's hands or through Gongsun Chenyu's machinations, it seemed he was destined for peril. "What have I done to deserve this? I'm not him," Li Feng lamented, feeling profoundly unfortunate. All he desired was to be a mere traveler, to indulge in cooking, to explore the breathtaking landscapes of this world, and to savor its myriad delicacies. Yet, trouble seemed to follow him at every turn, nearly costing him his life. Who had he offended? After mentally sorting through all the information once more, Li Feng finally emerged from the bath, dried himself off, and picked up the box of medicinal ointment from the table. Approaching the bronze mirror, he gazed at his disfigured face and consoled himself with the thought that, fortunately, his teeth had not been knocked out. Thank goodness he did not rely on his looks for a living. Upon opening the box, he discovered it contained a small amount of translucent ointment, exuding a faint herbal aroma. Skeptical, Li Feng dipped his finger into it and applied it to the nearly bleeding marks on his arm, which immediately felt a wave of coolness. It seems to be quite good stuff. He hastily applied the ointment to all visible wounds before donning his clothes and stepping towards the door. Standing at the entrance was a man whose demeanor appeared respectful. The moment Li Feng laid eyes on that face, his anger flared, and without a second thought, he threw a punch. The man was none other than Yo Er, a Tianluo guard who had previously knocked Li Feng unconscious and tossed him into a carriage. He was responsible for the Tianluo's stronghold in Su City. With a slight tilt of his head, he easily dodged Li Feng's punch, maintaining a respectful expression, yet his voice carried a sharp edge. Why must young Master Li humiliate himself? Li Feng withdrew his fist and coldly inquired, "Are you implying that you would retaliate?" Yo Er replied earnestly, "I would." Li Feng nodded slightly, "Then I shall refrain from striking you." "By the way, did you just kick me?" Yo Er did not deny it. "That was merely to rouse you. Had you continued to sleep, the bathwater would have turned cold." Li Feng nodded again, conceding, "You are correct, lead the way." Yo Er pointed towards the closed door across from them. "Please." Li Feng cast a deep glance at Yo Er before walking to the door, forgoing a knock and simply pushing it open to glance inside. The spacious room housed but a single individual, Sun Ying. Of course, Li Feng was unaware that this man, named Sun Ying, was one of the 4 elite guards of the Tianluo, a formidable presence. All he knew was that this man had decisively removed Hu Laosan's hand, which had been tightening around his throat. He also noted that Hu Laosan had lost a leg, presumably at this man's hands. Li Feng was aware that Gongsun Qinyu took orders from this individual. The thought of Hu Laosan stirred a tinge of sadness within him. He would never again be able to enjoy those delectable sesame pancakes. Yet, the thought of Gongsun Qinyu filled him with longing. He truly wished to learn how to fly. Sitting there, Sun Ying, holding a cup of fragrant tea, turned to regard Li Feng standing at the doorway, a refined smile gracing his face as he said, "Come in." Li Feng complied and entered. "Please close the door behind you." Li Feng turned, shut the door, and then approached Sun Ying, mimicking his seated posture. Sun Ying wore a faint smile and offered him a cup of fragrant tea. Li Feng lifted it, inhaled the aroma, and took a small sip. "How is it?" Sun Ying inquired. Was the examination still ongoing? Or perhaps this was an interview? Li Feng's mind raced, and he blurted out, "Excellent tea." "What makes it so?" Sun Ying asked with keen interest. Li Feng answered matter-of-factly, "Because it tastes good." Sun Ying laughed heartily. "That response is quite amusing." Li Feng replied nonchalantly, "It is not so much amusing as it is straightforward. You are aware that I am a chef? And if a customer finds a dish I prepare to be delicious, then for me, that dish is indeed a good one. Similarly, if I find this tea to be delightful, then it naturally qualifies as good tea." "Haha. That makes sense," Sun Ying remarked, his gaze growing intense. He asked, "Do you believe a mere chef possesses the skill to articulate such profound statements within the confines of Zui Shaolu?" Li Feng was reluctant to entertain this notion, and with utmost seriousness he replied, "I am certainly more than just a simple chef. I am an exceptionally skilled chef." Sun Ying raised an eyebrow, wondering if there was any distinction. Li Feng gestured. "Before being choked unconscious by that madman Hu Laosan, I believe I saw you wielding a curved blade like this?" Sun Ying nodded. "Are you a master with the blade?" Li Feng inquired. Sun Ying nodded again, his pride evident in the gesture. Li Feng recognized this pride well. He too felt a similar sense of pride when wielding a kitchen knife, not out of disdain for others, but from absolute confidence in oneself. "May I borrow your knife for a moment?" Li Feng asked. This time, Sun Ying did not nod but instead replied, "A blade drawn must taste blood." Recalling the gruesome scene, Li Feng hastily responded, "Then please have someone bring me a similar knife along with a few cucumbers." Sun Ying regarded Li Feng with a puzzled expression, unsure of his intentions. He clapped his hands, and the door swung open, allowing Yo Er to enter, bowing respectfully. "Fetch a knife similar to mine and a few cucumbers," Sun Ying instructed. "Yes." Moments later, Yo Er returned with a curved dagger and several cucumbers. Li Feng picked up the blade, weighing it in his hand, and then placed one cucumber on the table, his gaze sharpening as his hand moved decisively. Crack, crack, crack. Sun Ying's eyes lit up instantly. Such steady hands. Such swift cuts. Alas, this knife was fit only for slaughtering chickens and chopping vegetables. It could never take a life, for it lacked internal energy. Warriors possess internal energy, while ordinary individuals do not. In less than a tea's worth of time, the table was adorned with a vivid green dragon crafted entirely from cucumbers, lifelike and poised to soar into the heavens. Sun Ying's eyes gleamed with admiration. You are indeed a remarkable chef. He had witnessed imperial chefs at work in the royal kitchen, yet none could compare to Li Feng. Shifting the conversation, he remarked, but that merely makes you a chef, does it not? In this world, chefs were akin to servants and slaves, occupying the lowest tier of society. Even if one were an imperial chef, they would hardly garner any respect. Li Feng responded earnestly. Do you believe that a person capable of honing the most fundamental knife skills to perfection would be incapable of handling other tasks? Sun Ying's expression turned serious. There are many things. Li Feng nearly choked on those words. Could he not play along while feigning ignorance? Did he not realize how annoying he was being? Li Feng inquired, Do you look down on chefs? Sun Ying countered, Why should I hold chefs in high regard? Li Feng replied coolly, Do nobles and royals not possess their own merits? Sun Ying raised an eyebrow at this, a look of appreciation crossing his features as he said, I am beginning to believe that those four statements indeed originated from you, rather than being the product of some reclusive sage hidden among the mountains. Li Feng thought to himself that he should continue to harbor doubts. You need not dwell on the earlier events or feel wronged. After all, it is our duty in the Tianluo to investigate any individual we suspect, ensuring that we leave no stone unturned, even if it means mistakenly inflicting harm. Sun Ying regarded Li Feng with admiration. Of course, your suspicions have been cleared. Otherwise, you would not be sitting here sharing tea with me. Li Feng asked, Should I be grateful that the Tianluo has cleared my name? Sun Ying replied, That depends on your perspective. Li Feng pondered for a moment, then rose and bowed solemnly. Thank you. This was not mere formality or mockery, but genuine appreciation. Li Feng understood better than anyone that should anyone ever doubt the original owner's background or suspect him of being the son of that Li Zhengyi, he would find himself in a world of trouble. However, this formidable Tianluo guard had effectively validated his origins, leaving no room for doubt. Sun Ying nodded in satisfaction. You are indeed a clever individual. I have a fondness for clever people. Thus, would you be interested in becoming a member of the Tianluo guard? Li Feng realized that all those earlier comments were indeed part of an interview. He promptly shook his head. I am afraid I am not interested. Li Feng was oblivious to who Li Zhengyi was, and he had no desire to gamble his life away as Hu Laosan had done. Yet, an indescribable mix of emotions surged within him. Some sadness, some frustration, and a hint of anger. Furthermore, the sesame pancakes that Hu Laosan had prepared were undeniably delicious. Thus, Li Feng instinctively found himself disliking the Tianluo guard and the seemingly refined yet blood-stained man before him. Sun Ying's gaze shifted towards Li Feng, now filled with incredulity, as if viewing a fool. You wouldn't resort to binding me up just because I decline your offer, would you? Li Feng asked cautiously. Sun Ying remarked, You may not be aware, but once you join the Tianluo guard, even if you were to commit a transgression, not even Luo Mingtu would possess the authority to deal with you. Li Feng inquired, May I ask, who is Luo Mingtu? Li Feng humbly stated, Moreover, I am merely a law-abiding cook. I have always believed that culinary arts can bring happiness to people. Thus, I only wish to focus on my cooking and have no audacity to engage in any illicit activities. Sun Ying, unable to listen any longer, waved his hand, issuing a dismissal. You may leave now. Li Feng stood and bowed, exiting the room. Outside, Niu Er regarded Li Feng with incredulity, unable to fathom that this fellow had actually declined the personal invitation of Lord Jinwei. Could it be that his mind had been muddled by Hu Zhong's 2 slaps? Am I free to go now? Li Feng asked. You may return to the Sun residence at your leisure. Or you may choose to spend the night in that room, Niu Er replied. Li Feng, feeling a lack of security while walking alone on the street during the day, especially at night, decisively opted to stay. He looked at Niu Er and asked, Could someone bring me something to eat? Having gone without food for half a day and endured inhumane torment, he was utterly famished. Niu Er replied, The innkeeper is just downstairs. Li Feng smiled shyly. I haven't brought any silver. I never expected he would refuse. Gong Sun Chenyu mused, pondering the intellect of that fly-brained individual. Sun Ying, with keen interest, gazed at the cucumber sculpture of a dragon on the table, took a sip of tea, and queried, He is quite proud, perhaps even prouder than I. What do you think he has to boast about? Is it for uttering those 4 sentences? Or is it based on his so-called culinary skills? Gongsun Qinyu fell silent, unable to respond to such a question. Nevertheless, this further corroborates that Li Feng has no connection to Hu Zong or the remnants of Lu Yun. Otherwise, he would never abandon such an exceptional opportunity, Sun Ning continued. As he spoke, he produced a token from his pocket and placed it on the table. You shall deliver this token to him. Gongsun Qinyu raised an eyebrow at the token, not only because she understood that Sun Ning was not the type to be so fixated on an individual, especially one who had previously rejected him, but also because Sun Ning intended to offer him the token of the Tianluo Copper Guard. Shouldn't it be the token of the Tianluo Iron Guard instead? Chapter 22. Rebirth from the maternal womb. Sun Ning chuckled, exuding an air of confidence as he proclaimed, he will accept it. After all, I have already extended him a courtesy. He is a wise individual and will not act shamelessly. Well, this might just be my one-sided expectation. Sun Ning looked at Gongsun Qinyu with a teasing smile. I simply believe he will not refuse you. After indulging in a hearty bowl of beef noodles downstairs, Li Feng let out a satisfied burp, feeling considerably more at ease. Once satiated, his mind became more agile. He then began to regret his refusal. After all, this was a golden opportunity presented to him on a silver platter, far more substantial than the leg of Luo Mingtu, the governor's father. Furthermore, did this not imply that he would be working alongside the heroine? Working alongside her surely meant they could spend their days and nights together, which in turn suggested the possibility of soaring in unison. The faint sound of footsteps approached. Li Feng looked up, his eyes brightening as he hurriedly stood to greet her, his eagerness unmistakable. Heroine, have you come down to eat noodles too? Would you like me to borrow the kitchen from the innkeeper and whip you up a bowl? Or do you prefer something else? Gongsun Qinyu replied coolly, I am not hungry. Li Feng longed to ask how she could possibly not be hungry. If she wasn't, how could he showcase his culinary prowess? Without displaying his skills, how could he capture her heart? He was no young Yu Yue who could rely solely on his looks. Gongsun Qinyu glanced at Li Feng's rather unappealing face and said, apologies. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then felt elated. He quickly shook his head, adopting an expression that conveyed complete understanding of her predicament. Heroine, this is part of your duty. I shall not hold it against you. But could you perhaps inquire if there is any compensation available? Having been treated so atrociously without cause, it would be unreasonable for you not to offer some form of compensation, even if just a few hundred taels would suffice. Gongsun Qinyu appeared ready to turn and leave. She produced a token and tossed it onto the table. The token, made of brass, bore the inscription Tanluo. Li Feng was momentarily stunned. What is this? Yet internally, he was overjoyed. Just as he was regretting his earlier decision, the heroine had delivered it to him as if they were in sync. Gongsun Qinyu coldly stated, this is the token of the Tianluo Copper Guard. The esteemed official values talent and wishes to. Gongsun Qinyu's words faltered, for Li Feng had eagerly snatched the token and tucked it into his bosom. Li Feng gazed earnestly at Gongsun Qinyu, declaring, I only know that this token is given to me by you, heroine, and I certainly cannot refuse it. I would not even decline a sword if you were to offer me one. Gongsun Qinyu's facial muscles twitched in agitation, and she turned to leave. If she lingered any longer, she feared she might be driven to unsheath her sword and take action. Alas, heroine, do not depart. Allow me to finish speaking. Are you truly not going to eat any noodles? Out of nowhere, Niuer placed a hand on Li Feng's shoulder, grinning as he said, I would like some noodles. Li Feng's lips twitched. Why did this fellow always intrude upon their private moments? It was quite vexing, yet he did not push the hand away. After all, one ought to be grateful for a meal. Having enjoyed a bowl of beef noodles from Niuer, he had to endure his incessant chatter. Niuer, with admiration, remarked, I truly admire you. Even in such circumstances, Lord Sun still considers giving you a token, and it is the token of the Copper Guard at that. Moreover, with your sharp tongue. It is remarkable that Lord Qinyu has not yet dismantled you piece by piece. Niuer lamented, feeling envious. He had toiled for a decade to join the Tianluo Guard, risking life and limb while executing numerous tasks, only to be promoted to the Tianluo Copper Guard, tasked with managing the Suyuan stronghold in Su City. Yet this fool, with his troubled mind, was able to stand on equal footing with him right upon joining. Li Feng sighed, sometimes I too am troubled. pondering why I am so handsome and exceptional. At that moment, Niu Er borrowed the kitchen from the innkeeper, squatting by the stove while casually introducing Li Feng to the Tianluo guard. It was then that Li Feng realized that the Tianluo guard was far more formidable than he had previously imagined. Its nature was akin to that of the Ming dynasty's Eastern Factory, with the primary distinction being that the Tianluo guard was not composed of eunuchs. Now that I am a copper guard of the Tianluo guard, what is expected of me on a daily basis? Li Feng began to knead the dough. Niu Er shook his head, saying, according to the official's wishes, you are free to continue as usual, with no requirement to be on duty. Should any tasks arise, you will be duly informed. Niu Er continued to feel disheartened, questioning why he was receiving such special treatment due to his lack of intellect and skills, even falling short of being a first-grade martial artist. What is the monthly salary? Li Feng inquired. 5 taels. Will there be any delays in payment? Will there be a possibility of salary increases in the future? Are there any various allowances? Niu Er hesitated before responding, you may ask Lord Qinyu or directly approach Lord Sun about that. Oh, will there be arrangements for iron guards or shadow guards to protect me, a copper guard? You know that I am not like you, capable of flying around, killing without a trace. I am merely a weak chef with no strength. Well, you can ask Lord Qinyu or directly approach Lord Sun about that. Li Feng was at a loss. This fellow seemed utterly clueless, indicating he was not faring well. He could only change the subject. Who was the strongest in the Tianluo guard? Niu Er's eyes ignited with fervor, as if he could set the surrounding kindling ablaze. Naturally, it is the 4 esteemed gold guards. They are all 9th-grade martial artists, and it is said that Lord Qianlong has already glimpsed the threshold of the master realm. Li Feng posed his question, shouldn't the highest-ranking official be the strongest? Niu Er lowered his voice slightly, the head official is quite mysterious. It is said that only the emperor and the 4 gold guards know his true identity. Thus, we mere copper guards are naturally unaware of the head official's true capabilities. Li Feng nodded thoughtfully. I see. He then inquired about what truly concerned him. You mentioned that the Tianluo guard is so powerful and filled with talent. Is there anyone who can help me cultivate inner energy? Ding Shanxue had previously told Li Feng that in order to soar, one must either possess wings like a chicken or cultivate inner energy. The distinction between a commoner and a martial artist lies in whether one has inner energy. As for how to cultivate inner energy, Ding Shanxue, who had been thoroughly annoyed by Li Feng, had mentioned that it must begin from a young age and requires talent. Niu Er pondered for a moment, then said, you may ask Lord Qinyu or directly approach Lord Sun about that. Li Feng was exasperated. Can't you provide a different answer? My responses tend to be hurtful. Li Feng pointed to his face. Could my injuries be any more severe? Niu Er glanced at Li Feng's face and replied, you ought to be reborn. Chapter 23. Lady Xiao Bad Content Chapter 24. Breaking legs. Xiao Yuanyu remarked, being a pawn for others without even realizing it. How foolish. To be subjected to such humiliation in the Zue Xiao Lu, yet not daring to utter a single sound, is indeed a profound disgrace. How could I have a son like you? Xiao Yuanyuan's voice remained devoid of any emotion, as if she were not admonishing her own child, but rather a specter lamenting her grievances. In any case, Li Feng felt a chill run down his spine, wishing he could flee the scene immediately. Surely, this woman, whose sanity appeared questionable, did not intend to help her son reclaim his honor at this moment? Should he reveal his true identity as a celestial copper guard now, or should he simply make a hasty exit? Break his legs and drag him back, Xiao Yuanyuan commanded. The 2 experienced servants, adept at extracting eyeballs, nodded in compliance. Yes. Sun Jingjue turned pale with fear. Li Feng's countenance mirrored his trepidation. Had this woman truly lost her mind? Xiao Yuanyuan stepped through the gates of the Sun residence, prompting the terrified Sun Jingjue to hastily pursue her. Mother, spare me, mother. One of the servants abruptly advanced, delivering a kick to Sun Jingjue's calf. Crack! Sun Jingjue cried out in agony, collapsing heavily to the ground. Li Feng shuddered, feeling as if that very kick had struck his own leg. Another servant had already seized Sun Jingjue by the collar, dragging him into the Sun residence with brutal simplicity, much like dragging a dead dog. Logically, one would assume that Li Feng should feel a sense of delight at Sun Jingjue's misfortune, even offering encouragement. However, he felt no such exhilaration. His heart raced. Nearly leaping to his throat, it was only when Sun Jinjue's cries faded into silence that Li Feng exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The peril he faced seemed no less daunting than the previous day. With trembling legs, he stepped through the still open gates of the Sun residence. The doorman, evidently shaken, wore a pale expression. He greeted Li Feng with a strained smile. "Young Master Li, you have returned." Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then turned left to enter the western courtyard, making his way back to the small courtyard with ease. Upon entering the small courtyard, Li Feng was greeted by the sight of Ding Shanxue and Sun Wenjia seated under the tree in the northwest corner. Engrossed in a game of chess, Sun Yuning was also present, seated nearby as a spectator. It appeared they had been awaiting his return. As soon as Ding Shanxue spotted Li Feng, he sprang from his seat as if propelled by springs. And in a flash, he was before Li Feng, eyeing him with an extremely peculiar gaze, sputtering, "Young Master Li, who would have thought you concealed your talents so deeply? I assumed you could hardly recognize a single character." Li Feng quickly distanced himself from Ding Shanxue to avoid being splattered by his spittle. Those 4 statements left everyone in shock, instantly winning over the 3 esteemed scholars, while the unparalleled young master was rendered utterly eclipsed, his fame in Sioux City soaring overnight. Even the governor invited you to his residence for a candlelit discussion. What was discussed? Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. The governor? A candlelit discussion? Suddenly, he comprehended the situation. It must have been Gongsun Xinyu, or perhaps others from the Celestial Guard who informed the governor that Li Feng was at the Sun residence and would return the following day. No wonder neither Ding Shanxue nor Sun Yuning seemed the least bit concerned about his absence, especially Sun Yuning, who not only displayed no jealousy but also blushed, her large, watery eyes brimming with admiration. Li Feng had thought Sun Yuning might suspect he had spent the night with a female hero. "Oh, we merely discussed the splendid landscapes and customs of our Great Qian Empire. Nothing more," Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Ding Shanxue wore a disbelieving expression, a somewhat lewd smile creeping onto his face. "Is that all? The governor didn't mention marrying his beloved daughter to you?" Li Feng blinked and said, "Indeed, but you know my views on marriage." "Mr. Ding, how could I possibly agree?" I firmly declined, almost provoking the governor's ire to the point he would have had me buried alive. Sun Wenjia regarded Li Feng with utmost seriousness, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Li." The events that transpired at the Zue Xiaolu had already spread throughout Sioux City, becoming fodder for idle gossip. However, after Li Feng's commotion, no one would dare speculate whether Sun Yuning was possessed or whether she sought a suitor to dispel evil spirits. Even those who still viewed Li Feng as a son-in-law to the Sun family would only envy their good fortune. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, politely stating, "You are too kind, Mr. Sunday." Yet, his mind was preoccupied with the earlier scene at the gate. If Sun Jinjue had not been sent by Xiao Yuan, then who had urged him to go? It was clear from his reaction that he had not gone of his own volition. Could it be? A thought crossed Li Feng's mind, and he raised an eyebrow. He amended his statement. "The compensation from Mr. Sun has been more than generous. I shall certainly assist in alleviating your worries. Moreover, Miss Yuning and I are already friends, so I must ensure her safety." He glanced at Sun Yuning and continued, "Miss Yuning is now quite well." Sun Wenjia narrowed his eyes slightly, discerning the underlying implication in Li Feng's words, uncertainly asking, "Does young Master Li intend to leave the Sun residence?" At this, Sun Yuning was taken aback. Ding Shanxue's eyes widened in shock. He pushed Sun Wenjia aside, exclaiming urgently, "Young Master Li, are you truly planning to leave the Sun family? If you do, who will cook for me? Do you realize that I went without dinner last night because you didn't return, and I hardly had a bite for breakfast this morning?" Li Feng was speechless, exclaiming, "Don't treat me like your personal chef." He attempted to clarify, "I have no familial ties to the Sun family. My stay was solely to treat Miss Sun's ailment. Now that she has recovered, it would not be proper for me to impose further. Furthermore, I have matters to attend to, and it would be more convenient to move out." In truth, Li Feng's primary reason for leaving the Sun residence was that he did not wish to be inadvertently drawn into the internal conflicts of the Sun family. Additionally, he had never particularly liked Sun Wenjia. He always felt that, despite appearing genteel and virtuous, the only unethical act he had committed was placing an inkstone in the original owner's bed. Yet, for some reason, Li Feng found him to be rather insidious. Reflecting on the incident 3 years prior, when Sun Wenquai had allegedly died from an overdose of aphrodisiacs, Li Feng suspected Sun Wenjia might have been behind it. When considering that if Sun Jinjue had not been sent by Xiao Yuanyuan, who else could have instigated him? The only person Li Feng could think of was Sun Wenjia. Chapter 25. Entering the Sun residence in Li Feng's eyes. Sun Wenjia's actions were undoubtedly shrewd, hitting multiple targets with a single arrow. He not only allowed Sun Yuning to completely rid herself of external rumors, but also reduced Sun Jinjue to a mere fool, simultaneously irritating Xiao Yuanyuan. Furthermore, he could gauge just how many cards this outsider held and the extent of his potential. Moreover, he would successfully position Li Feng in direct opposition to Xiao Yuanyuan. Naturally, Xiao Yuanyuan was not foolish. She perceived this quite clearly. Thus, her mention of pieces was essentially a reference to this outsider's role. Of course, this was merely Li Feng's conjecture, lacking any substantial evidence. Nonetheless, he had no desire to become further embroiled in the internal strife of this affluent family. He did not want to be used as a pawn by Sun Wenjia, nor did he wish to be regarded as a thorn in the side by the formidable Xiao Yuanyuan. Ding Shanshui's eyes widened, nearly causing him to lash out. What do you mean no familial ties? Young Master Li, that statement is entirely unreasonable. You and Yuning are cousins, are you not? If necessary, why not simply wed her? Sun Yuning gasped. Her face flushing crimson, her head bowed, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Li Feng disregarded Ding Shanshui entirely, focusing on Sun Wenjia. I wish to purchase a small courtyard near Xuanwu Lake. I would appreciate Mr. Sun keeping an eye out. Sun Wenjia returned the gesture. Since the young master has made his intentions clear, I shall not press further. I will promptly look into the matter of the courtyard. Thank you. Mr. Sun, Li Feng replied with a smile, but please do not be overly attentive to those excessively expensive properties. I only have the 200 taels of consultation fee you provided. Sun Wenjia's expression turned grave as he bowed deeply. Stating earnestly, young Master Li, you jest. You saved my daughter's life and restored her reputation. I would gladly offer you everything I possess, not just a courtyard. Li Feng thought to himself, then by all means, do offer it up. However, considering Sun Yuning's feelings, he decided not to put him in an awkward position. The consultation fee you provided is already quite generous. I cannot accept anything further, Li Feng stated. In that case, I shall not insist. Young Master Li, please take care, and I will ensure to keep an eye on the courtyard. I expect to have news within 2 days, Sun Wenjia replied, bowing once more. I appreciate your efforts, Li Feng said gratefully. Before departing, Sun Wenjia forcibly dragged Ding Shanshui away. Knowing his daughter's heart, he understood her feelings all too well. Sun Yuning did not follow them out. She remained behind, her head bowed as she stared at her embroidered shoes, her lips slightly biting down, resembling a person who had suffered a great injustice. Sun Yuning was aware that he had already carved a place in her heart, yet she sensed that she held no significant place in his. His concern for her, his protection of her, stemmed solely from his kindness, merely because he considered her a friend. According to his so-called views on marriage, their relationship seems to have barely entered the stage of acquaintance. Li Feng's attitude towards Sun Yuning remained unchanged from before as he smiled and said, Cousin, wait a moment. I will prepare something for you to eat. Sun Yuning looked up, managing a somewhat forced smile, and gently nodded, Upon entering the kitchen, Li Feng began to busy himself with ease. Sun Yuning watched him quietly, lost in thought. She mused to herself that it would be quite delightful to watch him cook every day. When Li Feng's gaze swept over, she instinctively averted her eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly. Li Feng grinned, a hint of mischief in his smile. Cousin, do you perhaps have feelings for me? Sun Yuning's face instantly turned crimson, leaving her utterly flustered. How could he ask such a question? How could he tease and toy with her like this? How could he be so infuriating? Li Feng, wearing a self-satisfied grin, replied, What are you embarrassed about? Isn't it only natural to have feelings for me? With a charming, talented man like me, who cooks delicious meals and keeps you company to alleviate your boredom, why wouldn't you be moved? Sun Yuning felt a mix of embarrassment and anger at his words. Retorting, If you keep this up, I might just ignore you. Li Feng's expression grew even more smug. Would you really? You? Li Feng laughed heartily. All right, back to the main topic. Cousin, I have a question for you. Sun Yuning's heart inexplicably raced, and she whispered, what is it? If he were to ask something that made her blush and her heart race, how could she possibly respond? Li Feng inquired with genuine curiosity, cousin, how much secret money do you have? Secret money? Sun Yuning was taken aback, never having expected him to ask such a question. After a moment, she replied, I haven't really counted, but I suppose I have about 300 or 400 taels, along with some jewelry and calligraphy. It should be worth something. Li Feng couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate the wealthy second generation was. To have hundreds of taels in savings without lifting a finger, what a luxury. That amount could sustain an ordinary family for much of their lives. Thinking Li Feng was in urgent need of money and reluctant to approach her father, Sun Yuning said, I'll go get it for you now. And if it's still not enough, I'll ask my mother. Li Feng was genuinely touched, feeling as if he could pledge his life to her. Cousin, you are truly too kind to me. However, Sun Yuning felt a bit aggrieved, puffing her cheeks defiantly as she mustered the courage to say, yes, I've been so good to you. Yet you always enjoy teasing me, and you don't like me. Her voice dwindled to a mere whisper at the end. Li Feng protested, that's unfair. Of course I like you. I delight in seeing your flustered expressions when you're at a loss for words. I really won't talk to you anymore. Sun Yuning turned away. Li Feng softened his tone. Actually, I think I've grown accustomed to it. Sun Yuning's heart raced. Accustomed to what? Accustomed to cooking for you. When I realized I couldn't return last night, my first thought was, oh no, who will cook for her? Li Feng understood that this was more than mere habit. Through their time spent together, he had already formed an attachment to her. The feelings he harbored for Sun Yuning were entirely different from those he had for Gong Sun Qinyu. His feelings for Gong Sun Qinyu were filled with admiration and infatuation, akin to a devoted fan wanting to follow closely behind her for a sense of security. In contrast, with Sun Yuning, he felt a desire to protect her. Thus, when he speculated that Sun Jinjue might have been encouraged by Sun Wenjia, he felt a surge of anger. Although the outcome had turned out well, what if it hadn't? Sun Yuning, unbeknownst to him, had turned back around. Her cheeks flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer, and she could not bring herself to meet Li Feng's gaze. In a barely audible voice, she asked, will you still move out? Li Feng chuckled, if I don't hurry to move out, others might mistakenly think this talented man is merely being supported by you, which would be quite scandalous. Sun Yuning considered this and realized he was right. With his rising fame, rivaling that of the illustrious Yang Yue, if he continued to stay at the Sun residence, people might think he had become part of the family, which was rather inappropriate. The notion of entering the Sun family made her heart race even faster. Moreover, I'm simply moving out. It's not like I'm disappearing. You can visit me every day, and I could even keep a room for you. So you could stay over. I would continue to cook for you every day. What do you think, cousin? Li Feng added, if Sun Wenkuai's death was indeed connected to Sun Wenjia, then the Sun residence was a veritable powder keg. One could never know when it might explode or how devastating the consequences could be. Thus, it was only natural for Li Feng to want Sun Yuning to distance herself from the Sun family and avoid being caught in the chaos. As Li Feng's words grew more flirtatious, Sun Yuning felt a bit dizzy, her cheeks aflame, unsure where to place her hands. Why, you better stop joking, or I really won't talk to you. Yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Deep down, she knew she had her own worth. Though she might not rival Miss Luo, she wasn't unattractive either, and she couldn't believe he wouldn't like her. She then rubbed her excessively warm cheeks and softly said, I'll go get the money for you now. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need to rush for the money just yet. I actually wanted to ask if you would be interested in opening a shop with me. Sun Yuning blinked in surprise. Open a shop? Li Feng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I want to establish a restaurant even grander and more magnificent than Zui Xiaolu. Would you be interested in investing a little and becoming a co-manager? Sun Yuning's eyes widened in astonishment, and then her face broke into a radiant smile as she nodded eagerly. Of course. I would love to. It remained uncertain whether Sun Wenjia was eagerly hoping for Li Feng to move out. Regardless, before the evening fell, he approached Li Feng, informing him that he had found a suitable courtyard by Xuanwu Lake. Although it was not large, it was elegant and tranquil. The owner of the courtyard was selling it due to business failures, and they settled on a price of 180 taels of silver. Li Feng expressed his gratitude profusely, stating he would go see it first thing in the morning, and if satisfied, they would finalize the deal. The next day, after breakfast, Li Feng and Sun Yuning boarded the carriage, with Ding Shanshui as their driver. After Li Feng warmly invited Ding Laoi to join them for meals anytime, even promising him a room, Ding Shanshui refrained from continuing to spray water at Li Feng. Inside the carriage, Li Feng and Sun Yuning exchanged glances, one shy, eyes darting away, the other staring intently. Li Feng was in high spirits, suddenly recalling a familiar advertising jingle. "You love me, I love you, ice and snow." What came next? Lost in thought about the advertisement, Li Feng also wondered if he should concoct a few milk teas, as they would likely be quite popular. Noticing Li Feng's sudden distraction, Sun Yuning shyly asked, "What are you thinking about?" Li Feng casually replied, "A peerless beauty and an unparalleled young master." Oh, I just suddenly thought of creating a few beverages, and I've already thought of names, peerless beauty and unparalleled young master. Once I concoct them, I'll let you taste them to see how they turn out." Sun Yuning was both amused and exasperated, thinking to herself, "Are you intentionally teasing Miss Luo and young Master Yang? What would happen if they found out?" The carriage finally halted before a courtyard located a short distance from Xuanwu Lake. Given the high real estate prices near the lake, 200 taels of silver would hardly buy anything, but moving a street away significantly lowered the prices. Nonetheless, this place could still be considered close to Xuanwu Lake. Li Feng and Sun Yuning disembarked, and Li Feng approached the courtyard's door, knocking gently. Before long, the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man, the owner surnamed Jia. According to Sun Wanjia, Boss Jia operated a cloth shop and had business dealings with the Sun family. Due to his declining business, he was compelled to sell several properties. Upon seeing Li Feng, Boss Jia was momentarily taken aback before his face lit up with delight, repeatedly cupping his hands in greeting. "Why? It's young Master Li wishing to purchase my courtyard. I am remiss in not receiving you properly. I apologize." No wonder Sun Wanjia had personally come to visit this modest cloth merchant. Li Feng returned the greeting. "Boss Jia, do you know me?" Ding Shanshui couldn't help but roll his eyes. This kid was acting coy again. At this point, everyone in Su City likely knew of Li Datsai's renown. Boss Jia smiled. "I was present at Zue Xiaolu yesterday, and your 4 lines truly resonated with me, enlightening me greatly." Li Feng humbly replied, "Oh, it was nothing." After exchanging a few more flattering remarks, Boss Jia invited Li Feng into the courtyard. It was a quaint and serene little courtyard, reminiscent of the traditional Sihiyuan that Li Feng was familiar with, and it was slightly larger than the courtyard in the Sun residence. Even with Ding Shanshui and Sun Yuning moving in, it would still be spacious enough. Li Feng glanced at Sun Yuning, an ambiguous expression on his face. "What do you think?" Sun Yuning felt shy, thinking to herself, "Why are you asking me when you're the one buying it?" She nodded gently. "I think it's wonderful." Li Feng immediately made up his mind. This courtyard would be theirs. Ding Shanshui, observing the 2 young people exchanging flirtatious glances, took a swig of his drink, wearing a foolish grin. Originally, he had considered knocking this kid out and tossing him onto Yuning's bed, after which he would see if young Master Li would take responsibility. Who would have thought this kid was such a typical shy flirt? With the payment made and the deed signed, the courtyard officially belonged to Li Feng. Li Feng was somewhat taken aback when, shortly thereafter, Steward Sun arrived with several servants from the Sun residence, commencing a meticulous cleaning of both the interior and exterior. Following this, a multitude of essential supplies was delivered by the household staff, including some clothing items belonging to Sun Yuning, as if it were already tacitly accepted that she would be residing in this courtyard from henceforth. This left Sun Yuning feeling exceptionally bashful. Yet she did not object. Ding Shanshui, rarely one to praise Sun Wanjia, remarked that Sun Wanjia was not as foolish as he appeared. He then expressed his displeasure towards Steward Sun, questioning why his own belongings had not been brought along. Did they look down upon him? This frightened Steward Sun into a flurry of apologies, promptly instructing several servants to fetch Ding Laoi's items. Subsequently, Li Feng requested that Sun Yuning remain to oversee Steward Sun and the others, arranging the courtyard to her liking, while he and Ding Shanshui made their way towards the shores of Xuanwu Lake. As they gazed at the lake, which resembled a vast mirror, Li Feng inquired, "Am I truly incapable of learning to fly?" Ding Shanshui could not help but roll his eyes. Too apathetic to respond, Li Feng merely grumbled to himself, not expecting an answer from Ding Shanshui. He glanced towards the splendid Zue Xiaolu in the distance, already bustling with patrons despite it not being noon yet. He asked, Ding Laoi, are you aware of how many taverns once existed around Xuanwu Lake? Without a moment's hesitation, Ding Shanshui recounted, originally, there were 23, but after Zui Xiaolu opened, they gradually closed, leaving only 3. They are Mingyang Lu, Beiyuan Lu, and Shangyu Lu, he added, gesturing towards the locations of these establishments. From a geographical perspective, Zui Xiaolu is situated on the eastern shore of Xuanwu Lake, undoubtedly the central area of the lakeside. Ding Shanshui shook his head, stating, though these 3 taverns remain, their business has plummeted drastically. They are unlikely to survive much longer. It is inevitable, given that Zui Xiaolu is backed by the prestigious Yang family of Su City. Not to mention the allure of the illustrious young master Yang Yue, which undoubtedly draws countless patrons. He continued, moreover, Manager Yang is indeed astute in his management. The monthly poetry gatherings alone attract throngs of visitors. Of course, other taverns cannot afford to hold such gatherings. They simply lack the standing to invite the esteemed scholars from Tianyi Academy to preside. As he spoke, Ding Shanshui wore an expression of exasperation. Why am I burdening myself with such trivial talk? Li Feng remained silent, lost in thought, staring at the lake. Ding Shanshui, puzzled, looked at him and asked, what is your interest in this? Li Feng replied casually, I do not intend anything specific. I merely wish to open a tavern, one even grander than Zui Xiaolu. Before he lost his sense of taste in his previous life, Li Feng had dreamed of opening a restaurant. He was ambitious and proud, believing that his establishment must be the largest, most luxurious, and most popular in the area, serving only the finest dishes. After regaining his sense of taste, it was time to pursue this dream. Ding Shanshui paused, then his eyes sparkled with fervor. Did I not mention before that with your culinary skills? Once you open a tavern, Zui Xiaolu will be irrelevant. Moreover, your reputation is hardly inferior to that of Yang Yue, and the scholars from Tianyi Academy hold you in high regard. If you were to host a poetry gathering, they would undoubtedly attend in person. Li Feng frowned and shook his head. It is not that simple. Ding Shanshui, with a hint of disdain, lowered his voice. Do you really think the chef at Zui Xiaolu is that skilled? Compared to your dishes, it's akin to pig slop. Li Feng regarded Ding Shanshui with a bemused smile. It is not merely a matter of skill. Once the tavern is established and surpasses Zui Xiaolu, do you think Manager Yang would remain indifferent? Even if Manager Yang is honorable, can you guarantee that certain members of the Yang family would not harbor ulterior motives? At that point, whether overt or covert, do you truly believe you can outmaneuver them? The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. If you encroach upon another's territory, it is only natural for them to retaliate. Ding Shanshui's expression stiffened as he conceded. Then perhaps it is best not to open a tavern at all, if one must. It should be far from the shores of Xuanwu Lake. Li Feng appeared undeterred. No, it shall be established right here at Xuanwu Lake, and it shall eclipse Zui Xiaolu. Ding Shanshui's muscles twitched, and he instinctively distanced himself from Li Feng. Thinking to himself that he must take Ninger away shortly, ensuring she does not remain a widow for this fool, Li Feng continued, I have already thought of a name for the tavern. It shall be called Yu Jianju. In a world where taverns bore ornate names, the simplicity of this title would likely make it memorable. At least that was Li Feng's belief. Ding Shanshui's expression twisted further, muttering, whether or not to open a tavern aside, is that name not rather hasty? Even calling it Shanshui Julu would be preferable. Ding Shanshui's eyes brightened. The name Shanshui Julu sounds refined and sophisticated. You must seriously consider it. Li Feng glanced at Ding Shanshui and retorted, such a lofty name is better suited for your own use. Ding Laoi. Ding Shanshui's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly resorting to violence. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. We shall discuss this later. For now, let us dine at Zui Xiaolu and see what justifies their 1 tael per person charge. You brought silver with you, did you not? Get lost. Upon entering Zui Xiaolu, a remarkably graceful maid approached with warmth and charm, akin to a devoted wife welcoming her husband home from work. Her soft-spoken nature and gentle demeanor made one feel a delightful shiver down the spine. Li Feng immediately thought that such a greeting was worth at least half a tael of silver. As noon approached, the private rooms upstairs were already filled to capacity. Li Feng settled for a table in the main hall and ordered 3 signature dishes from Zui Xiaolu, which cost him 5 taels of silver. Once the dishes were served, Li Feng savored each one, nodding in approval and praising their quality. The culinary standard of Zui Xiaolo's chef was undeniably impressive. Ding Shanshui, too apathetic to even pick up his chopsticks, could only shake his head in disbelief. This fellow truly had no shame. As long as it was not his own cooking, he would find it delicious. Regardless of how poorly prepared it was, just as Li Feng was enjoying his meal, four young gentlemen descended from the second-floor private room. Evidently finished with their dining point, one of these gentlemen inadvertently fixed his gaze upon Li Feng. Momentarily taken aback, he pointed at Li Feng and addressed his companions. Ziyang, do you see that person? Is he not Li Feng? Li Feng? Upon hearing this name, the other three gentlemen raised their eyebrows, quickly turning their attention towards him. He matches the likeness in the portrait perfectly. It is indeed him. To eat with such a lack of decorum is truly a disgrace. It is hard to fathom how such a person could utter those four phrases. Haha. Could it be that he is the illegitimate child of Director Zhuge? Director Zhuge must be working tirelessly to secure a favorable reputation. Inmu, we are in Sioux City. You should tread carefully. Haha. I suspect that soon enough, rumors will abound, and it will be quite entertaining. Shall we go greet him? Of course, we must, lest we appear discourteous as students of the Feng Academy. Thus, the four young gentlemen approached Li Feng with an air of elegance. Engrossed in his meal, Li Feng was oblivious until he noticed their presence. Ding Shanshui raised an eyebrow, growing wary and preparing for a possible confrontation. The leading gentleman looked at Li Feng, clasped his hands, and inquired, "May I ask if you are the esteemed Li Feng?" Li Feng? Upon hearing this, the surrounding patrons were drawn to the conversation, making Li Feng the center of attention. Although he had gained fame overnight, only those present at the poetry gathering had seen his true face, resulting in curious gazes from all around him. A few women glared at him in disdain. Is that really Li Feng? He may be unattractive, but to eat with such rudeness is beyond comprehension. How could he be compared to young Master Yang? Exactly, he is not even worthy to carry young Master Yang's shoes. This boorish individual, whose demeanor is utterly uncouth, is likely not merely the illegitimate son of Dean Zhuge, but is undoubtedly associated with Tianyi Academy. Otherwise, the Academy would never exert such effort to elevate him to a stature that clearly does not belong to him. After clearing his throat and wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, Li Feng stood up awkwardly, returned a formal greeting, and inquired, "I am Li Feng. May I ask who you esteemed gentlemen are?" The leading gentleman introduced himself, saying, "I am Yin Ziyang, this is Duamu Ci, this is Qin Jichang, and this is Sun Zhongyu. We are all students of Hangqing Feng Academy." Upon hearing this, a number of bystanders gasped in astonishment, regarding these four young men with heightened respect. The Great Qian Empire is recognized to have three renowned sanctuaries of literature and martial arts: the Chaotang in the capital, Hangqing Feng Academy, and Tianyi Academy in Sioux City. Since the founding of the Great Qian Empire, the vast majority of illustrious figures have emerged from these three esteemed institutions. The fact that these four gentlemen are students of Hangqing Feng Academy speaks volumes of their exceptional talents. "So, you are the esteemed gentleman from Feng Academy. My respects," Li Feng offered courteously, recalling the previous day's poetry gathering, where three eminent scholars had sought to engage him in drink.at that moment. A teacher from Tianyi Academy had informed that the scholars from Feng had arrived outside the city and required the three learned gentlemen, along with Yang Yue, to greet them. It was likely that Feng Academy had come to exchange academic insights with Tianyi Academy. Qin Jichang chuckled amiably and said, "We four merely wish to indulge in the beauty of Xuanwu Lake and savor the delicacies of Zui Shao Building. Encountering the foremost talent of Sioux City here is indeed a stroke of fortune." The foremost talent of Sioux City? Upon hearing Qin Jichang's words, many in the vicinity could not help but voice their objections, especially the ladies, who wished they could pounce on Li Feng and beat him senseless. Sun Zhongyu expressed his regret. "If only we had arrived in Sioux City a step sooner, we would certainly have attended that poetry gathering and experienced the elegance of Master Li. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to carry forth the teachings of the ancients, and to open a peaceful era for all generations." Yin Zilu exclaimed in admiration. Qin Jichang added, "Master Li's four lines have truly resonated with us, dispelling our past uncertainties." Yin Ziyang continued, "It is said that Dean Zhuge of Tianyi Academy and the three eminent scholars were puzzled for several days before arriving at these 4 lines. And the unparalleled gentleman has been bewildered for quite some time as well. Yet Master Li has already attained enlightenment, indicating that his thoughts surpass even those of Dean Zhuge and the 3 scholars. Indeed, the reputation of the foremost talent of Su City is well-deserved. Duanmu Ci deeply bowed and sincerely remarked, "In comparison to Master Li, we are but fireflies before the bright moon, left with no choice but to look up in admiration." Yang Yi appeared. Intrigued by the unfolding scene, she had reason to believe that the 4 talented individuals from Feng Academy would soon regret provoking that insufferable lowly servant. Feng felt quite helpless. The quartet, with their incessant flattery, seemed to be roasting him over an open fire, inciting animosity toward him. What did they mean by claiming his thoughts surpassed those of Dean Zhuge and the 3 scholars? Such words could be uttered by Dean Zhuge and the scholars themselves, but for them to say this in public was quite another matter. With a forced smile, he clasped his hands and replied, after listening for so long, "I can't help but feel that you 4 gentlemen from Feng Academy are seeking something from me, hence your generous flattery?" The 4 gentlemen were momentarily taken aback. Did this fellow truly think so? What a complete fool! Li Feng feigned realization. Could it be that you from Feng Academy wish to compete with the students of Tianyi Academy in poetry and prose? You 4 believe yourselves to be lacking in talent, unable to rival the gifted students of Tianyi Academy, so you have come to seek guidance from this humble servant, the foremost talent of Su City? Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the 4 gentlemen became rigid. Such a statement was utterly humiliating, a veritable assault on their pride. If this were to be exaggerated and spread, how could they possibly continue to remain at Feng Academy? Their institution would be shamed. Yang Yi observed with a bemused smile. This insufferable lowly servant's tongue was as sharp and venomous as ever, leaving one at a loss for how to respond, only wishing to slap him. Just as Yin Xiang was about to speak, Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, denying him the opportunity, and proclaimed loudly, "Enough! Given your earnest attempts to curry my favor, I shall indulge you with some guidance. Present your poetry and articles, and let me see where the deficiencies lie." Yin Xiang nearly spat blood, appearing utterly incapable of defending himself. "Master Li, we meant no such thing." Li Feng's smile turned cold, enunciating each word. "If you mean no such thing, then why flatter me? How could the esteemed Feng Academy produce such sycophants?" Yin Xiang and the others wore expressions of profound discomfort. As students of Feng Academy, they were naturally proud individuals. Being publicly humiliated in such a manner was more painful than death itself. Yet, they could not retort. After all, everyone present had clearly heard their previous remarks. It was evident they were merely flattering him. In truth, this was an attempt to belittle him, to place him on the pyre of public scorn. They sought to ensure that all scholars would know that the illustrious Master Li, who had uttered those 4 lines, was nothing but a fool, a charlatan, a mere puppet propped up by Tianyi Academy. Consequently, Tianyi Academy's reputation would plummet, rendering them unworthy of comparison to Feng Academy. Who would have thought this fellow was so thick-skinned and silver-tongued? Not only did he accept their flattery, but he also managed to turn the tables and humiliate them in return. It was truly too much to bear. Ding Shanshui, who had remained silent and merely observed the spectacle, felt compelled to speak up to Yin Xiang and the others. "After being so humiliated, how can you endure it? Strike him. If you don't take action against him, how can I justify striking you?" Chapter 29. The master of poetry and prose Duanmu Ci, known for his quick wit, stepped forward with a respectful demeanor. Addressing Li Feng with a bow, "Master Li, you have indeed misunderstood. We are not here seeking your guidance, but rather to learn from you. To seek instruction and to seek guidance are 2 entirely different concepts." Duanmu Ci lowered his stance significantly. "Of course, we are but humble in our talents and learning, and we cannot compare to Master Li. We merely wish to witness your brilliance in person, to compensate for our regret at not being able to attend the gathering at Zue Shao Building." Upon hearing Duanmu Ci's words, Yin Xiang and the other 3 breathed a sigh of relief, silently praising Duanmu for his cleverness. Thus, they found themselves in a less precarious position. Even if they were to lose, it would not be shameful, for their opponent was a talent of equal renown to Yang Yue. If they won, well, that would certainly be interesting to Li Feng. with a bemused expression, inquired, "So you gentlemen have come to learn from me?" Yan Ziyang nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Li Feng nodded thoughtfully and curiously asked, "When you from Fengyu Academy seek instruction from others, do you always begin by excessively praising them? Is it not the case that by doing so, even if you lose, you would not feel as embarrassed?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yan Ziyang and the four gentlemen turned sour once more. "Enough. If you have no intention of ceasing your flattery, then be gone. Do not disturb my meal." Li Feng, no longer inclined to maintain a pleasant demeanor, waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a swarm of bothersome flies. "Damn it, the food is getting cold. I wonder if Zue Shao building will reheat it." Duanmu Ci taunted, "Masterly, are you refusing to accept our inquiry? Are you perhaps afraid?" Li Feng looked at Duanmu Ci as though he were a simpleton. "Do you truly believe you have the qualifications to seek instruction from me, Pe? Or perhaps to seek insights from Wuzi Dao on painting? Perhaps you should go seek guidance from young Qinliang Go." Duanmu Ci's expression grew rigid. The three eminent scholars of Tianyi Academy, having addressed him as young friend, clearly regarded Li Feng as their peer. They indeed lacked the qualification. At that moment, a robust voice echoed from nearby. "They indeed lack the qualifications, but I certainly do, don't I?" The crowd turned to see an elderly gentleman with graying temples, yet a vigorous demeanor descending the stairs. Evidently, he had been perched in a private room on the second floor, and he may have witnessed the entire exchange. The next moment, many of the ladies in Zue Shao building were starry-eyed, captivated by the presence of the unparalleled gentleman, Yang Yue, who stood quietly behind the elder as if nothing had transpired. "I can't take it anymore. Master Yang's radiance is blinding. I feel faint. I can't breathe. Someone help me." "Ah, Master Yang looked at me. He actually looked at me. I'm going to faint." "Isni that Mo Ruafu?" someone exclaimed. Having recognized the elder, O Ruafu remained the Great Qian Empire's universally acknowledged master of poetry and prose, with all scholars deeply captivated by his works. The current emperor, having read Mo Ruafu's poem, Autumn Thoughts, was moved to inscribe the supreme remark: "If Mo Ruafu were not born, the path of poetry would remain in eternal night." Upon seeing Mo Ruafu, Yan Ziyang and the other four hurried to greet him, bowing deeply. "Master Mo." Mo Ruafu, with a gentle nod, felt an intense displeasure within. To see the students of Fengyu Academy reduced to such a state was truly a disgrace. Yan Ziyang and the other three were acutely aware of the disgrace they had brought upon the Fengyu Academy. The prospect of returning home weighed heavily upon them, as they feared severe repercussions. Their hearts trembled, and their faces turned pale. O Ruafu cast a glance at Li Feng, akin to an elder regarding a promising youth, his expression radiating satisfaction. Yet the words he spoke carried an unmistakable air of pressure. "Young Master Li, I, Mo Ruafu, presume to seek your guidance, if I may." Li Feng's initial reaction was one of confusion. Who was Mo Ruafu? However, he quickly recalled that name from a poetry collection found in Sun Yuning's boudoir. Along with her mention that the old gentleman was recognized as the foremost literary figure in the Great Qian Empire, his second thought was a wish for a simple meal, free from the incessant buzzing of bothersome flies. His third realization came with the understanding that it would be unwise to offend a scholar of such renown, whose reputation rivaled that of Mi Pur. Thus, Li Feng hurriedly bowed deeply, adopting a most humble demeanor, and replied, "Sir Mo, you jest that I am but a novice, lacking the qualifications for you to seek counsel from me." Mo Ruafu smiled lightly. "I possess the right to seek instruction from me regarding calligraphy and from young Qinli regarding Go. Is it unreasonable to seek your guidance?" "Young Master Li, such praise, Sir Mo, is unwarranted," Li Feng replied, lowering himself further. The minds of these scholars were indeed sharp, ever inclined to make provocative remarks. Did they not understand the camaraderie he shared with the three elder brothers? Mo Ruafu, disinterested in further pleasantries, revealed his intentions more directly. "Young Master Li, your youth and ability to articulate such profound thoughts are remarkable. Might you compose a poem for me now, that I may appreciate your extraordinary literary talent?" Li Feng felt increasingly helpless. He had already yielded. Why must he be subjected to further torment? Was it not the case that seeing his student unable to assert himself prompted the teacher to intervene? What of the surrounding gazes? Filled with malicious delight, Were they all eager to witness his downfall? He pondered how, having merely saved Sun Yuning's life, he had attracted such hostility. He recalled the days past when he had been knocked unconscious and tied to a pillar, almost losing his life to Hu Lao San and the Tianluo Guard. He remembered the near loss of his eyes at the hands of Xiao Yuan and the possibility of being manipulated by Sun Wenjia as a mere pawn. A tempest of rage surged within him. He felt a profound sense of solitude and isolation, as if the world was steeped in malice towards him. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head, his expression void of emotion as he regarded Mo Ruafu. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly. Just moments ago, this young man had exuded humility. How could he now display such latent brilliance? Since the esteemed Sir Mo wishes to witness my literary prowess, I shall not disappoint him. Please offer a prompt, Li Feng declared. Young Master Li, feel free to express yourself, Mo Ruafu replied. Li Feng nodded. Very well. I shall now present my humble offering. He then turned his gaze towards Yang Yi, who instinctively recoiled from his eyes, fearing that this scornful servant might make a disparaging remark before the assembly. I'm not adept at writing. Would you kindly assist me, Manager Yang? Li Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, the onlookers' disdain intensified. T.O. be incapable of penning even the simplest characters. How could one expect him to craft a worthy poem? It seemed he was destined to fall from grace. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Yang Yi, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement, stepping forward to take the brush from the maid's hand. Tension gripped her shoulders as she approached Li Feng, her mind in disarray. Thank you, he said, acknowledging her with a nod, before striding towards the entrance of the Zue Xiaolu. The crowd followed his movements with rapt attention. A few believed he was in the throes of inspiration, such as Yang Yue, while many suspected he was merely posturing. Some even speculated whether he intended to flee. Ding Shanxue entertained the latter thought, trailing closely behind Li Feng and muttering, If you're going to run, do it quickly. Rest assured, I shall cover your retreat. Li Feng nearly stumbled at this remark. Realizing Li Feng bore no ill intent towards him, Yang Yi steadied her nerves, preparing to record his words. Li Feng paused, gazing out over the shimmering lake. His emotions in turmoil. I am a traveler from another realm, an outsider in this world. So it is only natural that it feels hostile towards me. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over him. He believed that the renowned lines of a certain poem could perfectly encapsulate his current plight and sentiments. Thus, he recited aloud, Before me, no ancient figures are seen. After me, no future ones appear. Contemplating the vastness of heaven and earth, I weep alone in sorrow. Without feigning interruption, he completed the recitation in one breath, exhaling deeply before turning to face the astonished crowd. Every gaze was fixed upon him, including that of the esteemed Mo Ruafu and the lofty Yang Yue. Yang Yi's brush slipped from her delicate fingers, leaving a blotch of ink on the paper where a line of poetry had been inscribed. Li Feng felt no surprise. After all, the depth of Ascending Yuzhou Terrace was profound. He had no desire to further provoke Mo Ruafu or humiliate the 4 students of Fengyu Academy. He turned to Ding Shanxue, who was equally dumbfounded, and said, Let us return and prepare lunch for Ninger. At the thought of Sun Yuning, Li Feng's spirits lifted. He no longer felt lonely or isolated. He exited the once bustling Zue Xiaolu. Now enshrouded in an eerie silence, Ding Shanxue stared at Li Feng, unable to contain his astonishment. Was that poem truly written by you? Such a question seemed redundant. Li Feng shook his head decisively. No. In the realm of culinary arts, he believed he could rival even the most esteemed chefs, those Michelin-starred culinary wizards. Yet, in poetry, he felt he could not compare to the likes of the 6-year-old Luo Binwang. Ding Shanxue expressed his amazement. I had thought you merely possessed lofty ideals, capable of reading and writing. I never imagined you could compose poetry. Not only that, but the poem's essence is so profound that even I, a martial artist of the 6th rank, who knows nothing of poetry, felt a chill run down my spine. Li Feng smacked his forehead in frustration. How could I have forgotten? Ding Shanxue, puzzled, asked, Forgotten what? I only ate half of those 3 dishes. I forgot to ask Manager Yang if the kitchen could heat them up again. If that fails, I could just take them back to warm up, Li Feng lamented. Ding Shanxue's face began to twitch. No. 5 taels of silver cannot be wasted. Li Feng turned to re-enter Zui Xiaolu. Ding Shanshui's expression twisted further in distress. He grabbed Li Feng, fervently preventing him from committing such an embarrassing act. You may not care for your own dignity, but I certainly do. He quickly offered to treat Li Feng to dinner at 3 other nearby taverns that were about to close, which finally persuaded Li Feng to relent. Upon returning to the courtyard, Ding Shanshui eagerly pulled Sun Yuning aside. He recited the poem Li Feng had composed at Zui Xiaolu, earning gasps of admiration from Sun Yuning, whose eyes sparkled with affection, nearly melting Li Feng's heart. Meanwhile, the servants of the Sun residence were still busy, but the kitchen had been tidied up and prepared a bounty of ingredients. Li Feng instructed the steward and the other servants to take a break and handed over 10 taels to the steward to fetch a meal, dividing the remaining silver among them. Subsequently, Li Feng entered the kitchen to assist Sun Yuning and Ding Shanshui in preparing several dishes. Ding Shanshui devoured his food ravenously, casting a look of incredulity at Li Feng, wondering how the food could be so much more delectable than the slops served at the taverns. The once vibrant Zui Xiaolu was now enveloped in an eerie silence, thick with an unsettling stillness. The patrons remained entranced by the 4 lines of poetry, some trembling with goosebumps, others rendered utterly speechless. After a prolonged silence, Imo Ruofu's voice, laden with complex emotions, shattered the stillness of Zui Xiaolu. Before me, no ancient figures are seen. After me, no future ones appear. Contemplating the vastness of heaven and earth, I weep alone in sorrow. This poem eclipses all previous works. I am left feeling utterly inadequate. Utterly inadequate. Imo Ruofu shook his head, his eyes filled with profound shame. In the realm of literature, there is no first or second. Previously, Imo Ruofu had believed his own poetry and prose were lacking. Yet, when the emperor had penned the remark, if Imo Ruofu were not born, the path of poetry would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. He had swelled with pride. He had grown arrogant and dismissive of all other scholars. Now, this singular poem had struck him down, leaving him utterly shattered. In a daze, Imo Ruofu appeared significantly aged. Yan Ziang and the other 3 trembled slightly, their minds blank. They realized that the individual before them existed at a height they could scarcely fathom, and that he had never intended to engage with them on their level. It is rather amusing that the 4 of them, brimming with audacity, perceived this as a splendid opportunity to bring shame upon Tianyi Academy. Yang Yue's expression had already reverted to its usual demeanor, his gaze fixated upon the rice paper as he reached for the wolf hair brush. He then addressed the rigid and goose-fleshed Yang Yi, saying, "Have another sheet of paper sent over." Yang Yi cast a concerned glance at Yang Yue, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. She was acutely aware of his exceptional talent and pride. Such a proud individual, repeatedly struck down by a lowly servant who had risen through self-study, left her genuinely worried about the state of his psyche. The rice paper was promptly delivered, and as Yang Yue held the brush, a hint of reverence crossed his face. Moments later, the poem, Song of Ascending Yuzhou Platform, flowed effortlessly onto the paper. Of course, Yang Yue was unaware of the poem's title. He lifted the rice paper gently, exhaling upon the still wet ink. This single breath seemed to resonate with the hearts of countless women present, causing their pulses to quicken, as if they might faint from the thrill. Subsequently, Yang Yue solemnly rolled the paper up. He turned to the dazed Imo Ruofu and remarked, "Old Imo, please excuse me. I have matters to attend to." With that, Yang Yue walked out of the Zui Xiao building with an unruffled grace, his figure still upright and captivating, emanating an enchanting pride. Not long after finishing lunch, Li Feng expressed his desire to take Ding Shanshui for another stroll by Xuanwu Lake. The prospect of tasting signature dishes from the other 3 taverns was secondary. His primary intention was to retrieve the leftover dishes from Zui Xiao building. Ding Shanshui appeared speechless. Sun Yuning chuckled softly, urging them to return promptly, as she needed Ding Shanshui to escort her home in the afternoon. Although the veil had been lifted, revealing mutual affections, Sun Yuning remained poised, as was befitting a lady of status, unwilling to stay overnight in the courtyard before their marriage. Moreover, concerned for Li Feng's safety, she insisted that Ding Shanshui return immediately after escorting her home. Planning to stay with Li Feng in the courtyard that night, Ding Shanshui found their conduct excessive, pondering whether he had become nothing more than a personal bodyguard for these 2. Just then, Sun Guanjia, observing the servants clearing the weeds outside the Sun residence, rushed in, breathless. Li. Young Master Li, there is a visitor, he stammered, his voice nearly failing him. His plump face was a mask of astonishment, evidently shaken by the identity of the visitor. Li Feng was puzzled by who could possibly frighten Sun Guanjia. A sinking feeling crossed his mind. Could it be Madame Xiao? He promptly declared, "Go tell the madam that I am not here." Turning to Ding Shanxue, he urged, "Ding, what are you waiting for? Let's make our escape through that wall." Ding Shanxue regarded Li Feng as if he were a fool. How could Madame Xiao possibly come here? Even if she did, would she require Sun Guanjia to announce her arrival? Sun Guanjia paused. "Madam?" Li Feng blinked. "Not the madam?" Instantly, he breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Why didn't you mention that earlier? You nearly scared me to death." Steeling himself, he adopted a composed demeanor and asked, "Who is visiting?" Sun Guanjia swallowed hard, struggling to articulate, It is young Master Yang." "Young Master Yang? Which young Master Yang?" Li Feng gasped in astonishment. "Is it the unparalleled young Master Yang Yue?" "Indeed. It is young Master Yang." Ding Shanxue and Sun Yuning exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. Yang Yue had come personally to visit Li Feng. What merit did Li Feng possess to warrant such an honor? "Please, let young Master Yang in," Li Feng exhaled softly, steadying his nerves. The opponent was formidable, and he needed to be at his best in terms of demeanor. He felt overshadowed, but he could not afford to falter in spirit. Soon, Sun Guanjia's trembling voice, laced with excitement, announced, Young Master Yang, please come in." Li Feng was speechless, realizing that Sun Guanjia was evidently an ardent admirer of Yang Yue. Casting a sidelong glance at Sun Yuning, he noted that, aside from a faint blush, she did not exhibit the same infatuation as before. In the next moment, Li Feng beheld the captivating figure of Yang Yue, who entered with an aura that commanded attention. Regardless of the setting or company, elegant and noble, serene yet poised, he exuded an extraordinary presence. Li Feng's mind raced with descriptors, yet none seemed adequate to encapsulate Yang Yue's innate distinction. This exceptional quality even rendered jealousy a futile emotion. Yang Yue did not survey his surroundings, but instead directed his gaze towards Li Feng. He performed a respectful bow. Li Feng returned the gesture, intending to exchange pleasantries and invite Yang Yue to sit, while requesting Sun Guanjia to serve tea. When Yang Yue performed another student's bow and expressed, "Thank you," Li Feng was taken aback. "What is the meaning of your gratitude, young Master Yang?" Yang Yue replied, "That question has troubled me for some time, and it was you who provided the clarity I sought." Li Feng hastily waved his hands, insisting, "Young Master Yang, you flatter me. While it is true that a teacher imparts knowledge and resolves doubts, I am but a humble student and do not dare presume to be your teacher." Ding Shanxue's expression darkened, wishing he could deliver a sound thrashing to Li Feng for his shamelessness. After all, young Master Li was merely expressing polite gratitude. At what point did he become a teacher? Even the bow was a testament to Yang Yue's refinement and grace. Yet Yang Yue remained unfazed, earnestly stating, "That poem flows with such exuberance and lingers in the mind. It is an exceedingly rare masterpiece." Li Feng mused that such a celebrated figure as the unparalleled young Master Yang would visit him, either to express gratitude for his insights or to commend the poem. Ultimately, it seemed he had come to pay homage to Li Feng. "Your words are indeed profound. It would not be an exaggeration to call that poem a timeless masterpiece." Li Feng nodded in agreement. Ding Shanxue's expression darkened further. When praised, Li Feng could not even feign humility, and instead, he shamelessly boasted about himself. Sun Yuning stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Li Feng's profile. Despite Li Feng's self-congratulatory remarks, Yang Yue maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "This poem is indeed worthy of eternal remembrance, deserving the title of a timeless classic. Might I inquire if it possesses a title?" Li Feng hesitated. In this world, there was likely no Yuzhou platform, thus the poem ought not to be named Song of Ascending Yuzhou Platform. However, he felt neither qualified nor dignified enough to rename this timeless classic. Finally, he spoke. "The poem is titled Song of Ascending Yuzhou Platform. As for the actual location of Yuzhou Platform," Li Feng thought, "what does it matter to me? Surprisingly, Yang Yue exhibited no signs of confusion, merely nodding in acknowledgement, which left Li Feng bemused. Could it be that a Yuzhou platform truly existed in this world? Then I shall take my leave, Yang Yue stated, nodding gracefully before turning to depart. Li Feng, bewildered, contemplated whether this unparalleled young master had simply come to inquire about the poem's title. Could he not possess a more conventional demeanor? With such striking looks, an extraordinary presence, and an eccentric character, how could other men possibly compete? Ding Shanshui scrutinized Li Feng, questioning, "When did you visit the capital?" "In the capital city, the imperial capital of the Great Qian Empire, renowned as the most prosperous city in the realm." Li Feng's realization dawned upon him. Was the Yuzhou platform indeed located in the capital? He sighed in resignation. "You know very well whether I have been to the capital." "Ding, that I have barely explored Su City. I certainly have not ventured to Xuanwu Mountain on the opposite shore of Xuanwu Lake. I merely heard that there exists a Yuzhou platform in the capital, and that many talented scholars and beautiful women ascend the platform to admire the sights of our Great Qian Empire, leaving behind numerous literary works. Hence, I whimsically conceived that name for the poem." Ding Shanshui nodded. Whether out of genuine belief or indifference to further inquiries remained uncertain. Li Feng swallowed hard. "I have heard that the vegetarian meals at the Golden Buddha Temple on Xuanwu Mountain are exceptionally delectable. Ding, shall we go there for a meal soon?" Ding Shanshui's lips curled slightly. Why was this fellow perpetually preoccupied with food? Sun Yuning giggled softly. "The Golden Buddha Temple only serves vegetarian meals to pilgrims and devotees on the 5th day of each month." Li Feng sighed. Realizing that he would have to wait several days for that meal, he teased Sun Yuning. "Having been so close to the unparalleled young Master Yang, I thought you might swoon in bliss." Sun Yuning playfully pinched Li Feng's waist, retorting, "If you continue to babble nonsense, I shall ignore you." In her heart, she thought that while the unparalleled young master was indeed impressive, none could compare to Li Feng. Her heart had long since been captured by him, and even proximity to Yang Yue only elicited mild excitement. Li Feng, with a serious tone, asked, "Cousin, who do you think is more handsome, your cousin or Yang Yue?" Without hesitation, Sun Yuning declared, "Young Master Yang." Li Feng felt a pang of disappointment. Could she not humor him just once? Ding Shanshui regarded him with disdain. How could one even dare to compare their looks with young Master Yang? Even he would not make such a bold claim. What audacity! At the Tianluo Guard's base, the Yangji Tavern, Sun Ying, a member of the Tianluo Golden Guards, stood on the 2nd floor, his keen eyes scanning with great interest. He remarked, "In days of yore, His Majesty took great pleasure in reading Mo Ruafu's poem Autumn Thoughts, and in his delight, he inscribed the exalted critique, 'Heaven did not give birth to Mo Ruafu. Poetry spans the ages like a long night.' Now, if this poem, the Song of Ascending Yuzhou Platform, were to be presented before His Majesty, do you not think he might harbor some regrets?" Standing behind him, the ever-veiled Gongsun Qinyu remained silent, her thoughts in disarray. She could scarcely fathom that the exceedingly annoying fly was not only truly talented but remarkably so. Is this what they call a stunning revelation after a period of silence? Sun Ying turned to face Gongsun Qinyu, shifting the topic. "Tomorrow, we shall escort Hu Zhong back to the capital." Indeed, Gongsun Qinyu nodded. It was time to return, having lingered in Su City for far too long. Strangely, her mind wandered back to that bothersome fly, to that infuriatingly punchable face, and to those bewildering yet exasperating remarks. "You shall stay," Sun Ying added. Gongsun Qinyu was taken aback. "You are aware that Princess Linglong will be arriving in Su City in a few days," Sun Ying continued. Gongsun Qinyu furrowed her brow, uncertainly inquiring, "Is it your intention for me to remain and ensure the safety of Princess Linglong?" Protecting noble lords and ladies did not seem to fall within the purview of the Tianluo Guard. "Princess Linglong is already under the protection of the Shadow Guards. Your protection is not required." Sun Ying's expression grew solemn. "However, I received confidential intelligence yesterday that assassins from the Black Robe Temple of the Shimong Empire have already infiltrated Su City, with their target being none other than Princess Linglong." Gongsun Qinyu's countenance darkened immediately. The nature of the Shimong Empire's Black Robe Temple mirrored that of the Tianluo Guard of the Great Qian Empire. The two had clashed countless times in the shadows, harboring deep-seated animosities. In fact, the Great Qian Empire had recently forged a marital alliance with the North Wu Empire. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Princess Linglong would embark on her journey to wed the fourth prince of the North Wu Empire upon reaching maturity next spring. Naturally, the Shimong Empire would not wish to see the Great Qian Empire and the North Wu Empire unite through marriage. Thus, it was hardly surprising that they had dispatched assassins to eliminate Princess Linglong. They may have even sent assassins into the North Wu Empire to eliminate the fourth prince. Sun Ying's eyes turned cold as he spoke in a low voice. If the assassins from the Black Robe Temple disturb the princess's peace, that will be our responsibility. Therefore, we must eliminate these assassins. He produced a bamboo tube and handed it over. This contains all the intelligence gathered regarding the assassins. Analyze it thoroughly. Gongsun Shenyu's expression sharpened as she accepted it. Approaching the hour of you, Ding Shanshui escorted Sun Yuning back, accompanied by Steward Li and several servants returning to the estate. The courtyard, once bustling with activity, was now shrouded in tranquility. Li Feng secured the courtyard gate. After a moment's thought, he retrieved ink and paper, settling down on the stone bench beneath the locust tree in the yard. Clumsily preparing the ink, Li Feng began to write on the paper. His calligraphy, as he himself believed, was rather unimpressive. He wrote down over 10 names. These individuals were those whom he had requested Sun Yuning to highlight during the poetry gathering the other day. While they each possessed considerable backgrounds, they were not particularly valued by their families. Tio put it bluntly, none of them were heirs to their respective families. They were merely expected to indulge in debauchery and excess. Much like Sun Jinjue, who had thoroughly wasted himself. Of course, using Sun Jinjue as an example was not entirely accurate. After all, Sun Wenquai had only one son, and Sun Wanjia had but one daughter. In other words, the vast wealth of the Sun family awaited Sun Jinjue's inheritance. However, it seemed that the death of Sun Wenquai had profoundly impacted Sun Jinjue, or perhaps he had been too heavily burdened by Xiao Yuanyuan, leading him to self-destruct. Li Feng suddenly pondered whether, had Sun Wenquai truly been betrayed by Sun Wanjia, Sun Jinjue would have met a more tragic end had he not fallen apart. Never mind. That was irrelevant. Li Feng forcibly expelled those chaotic thoughts from his mind, focusing instead on the names before him, his gaze flickering. If he wished to successfully establish the tavern, these individuals were crucial. They possessed wealth and connections. Even if the money they used for indulgence was not substantial, collectively, it would amount to a significant sum. Even if their backgrounds did not rival the Yang family. Once united as a formidable force, Manager Yang would need to think twice before attempting anything against them. How can I persuade these gentlemen to willingly invest? Li Feng furrowed his brow. It was evidently impossible to visit them one by one. Seeking their participation, these libertine scions were not akin to earnest scholars. They would not be swayed merely by a few eloquent phrases or a well-crafted poem. In their eyes, one would be deemed less respectable than the brothel madam. Chapter 33. The task. Li Feng tossed aside his brush in frustration and began pacing the courtyard. To manage these young gentlemen, one could either find common ground with them or pique their interests. Alternatively, he could find some leverage to coerce them. Of course, coercion would only be a temporary solution. Li Feng believed that once the tavern flourished, these scions would relish the benefits and gain recognition from their families and society, fundamentally altering their mindsets. Leverage. Suddenly, Li Feng recalled that he was a distinguished Tianluo copper guard. What was the purpose of the Tianluo guard? Surely, it was a simple matter for the Tianluo guard to uncover some dirt on these scions? Yet, Li Feng felt utterly despondent. Although he held the esteemed title of Tianluo copper guard, it seemed he wielded no authority whatsoever. Is it your desire to come and go as you please? Moreover, I have already afforded you an opportunity. Li Feng had never encountered such a terrifying tone from Gongsun Shenyu, and for a moment, he refrained from making any retorts. You wish to take refuge under the great tree of the Tianluo Guard and enjoy its privileges without offering the slightest contribution. What do you think the Tianluo Guard is? Who do you believe you are? Gongsun Shenyu continued. Is being able to cook and compose poetry truly remarkable? Gongsun Shenyu still could not comprehend Li Feng, unaware of how formidable he truly was, nor could she fathom the extent of his potential. Li Feng remained silent. When one occupies a position, one must fulfill its responsibilities. I believe you, a burgeoning talent destined to make a name across the vast Qian Empire. Understand this principle far better than I. Gongsun Shenyu concluded. Li Feng forced a bitter smile. How could he not understand? The crux of the matter was that he was a time traveler. He had only arrived in this world a month prior. He had yet to grasp the intricacies of this realm, or rather, he still felt no sense of belonging to this world, to the Great Qian Empire, or to the Tianluo Guard. Without a sense of belonging, there could be no substantial sense of responsibility. After a moment of silence, Li Feng bowed. Hearing a single word from you is worth more than a decade of study. My lord, please allow me to pay my respects. Gongsun Chunyu's lips curled slightly. She was genuinely tempted to draw her sword. Do not think I cannot discern your sarcasm. I hope that when the time comes for you to undertake a task, you are prepared for death. Li Feng gazed at Gongsun Chunyu with a look of deep sorrow, almost in tears. My lord, with your relentless threats of death and soul-searching coupled with grand philosophical truths, how could I not prepare myself for death? Gritting his teeth, he resolved, if I must die, then so be it. It is certainly preferable to perish at the hands of a woman I admire. With a profound gaze, Li Feng declared, should I inadvertently lose my life, please do not forget, valiant heroine, that there was once a brilliant talent who rivaled the illustrious young master Yang Yue, a devoted fan who was deeply captivated by your ethereal presence. A flash of sword light caught his throat, and recognizing the glint of the blade, Li Feng wisely chose to remain silent. When the time comes for you to execute your mission, you will be duly informed, Gongsun Chunyu stated coldly. Yet she did not sheath her sword. This insufferable fly could only be silenced by the sword she wielded. Chapter 34. The affliction. Li Feng forced a smile, obediently retreating from the sword that exuded a scent of blood. He then picked up the parchment covered in a dozen names, looking at Gongsun Chunyu as he shamelessly asked, my lord, considering my willingness to face death, might you assist me in investigating these individuals? Ideally, uncovering some incriminating evidence against them. Gongsun Chunyu cast a glance at the paper, frowning as she inquired, what are your intentions? Li Feng did not conceal his objectives, laying them bare. Upon finishing his explanation, Gongsun Chunyu regarded him with an expression of disdain, resolutely refusing, remember, the Tianluo Guard exists solely for the Great Qian Empire, for the emperor. Li Feng felt helpless, merely nodding in acquiescence. You are remarkably impartial, my lord. I am deeply ashamed. In the next moment, Li Feng felt even more disheartened, as Gongsun Chunyu clearly lost interest in further discourse. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Whoosh! Gongsun Chunyu vaulted over the wall, disappearing from sight. The courtyard fell into silence once more, and Li Feng returned to the stone table, sitting down in contemplation. Resting his chin on one hand, he gazed at a solitary cloud in the sky. Pondering how to manipulate the pampered young masters, as for the mission, it was temporarily set aside. After an indeterminate time, a gentle knock sounded at the courtyard door. Li Feng raised an eyebrow. It could not possibly be Ding Shanxue returning. Not only because he had only left for half an hour, but also because Ding Shanxue was not known for such politeness. Li Feng quietly approached the door, refraining from opening it immediately. Instead, he cautiously peered through the crack. Though he suspected the Tianluo Guard might be nearby to protect him, it was prudent to exercise caution. To his surprise, he found a servant from the western courtyard of the Sun residence standing outside, having just returned with steward's son less than half an hour ago. Had something occurred en route? Li Feng furrowed his brow and quickly opened the door. The servant bowed respectfully, masterly. Li Feng nodded. What brings you here? Master Ding has sent me to inform you that the old master has suddenly fallen ill. Master Ding has already rushed to the Sun family's villa, and the young lady will also be attending to matters there in the coming days. Li Feng's brow immediately furrowed. I understand. It appeared that Ding Shanxue had learned of the news while returning and promptly headed for the Sun family's villa. This pouch of silver is from Master Ding for you. The servant respectfully handed over a bag of silver. Li Feng accepted it without hesitation and asked, is the old master in serious condition? I am not certain, the servant paused before adding. The old master is devoted to Buddhism and possesses a compassionate heart. He will surely be fine. Li Feng nodded. Refraining from further inquiries, he extracted a tael of silver from the pouch and rewarded the servant. You may return now. The servant, ecstatic, expressed his gratitude profusely before departing. After closing the courtyard door, Li Feng noticed the silver lying on the table and began pacing back and forth in the courtyard. His thoughts swirling. Li Feng had little impression of the Sun old master. He knew that the old master resided at the Sun family's villa, rarely returning to the ancestral home, especially after the death of his eldest son. Sun Wenkue, he had devoted himself to Buddhism, seldom making appearances. Even during the time when Sun Yuning was possessed by an evil spirit, he did not return to check on her, seemingly indifferent to her fate. Li Feng also knew that while the Sun family appeared divided into eastern and western courtyards, with Xiao Yuanyuan and Sun Wanjia each possessing half of the family fortune, in reality, all matters of the Sun family remained firmly in the grasp of the old master. Returning to the stone table, Li Feng took up his brush and inscribed the words Sun Old Master on the parchment, his brow knitted in concentration. If the old master was indeed unwell, it would spell trouble for the Sun family. At the very least, no one would be able to restrain Xiao Yuanyuan any longer. Would she once again draw her sword against Sun Wanjia? The potential chaos within the Sun family, with Sun Wanjia being reduced to mere paste for dogs, held little consequence for Li Feng. The crux of the matter was that he did not wish for Sun Yuning to come to harm. After a moment's reflection, Li Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. As a member of the Sun, young Master Li, there are still elegant rooms on the second floor. Would you like me to take you there? Thank you for your trouble. Li Feng nodded, calm and composed. Disregarding the numerous gazes around him, he followed the maid upstairs to an elegant room. After ordering a few dishes, Li Feng said, "Could you kindly inform Manager Yang that I wish to speak with her?" The maid hesitated briefly before respectfully responding, "Yes." At that moment, Yang Yi was in her study. As the manager of the Drunken Sky Tower, she naturally came to the establishment every day, spending her time in her own study, writing, painting, or reading, enjoying a delightful life. She would only greet important guests. Standing at her desk, she softly read a few lines she had just penned, her expression one of astonishment. "I see neither ancient nor future beings. Reflecting on the vastness of the universe. I weep alone." Suddenly, her expression turned gloomy as she murmured, "How can such a despicable exterior conceal such immense talent? Moreover, how young is he? What has he experienced to harbor such feelings of unrecognized talent and thwarted ambition? Is he truly that lonely?" Recalling the humiliation she had suffered earlier and the fact that he knew her greatest secret, Yang Yi felt an intense rage bubbling within her. Grabbing the rice paper, she crumpled it violently. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the study door. Yang Yi let out a breath of frustration, casually tossing the crumpled paper into the wastebasket, her face regaining its usual noble elegance. Her every smile and frown seemingly capable of captivating souls. She picked up a book, casually flipping to a page, and softly said, "Come in." The door opened gently, and a maid entered. "Manager." The maid bowed respectfully. "What is it?" Yang Yi looked up from her book, eyeing the maid. "Young Master Li wishes to see you," the maid replied. "Which young Master Li?" "Young Master Li Feng." Yang Yi's expression instantly stiffened, nearly causing the book in her hand to slip. The maid remained composed. Though her head bowed slightly, Yang Yi steadied her thoughts and waved her hand. "I see. You may leave." "Yes." The maid bowed again, lowered her head, and exited the study, quietly closing the door behind her. At that moment, Yang Yi's expression darkened like water, her chest heaving violently. That wretched servant dares to seek her out. What could he possibly want? To flaunt his talents, or perhaps to confront her about Sun Yuning, or even to threaten and intimidate her. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Yang Yi seized the exquisite dagger on the desk, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. In the elegant room, Li Feng indulged in a feast. Pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea and savoring a few sips, exhaling contentedly as he patted his belly in satisfaction. It must be said that the dishes served at the Drunken Sky Tower were indeed exceptional, far surpassing those of the renowned tower. Not to mention, the welcoming maid was exceedingly beautiful, her voice rendering one's bones to feel weak. Furthermore, the manager of the Drunken Sky Tower was a rare beauty, akin to a perfectly ripe and irresistibly alluring peach. Though she bore a faint odor, her every smile seemed to enchant the soul. There was a gentle knock at the door of the elegant room. Li Feng's eyes brightened. Manager Yang had finally arrived. He stood to greet her. "Please, come in." The door opened gently, and Yang Yi entered gracefully, swaying as she walked. "Manager Yang." Li Feng bowed. Yang Yi returned the gesture, her smile captivating. "What brings young Master Li to seek me?" Li Feng replied earnestly, I have come to assist Manager Yang with her troubles. Troubles? Yang Yi's gaze grew more intense. She turned to close the door of the private room. Facing Li Feng again, her expression had transformed, and no longer was she the noble, enchanting woman. She resembled a venomous snake that had been stepped on. If looks could kill, Li Feng would have perished countless times. His heart raced violently. Why did this woman's gaze strike such fear? It felt as though she intended to devour him whole. He quickly waved his hands. Manager Yang, please do not misunderstand. I truly wish to help you with your troubles. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Yi had somehow acquired a dagger that gleamed with a chilling light. Her expression turned neurotic as she scrutinized the dagger in her hand, her voice laced with menace as she smiled. Troubles? What makes young Master Li think that I have troubles? Should Li Feng dare to mention the matter concerning her body, Yang Yi would not hesitate to kill him. This woman, why does she still wield a knife? Li Feng gulped nervously and cautiously said, Your underarm. His voice faltered. Yang Yi had already pressed the dagger against his throat. With just a slight forward motion, the dagger could effortlessly slice through his windpipe. Li Feng was stunned. How could Manager Yang be so swift? Swift enough that he hadn't even had time to react. Could she be a martial artist as well? He nearly blurted out, May I inquire what rank of master you are? Can you teach me how to fly? Yang Yi's beautiful eyes fixed intently on his, her voice soft as she said, Since young Master Li wishes for death, I, Yi, am kind-hearted, and how could I not fulfill your wish? Li Feng's pupils dilated. Every hair on his body standing on end, he caught a whiff of the rich yet delightful floral scent emanating from her, mingled with a faint odor. More alarmingly, he sensed the scent of death. This woman was not jesting. She truly intended to kill him. He hastily spoke, I have a way to eliminate the odor from your underarm. Yang Yi froze momentarily. I cured Sun Yuning's illness, Li Feng added. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, then took 2 steps back. She sheathed the dagger, bowed to Li Feng, her sparkling eyes blinking alluringly as she said, Young Master Li, please take a seat. Li Feng was left dumbfounded. Was this woman a devil? As for the peculiar odor lingering beneath Master Yang's armpits, please rest assured, I have already spoken of it, and I possess a certain confidence in my ability to eliminate it. I am timid, and would never dare to boast before you, Master Yang. Yang Yi cast a cold glance at Li Feng, reflecting that it would be best if that were the case. Otherwise, if she did not find an opportunity to rid herself of him, she would have to share the same surname as him. She elegantly lifted the cup before her but did not drink. Instead, she said, Young Master Li, please. Li Feng pondered on the woman's vigilance. Wondering what she thought of herself, he poured himself a cup and drank it in one go. Only then did Yang Yi, harboring unusual thoughts, take a small sip. The moment it touched her lips, her eyes widened slightly. This flavor seemed rather delightful. After another sip, she found her taste buds enveloped in an indescribable sweet and sour sensation, which was quite pleasant. Moreover, this indescribable sweet and sour indeed improved her previously foul mood considerably. What does Master Yang think? Li Feng inquired. Yang Yi, known for her candor, generously praised, I quite like it. After a brief pause, she added, I believe any woman would surely fall in love with this flavor. Li Feng smiled with a hint of pride, stating, if enjoyed in summer, with a touch of ice, the flavor becomes even more unique. Additionally, I have named it the Peerless Beauty. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled, a splendid name. Li Feng continued, absorbed in his thoughts, if Zue Xiaolu were to launch this beverage. Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. With keen interest, she looked at Li Feng, teasingly remarking, So, young Master Li, are you here to discuss business with Yi? In matters of commerce, what qualifications did you? The talentedly possess to negotiate with me? Li Feng, undeterred, continued, This beverage is merely crafted from a few fruits pressed into juice. This single can cost no more than 10 coins to produce. Yang Yi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. As a merchant, she could envision the substantial profit this Peerless Beauty would bring to Zue Xiaolu. I am quite intrigued by your beverage. Name your price and sell me the recipe. Your request truly places me in a difficult position, Li Feng replied, feigning distress. This is a concoction I have painstakingly perfected over a long time, yielding this exquisite flavor. It is one of a kind and holds extraordinary significance for me, thus I cannot part with it. Yang Yi smiled slyly, leaning forward with an air of pressure. Then let us consider an alternative form of collaboration. I shall present this peerless beauty as a dish at Zui Shaolu, and we shall split the profits 3 ways. How does that sound? Master Yang, I truly do not wish to sell, Li Feng insisted, shaking his head once more. 3 ways. One must not be too capitalistic. What about a 50-50 split? Yang Yi's expression became somewhat manic, and a dagger reappeared in her hand. Li Feng's muscles tensed, realizing that further refusal would provoke her wrath, and 50-50 was his psychological price. He quickly nodded. Your integrity has moved me. Let us proceed as you suggest. Greedy. Yang Yi cursed silently, yet wore a charming smile as she raised her half-filled cup of peerless beauty, saying, Young Master Li, may our collaboration be fruitful. May our collaboration be fruitful, Li Feng echoed, appearing humble while inwardly elated. The primary purpose of his visit to Yang Yi had been perfectly fulfilled. With this income, his living expenses were now secured. Yang Yi was an exceedingly competent merchant. She promptly summoned ink, paper, and inkstone, drafting 2 identical partnership contracts. Yang Yi was serious, and thus Li Feng could not afford to be casual. He examined the document earnestly several times, nodding to indicate his agreement. Once their names were inscribed and their fingerprints pressed, the deal was officially sealed. Yang Yi's gaze flickered. Now that the business is settled, Young Master Li, might you enlighten me on a matter? Yang Yi mused that if this insufferable servant continued to evade the topic, he would soon learn that women are not to be trifled with. Chapter 37. The prescription. Li Feng naturally understood that it was time to address the matter at hand. His expression turned serious as he stated, I know of an ancient prescription. By applying a decoction to the armpits before sleep every night, persistence for over half a month will yield results. This was not mere fabrication on Li Feng's part. Previously, in his relentless pursuit of acupuncture knowledge to remedy his own speech impediment, he had stumbled upon an ancient remedy for body odor. Coincidentally, his cousin suffered from the same affliction. Despite what is this fellow investigating these individuals for? Have these useless offspring of wealthy families offended him? Or have they angered Sun Yuning? Ultimately, they are but inconsequential scions, of no significance to him. Thus, Yang Yi, feeling disinclined to press further, merely nodded. Give me a few days, though I cannot guarantee I will uncover everyone's weaknesses. Li Feng understood that this proud woman was simply too disdainful to inquire about the reasons behind it. He bowed once more, saying, As long as Manager Yang does her utmost, I am grateful. Li Feng pondered this matter repeatedly. If he could not leverage the power of the Tianluo Guard, it seemed that only Yang Yi possessed the capability to assist him. This was, after all, the primary reason for his visit to Zui Shaolu today. Yang Yi gazed at Li Feng with a chilling intensity, teetering on the brink of violence. Li Feng hastily declared, I shall write out the ancient prescription for you. Manager Yang. He promptly took up his brush and inscribed the formula from memory, detailing the specific precautions for brewing the concoction, particularly advising to apply a small amount of the substance to test if the medicinal liquid irritates the skin. Considering that each individual's constitution varies, seeing Li Feng articulate the prescription with such expertise, exuding the aura of a renowned physician, Yang Yi felt a surge of confidence in the formula. After ensuring the prescription was safely stowed away, Yang Yi summoned 3 maidservants, instructing Li Feng to teach them how to prepare the unparalleled beauty. Once the lesson concluded, Li Feng left Zui Shaolu in high spirits, awaiting news. He anticipated updates from the Sun residents, such as whether Old Master Sun was nearing his end, as well as whether Manager Yang would gather the weaknesses of those affluent youths. A day later, news arrived from the Sun residents. Old Master Sun had merely caught a slight chill, posing no significant threat. However, due to his advanced age, his recovery would be slow, prompting Ding Shanshui and Sun Yuning to stay at the Sun family's villa for a few more days. Li Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as Old Master Sun remained unharmed, the Sun family would not be in immediate turmoil. The following afternoon, Mi Pur, Yang Qinli, and Wu Zidao, 3 esteemed scholars of great renown, unexpectedly paid a visit. To Li Feng's astonishment, the most eminent poet of the Great Qian Empire, Imo Ruafu, also accompanied them. By this time, Imo Ruafu had shed his previously arrogant demeanor, gazing at Li Feng with admiration and offering a solemn bow, saying, I am ashamed indeed. Li Feng, maintaining a humble stance, repeatedly waved his hands. I am unworthy of such reverence from you, Elder Imo. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Qinli grinned and declared that the four of them had come to invite Li Feng for a drink. Having already arranged for manager Yang of Zue Xiaolu to prepare the finest food and wine, with the intent of not departing until thoroughly intoxicated. Within Zue Xiaolu, manager Yang personally attended to them, pouring drinks for the 5 esteemed guests. As she served Li Feng, Yang Yi felt a profound sense of humiliation, nearly succumbing to the urge to hurl the wine jug at him. She thought to herself, if these 4 illustrious scholars knew that this fellow merely considered himself a cook and spouted such nonsense about a deep love for the smoke of the kitchen, and even entertained thoughts of opening a restaurant, would they not be choked by their own laughter? As the drinking progressed, Mipa looked at Li Feng and smiled. Li, my young friend, do you have any desire to enter our Tianyi Academy? Of course. We old fellows have no qualifications to be your teachers. Thus, your entry into Tianyi Academy would surely make you a master in your own right. Yang Yi's eyes widened in shock, her mind swirling. Since when had the threshold for becoming a teacher at Tianyi Academy fallen so low? This fellow, based on just 4 lines of verse, could receive the same treatment as Yang Yue. He was even a few years younger than her. Suddenly, she recalled that this fellow was merely 16 years old, having risen to fame overnight and then stepping into Tianyi Academy as a teacher. Yang Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Even the unparalleled SC Yang Yi could no longer bear the sight and decisively turned back towards the Zue Shao building. Meanwhile, Li Feng returned home with a sense of satisfaction. He eagerly opened the little notebook that Yang Yi had tossed to him. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. This evidence indeed granted them a firm grip over their targets. It was not particularly heinous, merely incongruous with societal norms. Point 1 was entangled with his father's concubine. Another was exchanging glances with his aunt, and yet another was involved with his own sister. Furthermore, 2 of the young masters caused Li Feng, a man of perfectly conventional inclinations, to shudder, as their gazes were filled with affection for one another. Of course, their families were blissfully unaware of these scandals. Otherwise, given their standing, they would have likely faced severe repercussions. Thus, Li Feng could not help but admire manager Yang for uncovering even such compromising details. He felt a sense of kinship with her, especially since she meticulously documented the daily habits of these 5 individuals, noting where they would rendezvous for their clandestine affairs. At that moment, Li Feng procured ink and paper, inscribing the names of the 5, Duan Luyan, Su Zhe, Luo Qianyang, Liang Ziduan, and Imo Shangu. He pondered for a moment, circling the name Luo Qianyang, and his gaze flickered. To his surprise, he realized that this Luo Qianyang was none other than the cousin of Su City's most talented woman, Luo Qianqian, who was involved with his own aunt. His aunt was, of course, the concubine of the governor, Luo Mingtu. From the information he gathered, Luo Qianyang possessed the most formidable background among these 5 young masters, prompting Li Feng to decide to approach him first. However, Li Feng's fervor quickly waned. He suddenly realized that despite having successfully uncovered this compromising evidence on these young masters, he had no allies to assist him. If he wished to invite them to his abode for a discussion of significant matters, he would have to personally extend the invitation to each of them. This was not inherently problematic, but the crux lay in the possibility that these young aristocrats might dismiss the evidence entirely or, worse yet, react with anger and resort to violence to silence him. Who would protect him then? The Tianluo guards? Li Feng sighed heavily. To achieve great ambitions, one truly could not do without a few capable allies by one's side. He mused that if manager Yang could become one of his reliable aides, it would be splendid. If a female hero could also be one of his trusted partners, even better. Perhaps if the emperor of the Great Qian Empire could be one of his esteemed allies. Li Feng felt he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. At this juncture, he had no choice but to shamelessly seek out Zhang Yi once more. Thus, Li Feng rose and entered the kitchen, intending to concoct a peerless young master cocktail to use as a bargaining chip in his business discussions with manager Yang. Meanwhile, not whether selling delightful snacks, fresh vegetables and fruits, or fragrant spices, a diminutive yet rosy-faced old Taoist set up a fortune-telling stall. In this world, people hold a deep reverence for the heavens, earth, and spirits, thus bestowing high status upon both monks and Taoists, especially among the 3 elite classes. Of course, due to the current emperor's strong belief in Buddhism, monks enjoy a slightly higher standing than their Taoist counterparts. Li Feng pulled out a few copper coins to purchase a candied hawthorn skewer, biting down on a syrup-coated hawthorn ball, and once again reflected that a life filled with flavor is indeed a true life. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. All are exquisite tastes of the human experience. Young master, would you care for a fortune-telling? Hearing the voice, Li Feng turned to see the old Taoist gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. Exuding an air of charlatanry, the sight of this old man instantly reminded Li Feng of a fraudulent Taoist who had severely tarnished Sun Yuning's reputation, prompting him to smile and shake his head. Are you worried that this humble Taoist cannot predict accurately? A single reading costs just 10 coins, and if I am wrong, you need not pay. The old man began promoting his services. Li Feng thought to himself that 10 coins would suffice for 3 candied hawthorn skewers. He replied, "No need, thank you." The old Taoist raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat sympathetic as he said, "I see a darkening aura on your brow, young master. You may soon encounter a calamity. Are you truly unwilling to let me read your fortune to find a way to avert it?" Li Feng nearly laughed. Fortune-tellers certainly enjoy scaring people. Right upon their first meeting, they speak of dark omens and impending doom. Even if one does not believe in such nonsense, it still weighs heavily on the mind. Should one fall for their tricks, the fortune-teller would undoubtedly begin their performance, spinning tales of grandeur, ultimately leading to the high-priced purchase of some talisman or other enchanted item to ward off misfortune. Li Feng touched his brow, clasped his hands in a formal gesture, and said earnestly, "I must have inadvertently stained myself with ink while writing earlier. Thank you for the reminder, but I shall find a place to wash my face." With that, he turned and elegantly walked away, biting into a candy ball. The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback, then wore an expression of disbelief. This young man was indeed quite the character. Li Feng continued to meander about. And as he noticed the sun beginning to set, he decided to head back. A horse-drawn carriage passed by him, but after a mere half-mile, it suddenly turned around and stopped right in front of him. Li Feng felt a surge of caution, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. However, the carriage's curtain was drawn back, revealing a man with a square face. The square-faced man regarded Li Feng with a polite nod and inquired, "Might I ask if you are the esteemed Li Feng?" Li Feng thought to himself, "Could this be a fan?" His tension eased slightly as he returned the greeting, "I am Li Feng." The man's smile instantly intensified, and his eyes sparkled with an unusual light. As Li Feng met his gaze, he felt a sudden daze, his mind blanking out. He was bewildered by his own actions, as he found himself stepping into the carriage almost of his own volition. Once inside, Li Feng appeared dazed, as if his very soul had been drawn away. The carriage swiftly departed, leaving no trace behind. When Li Feng regained consciousness, he discovered himself lying on a cold, hard floor. His head spun violently, and he struggled to recall what had transpired. As he sat up with the man pointed to the bottle of wine beside him, smacked his lips as if savoring a delightful memory, and remarked, "And is this the drink concocted by young Master Li? I just had a taste. And the flavor is indeed novel and unique, leaving a lingering aftertaste that compels one to drink more." Li Feng glanced at the familiar bottle with a sense of admiration for this individual's discerning taste. Recognizing it as a fine product, uncertain, he inquired, "So, you went to great lengths to bind me here and even made me consume a worm, merely to have me prepare a few dishes for you?" The smile on the man's face transformed into a sinister grin as he waved his hand dismissively. "Young Master Li misunderstands. I do wish for you to prepare a few dishes, but not for me, rather, for a certain individual." "Who might that be?" Li Feng asked, furrowing his brow. The man wore a mysterious yet decidedly sinister smile, choosing not to answer the question. Instead, he produced a green bottle, roughly the size of a thumb, and stated, "When the time comes, I only hope young Master Li can add this seasoning to the dish." Li Feng's pupils constricted violently, a tempest of horror surging within him. So, this was a request for him to poison? Chapter 42. The old Taoist. After watching Li Feng depart, a middle-aged man approached the old Taoist, bowing respectfully before expressing his helplessness. "Director, why have you set up shop here once again? Shouldn't you be returning?" The old Taoist opened his weary eyes and shot a displeased glare at the middle-aged man. "What? Must I seek your permission for my actions? Whether I return or not is none of your concern." The middle-aged man sighed, his face etched with a bitter smile. He thought to himself, "You are the director of the Tianyi Academy, one of the three great literary and martial academies of the Qian Empire, the esteemed teacher of the empire's most illustrious son, and a renowned scholar of great repute. Yet here you are, masquerading as an old Taoist to swindle people. If this were to get out, what a disgrace it would be." The old Taoist shot another impatient glare, waving his hand as though swatting away a bothersome fly. "Get lost. Don't hinder my business." The middle-aged man wore a face of resignation, complying without protest. The old Taoist glanced at the tin coins on the table, speechless. "This fellow has character. I like it. I wonder if this lad will indeed poison the dishes he prepares," the old Taoist murmured to himself before closing his eyes again. Continuing his nap, today is not the 5th day of the month, so the Golden Buddha temple on Xuanwu Mountain does not provide vegetarian meals. Unbeknownst to him, as Li Feng reached the foot of Xuanwu Mountain, he contemplated whether he would even survive until the 5th day. If he were ultimately unable to taste the vegetarian meals reputed to be delicious at the Golden Buddha temple, it would indeed be a tremendous regret. He bit into the last hawthorn ball covered in syrup, and then, alongside the other pilgrims, he began to ascend the mountain along the designated path. The stone-paved path wound its way upward, extending all the way to the summit. Occasionally, side paths appeared on either side, but they were overgrown with weeds, clearly seldom traversed. Along the way, there were monks carrying water and pilgrims ascending or descending the mountain. Whether monks or pilgrims, the faces of all appeared remarkably devout. Li Feng even observed several pilgrims, in a display of sincerity, kneeling their way up the mountain. What left Li Feng feeling somewhat dissatisfied was that these pilgrims evidently did not recognize him. Unaware that he was the renowned talent overshadowing even the illustrious young master, is this what they call being famous yet unrecognized? Due to the absence of vegetarian meals and his general disinterest in such temples, Li Feng chose not to join the fervent pilgrims entering the solemn Golden Buddha temple. Instead, he opted to circumvent the temple via a small mountain path, continuing his exploration towards the rear mountain. Uncertain how long he had walked, he found himself entirely alone, save for the sounds of insects and birds, the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air. Perhaps feeling that his days were numbered, Li Feng, unlike in the past, no longer felt an absence of security while walking alone on the streets. Instead, he experienced an unprecedented tranquility. In his view, death was merely a return to one's origins. Everything happening now was merely a dream. He yearned to reclaim his sense of taste, hence the dream. That moment, he climbed atop a large stone, over 2 meters high, gazing into the lush distance, feeling an overwhelming sense of serenity. Typically, at such times, a flamboyant scholar would be inspired to compose poetry. Li Feng, however, was not so pretentious. He simply sat down, took out a sesame pancake he had purchased at the foot of the mountain, and began to nibble on it. He savored the rather unremarkable sesame pancake. Li Feng politely said, "Master, there is truly no need for such formality. I am Li Feng." "Li Feng?" The young monk was taken aback upon hearing the name. He quickly inquired, "Could it be that you are the very one who articulated the profound words to establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish the destiny for the people, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to open the path for future generations, and the illustrious poet who composed the timeless song of climbing the Yuzhou platform?" A great poet. Even if Li Feng were shameless, his face would flush with an inexplicable warmth at this moment. He hastily waved his hands, saying, "Indeed, that is I, but I cannot possibly accept such grand titles." The young monk, brimming with excitement, raised one hand in salute, his eyes gleaming. "Amidst, it is truly a stroke of fortune for me to encounter you here." "Li Shizhu." "Master, you exaggerate," Li Feng replied modestly. "My younger sister resides nearby. If you have no other matters to attend to, would you accompany me to meet her? She is quite fond of the esteemed work, Song of Climbing the Yuzhou Platform, and I am certain she would be overjoyed to see you." The young monk's expression was filled with affection as he spoke of his younger sister. This. Li Feng hesitated to decline. However, he quickly recalled the possibility of encountering that venomous king cobra if he were to leave now. It was said that snakes bear a strong grudge, and although it displayed obedience in front of the master, could it be that it harbored resentment within? Was it already lurking somewhere, waiting to strike? Thus, Li Feng decisively changed his mind, stating, in that case, it would be wise to comply. The young monk was elated. Li Shizhu, please follow me. Master, may I inquire your Dharma name? Amiba, I am Lu Jing. Lu Jing raised one hand in salute. Li Feng nodded, understanding that Lu Jing represented the essence of purity. However, this master seemed anything but a person of pure essence, indicating a lack of cultivation. At that moment, Li Feng followed Lu Jing along a tranquil mountain path, eventually entering a grove of bamboo. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about the king cobra. It was not uncommon for one to keep a snake as a pet, but the fact that a monk was doing so was undeniably intriguing. Moreover, the snake's docility was astonishing. Master Lu Jing explained that 2 years prior, while gathering herbs on this mountain, he had saved the snake's life. From that day forth, whenever he visited this mountain, the snake would appear, trailing him closely. Eventually, the snake even made its way to the main hall, startling many visitors, yet it did not harm anyone and instead coiled upon the mat. Joining the monks in their prayers and teachings, the abbot, recognizing the snake's intelligence, bestowed upon it the name Kong Ling. Li Feng was left dumbfounded, his mind momentarily blank, struggling to believe the reality before him. It was as if the snake had attained a level of sentience. Master Lu Jing further revealed that he was a medical monk who had cultivated a medicinal garden by the stream ahead, where his younger sister resided. A master who practices medicine? Li Feng's eyes brightened. He halted and asked, could you examine me, master? Master Lu Jing was taken aback. Is something amiss with your health, Li Shizhu? I accidentally ingested an unknown insect yesterday. Whether it is merely psychological, I cannot shake the feeling that it is crawling within my stomach. Might you be able to assist me? Master Lu Jing's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he pointed to a nearby rock and said, please sit there. Li Shizhu, I shall take your pulse and investigate. Then I must trouble you, master. Li Feng was overjoyed and promptly seated himself on the rock, extending his hand. Master Lu Jing furrowed his brow and began to examine Li Feng's pulse. After a moment, he raised, moreover, with such a rudimentary method of grilling, let alone the question of its taste, do you truly believe that although the exterior of your fish is charred, the interior remains untainted by blood? Master Lu Jing, noticing that his sister was once again throwing a tantrum, felt an overwhelming headache and admonished, Linglong, cease this nonsense. The young girl, however, glared fiercely at Li Feng and suddenly seized his left hand. Before Li Feng could react, she opened her mouth, her porcelain-white teeth sinking sharply into his arm. Taken aback, Li Feng instinctively inhaled sharply, his expression shifting as a result. Master Lu Jing was equally alarmed, perspiration beading on his forehead. Linglong, why do you still have such a penchant for biting? Amiba, look how much pain you are causing Li Benefactor. Release him at once. Amiba, what are we to do now? Amiba, Li Benefactor, you must endure this. Do not resort to violence against your younger sister. Allow me to persuade her once more. Li Feng grimaced in pain but had no intention of lowering himself to the level of a mere child. After all, even in his weakened state, he could easily subdue a young girl with a single move. Black Tiger steals heart. If that were insufficient, a swift kick would suffice. Gasping in discomfort, he exclaimed, hey, let go. I haven't bathed in days, and I just came from the latrine without washing my hands. The girl's face instantly contorted in disgust, and she hastily released Li Feng's hand, furiously searching for a water pouch to rinse her mouth. While rinsing, she shot Li Feng a fierce glare, as if she wished to consume him whole. Gazing at the teeth marks on his arm, which were nearly seeping blood, Li Feng felt an overwhelming urge to weep in despair. What had he done to deserve this? She believed her days were numbered, and thus sought to explore the picturesque landscapes of this cursed place. Who could have anticipated encountering a snake and a woman even more fearsome than a snake? How unfortunate, with blood drawn. Where could he possibly go to get a rabies vaccine? Master Lu Jing, observing the bite mark on Li Feng's arm, looked utterly embarrassed. Amiba, I shall assist Li Benefactor in bandaging the wound. As he spoke, Master Lu Jing produced a box of ointment, ready to apply it. Just then, the girl spat a mouthful of water onto the ground, pointing at Li Feng with fury. You ugly creature! If you don't compensate this princess with 2 fish today, Beware that I shall have your head. Li Feng was rendered speechless, too disinterested to respond. He turned to Master Lu Jing and said, "Thank you, Master, but this minor injury can be tended to by myself when I return. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to walk towards the bamboo grove. The girl shouted angrily, "You? How dare you? Did this princess grant you permission to leave?" Li Feng feigned ignorance. Her face flushed crimson with rage. "You insolent commoner, do you know who I am?" Li Feng continued to ignore her. He was on the brink of death. Why should he care who she was? The girl, her cheeks aflame and chest heaving with indignation, bellowed, "Someone break his legs." Chapter 46. A request. Before the girl could finish her sentence, a dark figure suddenly burst forth from the bamboo grove ahead, blocking Li Feng's path. With eyes that pierced like ice, it fixed its gaze upon him. Yet, Li Feng remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as he pressed forward, completely disregarding the imposing figure. The young girl could not help but swallow, pondering to herself that the fish cooked by this ugly fellow seemed quite different from the one she had prepared. Hers had lacked such an enticing aroma. Li Feng retrieved the grilled fish and offered it to the girl, saying, "Give it a try." "Humph." The girl shot a fierce glare at Li Feng, but still accepted the fish from his hands. Li Feng smiled, and then handed another grilled fish to Lu Jing, saying, "Master, please." Bah, thank you, Li Benefactor, I am indeed a bit hungry. Will you not partake?" "Oh, I do not care for the dishes I prepare myself." Chapter 47. Encountering a thief, the girl glared at Li Feng, coldly scoffing, "Perhaps you're not eating because you know it would taste terrible?" Lu Jing began to feel a headache coming on. Could such a fragrant grilled fish not silence your chatter? "Ling Long, do not be rude." With a disdainful snort, the girl remarked, "Of course, with such an ordinary flavor, it's evident this grilled fish must be dreadful." Yet, while her words claimed the taste was ordinary, her small mouth slightly parted as she delicately tore off a morsel of fish. The moment it entered her mouth, her eyes widened in astonishment. This fish was remarkably tender and delicious. Lu Jing praised, "Li Benefactor, this fish you have grilled is truly a delicacy of the world." Li Feng politely nodded. "I am glad you enjoy it, Master." After a brief pause, he added, "After a long day of climbing the mountain and being startled by that snake, not to mention having been bitten, I find myself quite fatigued." "Oh, I haven't inquired whether Master Yang would like a cup of tea." Li Feng gestured towards the kitchen and remarked, "The tea leaves are in there. I would trouble Master Yang to boil some water himself. After all, it seems as though Master Yang treats this courtyard as if it were his own home, so he should feel free to act as he pleases." Yang Yi's expression stiffened slightly. This detestable servant. Who would consider this shabby place their home? It pales in comparison to my own quarters. Were it not for my need of him and the seemingly effective prescription he provided, I would have relished the thought of ending his life right now. Steeling herself, she said earnestly, "There is a matter on which I seek Master Li's assistance." Li Feng quickly replied, "Please, Master Yang, do not be overly courteous. We are, after all, partners in this endeavor. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I would go through fire and water for you. Ah, by the way, I too have a request for Master Yang." Yang Yi was livid. How could this man be so insufferable? She regretted not bringing a dagger with her today. "What is it?" she asked through gritted teeth. Li Feng waved his hand with a smile, saying, "My matter is not urgent. Let us hear yours first." "Of course. My abilities are quite limited, my status humble, and my health frail. You see, I could not even secure the lock on my own home, leading to its forcible entry. I feel quite ashamed for that lock. Duh. Then, upon returning to my own home, I was treated as a thief, so I cannot ascertain whether I can be of help. I can only do my utmost." Yang Yi, weary of this man's ramblings, cut to the chase. "Tomorrow at noon, I will host a banquet at Zue Xiaolu, and I need Master Li to prepare 12 dishes." Li Feng's mind raced, and with a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "Master Yang, surely you jest. The chefs at Zue Xiaolu are quite skilled. I doubt they cannot manage a mere 12 dishes? Yang Yi fixed her beautiful gaze on Li Feng's eyes and replied seriously, "The chefs at Zue Xiaolu do not surpass your talents. More importantly, they lack your creativity. I have heard that while assisting Sun Yuning at the Sun residence, Master Li managed to create over 20 unique dishes without repetition, each one tantalizing to the palate. Some of those dishes were simply unprecedented. What I require tomorrow are 12 unprecedented dishes that will immediately captivate my guests. Li Feng nodded, though I am unsure where Master Yang heard such things. They are indeed true. How infuriating. May I inquire who your esteemed guests are? Li Feng asked. Several distinguished patrons. Li Feng curiously probed. How distinguished? Yang Yi responded somewhat exasperated. That is not a matter for Master Li to concern himself with. Li Feng thought to himself, if I am to poison them, I ought to know who they are, right? So, does this mean Master Li agrees? Li Feng nodded ambiguously, since Master Yang has taken to treating this dilapidated courtyard as her own home. I must admit, in any case, I fully comprehend Master Yang's intentions. While I am not overly flattered, it is indeed difficult to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Thus, it would be improper for me to decline. Yang Yi's eyes turned cold, her chest heaving with suppressed rage. How dare this wretched servant repeatedly tease her? Did he wish for death? Li Feng, undeterred, thought that perhaps he would be dead in a couple of days anyway. And since this woman needed him, he could tolerate her rudeness for the time being. It was somewhat satisfying to vent his frustrations on this impertinent woman. Li Feng's expression turned serious as he stated, I will agree to prepare those 12 dishes. But I have 2 stipulations. Yang Yi struggled to contain her rising anger. Please, Master Li, do go on. First, I shall determine what dishes to make. No one else is to interfere, including you, Master Yang. Second, while I am cooking, all other chefs must leave the kitchen, except for one to tend the fire. Yang Yi nodded. As you wish. Li Feng blinked. As you wish, then I would trouble Master Yang to give me a shoulder massage first? Yang Yi shot him a frosty glare and turned to leave. If she stayed any longer, there would surely be a bloodied corpse on the floor. In the next moment, the courtyard door was slammed shut. Li Feng, somewhat speechless, thought this woman was exceedingly rude. He gazed up at the increasingly gloomy sky, his expression darkening as well. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the vial of seasoning given to him by the man and gently stroked its smooth surface. In truth, he had yet to test whether the contents were poison. So he remained uncertain, and of course, he had no desire to know. He merely wondered if he were to poison someone, would there not be a need for someone to taste it first? Or was this poison undetectable? Li Feng exhaled heavily, his face as impassive as water, murmuring to himself, this is but a bottle of seasoning, akin to salt or soy sauce. Yes, indeed. This is merely a bottle of seasoning. Chapter 49. Cooking the following day. Li Feng, sporting a disheveled appearance and bleary-eyed, emerged from his dwelling. It had rained the previous night, accompanied by a few rumbles of thunder, resulting in a restless sleep. The sky remained overcast, with a persistent drizzle that introduced a chill to the air. A gust of cold wind swept past, causing Li Feng to shiver as he stood on the porch, contemplating how cold it truly was today. He wondered if Ning Er was cold at the Sun family's villa, how he wished he could be there to warm her with his body. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the courtyard door that a voice, exceedingly polite, called out, Our esteemed manager has been waiting outside for Master Li for quite some time. Would you kindly expedite your preparations so we may proceed to Zue Xiaolu to gather the ingredients? Li Feng did not brave the rain to open the door, instead saying, Please have Master Yang wait a moment. Thus, Yang Yi, who had been waiting outside, endured another half an hour before she was on the verge of kicking the door down when Li Feng finally pulled back the curtain and stepped into the carriage. Good morning, Master Yang, he greeted with a smile as he settled into the seat beside her, placing his bundle aside. Li Feng mused that although Master Yang's expression was somewhat displeased, her beauty was undeniable. Being so close to such a lovely face, the fragrance of flowers within the carriage was intoxicating, and thus, his mood was quite elevated. Yang Yi, seething with rage, wished nothing more than to kick this scoundrel out of the carriage. To demonstrate her sincerity, she had personally come to greet him. However, she had no desire to remain in such a cramped space with Li Feng, so she had arranged for another carriage for him. Little did she expect that this insufferable man would keep her waiting for so long and then shamelessly enter her carriage. When she noticed his roguish eyes scanning her, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to gouge them out and feed them to the dogs. When he appeared to be lewdly inhaling the scent of the carriage, She was tempted to sever his nose. Surely, she could not truly kick him out, could she? Thus, Yang Yi had no choice but to rein in her fury and ask, "The banquet is scheduled to commence at noon. Is there sufficient time to prepare?" Li Feng nodded in a relaxed manner. "It should be manageable." Yang Yi nodded and pointed to the bundle Li Feng had placed down. "What is that?" "Oh, just a few of my frequently used kitchen knives. Might I inquire what dishes Master Li intends to prepare?" Yang Yi pressed. "I haven't decided yet." A muscle twitched in Yang Yi's face. A skilled cook cannot work without ingredients. "So we must first inspect what ingredients are available in the kitchen before deciding on the dishes," Li Feng explained. Yang Yi felt her patience waning. "Master Li could have informed me in advance about the required ingredients. I forgot. Li Feng, curious, asked, "I am still quite curious about what kind of esteemed guests could possibly warrant such meticulous preparation for Master Yang, closing Zui Xiao Lu and going to such lengths to invite me? The legendary chef, to take charge." Yang Yi's chest heaved with emotion, and she simply closed her eyes, wishing to ignore this insufferable man. Li Feng shook his head and said nothing further. He lifted the curtain and gazed towards the mist-covered Xuanwu Lake in the distance. The water's surface was shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. Truly beautiful, Li Feng marveled. Although this wretched place lacked electricity, mobile phones, computers, and various entertainment facilities, and even a trip to the restroom was a torment, the air was undeniably fresh, and the stars shone brilliantly here. Yang Yi, suppressing her anger with her eyes closed, mistook Li Feng's comment for yet another of his lewd advances, wondering where his gaze had landed this time, further fueling her outrage. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. She refrained from unleashing her wrath. The carriage soon arrived at the desolate entrance of Zue Xiao Lu. As the vehicle came to a halt, Yang Yi swiftly exited, unable to contain her impatience. Simultaneously, a gentle and lovely maid approached with an umbrella. Upon entering Zue Xiao Lu, Li Feng noted the interior's desolation was exacerbated by the relentless wind and rain. Adding to the chill, however, the surroundings had evidently been meticulously cleaned, with fresh carpets laid down, rendering the place spotless. Clearly, Yang Yi was hosting some truly distinguished guests. Royalty? High-ranking officials? Surely not the current emperor. "Allow me to escort you to the kitchen," Yang Yi said. Looking at Li Feng shook his head and remarked, "First, let us have a few dishes brought out. I have yet to eat breakfast. I am so famished that I lack the strength even to chop vegetables." Yang Yi was on the verge of a breakdown. Yet she could only suppress her anger and hastily instructed the staff to present a sumptuous spread of fine wine and delicacies to cater to this esteemed guest first. After indulging in a hearty meal, Li Feng meandered into the kitchen to inspect the available ingredients. Truly, this was the foremost tavern in Su City. The variety and freshness of the ingredients were unparalleled by the likes of the Sun family's affluent household. After scanning the fresh produce, Li Feng's mind conjured a remarkably complete menu. He turned to Yang Yi and stated, "I have already decided on the dishes. You may leave one person to assist with the fire. The others may take their leave." Li Feng added, "Rest assured, the dishes will be served punctually before noon." Yang Yi's expression softened somewhat. She nodded and said, "I appreciate your efforts, young Master Li." Li Feng smiled and replied, "If there arises a need to trouble Manager Yang later, I hope you will not refuse." Yang Yi nodded again, saying nothing further, as she exited the kitchen. Simultaneously, the other cooks and attendants also departed, leaving only a seemingly honest servant waiting for Li Feng's instructions. Li Feng began directing the servant to gather various necessary ingredients, then retrieved several knives of varying sizes, crafted specifically for him by a blacksmith, from his bundle, and commenced preparing the ingredients. Li Feng's heart brimmed with joy and elation, as he relished the process of transforming the ingredients into various shapes, ultimately creating exquisite dishes that tantalized the senses. While preparing the first dish, he discreetly took out a bottle of seasoning from his pocket and nonchalantly sprinkled a pinch of the powder into the dish. Thereafter, he would add a bit to nearly every dish. By the time the 12 dishes were completed, little remained of the powder in the bottle, and of course, Li Feng's actions were concealed, ensuring the servant remained oblivious. What Li Feng did not realize was that the servant had already witnessed everything. Li Feng informed the servant, "Go tell Manager Yang that the 12 dishes are ready." "Yes," the servant replied, turning to leave. However, the moment he turned, An inscrutable expression crossed his face. Li Feng then turned back, gazing earnestly at the 12 dishes neatly covered with lids, lost in thought. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from behind him. Suddenly, Yang Yi's sharp voice pierced the air. "What did you add to the dishes?" Chapter 50. The ambush. Upon hearing her words, Li Feng turned to face Yang Yi, his expression calm as he shook his head and replied, "Manager Yang, I do not comprehend what you are implying." He glanced at the servant standing behind Yang Yi, who had shed his previous demeanor of simplicity, now exuding an air of sharpness, akin to a drawn blade poised to strike. Yang Yi's face darkened like turbulent waters as she fixed her scrutinizing gaze upon Li Feng, her voice low yet intense. "Did you poison the dishes?" Li Feng, taken aback, shook his head and said, "Poison? Manager Yang, do you realize the gravity of accusing a chef of poisoning? It is a severe allegation and a profound disgrace. My servant saw you adding something suspicious to the dishes." Yang Yi bit her lip, her eyes brimming with fury. The man raised his head, his gaze piercing, asserting, "It was a green bottle. You added the powder from it to 11 of the dishes, and that bottle is currently in your possession." Li Feng nodded thoughtfully. "I was quite discreet in my actions. Your observation proves your attention has been solely on me." His eyes ignited with intensity as he asked Yang Yi, "So, despite inviting me to prepare these 12 dishes, you harbor distrust, fearing I might tamper with them?" This lack of trust unsettled Li Feng. "If you don't trust me, why summon me?" But upon reflection, what was his relationship with Yang Yi? Although they had a collaborative dynamic, they hardly qualified as friends. It was only natural for her to be wary of him. Thus, Li Feng's discomfort began to dissipate. Yang Yi's expression grew even graver. "So, you admit to poisoning them?" Li Feng frowned slightly, diverting the conversation. "Before Manager Yang entered the kitchen, you were attending to those esteemed guests, correct?" Yang Yi clenched her teeth. Li Feng. Li Feng waved his hand, signaling her to be silent, then continued, "The 3 maidens you summoned to learn how to concoct the peerless beauty are your trusted confidants, are they not? Are they not currently attending to the guests in the banquet hall? Are they martial artists?" Li Feng's expression turned serious as he stated unequivocally, "If those 3 maidens are indeed serving the esteemed guests, Manager Yang should be concerned for their safety." Yang Yi retorted coldly, "If there is truly a problem with the dishes, young Master Li, perhaps you should worry for your own safety." Li Feng sighed in exasperation. "I have not poisoned anything, and the dishes are fine. If you do not believe me, there is nothing more I can do." "Hand over that bottle," Yang Yi demanded, her eyes ablaze with fury. She had never felt such rage before. Even when Li Feng had previously taken advantage of her or uncovered her secrets, she had not been this incensed. Poorly prepared dishes might irritate the guests, but poisoning them was a capital offense that could obliterate entire families. If the dishes were indeed poisoned, not only would Li Feng face dire consequences, but so would she and even her family. "I did not poison anything," Li Feng reiterated. "Moreover, if I were you, I would promptly return to those esteemed guests. If I am not mistaken, at least one of those 3 maidens poses a threat. Seize him and search him," Yang Yi ordered, her gaze icy and resolute. The man behind her advanced menacingly. Unable to restrain himself, Li Feng muttered, "Yang Yi, you are a fool." Simultaneously, in the resplendent reception hall, if Li Feng were present, he would immediately recognize the porcelain doll-like girl seated in the central position as the one who had bitten him fiercely behind Jinfo Temple the previous day. Flanking her were 2 men. To her left sat Master Lu Jing, and to her right was none other than the illustrious young Master Yang Yue. "This peerless beauty is simply exquisite. Third brother. Cousin, you must try it," the girl exclaimed, smacking her lips in delight, her eyes sparkling with pleasure. "Amidst, the flavor is indeed unique," Master Lu Jing remarked with a smile. Yang Yue took a sip, his expression nonchalant. "Quickly, bring this princess another cup," Princess Linglong urged. "Yes, Your Highness," one of the maidens replied respectfully, hastily presenting a freshly concocted, peerless beauty. As the maiden placed the glass before Princess Linglong, a cruel glint flickered in her eyes. In the next instant, her right hand transformed the tray into a lethal weapon, ruthlessly slicing towards Master Lu Jing's neck. Simultaneously, a steel needle, the length of a finger, materialized in her left hand. the steel needle shot forth like a phantom, aiming directly at Princess Linglong's throat. Die! The maid's heart echoed with a malevolent laughter. As an assassin from the Black Robe Temple, she had been lurking in the Great Qian Empire for many years, eagerly awaiting a mission that would validate her existence in this world. Now, the task had finally arrived. Target: Princess Linglong. However, according to intelligence, although the third prince of the Great Qian Empire had lost an arm, he was still a formidable 7th-rank martial artist. Thus, the maiden simultaneously targeted Master Lu Jing to prevent him from intercepting the steel needle. Master Lu Jing's face paled dramatically as he instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the sudden assault. In the same moment, his remaining arm swung forth, delivering a powerful blow to the maiden's chest. Boom! The maiden's chest caved in, and she was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, spewing forth a torrent of black blood as she soared through the air. Yet, her face was twisted into a sinister grin, brimming with exhilaration. The delay caused by Master Lu Jing meant that he had lost the optimal opportunity to intercept the steel needle. Thus, Princess Linglong was doomed. Unbeknownst to the maiden, the instant Master Lu Jing evaded the tray attack, young Master Yang Yue's brow furrowed slightly. His hand had already extended. PFF. The steel needle, now a fleeting shadow, pierced his palm with precision. From the moment the maiden launched her attack to the instant she was struck back by Master Lu Jing, and then to young Master Yang Yue's intervention to save Princess Linglong from the steel needle. All transpired within the brief span of 2 heartbeats, leaving Princess Linglong utterly bewildered as she struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. Her eyes widened in shock as she glanced at Master Lu Jing, then at Yang Yue. The other 2 maidens, also attending to guests in the hall, stood frozen in terror, for their companion, who had been like a sister to them, lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. Her face twisted in a horrifying grimace. Chapter 51. The Poisoning. Chapter 52. The willful Princess. Master Lu Jing wasted no time and stated, "Amidst, Li Shizhu is indeed a clever individual. You must be aware of the events that transpired in this room." Li Feng nodded slightly and inquired, "A maid attempted to assassinate the princess?" As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Yue, only to notice that Yue's left hand was wrapped in gauze. His complexion paled. It was evident that this unparalleled gentleman had intercepted the lethal strike aimed at the princess. So, this illustrious figure was also a martial artist? Li Feng felt a pang of despair. Could there truly be so many martial artists in this world? Amidst, precisely so, Master Lu Jing affirmed. Li Feng let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Buddha has blessed us. The princess is unharmed. Princess Linglong shot an indignant glare at Li Feng. "You ugly creature, who said this princess is unharmed? My cousin is injured because of me, and I am nearly heartbroken." As she spoke, Princess Linglong gazed at Yang Yue with an expression of profound concern. Yang Yue instinctively withdrew his injured hand slightly. Li Feng stole a glance at the composed Yang Yue, secretly astonished. Yang Yue was actually the princess's cousin? Li Feng had thought that Yue's esteemed title of unparalleled gentleman, combined with the formidable Yang family's influence and his recent act of heroism in saving the princess, was sufficient to earn him a place beside her. He had not anticipated that he also bore the status of royal kin. Master Lu Jing posed a query. "Li Shizhu, Yang Jianghu mentioned that you had previously alerted her in the kitchen regarding the maid by her side. May I inquire how you came to possess such knowledge? Furthermore, Yang Jianghu suspected that you had poisoned the dishes, which is why she went to the kitchen," he continued, producing the verdant vial and placing it before Li Feng. "Rest assured, I have examined it. These 12 dishes are entirely safe. Although I cannot ascertain the nature of the residue within this vial, its harmlessness is indisputable. However, what eludes my understanding is why you, Li Shizhu, would act so furtively, leading others to believe you were poisoning the princess." Li Feng shook his head, offering a faint smile. "Master, do you recall my mentioning yesterday that I had inadvertently ingested a worm? In truth, it was not an accident. I was compelled to swallow that worm." Master Lu Jing raised an eyebrow. What exactly transpired? Li Feng then recounted the events of the previous day succinctly. "You mean to say that the worm, upon hearing that uniquely shaped whistle, would begin to writhe and gnaw at your internal organs?" Master Lu Jing's expression grew exceedingly grave. Li Feng nodded. "If I am not mistaken, That is indeed a type of goo worm unique to the Western Ming Empire. No wonder I could not detect any abnormalities in your physique. This revelation pointed directly to the Black Robe Temple as the orchestrator of the assassination attempt. It was truly derelict of the Tianluo guards to allow an assassin from the Black Robe Temple to disturb the princess. Goo worm? Li Feng recalled having seen something similar in a movie, and a shiver ran down his spine. Master Lu Jing, his face serious, remarked, "This worm indeed behaves as that man described. It will lose control after 7 days and begin to feast upon your internal organs and flesh. By that time, not even deities could save you." Yang Yue furrowed his brow. Princess Linglong grimaced in disgust, expressing her revulsion. Li Feng forced a bitter smile and recounted how that man had threatened him with the goo worm, along with his speculations. "It is precisely because that man was aware that the unmatched beauty beverage was concocted by me that I surmised this matter, if not related to Yang Zhangguo, must certainly involve those 3 maids." In the kitchen, when Yang Zhangguo entered to accuse me of poisoning the dishes, I promptly ruled out her suspicion and understood that the intent was merely a ruse to divert Yang Zhangguo's attention, allowing that maid to take her place in entertaining the guests, thus providing the perfect opportunity to strike. Yang Yi, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. She had committed the gravest of errors. No wonder Li Feng had called her a fool. Master Lu Jing rose, his hand raised in a gesture of compassion. "Amidst, Li Shizhu, your actions are commendable. I am in awe. It is known that an ordinary person, faced with such coercion, would comply without question. Yet, to maintain such a mindset while fully aware of the impending doom speaks volumes of character." Li Feng stood and returned the gesture, humbly replying, "Master, you overstate my actions. I am merely a kind-hearted individual. Even in the face of death, I could never commit such a heinous act, nothing more." Master Lu Jing, being forthright, could not discern whether Li Shizhu was being humble or simply shamelessly boasting, ultimately stating, "Fear not, Li Shizhu. I shall exert every effort to locate that man and extract the goo worm from your body." "Thank you, Master." Li Feng nodded, harboring little hope. Since the assailant dared to attempt an assassination on the princess, he must have prepared for a complete escape and would not be easily apprehended. Li Feng turned to Princess Linglong, inquiring, "What does the princess intend to do regarding Yang Zhangguo?" Yang Yi's body trembled. She was on the verge of swallowing her heart. What did that wretched scoundrel mean by asking such a question? Was he reminding the princess that she had yet to deal with her? Yang Yi understood that, although she too was a victim, the fact that the assassin was one of her trusted subordinates placed her inescapably at fault. Though she hailed from the Yang family and was superficially Yang Yue's cousin, she ultimately belonged to a collateral line. Her father was neither accomplished in letters nor martial skills, a mediocre figure who garnered little regard from the family, let alone her, a mere woman. Given such a grave incident, the Yang family would undoubtedly refrain from interceding on her behalf and might even cast her out entirely to sever ties. Princess Linglong shot a fierce glare at Yang Yi, declaring with venom, "You have caused this princess tremendous fright and injured my cousin. Even if I do not kill you, I shall ensure that you—" After a moment's thought, Princess Linglong continued, "Then I shall have you stripped of your status and reduced to a courtesan." Yang Yi's face paled further. Her eyes filled with terror, her body trembling slightly. Li Feng's eyelids twitched. Could this princess be any more willful and capricious? Yang Yue furrowed his brow and interjected, "I am uninjured." This was, of course, a plea for clemency. Master Lu Jing added plainly, "Amidst, Linglong, Yang Zhangguo is, after all, a victim. Her crimes do not warrant such a severe penalty." Yang Yi's gaze revealed her gratitude. Princess Linglong, clearly intent on venting her grievances upon Yang Yi, retorted fiercely, "Today, unless my father revokes that decree, no one shall intercede on her behalf." Master Lu Jing smiled wryly. He understood well the nature of that decree, but how could the emperor possibly rescind it? Princess Linglong's obstinacy was indeed a source of great vexation. Li Feng bowed and said, "Princess." Princess Linglong shot him a furious glare, "You ugly creature. What right do you have to speak here? You ought to rejoice that I am not pursuing your crimes. Do not compel me to punish you as well." Chapter 53. A lengthy education. Li Feng found her words intolerable and boldly interrupted, "May I ask, Princess, What crime have I committed? You audacious! What audacity! Where exactly did I poison any dish? Surely it cannot be that my handsome appearance has irked you, leading you to deem my existence a capital offense. Or perhaps it is my talents, which surpass those of your cousin, that have incited your displeasure. The Prime Minister's belly can accommodate a ship, yet a princess of the realm exhibits such pettiness. Yang Yu's expression turned peculiar, appearing somewhat innocent. Master Lu Jing was utterly dismayed. Li Shizhu, are you not pouring oil on the flames? Princess Linglong was genuinely enraged, her face flushed crimson with indignation. You wretched commoner dare to treat this princess with such disrespect? What are you waiting for? Hurry and cut off this wretched creature's tongue. The shadow guards descended from the rafters. Wait! Li Feng hurriedly fumbled in his pouch for the Tianluo guard's copper token. He held it aloft with a sense of authority. Addressing the shadow guard, behold what I possess. The shadow guard's brow furrowed sharply, pausing in their advance. Though they harbored no fear of the Tianluo guards, they could not act against them, not even at the princess's command. The Tianluo guard served the sovereign directly, and this was a Tianluo copper guard. Master Lu Jing gazed at the token, momentarily stunned. Yang Yue was equally taken aback. Yang Yi was left speechless. Li Feng. His expression grave, addressed Princess Linglong. I am Li Feng, a Tianluo copper guard. As a Tianluo guard serving the sovereign, I undertake perilous missions for the sake of the Great Qian Empire, risking life and limb, only to be labeled a commoner by the princess and subjected to repeated humiliation, even to the point of being grievously injured by your bite. Master Lu Jing could not help but interject, Li Gongzi, you are exaggerating, just a mere scrape. May I ask, princess, is this appropriate? After venting his frustrations through what he considered overblown rhetoric, Li Feng felt his stomach churn. Princess Linglong, both humiliated and furious, retorted, what is so remarkable about a mere Tianluo copper guard? Why are you still standing there? Hurry and sever this wretched creature's tongue. The shadow guard knelt on one knee, seeking forgiveness. You? Princess Linglong was driven to tears, resembling a child who, having been denied their desired toy, threw themselves on the ground in a fit of rolling and wailing. You all bully me, sob, I utterly detest you. And with that, she ran out, crying. The shadowy guard immediately rose to follow her. Master Lu Jing looked at Li Feng with a face full of admiration, saying, Amidst, Li benefactor, we shall discuss this another day. This humble monk takes his leave now. Master, travel safely. Yang Yue cast a deep glance at Li Feng, nodded slightly, and also departed. The vast banquet hall fell into a profound silence. Li Feng did not spare Yang Yi a second glance. He plopped down onto the chair, casually picking up a pair of chopsticks. After spending over 2 hours meticulously preparing 12 exquisite dishes, they were now being served one by one for inspection to check for poison. Despite no poison being found, the esteemed guests had not touched a single bite. All that effort had been in vain. Yang Yi regarded Li Feng with a complicated expression. She was no fool. Thus, she understood better than anyone that Li Feng's crude and straightforward manner had brought Princess Linglong to tears. And so this matter came to a close. As for what followed, Yang Yue, who still held some respect for her cousin, would surely handle it well. The childlike and sensitive Princess Linglong would naturally not seek revenge. And even if she did, it would only be directed at Li Feng. Therefore, she would not be deprived of her official status, nor would her family be implicated. With a complex expression, she stood, biting her lip, and offered her gratitude. Thank you, young Master Li. Li Feng glanced at Yang Yi and replied nonchalantly, there is no need for such formality, Manager Yang. I merely found it intolerable that the princess acted so willfully and rudely. Moreover, if Manager Yang were to become a courtesan, who would I seek for my share of the profits from my peerless beauty? You know I have always maintained my integrity, never venturing into those places of frivolity. Yang Yi's complexion paled slightly. This side of Li Feng felt unfamiliar and distant to her. She disliked this sense of estrangement. Remembering how he had been forcibly fed the cursed insect, she felt a heavy knot in her heart. Unsure of what to say, Li Feng paid no further attention to Yang Yi and began to indulge in his meal. When he could eat no more, he patted his round belly and said to the taciturn Yang Yi, please have someone pack the leftovers. I shall take them with me. Yang Yi did not respond. She silently sat down and began to nibble on the remnants of Li Feng's meal. Li Feng was taken aback and remarked, "If those who admire Manager Yang were to find out you are eating my leftovers, they might drown me in spit." Yang Yi looked up, her expression having transformed. Her eyes blinked alluringly, and she smiled, "Young Master Li, did you not say that as long as he serves as your maid for a day, doing your laundry, cooking, and fetching water for you, you would forgive me? Then let it begin now. From now until this time tomorrow, I shall be your maid, and as a maid, is it not expected to eat the leftovers of the master?" Moreover, Yang Yi's eyes glistened as she gazed at Li Feng, her breath growing lighter, appearing coy yet inviting, her crimson lips parting. "If the master desires me to perform other tasks, I shall certainly comply." Still hoping to employ her charms, does she think I am that easily swayed? Li Feng regarded Yang Yi as though she were a simpleton. "Is that so? Then after you finish eating, go out onto the street and shout 3 times, 'I am an idiot,' and then return to clean my toilet. How does that sound?" Yang Yi's facial muscles twitched in humiliation. She felt thoroughly insulted. "What an insufferable fellow!" Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Whether I forgive you is but a jest, Manager Yang need not take it to heart. Moreover, I bear no grievance against you. How long have we known each other? It is only natural that you would be cautious and distrustful of me, just as I am not entirely trusting of you. For instance, I seriously suspect you are now trying to seduce me out of genuine attraction rather than guilt, not simply because I am on the verge of death and you pity me." Yang Yi's body stiffened, feeling utterly disheartened. Had she just spoken incorrectly? "Since Manager Yang is so interested in these leftovers, please take your time. I shall take my leave." Li Feng stood to depart, nodding in agreement. "Before I die, I should at least experience the sights of those indulgent places." Chapter 54. The old Taoist Li Feng, of course, did not venture to those indulgent places. The education he received throughout his life forbade him from such locales, and even now, having traversed to this strange land, his parents could no longer impose their will upon him. He held the umbrella provided by the maid of the drunken sky tower, stepping into the continuous drizzle. For a moment, he felt that although the world was vast, it seemed there was no place for him to take refuge. Unbeknownst to him, Li Feng found himself once more beneath that great tree. The weather was cold and dreary, the fine rain incessant. Besides the old Taoist who offered fortune-telling, the other vendors had not set up their stalls. There stood the old Taoist, clad in a raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat. His eyes half closed, unfazed by the winds and rain, he remained steadfast, exuding an air of profound mystery, akin to a sage. What a marvelous old charlatan, Li Feng thought to himself, silently admiring him. He approached, closed his umbrella, and bowed. "Taoist, I wish to have my fortune told." Saying this, Li Feng produced 10 coins and placed them on the already drenched table. The old Taoist opened his eyes slightly, looking at Li Feng with satisfaction, and said, "You have already saved yourself. Great calamity has departed, and you may now be at ease." Is the Taoist's word to be taken seriously? Though this was likely a deceptive statement, considering the cursed insect still resided within him. If he could not locate the man responsible, the insect would soon begin to gnaw at his insides. Nevertheless, Li Feng felt a surge of hope. Perhaps this enigmatic old Taoist could indeed save him. "Come with me. I shall take you to a place." The old Taoist rose and stepped into the fine rain. Leaving behind the props used for his deceit, Li Feng was taken aback. "Where to?" The old Taoist glanced back at Li Feng, adopting a tone of self-importance. Heavenly secrets must not be divulged. Li Feng pondered for a moment, then discarded the umbrella, stepping into the rain to follow closely behind the old Taoist. The old Taoist let out a hearty laugh, saying, "You truly are following me? Are you not afraid I shall sell you off?" Li Feng was astonished by the old Taoist's change in demeanor. Previously, he had spoken with compassion, referring to himself humbly, yet now he was boastful, calling himself old man. Li Feng smiled and replied, "Taoist, with your vast powers, you surely know that my days are numbered. Thus, in this fleeting life, it is wise to seek out new experiences. To taste the experience of being sold before I die would not be in vain. And if the Taoist could sell me to a beautiful widow, that would be even better." The old Taoist laughed heartily, his face filled with admiration. At such a young age, your mindset is so composed. One might think you have lived two lives, viewing life and death with indifference. Li Feng mused that his situation could indeed be likened to having lived two lives. Taoist, where are we headed? Li Feng inquired again. Someone as intriguing as you, I cannot allow you to simply perish. I must find a way to extract the cursed insect from your body, the old Taoist declared matter-of-factly. Li Feng's eyes brightened. So the Taoist truly knows there is a cursed insect within me. The old Taoist chuckled. I merely calculated and lo, I knew everything. Li Feng could only express his admiration. Taoist, you are indeed remarkable. I am in awe. The Taoist jokingly scolded. Remarkable. My foot. I merely observed you had fallen into someone else's trap, naively hopping onto their carriage. With nothing better to do, I decided to follow. The old Taoist described with slight disgust. Then I observed a worm, slowly crawling into your mouth. Guided by the sound of the whistle, Li Feng's face changed drastically, his stomach twisting violently, and he turned away to vomit. The old Taoist, feeling queasy, quickly distanced himself from Li Feng. Li Feng retched for a good while, expelling even the breakfast he had eaten 3 days prior. After he finished, he dragged his trembling body to continue following the old Taoist. Taoist, you truly are a master, Li Feng said weakly, sneaking behind the carriage and eventually infiltrating it without being discovered. It was evident that this old fellow was an extraordinarily powerful warrior. But why, Taoist, did you choose to assist me today when you stood by and did nothing just days ago? Li Feng asked. The old Taoist turned to look at Li Feng, replying, Did I not already tell you? Only self-rescue is the way. Li Feng understood. So the Taoist means that by not poisoning the dish, I was indeed saving myself? The old Taoist nodded, saying, If you had truly poisoned that dish, I would naturally not have bothered with your life or death. Furthermore, I quite like your attitude. For instance, you do not blame me for not intervening earlier, nor do you hold it against Manager Yang from the drunken Sky Tower for her distrust, even scolding Princess Ling Long to tears. By this alone, you are far more endearing than many in this world. The Taoist has truly discerning eyes. Indeed. I am just that charming, Li Feng replied, his eyes sparkling with agreement, eager to kneel and embrace the old Taoist's leg. Although the true identity of this individual remains a mystery, one can readily deduce from his formidable prowess as a warrior that he is indeed a person of considerable significance. The old Taoist chuckled heartily, observing Li Feng with a sense of satisfaction. Your audacious and shameless demeanor mirrors that of my youth. Esteemed Taoist, you flatter me excessively. I am but a mere shadow compared to your illustrious self, Li Feng replied. Caught off guard. Enough with the titles. You should address me as your teacher. The old Taoist's expression grew slightly stern. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Teacher? The old Taoist shot him a disapproving glance. What? Do you doubt my qualifications to be your teacher, this so-called prodigy? If I did not regard you as a disciple, do you think I would waste my time on your affairs? With your skills, I could easily earn a few more coins at the market rather than be burdened by your trivialities, he continued, suggesting that one should seize the opportunity presented by a significant figure. Quickly, Li Feng performed a gesture of respect. Teacher, I bow to you. The old Taoist nodded in approval. From this moment forth, you shall be one of the 2 disciples of Zhuge Xinyuan. Li Feng, realizing that the old Taoist's name was Zhuge Xinyuan, asked, Teacher, does this mean I have another senior disciple? Ideally, he hoped for a senior sister. If she were as adorable as Ninger or possessed the captivating aloofness of a heroine, he would be most pleased. Failing that, even if she were as enchanting as the charming Yang, he would find that acceptable. The old Taoist nodded. You are already quite familiar with your senior brother. There is no need for me to introduce you. Li Feng sensed a hint of displeasure in the teacher's demeanor when mentioning his senior brother. Indicating dissatisfaction with the other disciple, he hesitated before asking, Teacher, may I inquire who my senior brother is? Zhuge Xinyuan casually replied, Yang Yue. Ah. Li Feng was stunned, nearly choking on the name. Chapter 55. The Dean So? You are indeed the esteemed Dean Zhuge of Tianyi Academy? Li Feng was taken aback. Just days prior, he had firmly declined the invitations from several scholars of Tianyi Academy to become a teacher there. Little did he expect to find himself as a disciple of Dean Huge. Feng felt as though he had been soundly slapped. I have a deep affection for the kitchen's smoke and grease. Zhuge Xinyuan regarded Li Feng with satisfaction. Well said. Your words resonate with me. Duh. Teacher, you flatter me. Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Zhuge Xinyuan's eyes glinted with intensity as he regarded Li Feng. To utter such nonsense is a testament to your lack of genuine scholarly pursuit. Duh. A person who is not a true scholar yet can articulate those 4 lines and compose the poem on climbing the Yuzhou platform. I must admit, you are indeed a prodigy. Only someone of your caliber is worthy of being my disciple. Duh. For a moment, Li Feng could not discern whether the old man was praising him or himself. Of course, Yang Yuyue is also a talent. He excels in poetry, literature, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, mastering them all. His martial prowess is equally remarkable, rendering him a paragon of both culture and combat. However, his temperament does not quite suit me. Conversing with him can be rather tiresome. Zhuge Xinyuan appeared somewhat reluctant. Yet, due to his remarkable talent, I accepted him as a disciple. Li Feng, curious, inquired, What rank of warrior is my senior brother? 7th rank, Zhuge Xinyuan replied. Li Feng felt a pang of envy. As they spoke, they had unknowingly entered a secluded alley. The fine rain fell steadily, and the atmosphere was damp and chilly, rendering the alley eerily quiet and deserted. Zhuge Xinyuan walked forward with an air of calm confidence, while Li Feng felt an instinctive tension. Sensing that they were nearing their destination, continuing deeper into the alley, they finally halted before a courtyard. Zhuge Xinyuan approached and knocked on the door. After a brief moment, a crack opened, revealing half of a man's face. What do you want? Go beg elsewhere. The man grumbled impatiently, mistaking Zhuge Xinyuan for a destitute Taoist seeking alms. With a benevolent smile, Zhuge Xinyuan waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a bothersome fly. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Li Feng's eyes. A resounding bang echoed as the door, barely ajar, was flung inward, and the man who had opened it was sent flying backward. Zhuge Xinyuan walked in as though nothing had occurred. Exuding an aura of nonchalance, Li Feng stood there, wide-eyed and blank-minded, still in shock. By the time he regained his senses and hurriedly followed with trembling legs into the courtyard, he was once more taken aback. The modest courtyard already lay strewn with 4 individuals. Among them were 2 familiar faces, the man with the square face from the carriage, who had been rendered unconscious by Zhuge Xinyuan's potion, and the one who had used a whistle to control the worms within him. All 4 individuals lay on the ground, their limbs twisted in grotesque positions, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Yet they stubbornly clenched their teeth in silence. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the overcast sky, embodying the essence of a master. Upon recognizing Li Feng's face, the 4 individuals' expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had seen a ghost. They never anticipated that this formidable old Taoist was summoned by someone they regarded merely as a pawn to be exploited. Yet, they could not comprehend how this insignificant figure, who had been unconscious when brought here, managed to locate a hidden stronghold undetectable even by the Tianlu guards. Furthermore, his presence here suggested that their long-planned assassination of Princess Linglong had likely failed. Their faces contorted in rage, their eyes filled with malice, they emitted low growls like wild beasts, wishing to devour Li Feng whole. At that moment, Li Feng had already approached Zhuge Xinyuan, showering him with praise. Teacher, you are truly remarkable. Zhuge Xinyuan nodded slightly. Your words ring true. Then, shaking his head in mild exasperation, he added, However, if I am not mistaken, these 4 are likely assassins from the Black Robe Temple of the Western Ming Empire. Given that I struck them so forcefully, their silence indicates that mere torture will hardly compel them to reveal the location of the worms within you. The Black Robe Temple? Li Feng had never heard of this name before. They are akin to the Tianlu guards, Zhuge Xinyuan elucidated. Ah, I see. Yet, I truly did not expect you to be associated with the Tianlu guards, Zhuge Xinyuan remarked, puzzled. He was well aware of what kind of organization the Tianlu guards were. How could this frail youth possibly be deemed worthy of becoming a Tianlu Copper Guard? Lord Sunning of the Tianlu Gold Guards believes I possess great potential and has extended multiple invitations for me to join, Li Feng explained. Zhuge Xinyuan nodded in approval. You truly are worthy of being my disciple. Li Feng smiled sheepishly. It is thanks to your guidance, teacher. Zhuge Xinyuan thoroughly enjoyed Li Feng's flattery, nodding in agreement. Your words resonate with me. Changing the subject, he continued, as far as I know, the Tianlu guards and the Black Robe Temple have clashed countless times. They should be quite familiar with the latter, and the Tianlu guards ought to have a way to extract the worms from you. If the Tianlu guards cannot assist you, then you shall indeed be left to await your demise. After a brief pause, Zhuge Xinyuan added reassuringly, at least before you pass, you will have had the honor of being my disciple. You may find solace in that. Li Feng felt a sense of numbness. It seemed that his teacher's decision to accept him as a student was not due to any admiration for his talents, character, or boundless potential, but rather to ensure that he could die with his eyes closed. What a compassionate teacher he was! Meanwhile, the four individuals on the ground lay rigid, their faces contorted in fury, blood spewing forth. They had initially believed Li Feng to be a mere talented cook with a respectable reputation. Hence their decision to abduct him to facilitate the assassination of Princess Ling Long. Little did they know he was a Tianlu copper guard. Noticing the black-clad man glaring at him with venomous eyes, Li Feng spoke up, Teacher, I possess a set of acupuncture techniques for coercive interrogation. Perhaps it could prove effective. This technique, Li Feng had come across in an ancient tome, had yet to be clinically tested, making it a fitting opportunity to try it out. Chapter 56. The acupuncture, you know how to perform acupuncture? Zhuge Xinyuan expressed keen interest. Please, guide me, teacher. Li Feng bowed respectfully. Lacking silver needles, he picked up a small branch from the ground and, using a finely crafted dagger he found on the square-faced man, he deftly fashioned the branch into several sharp wooden needles, resembling the thickness of silver needles. Zhuge Xinyuan nodded in satisfaction. Though he lacked even the most basic internal energy, Li Feng's hand demonstrated remarkable steadiness and skilled. It seemed entirely possible that one day, with internal energy, he could become the world's foremost swordsman. Li Feng approached the figure of the man clad in black. Lowering his gaze to the face that had long been drenched by the rain, now grotesquely contorted. Crouching down, he began to tear the man's clothing aside, speaking softly, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. This is my first time assisting someone with acupuncture. My technique may be somewhat unrefined, and I might make a mistake that I hope you can forgive me. The man in black gasped heavily, his crimson eyes filled with a fierce malevolence. Kikik, I never anticipated you were a celestial copper guard. Had I known, I would have ensured your survival was impossible. Kikik. Li Feng felt a surge of relief, thankful that he had left his celestial guard insignia at home that day and grateful that the circumstances had prevented him from revealing his identity as a celestial copper guard. Otherwise, he might not have known how he would meet his end. In a couple of days, the parasite will begin feasting on your internal organs. Kikik. As Li Feng continued to strip away the man's clothing, he inquired, So, you refuse to assist me in removing the parasite? I wish nothing more than for you to die. No, I want you to be trapped in a state of living death. Kikik. Li Feng nodded. Acknowledging that there was nothing further to discuss at that moment, his fingers brushed against something hard. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a whistle fashioned from the claw of an unknown creature. The object felt icy to the touch. Exuding a peculiar odor, disgusted, he tossed the whistle aside and, with a steely gaze, swiftly plunged several wooden needles into the man's pressure points. Instantly, it was as though an invisible hand had seized the man's throat, silencing his mocking laughter, rendering him incapable of uttering another sound. In the next moment, an indescribable agony erupted from the man's twisted eyes, akin to a tempest that could not be resisted. His body writhed in desperation. His face contorted into an abominable grimace. His mouth gaped wide, saliva mixed with blood flowing out uncontrollably, yet he was unable to emit a single cry of despair. Elder Zhuge, observing this, felt a surge of pride. Truly, his disciple was an extraordinary talent, exhibiting a technique that was nothing short of astonishing. The three other men, witnessing the man's torment, were expressions of shock. They understood well their own threshold for pain. Even when their limbs had been brutally shattered moments ago, they had scarcely furrowed their brows. It seems I have not erred, Li Feng remarked with satisfaction. If you wish for me to extract the parasite from your abdomen, Simply blink, and I shall remove the needles." The man, racked with pain that seemed to shake his very soul, felt his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Were he able, with a knife in hand, he would not hesitate to slit his own throat. Eagerly awaiting death, he could not bear the thought of enduring this torment any longer. Even one more breath felt unbearable. Thus, upon hearing Li Feng's words, he blinked with great difficulty, as though grasping at a lifeline. Li Feng, having no desire to prolong the man's suffering, swiftly withdrew the wooden needles. The unbearable pain dissipated almost instantly, and the man gasped for breath, his lifeless eyes now brimming with sheer terror. Strangely, he felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Li Feng for his promptness in removing the needles, sparing him further anguish. Li Feng picked up the whistle and, in a tone of negotiation, said, "Would you kindly blow the whistle? Of course, you may act maliciously, and we shall compare the potency of your black-robed temple's parasite against the efficacy of my wooden needles." The man's body quivered violently, and he let out a terrified shriek. "No, no, I won't act maliciously, I won't." "Then I must ask you to comply." Li Feng positioned the whistle near the man's lips, while his other hand prepared to administer another needle. The three men, witnessing this, turned pale, each voicing their disapproval. "Yurin, you are a warrior of our celestial temple. How can you compromise with the enemy? What is this trivial pain compared to what we endure? If you have the ability, let this warrior experience that pain. If I so much as frown, I would willingly descend into the depths of the underworld." Silence. Elder Zhuge glared fiercely, casually tossing 3 small stones he had gathered from the ground. In an instant, the stones struck true, shattering the men's teeth and numbing their tongues, silencing them completely. Meanwhile, the terrified man gently blew into the whistle, producing an agonizingly sharp sound. In an instant, Li Feng felt the parasite within him begin to stir. He distinctly sensed it wriggling its way up his esophagus, nearing his throat. Li Feng's expression shifted dramatically. His stomach twisted painfully as he opened his mouth to vomit. With one heave, he expelled a worm the length of a finger. The creature resembled an earthworm and began to writhe upon hitting the ground, eliciting another wave of nausea from Li Feng, who continued to retch. Elder Zhuge hurled another stone, obliterating the parasite into a pulpy mess. After nearly expelling his very life force, Li Feng finally managed to rise, wiping the rain from his face, and approached Elder Zhuge, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the overcast sky. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, master." Li Feng knew that without this old man, he would have been doomed to a fate of having his internal organs devoured by the parasite. Elder Zhuge regarded Li Feng with satisfaction, saying, "You will handle the ensuing matters on your own. I must step out for a time, returning in no less than half a month, and perhaps over a month." Li Feng was taken aback. "Master, you are leaving now? Should I wait for an auspicious day? Must I inform those old fools that I am departing, and they are to keep an eye on the Tianyi Academy? Must I also tell Jianghu that master is leaving and he should diligently study his lessons? What I mean to say is, I truly will miss you, master." Li Feng gazed longingly at Elder Zhuge, wishing to ask whether there was a way to attain inner vitality, yet the master was already preparing to leave. "Though your words reek of insincerity, I still find them pleasing to hear." Elder Zhuge's expression turned stern. "I only hope you remain true to yourself and do not lose sight of your original intentions. Do not engage in those acts that I find distasteful, lest I feel compelled to cleanse the ranks." Li Feng nodded vigorously. "As for other matters, we shall discuss them upon my return." With that, Elder Zhuge turned without hesitation and exited the courtyard. "Safe travels, master." Li Feng hurriedly followed, only to find the alleyway desolate, devoid of Elder Zhuge's presence. "Is the master too eccentric?" Li Feng mused, somewhat exasperated. After a moment's contemplation, he retraced his steps into the courtyard, laboriously dragging the 2 doors that had been flung open back into place. Under the watchful gaze of the fearful and malevolent glances surrounding him, he administered a needle to each of them, rendering them unconscious before patting his backside and exiting the courtyard, ensuring the door was securely shut. Li Feng was keenly aware that turning these 4 individuals over to the Celestial Guard would be the most prudent course of action. The Celestial Guard might even extract valuable information from them. However, despite his status as a Celestial Copper Guard, He was oblivious to the whereabouts of the Celestial Guard's base and had no idea where to find the female hero, leaving him quite vexed. After much deliberation, he resolved to seek out Master Lu Jing, though he surmised that Master Lu was likely not at the Golden Buddha Temple at this hour. Thus, he concluded that his best course of action was to visit the Drunken Sky Tower to find Manager Yang, who could then lead him to Yang Yue and subsequently to Master Lu Jing. Just as he stepped out of the alley, a figure suddenly darted out from the side, startlingly Feng. A voice, tinged with exasperation, rang out. "Young Master Li, you are truly difficult to locate." Upon seeing the figure, he realized it was none other than Nyo Air. Recognizing Nyo Air, Li Feng understood that the Celestial Guard had already been informed of Princess Linglong's assassination attempt at the Drunken Sky Tower. They might even be aware of his own involvement in the assassination plot and the parasite that had taken root within him, which explained their urgency in seeking him out. A wave of frustration surged within him. He coldly demanded, "Who are you? In broad daylight, what do you intend to do? Are you here to rob me? When did the security of Sioux City become so poor?" Nyo Air regarded Li Feng with the expression of one who found him absurd. Li Feng brandished the Celestial Copper Guard insignia, nearly succumbing to the impulse to strike Nyo Air with it. "How dare you look at me with such disdain? Is this insignia not genuine? If it is real, why is it that I, a Celestial Copper Guard, do not even know where the Celestial Guard's base is? When faced with trouble, I have no idea where to find you." Nyo Air appeared momentarily taken aback. It seems that the Celestial Guard never seeks assistance from the organization when in peril. They always resolve matters themselves. Li Feng felt insulted, his anger boiling over. "Did I say I was seeking help? My internal organs are about to be devoured by a parasite, and I never intended to look for you to save me." "All right," Nyo Air responded with a look of sympathy. "Even if you sought help, it would likely be futile. Only the one who cast the curse can control the parasite." Were it not for the fact that Nyo Air was not even a first-tier martial artist, Li Feng would have gladly engaged him in a duel. "I have captured 4 assassins from the Black-Robed Temple, yet I have no idea where to inform you," Li Feng exclaimed in frustration. Nyo Air looked utterly bewildered. "What are you saying?" Li Feng raised his chin slightly, projecting an air of formidable authority. "As a member of the Celestial Guard, dealing with just a few ruffians from the Black-Robed Temple is as effortless as composing the poem on the Tower of Yuzhou. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Feng gestured towards the door and remarked, "The assassins from the Black-Robed Temple are within, already incapacitated by me. You should swiftly take them back for thorough interrogation." Nyo Air cast a puzzled glance at Li Feng before pushing the door open. As he beheld the 4 individuals lying on the ground, his mind erupted with disbelief, as if a tempest had stirred within him. Struggling to comprehend the scene before his eyes, in fact, over the past few days, nearly all members of the Celestial Guard in Sioux City had been mobilized in search of these assassins who had been lurking, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Just a few days ago, they had encountered each other, but the assassins had managed to escape. Little did they expect that they would ultimately fall into Li Feng's hands. "I'll leave the rest to you. I must return to bathe and rest," Li Feng declared, waving his hand nonchalantly and departing with an air of modesty that concealed his achievements. Back in his quarters, Li Feng indulged in a soothing hot bath and, in a rare moment, ventured into the kitchen to prepare himself a nourishing bowl of congee. After nearly exhausting himself, it was high time to care for his stomach. Having finished his bowl, night had fully descended, and the gentle rain continued to fall. Standing beneath the eaves, Li Feng gazed up at the pitch-black sky, contemplating the likelihood of several days of rain to come. Just then, an all-too-familiar scent wafted towards him, causing his eyes to brighten instantly. True to his instincts, the next moment revealed a female warrior, wielding a large black umbrella, descending like a dark spirit from the night. Appearing in the courtyard, Li Feng's gaze ignited with fervor as he rushed into the rain to meet her, eager to take the umbrella from her hands. Whether or not they could share the umbrella mattered little. As a gentleman, his duty was to shield the lady from the rain. Yet, the moment he dashed into the downpour, Gongsun Chinyu flickered away. Already standing beneath the eaves, Li Feng, undeterred, turned back to the eaves, wiped the rain from his face, and gazed ardently at Gongsun Chinyu. "Heroine!" Gongsun Chinyu interrupted him coolly. "I do not know." As she spoke, her eyes, shimmering like stars in the darkness, reflected a hint of regret. Li Feng was taken aback. Huh? Gongsun Xinyu averted her gaze, looking out at the rain, and stated flatly, a few days prior, the Celestial Guard received intelligence that assassins from the Black Robe Temple had already infiltrated Su City, aiming to assassinate Princess Linglong. In these past few days, nearly all of Su City's Celestial Guards have been deployed to track the assassins. We did have an encounter, but they managed to flee. She refrained from elaborating further. Thus, she could not concern herself with you. Thus, she remained unaware that you had been abducted by the assassins from the Black Robe Temple, that you had been force-fed poison, and compelled to assassinate Princess Linglong. Gongsun Xinyu mused, fortunate that you did not poison that dish. Otherwise, your death would have been inevitable. Even if you perished, it would not end there. The entire Celestial Guard would be implicated. Fortunately, the poison within you has been extracted. Li Feng gazed at Gongsun Xinyu's profile, touched, nodding fervently. I understand, I understand. Though the heroine may seem cold, her heart is ablaze with warmth. She truly cares for her subordinate. The muscles in Gongsun Xinyu's face twitched, and any trace of concern she felt for Li Feng vanished in an instant. Such a mundane expression of concern had been twisted into something entirely different when it came from his lips. Yang's Tavern in Yongshui Lane is the Celestial Guard's stronghold in Su City. Should you require assistance, you may seek Nyoair there. Li Feng committed this location to memory, gazing longingly at Gongsun Xinyu, inquiring, isn't it possible to seek the heroine directly? I will be returning to the capital in a couple of days. Li Feng's expression turned forlorn. Heroine? I shall miss you dearly. Gongsun Xinyu felt an urge to kick him into the rain, desperately wanting to say, do not think of me. She then asked, who is that old Taoist you brought along? Chapter 58. Madame Zhao's visit. Li Feng was not surprised that Gongsun Xinyu was aware of this matter. After all, the four assassins had fallen into her grasp. With the methods of the Celestial Guard, it was unlikely they would fail to extract information. Li Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that his teacher had not explicitly forbidden him from disclosing this. And thus he spoke with a hint of pride. He is my teacher. Gongsun Xinyu frowned. Your teacher? The headmaster of Tiandi Academy, Zhuge Shenyuan. Gongsun Xinyu's expression shifted, truly unable to believe what she had just heard. Headmaster Zhuge is actually your teacher? When did this happen? A few hours ago. Gongsun Xinyu cast Li Feng a peculiar glance, pondering how this fellow had gained the favor of Headmaster Zhuge, becoming one of his personal disciples. Li Feng seized Gongsun Xinyu's hand, pouring out his grievances. Heroine, you have no idea. My teacher saw my extraordinary talent and exceptional potential, deeming me a rare genius, and thus began to coax and pressure me into becoming one of his two personal disciples. I had no choice but to acquiesce. Gongsun Xinyu gazed at his self-satisfied expression, nearly unable to restrain herself from drawing her sword. How could this fellow be so shamelessly self-assured? Suddenly realizing that he was still holding her hand, her lips twitched, and she quietly commanded, let go. Anger flared within her. Why did she not immediately draw her sword to sever that hand? Instead of retracting it, she merely demanded he release her. As she was about to pull away, Li Feng had already relinquished her hand, as if nothing had occurred. He even asked curiously, Heroine, is my teacher truly formidable? Hence. Gongsun Xinyu set aside the incident of her hand being held, her gaze intensifying with fervor. She spoke earnestly, there are but a handful of grandmasters in the world, and Headmaster Zhuge is one of them. Li Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. That eccentric old sage was actually a grandmaster-level warrior? Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Li Feng's excitement was palpable. So, under the guidance of my grandmaster teacher, I might have the prospect of cultivating inner energy? Perhaps I could soar alongside you, heroine? Gongsun Xinyu continued to suppress her urge to draw her sword, diverting the conversation. Princess Linglong was attacked at the Zue Shao Tower, and the Celestial Guard failed to locate the assassin beforehand, bearing undeniable responsibility. She glanced at Li Feng and added, as a member of the Celestial Guard, you too shall face punishment. Fortunately, Princess Linglong is unharmed, and we successfully apprehended those four assassins, obtaining some information which allows for redemption of guilt. Thus, the punishment will not be severe, nor will there be any rewards. Li Feng paid no heed to the so-called punishment, and rewards were even less on his mind. Indifferently, he remarked, "It matters not. I am not in need of silver at the moment." Gongsun Xinyu found the conversation increasingly intolerable and coldly remarked, "Rest well?" She then grasped the large black umbrella and stepped into the rain. Feng, filled with concern, called out, "Heroine, the wind and rain outside are fierce, and it is perilous for a lady to traverse the night alone. Why not stay the night?" Gongsun Xinyu stiffened momentarily, but ultimately refrained from turning around to draw her sword and slay him. As she watched her depart into the rain, Feng mused on the genuine dangers facing women on dark roads, wondering why the heroine could not see the danger. Shaking his head, he retreated indoors to sleep. The night passed in silence. The following day, the light rain persisted. With little to occupy himself, Feng ventured out, umbrella in hand, to stroll by the Xuanwu Lake. Not far away, the doors of the Zue Shao Tower were tightly shut. Its entrance deserted, Feng understood well. The assassin had been Yang Yi's trusted maid, and Yang Yi would undoubtedly seclude herself for several days to thoroughly cleanse her circle of acquaintances. Approaching noon, Feng dined at the Mingyang Tower, where the service remained poor, yet, due to the closure of the Zue Shao Tower, patrons were noticeably more abundant. He then meandered back home. Just as he set down his umbrella, a soft knock echoed at the courtyard door. Puzzled as to who might be visiting at this hour, he approached and peered through the cracked eye. In that instant, it felt as if he had encountered a 2-meter-long king cobra behind the golden Buddha temple. His heart nearly stopped. Standing outside was none other than Madame Xiao Yuan. He also noticed the rather unsightly Sun Jinjun lurking behind her, likely cowed by his mother's imposing presence, unable to lift his head. Is this terrifying woman here to settle the score? Feng swallowed hard, his heart quaking. What to do? This woman was a madwoman. When she went berserk, she would not care whether you were a member of the Celestial Guard or one of the 2 personal disciples of the headmaster of Tiandi Academy. Acting swiftly, Feng resolved to escape over the wall. Turning to flee, he suddenly froze, realizing that the 2 servants, who were adept at plucking out eyeballs and breaking limbs, had somehow appeared in the courtyard. They maintained their customary bowed posture, exuding a demeanor of respect and humility, standing still and allowing the drizzle to soak them. Yet, in Feng's eyes, they resembled 2 waiting cobras, with no other option. Feng had to turn back and open the door. The moment he did, an eerie chill washed over him, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Feng hastily bowed deeply, his eyes not daring to linger on Xiao Yuanyu, and for even a moment. "Ah, it is Madame Xiao. Your visit to my humble abode truly brings honor to this place. Please, madam, do come in." The widow makes an unannounced visit. "I hope young Master Li will forgive me," Madame Xiao replied, her expression inscrutable, nodding slightly. Such commonplace pleasantries fell upon Feng's ears like the mournful wails of a malevolent spirit, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. He forced himself to maintain composure, saying, "Madame Xiao, please." Madame Xiao stepped over the threshold and entered the courtyard. Only then did Feng dare to lift his gaze towards Sun Jinju, who appeared today like a withered eggplant, utterly dispirited and pallid. Feng mused inwardly, could it be that he indulged excessively in medicine yesterday? Is he destined to follow in his father's footsteps? "Young Master Sun, please." "I apologize for disturbing you." "Young Master Li," Sun Jinju mumbled, his head lowered, exuding an air of awkward humility as he limped forward, evidently still recovering from a previously broken leg. Feng closed the door and approached Madame Xiao, saying, "Madame Xiao, please come inside." "My apologies for the intrusion," Madame Xiao acknowledged with a nod, adding, "Young Master Li need not be so formal. I have no intention of gouging out your eyes." Feng's heart nearly leapt from his throat, almost overwhelmed with fright. "Madame Xiao, might you refrain from uttering such grave words? It is rather terrifying." He steadied himself and forced a smile, saying, "Please, Madame Xiao, enter. Young Master Sun, you too." Chapter 59. The illness once seated indoors, Feng hastily served fragrant tea before inquiring, "Might I ask, Madame Xiao, what brings you here today?" Without preamble, Madame Xiao stated, "I seek young Master Li's assistance in saving a life." Feng was taken aback. "Save a life?" Madame Xiao turned her expressionless gaze towards Sun Jinju, commanding, "Remove your clothing." Feng was momentarily stunned. Sun Jinju, dragging a damaged leg, rose and awkwardly approached Li Feng. Beginning to disrobe, Li Feng quickly interjected, "What is the meaning of this, young master son? I have no inclination to admire a man's physique, especially not one as frail as yours, where even clothed, one can see the outline of bones. There is truly nothing appealing." Madame Xiao interjected, "Young Master Li will understand upon seeing." It finally dawned on Li Feng that the issue at hand was not Madame Xiao, but rather the grave condition of young Master Sun's body. Sun Jinju's complexion was ghostly pale, his eyes filled with palpable fear and pain as he continued to remove his garments. Upon glimpsing the strange red spots on Sun Jinju's abdomen, Li Feng's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be? He glanced at Sun Jinju and said, "Your trousers." Sun Jinju clenched his teeth and complied. After a quick survey, Li Feng's frown deepened. There was no doubt, this debauched young master had contracted a venereal disease. In this era of primitive medical knowledge, such afflictions were essentially incurable. And no wonder the usually arrogant Sun Jinju appeared, as if he had lost half his vitality. It was no surprise that Madame Xiao had personally sought assistance. "Put your clothes back on," Li Feng instructed Sun Jinju. "Other doctors claim this is an incurable ailment. Yet I believe young Master Li may have a solution," Madame Xiao remarked, her expression still devoid of emotion, her tone lacking any semblance of human concern for her son's grave condition. Li Feng pondered for a moment, replying, "I am not a doctor." "You are being modest, young Master Li. It was you who cured Ninger of her peculiar affliction," Madame Xiao insisted. Li Feng clarified, "Madame Xiao has misunderstood. I only mean to suggest a trial. I cannot guarantee its efficacy, and the prescription I provide may very well exacerbate young Master Sun's condition, potentially leading to his demise." At that moment, Li Feng recalled a formula he had once encountered. In his desperation to cure his own ailment, he had obsessively researched various folk remedies and unorthodox treatments. That formula, of course, had never undergone clinical validation. One dose could easily prove fatal. "If that is the case, then it is his fate," Madame Xiao remarked, casting a glance at Sun Jinju, her eyes as emotionless as if gazing upon a lifeless corpse. "If it must be so, then I shall attempt it," Li Feng resolved. Taking a deep breath, Madame Xiao rose and offered her thanks. "Thank you, young Master Li." Clad once more, Sun Jinju expressed both gratitude and guilt. "Thank you, young Master Li." He had anticipated that even if he were not turned away, Li Feng would likely remain indifferent, perhaps even celebrate with firecrackers as if it were New Year's Day. To his astonishment, however, Li Feng agreed to assist him in treatment, just as his mother had indicated. Li Feng promptly returned the courtesy. "Madame Xiao, you are too kind. Young master, you are too kind. I merely happen to know of a prescription for such an ailment, and I am entirely unsure of its effectiveness. I shall write down the prescription now. You have my gratitude, young Master Li." With that, Li Feng retrieved writing materials and began to inscribe the formula. During this process, he casually inquired, "Might I ask, Madame Xiao, is the health of the elder Mr. Sun now robust?" Madame Xiao's voice remained devoid of emotion as she replied, "Thank you for your concern, young master. My father has merely caught a chill, but he is now well." Li Feng nodded, contemplating that since the elder Mr. Sun had recovered, Ninger need not continue her service at the Sun family's villa. Upon finishing the prescription, Li Feng handed it to Sun Jinju, earnestly advising, "Young master, the brewing and consumption methods are detailed above, but do prepare yourself mentally before drinking. For this may well be a poison that seals one's throat upon contact with blood." Sun Jinju accepted it, forcing a smile. "At this point, I have little time left. Rather than suffer at the hands of such filth, I would prefer a swift end." Li Feng nodded. It is commendable that young master possesses such a mindset. As for precautions, I need not elaborate further. Sun Jinju nodded in understanding and bowed deeply. "Thank you, young Master Li. Should I survive this ordeal, I will certainly serve you diligently in the future." "Young master, you exaggerate," Li Feng thought to himself, wondering what use a good-for-nothing like him, who only indulged in vice, could possibly be. A few hundred taels of silver would be far more practical. Madame Xiao rose and expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you, young Master Li. I shall not trouble you further and will take my leave." After a brief pause, she added, "The widow has prepared a small token of appreciation for you, young master. I hope you will not decline." Li Feng quickly returned the gesture. "Madame Xiao, You are too kind. Li Feng then escorted Madame Xiao and the limping son Jianghu out of the courtyard. Watching as they boarded the carriage waiting nearby, one of the servants approached Li Feng. Bowing respectfully before presenting a silver note, "Young Master Li, this is a small gift from my mistress. I hope you will not refuse." Li Feng accepted it without hesitation. Madame Xiao is too kind. After watching the carriage depart, Li Feng turned back to the courtyard and closed the door. Upon glancing at the silver note, he couldn't help but marvel at how, despite Madame Xiao's cold demeanor, she had proven far more generous than Sun Wenjia, who had only offered 200 taels of silver after Sun Yuning's health had slightly improved. Today, without even knowing the efficacy of the prescription, Madame Xiao had bestowed upon him 1,000 taels. One could surmise that beneath her icy exterior, she genuinely cared for her son's well-being. But how did Sun Jianghu find himself in such a predicament? Li Feng pondered. In the Great Qian Empire, establishments of ill repute were legal, and laws mandated regular health checks for all women to ensure their fitness for clients. He must have visited an unregulated venue, Li Feng muttered, dismissing the matter from his mind. Another day passed, and just as Li Feng contemplated a leisurely outing, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Could it be that the medicinal concoction from last night proved fatal, and Sun Jianghu has met his end? Is Madame Xiao here to cause trouble? A deep sense of caution enveloped him as he approached the door and peered through the crack. Upon recognizing the fiery red figure standing outside, he was momentarily taken aback. What brings her here at such a crucial time? He opened the door, and a rich floral fragrance wafted in. Li Feng regarded Yang Yi, her exquisitely alluring visage prompting him to inquire coolly, "Ah, it is you, Manager Yang. What brings you here?" Yang Yi blinked her eyes and offered a respectful bow, her voice as soft as silk. "Young master, I have come to serve you." Chapter 60. The Maid. Chapter 61. Opening a tavern. Madame Xiao has also sent someone to seek you out, urging you to provoke Sun Yuning once more? Yang Yi nodded slightly, her gaze towards Li Feng imbued with a complexity of emotions, somewhat resentful, yet tinged with a hint of flirtation. "I never anticipated that you, young Master Li, would emerge so splendidly, liberating Miss Sun from the torment of gossip while simultaneously leaving Yi in a state of utter humiliation, and consequently earning yourself a splendid reputation." Li Feng paid no heed to Yang Yi's words. Instead, he furrowed his brow, gazing out into the curtain of rain, seemingly lost in thought. Yang Yi, recognizing the moment, refrained from interrupting, continuing to grind ink while observing Li Feng's profile with keen interest, as though a delicate bloom had graced his visage. After a brief interlude, Li Feng regained his composure. Approaching the table to take a seat, he dipped his brush into the ink and inscribed 5 names upon the parchment before him: Luo Qianyang, Duan Luyao, Su Zhe, Liang Ziduan, and Imo Shanggu. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi's brows knitted together with concern. She was well aware of the identities of these 5 individuals. Previously, she had assisted Li Feng in gathering incriminating evidence against these worthless scions of affluent families, and she had believed that Li Feng sought revenge upon them for their transgressions. However, seeing Li Feng inscribe their names on the paper, she pondered his intentions. Li Feng lifted his gaze to meet Yang Yi's and remarked, "The Zue Shao Tower is certainly not your Zue Shao Tower." Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Li Feng had suddenly broached this seemingly unrelated topic. Indeed, the Zue Shao Tower did not belong solely to her. It was a shared establishment of the Yang family. "Your young master remains steadfast in his intentions. I still aspire to establish a tavern by the banks of Xuanwu Lake." A fleeting smile tugged at the corners of Yang Yi's lips. "Pray tell, what do you estimate the likelihood is that your young master could open a tavern by Xuanwu Lake that ultimately surpasses the Zue Shao Tower?" Li Feng raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Yang Yi, having answered this question previously, shook her head with conviction. "I fear it is improbable." Li Feng scoffed. "Is it truly your role as a maid to be so devoid of faith? Shouldn't you, as a servant, offer your master a modicum of encouragement?" Yang Yi responded with a playful smile. "I have indeed given my young master encouragement. Were I to say utterly impossible, my words would carry no weight." Li Feng found such a maid to be more trouble than she was worth and retorted, "Even if the odds are minuscule. What if, one day, the tavern I establish indeed surpasses the Zue Shao Tower? Even if Manager Yang is above board, Surely some members of the Yang family would harbor thoughts of their own. And if they entertained such thoughts, what then? You know well that your young master has always been principled and has no inclination to engage in underhanded schemes. Suddenly, a realization struck Yang Yi, her expression turning to one of astonishment. With wide eyes, she regarded the 5 names and uttered, So your young master intends to recruit these individuals, forming a partnership to open a tavern, Li Feng declared, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Though these scions may lack merit, they possess wealth and familial connections. Thus, even if certain members of the Yang family entertain notions of interference, they would likely refrain from acting indiscriminately, would they not? What do you think of this plan? My dear maid? Yang Yi's expression darkened, nearly unable to suppress the urge to hurl the inkstone at Li Feng's smug face. She could scarcely believe that this audacious fellow was concocting such schemes. In truth, even without enlisting these scions, Li Feng need not fear the Yang family, for he was one of the 2 disciples of Zhuge Xinyuan and the junior brother of the esteemed young master Yang Yue. As an elder brother, would Yang Yue allow the Yang family to mistreat his junior? Nevertheless, Li Feng was determined to cultivate alliances with these scions, convinced that expanding his circle of acquaintances was essential. The adage, a multitude of friends paves the way for smoother journeys, remains timeless. Perhaps it was time to nurture his own influence. On another note, the initial capital for establishing a tavern was rather limited. Although Xiao Yuanyuan had recently gifted him 1,000 taels and Sun Yuning possessed some private funds, this sum was woefully insufficient without appealing to Ding Shanxue for additional support. Very well. You shall extend invitations to these 5 young masters in your name, Li Feng commanded. Yang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Me? Li Feng's demeanor turned serious. Isn't this the duty of a maid? Should your master truly be the one to extend invitations? Li Feng maintained a gentle smile, adding, I have great faith in my maid, trusting that she would not betray her master. At that moment, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to draw forth a dagger and strike down this insufferable scoundrel. As a loyal maid, Yang Yi ultimately had no choice but to dispatch her subordinates to summon these 5 scions to Li Feng's courtyard. Upon receiving the invitation from manager Yang, the 5 scions were taken aback. Even amidst their revelries in the brothels, they hastily pushed aside their companions and made their way to Li Feng's abode. The first to arrive was Luo Qianyang, the cousin of Su Cheng's most talented young lady, Luo Qianqian. This very gentleman had brazenly flirted with his aunt, placing a green hat atop the head of the esteemed governor of Sucheng, Luo Mingtu. He regarded Yang Yi, who opened the door, and hastily bowed in respect, Manager Yang. Internally, he was filled with trepidation, uncertain of Manager Yang's motives for summoning him to this place. More importantly, why was the invitation extended here rather than at the Zue Shao Tower? Could it be that this humble abode was Manager Yang's clandestine rendezvous? Luo Qianyang mused that he might be overthinking. Yang Yi had already resumed her captivating demeanor as the manager of the Zue Shao Tower. Her smile radiant as she welcomed, Young Master Luo, you have arrived quite early. Please, come in. Luo Qianyang promptly replied, if Manager Yang extends an invitation, even the gravest matters must be set aside. Young Master Luo, please. Upon entering the courtyard, Luo Qianyang was momentarily taken aback, for he noticed a man standing in the corridor ahead, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he recognized. Chapter 62. Surprise bad content. Chapter 63. Young Master. You have worked hard. The expressions of the 5 scions turned ashen, nearly on the verge of spitting blood. They were, after all, prominent figures in Sucheng, accustomed to being held in high esteem. Never had they endured such ignominy and insult. This Li Feng was truly overstepping his bounds. Did he truly believe that possessing some trifling evidence would allow him to manipulate them at will? Li Feng shifted his tone, continuing, of course, I am fully confident that none of you young masters would stoop so low. You each harbor aspirations, merely lacking the opportune moment to realize your ideals and demonstrate your worth. In that moment, the 5 scions found themselves at a loss, unable to discern whether this insufferable fellow was praising or belittling them. Now, the opportunity has arrived. Li Feng's gaze swept over the 5 young masters, his voice laced with persuasion. All that is required is for the tavern you are about to establish to surpass the Zue Shao Tower, becoming the largest and most opulent establishment in Sucheng. Just imagine how your families will regard you at that time. What glances will your drinking companions cast upon you? Li Feng spoke with the fervor of a motivational speaker, his words flowing with impassioned eloquence. With a sweeping gesture, he provided the answer. I can assure you, those gazes will mirror the way you are currently regarding Manager Yang. Boom! This proclamation struck like a thunderclap, leaving the five scions momentarily stunned, their minds racing. As members of families that had neglected them, they were naturally unwilling to accept such a fate. They yearned to prove their worth to their families. Yet, their capabilities had been stifled, lacking both talent and business acumen, coupled with a tendency towards laziness. Thus, they resigned themselves to a life of indulgence. Yang Yi, who had been eavesdropping, wore an expression of disbelief. This insufferable fellow's tongue was indeed sharp enough to provoke a desire to slap him. The five scions exchanged glances, and then Luo Qianyang addressed Li Feng. I must admit, young Master Li, your words resonate deeply with us, however. Why us five? Could it be that, compared to other scions, their collective prowess was the greatest? Indeed, that must be the case. Li Feng did not conceal the truth, stating, because I have only found incriminating evidence against the five of you. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the expressions of the group darkened further. That is slander, Luo Qianyang retorted through gritted teeth. Li Feng, uninterested in engaging in a debate with this flustered young master, replied candidly, when your tavern surpasses the Zue Shao Tower, Manager Yang's integrity will naturally prevent her from resorting to underhanded tactics, but that does not imply that other members of the Yang family will refrain from doing so. However, if you young masters unite as one, those Yang family members will surely think twice before acting recklessly, will they not? After all, while you may be overlooked within your families, it does not mean you are destined to be bullied without cause. Does it? The expressions of the group darkened yet again. So it was. This young Master Li sought to establish a tavern, but feared offending the Yang family, thus resolutely aiming to draw them into his scheme. When did the hearts of scholars become so depraved? Moreover, I have little silver to spare, Li Feng admitted candidly. Luo Qianyang inhaled deeply and inquired, what makes you think that the tavern you establish will inevitably surpass the Zue Shao Tower? Li Feng smiled with pride and declared, as the finest chef of the Great Qian Empire, I alone am responsible for the peerless beauty beverage at the Zue Shao Tower. Even Master Yang, during his recent banquet for esteemed guests, had to humbly request my assistance in preparing 12 exquisite dishes. Upon hearing this, the five young gentlemen were utterly astonished, unable to believe their ears. In just under a month, I have risen to become the only scholar in Sioux City capable of contending with the unparalleled young master, Li Feng stated with confidence. Thus, is it truly so difficult for my establishment to become the premier tavern in Sioux City? The five gentlemen exchanged peculiar glances with Li Feng, falling into silence. Now, it remains to be seen whether you five gentlemen are willing to join me in establishing this tavern. Li Feng performed a grand bow and continued, allow me to prepare a sumptuous feast for you, and you shall soon judge the quality of my culinary skills. Of course, if any of you have pressing matters, you may take your leave at once. I, Li Feng, would never resort to threats against you gentlemen. Should I do so? May I be met with divine retribution and an untimely demise. After swearing this oath, Li Feng bowed again and turned to depart. Outside, Yang Yi kindly offered him a cup of tea. Looking concerned, young master, you have spoken so much. It must have been arduous for you. Please, have a cup of tea. Li Feng accepted the tea, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Yang Yi. Why do I feel as though you're mocking me? Yang Yi quickly denied, young master. How could I dare to mock you? Yet, it seems to me that Master Yang harbors thoughts of my demise. Yang Yi appeared aggrieved. Young master, why would you think such a thing of me? I am utterly devoted to you, as heaven is my witness. Li Feng took a sip of tea, nodding with understanding. I see. But tomorrow, when I am no longer your master, then perhaps you will indeed seek my life. Yang Yi lowered her head, biting her lip as she responded, young master, you jest? Li Feng laughed heartily, intrigued by Yang Yi's demeanor. Why not leave Zue Shao Tower and become the manager of my soon-to-be-open tavern? Yang Yi looked up, her shy eyes fixed on Li Feng, her lips parting slightly. If young master is not concerned that my tavern will merely become a branch of Zue Shao Tower, then I would gladly accept. Li Feng quickly shook his head. Perhaps that is best avoided. With that, Li Feng entered the kitchen while Yang Yi watched with keen interest. Upon witnessing Li Feng's exceptional knife skills, she gasped in amazement and asked, "Did you teach yourself this culinary prowess?" "Young master?" Li Feng chuckled. "I learned it in my dreams. Do you think Luo Qianyang and the others will join you in opening the tavern?" Yang Yi inquired further. Li Feng countered. "What do you think?" "Master Yang?" Yang Yi blinked her eyes. "They are aware that you possess no qualities of merit, even though you have sworn an oath. Moreover, they yearn for their own achievements, and your persuasive words have truly struck a chord with them." Li Feng shook his head. "You are mistaken." "Master Yang." Yang Yi furrowed her brow. "Today, they will undoubtedly refuse to join me in opening the tavern," Li Feng asserted confidently. Yang Yi's frown deepened. Just then, a voice called from outside the kitchen, "Is young Master Li present in the kitchen?" Li Feng set down his knife, wiped his hands on his apron, and removed it before stepping out. Yang Yi hurriedly followed him. They found Luo Qianyang and the other 4 gentlemen standing in the corridor, evidently preparing to leave. "Young Master Li." "Master Yang, if there is nothing further, we shall not disturb you," Luo Qianyang said, bowing with a neutral expression. The other 4 gentlemen followed suit, their faces showing signs of displeasure. Li Feng returned the gesture politely. "Safe travels. Gentlemen, farewell." Chapter 64. The maid and the young master. After watching the 5 gentlemen depart, Li Feng closed the courtyard door and returned to the kitchen to continue his cooking. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yang Yi asked, "Young master, I still cannot comprehend why Luo Qianyang and the others would refuse. What is there to understand?" Li Feng replied, looking at Yang Yi as if she were simple-minded, which only served to irritate her. Firstly, their leverage lacks substantial evidence. Even if their families were to find out, as long as they remain tight-lipped, it would simply be a great injustice, a family shame that must not be aired, and thus it would amount to much ado about nothing. More importantly, these individuals have been arrogant since childhood. How could such haughty young masters be swayed by mere words from me? While my reputation may rival that of Yang Yuyue, I ultimately lack roots, connections, and backing. In essence, they do not acknowledge me. If it were you, Master Yang, they would have long been lining up to kneel before you, pleading for your acceptance. Of course, Li Feng was aware that his words had undoubtedly planted a resilient seed within the hearts of those young gentlemen, a seed that had already begun to take root and stir their restless spirits. He was confident that within 3 days, they would come knocking at his door. If 3 days were insufficient, then he would wait 3 more. Yang Yi gazed at Li Feng with astonishment, truly not expecting such self-absorbed arrogance to be accompanied by such clarity regarding his own shortcomings. Li Feng, intrigued, asked, "What is it, Master Yang? Do you hope for me to successfully open that tavern?" Yang Yi shyly lowered her head. "I would relish witnessing young master become a laughingstock." Li Feng laughed heartily. "You still doubt that my tavern could one day surpass Zue Shao Tower?" Yang Yi chose to ignore the question and instead asked, "Young master, since you are aware they would leave, why do you continue to cook? You have stated before that you do not enjoy eating your own creations." "The reason I cook is that I take pleasure in it, and also because I wish to prepare something for you," Li Feng replied. "My maid has toiled for half the day. As her master, I cannot bear to see her go hungry." Yang Yi smiled bashfully. "Young master is indeed such a compassionate person. I am truly touched." Li Feng shook his head repeatedly. "I merely recalled a saying and wished to verify its truth." "What saying?" "To win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Just think, if I were to conquer your heart, would that not make Zuoshao Tower mine?" Yang Yi scoffed, finding his thoughts rather excessive. Soon after, 2 delightful dishes were freshly prepared. Yang Yi's stomach was indeed conquered by the dishes, yet she found it laughable that he believed such simple offerings could win her heart. "Young master, your culinary skills are remarkable. Why not consider becoming a chef at Zue Shao Tower?" Yang Yi looked at Li Feng, her eyes sparkling with allure. Li Feng, with a smirk, asked, "Shall we invite Yang Yue to join as a sous chef?" Yang Yi fell silent. "Well then, it is getting late. Master Yang should return now," Li Feng stated, signaling the end of their meeting. Yang Yi lowered her head, shyly suggesting, "Is it not the duty of a maid to assist young master in undressing and warming his bed?" Li Feng nodded in agreement. "Your words are most accurate. And if that is the case, then let me." Li Feng reached out, playfully lifting Yang Yi's chin. His expression tendered, and of course, to Yang Yi, this display of affection felt rather frivolous. Her body stiffened, and she nearly drew a dagger to strike his hand away. In the next moment, Li Feng gently placed his other hand on her slender waist. Yang Yi's body tensed even further. Li Feng leaned in closer, while Yang Yi averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Suddenly, Yang Yi forcefully pushed Li Feng to the ground and dashed for the door. Li Feng stood, brushing off the pain in his backside, a cold smile on his face. "You wish to play games with me?" Stepping outside, he found the courtyard door wide open, and Yang Yi had vanished without a trace. He walked over to close the door and returned to his room to sleep, the night passing in silence. The next day, the sky remained overcast, and the fine rain that had fallen for 2 days finally abated. Li Feng groggily stepped out of his room. Creak. Suddenly, the door to the side room swung open, and a rich floral fragrance wafted in. Li Feng's drowsiness vanished instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before him. Yang Yi emerged from the room, her demeanor tender and affectionate. She shyly glanced at Li Feng and greeted him. "Young master has awakened. I shall attend to your dressing and washing." Li Feng's muscles twitched. "When did you arrive? Do you realize you have intruded upon private quarters?" If it weren't for the fact that he had crossed over to this strange place without his phone, Li Feng would have considered calling the authorities. Yang Yi mischievously blinked. "I merely returned yesterday to prepare your toiletries and came back. However, you were already asleep, and I did not wish to disturb you. So I rested in the side room." Li Feng was at a loss for words. Everything in that room had been prepared by Sun Yuning for him. Although he had refrained from spending the night there due to modesty, it did not mean the room was not hers. Now Yang Yi had slept in her bed. What would Sun Yuning think if she found out? Li Feng was irate. "Even if you wish to sleep, you should at least go to the side room." The side room was prepared for Ding Shanshui. Naturally, the old fellow Ding Shanshui did not mind his bed being occupied by the renowned Yang Zhangui. "If it comes to it, you could come to my room as well. I can relinquish my bed for you and sleep on the floor. If you are concerned about your young master, I am open to sharing a bed with you." "That can certainly be arranged. Why must you sleep in that room?" Yang Yi chuckled, clearly in high spirits. "When the young master becomes fierce, it is quite amusing. I am so delighted." Li Feng's irritation intensified. "Yang Yi? This is revenge." Yang Yi lifted her chin slightly, exuding an air of pride and nobility. "The young master is wise." Just then, a heavy knock resounded at the courtyard door. Ding Shanshui's voice echoed, "Li Gongzi, I have arrived." Li Feng's facial muscles twitched violently. This was precisely the situation he dreaded. Yang Yi's eyes glimmered with excitement as she giggled softly. "Young master, it seems that Ding Laoi and Miss Sun are here. I shall open the door at once." Li Feng was nearly brought to his knees by Yang Yi's audacity. "Yang Zhangui, have I not aired enough? I beg you, could you perhaps leave first by scaling the wall?" Chapter 65. Hairpin Yang Yi shot a meaningful glance at Li Feng, her eyes filled with affection, and gracefully walked over to open the courtyard door. Li Feng felt as though the world had gone dark, nearly fainting. "Li, Yang Zhangui?" Upon seeing her, Ding Shanshui's pupils widened in disbelief, his expression akin to encountering a ghost. How could this woman be here? Sun Yuning, standing next to Ding Shanshui, wore a look of shock, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. "Ah, it is indeed Ding Laoi and Miss Sunday." Yang Yi offered a faint smile. Greeting them warmly, Sun Yuning hurriedly returned the gesture, her smile strained. Yang Zhangui." Yang Yi turned back to Li Feng, smiling. "Li Gongzi, since you have guests to entertain, I shall pay my visit another day." Li Feng was genuinely concerned that this woman might speak out of turn, and upon seeing her demeanor, he exhaled in relief, adopting a serious tone. "We shall discuss this matter further later. Yang Zhangui, please take your leave." Yang Yi smiled lightly, radiating an aura of strength and confidence as she exited the courtyard. Ding Shanshui and Sun Yuning hurriedly stepped aside, as if trying to avoid a snake. A carriage appeared out of nowhere, and Yang Yi climbed aboard. the vehicle swiftly departing. Sun Yuning's expression brightened somewhat as she turned to Li Feng. Her face alight with joy, her eyes overflowing with unmasked longing. Li Feng felt his heart soar and hastened to greet her. Ding Shanshui, unexpectedly showing up, fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Li Feng, demanding, "What was that young jianghu doing here so early in the morning?" Li Feng brushed aside the annoying presence, dashing over to Sun Yuning. She appeared somewhat bashful, lowering her head. Li Feng reached out to pinch her cheek. "You've lost weight." She thought to herself that she hadn't tasted his cooking in days, which surely affected her appetite, compounded by her worries over her grandfather's health. "Did you miss me?" Li Feng inquired again. Sun Yuning let out a small hum, her face reddening further as her head dipped lower. Her voice barely above a whisper. "What about you?" "What about me?" "I miss you. You're so annoying. If you keep this up, I might just ignore you." "You truly would ignore me?" Sun Yuning lightly punched Li Feng's chest with her small fists. "You are annoying." Nearby observers, unable to bear the sight of their flirtation any longer, could not help but interject, "Hey, will you two ever stop? If you wish to court each other, at least have breakfast first." "Cousin, you haven't had breakfast yet? I shall prepare something for you." "I have eaten a little, but Uncle Ding has not." "Oh, then it's all right." Ding Shanshui nearly lost his temper, ready to roll up his sleeves to confront them. Sun Yuning chuckled. "All right, you hurry and help Uncle Ding prepare breakfast. I will tidy up a bit in my room." Li Feng's heart raced. If Sun Yuning were to discover that his room had been disturbed, or worse, that inappropriate items had been left behind, how could he explain that? In the kitchen, Li Feng, who had been on edge, saw Sun Yuning enter with an untroubled demeanor, her eyes brimming with shy affection, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Yang Yi had played a trick on him. She had not spent the night in that room. She had only come this morning. He had suspected as much. Despite her alluring charm, Yang Yi was not the type to indulge in such indiscretions. "Has old Master Sun recovered?" Li Feng inquired. Sun Yuning nodded. "Grandfather has regained his health." "But," she lowered her head shyly, hesitating. "But what?" "Father mentioned you to grandfather. Regarding our matter, grandfather wishes to see you." Sun Yuning spoke softly. Li Feng's eyes widened slightly, followed by a mischievous grin. "Is it possible that old Master Sun wishes to personally hand over his precious granddaughter to me?" Sun Yuning blushed. "If you continue like this, I will truly ignore you." Li Feng chuckled, asking, "When shall we meet old Master Sun?" Sun Yuning replied softly, "If you wish, we could go today." Li Feng nodded vigorously. "Of course I wish to go. I wonder what your grandfather would enjoy? It would be improper to visit elders empty-handed." Sun Yuning smiled. "The gifts have already been prepared for you." Li Feng felt a surge of gratitude, wishing to embrace Sun Yuning for her thoughtfulness. She was truly a virtuous partner. Observing the love in her eyes, he felt inexplicably guilty and cautiously asked, "Aren't you curious why Yang Zhanggue came to see me this morning?" Sun Yuning looked up at him, gently shaking her head. "I know you would not deceive me." Then, lowering her gaze to her embroidered shoes, she softly added, "So even if there is an extra hairpin on the table in the side room, still fragrant with the same floral scent as Yang Zhanggue, I would not think too much of it." Li Feng's face turned rigid, nearly collapsing in shock. He was genuinely infuriated. That woman, Yang Yi, is truly overstepping. Is it because she wanted me to work at her Zue Xiaolu kitchen and I refused? Is she attempting to ruin me? Fortunately, my Ninger believes in my character. Otherwise, I would be wronged. Sun Yuning, seeing Li Feng's anxious explanation, smiled gently. "Of course I believe in you. Besides, if anything were amiss, you wouldn't be in that side room. Even if you were, you wouldn't be careless enough to leave such an obvious hairpin behind." Li Feng felt a wave of gratitude and nodded repeatedly. "Cousin, you truly possess keen insight." Sun Yuning retrieved the hairpin, handing it to him. "This hairpin is evidently a valuable item. You should find an appropriate time to return it to Yang Zhanggue." Li Feng understood the subtlety in her words and realized she was somewhat jealous. He quickly accepted the hairpin and tucked it into his pocket. "I will find an opportunity to return it." After breakfast, Li Feng changed into more formal attire and then, alongside Sun Yuning, boarded the carriage bound for the Sun family estate. The driver was, of course, Ding Shanshui. Inside the carriage, Sun Yuning presented a silk box with a smile. This is the gift prepared for grandfather. When you present it to him, he will surely appreciate it. Li Feng opened the box to discover a string of antique prayer beads, exuding a subtle fragrance that was both calming and delightful, clearly crafted from exceptional wood. He examined them with keen interest, remarking, "I have heard that your grandfather is devoted to Buddhism. This gift will surely please him." Sun Yuning nodded. Grandfather recites scriptures daily, even refusing to heed advice to rest during his recent illness. Li Feng mused privately whether old Master Sun was a devout practitioner or perhaps seeking atonement for some past transgressions. Returning the beads to the box, he asked, "These prayer beads weren't prepared by your father, were they?" The quality and craftsmanship of the beads suggested they were of significant value, and the faint scent of incense and the patina they bore indicated they were likely the work of a master craftsman. Such an exquisite item could not simply be purchased. It required connections. Chapter 66. An improper attitude. Sun Yuning shook her head. "I purchased these yesterday from an antique shop for 20 taels of silver." Li Feng was momentarily stunned. Unable to believe it. Was the shopkeeper truly that ignorant of value? Perhaps he should visit that antique shop himself and search for hidden treasures. He might just strike it rich. He decided not to dwell on the prayer beads any longer and considered asking Sun Yuning about the matter of Sun Jinju's illness, but ultimately refrained. The carriage traveled westward until it finally arrived at the Sun family estate on the outskirts. Compared to the old family home, this estate was significantly smaller and lacked the imposing grandeur of the century-old residence. But it was nestled beside mountains and rivers, offering a serene and elegant environment, truly an excellent place for retirement. As Ding Shan-shui approached and knocked on the door, an elderly servant quickly opened it. Seeing Ding Shan-shui, the servant beamed, "Old Master Ding has returned." Upon spotting Sun Yuning, the servant's grin widened. "Miss is back as well?" And upon seeing Li Feng, he exclaimed, "Could it be that the son-in-law has also arrived?" As soon as Sun Yuning's delicate face flushed, resembling a ripe red apple, Li Feng merely smiled faintly and introduced himself, saying, "I am Li Feng." The old servant chuckled amiably, "Good, good." He then turned to Ding Shan-shui and remarked, "The master is currently engaged in a game of chess with the grandmaster." Ding Shan-shui nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Li Feng followed behind Ding Shan-shui and Sun Yuning, stepping over the threshold and into the vibrant courtyard adorned with lush greenery. Ahead lay a patch of vegetable garden, flourishing with a variety of crops, brimming with vitality despite not yet being harvest season. As they passed by the garden, Li Feng's gaze fell upon a large tree where a group of frail old men was engaged in a game of chess with a spirited old monk. Ding Shan-shui and Sun Yuning halted, refraining from disturbing them, instead choosing to wait quietly. Sun Yuning cast a glance at Li Feng, signaling him to wait a moment. Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Earlier, on their way, Sun Yuning had mentioned that old Master Sun disliked being interrupted during his chess games. She also noted that Master Wuwang from Jinfo Temple was presently in the villa. Master Wuwang and old Master Sun were old friends, often visiting the Sun family villa to play chess and practice Buddhism, sometimes staying for several days. Additionally, Master Wuwang was a monk with medical expertise, and he had assisted old Master Sun in recuperating from a recent illness. As Li Feng surveyed the old monk, he thought that this monk must indeed be Master Wuwang. The resemblance between the two figures evoked memories of his own teacher, both exuding an air of profound wisdom. Li Feng waited patiently for nearly half an hour. Not feeling the slightest impatience, he glanced around, his mind busily reflecting on the experiences he had encountered since arriving in this world, contemplating that if he were ever to return, he would certainly pen a novel of his experiences and publish it online. Perhaps it would earn him a few packets of instant noodles. At last, the sound of Master Wuwang's laughter shattered the serene tranquility of the courtyard. Amidst. It has ended in a draw after all. Old Master Sun, however, seemed somewhat dissatisfied, stating, "Had it not been for my impatience, how could it have ended in a draw? I ought to have won a few pieces from you." Li Feng sensed a hint of reproach in his words, clearly indicating that their arrival had affected his performance. He mused to himself that this old man had quite the temper. Master Wang chuckled, "Amidst, your health has not yet fully recovered. You must exercise patience." Old Master Sun laughed heartily. "This is simply my nature. I cannot change it." He then turned to Ding Shan-shui and beckoned, "Come over." Once more, he cast a stern gaze at Li Feng. Li Feng maintained a calm expression, holding the brocade box, and stepped forward closely behind Ding Shan-shui. Yet, An uneasy sensation began to stir within him, sensing that the old man's gaze was somewhat unsettling. "Father," Ding Shanshui greeted with respect, then turned to the old monk, bowing again. "Master." "Amitba," Master Wuong replied, his expression exuding compassion as he raised a hand in acknowledgement. Sun Yuning followed suit, offering her respects. Finally, it was Li Feng's turn. He performed a deep bow to Old Master Sun, saying, "Old Master Sun, I am Li Feng." He then turned to Master Wuong, offering another bow. "Master." "Amitba," Master Wuong responded, his demeanor still benevolent. However, Old Master Sun regarded Li Feng with a frosty expression, coolly stating, "Young Master Li, your reputation precedes you. It is said that you are not inferior to the renowned Shuangzi. This honor is far too great for me." Upon witnessing her grandfather's demeanor, Sun Yuning's face paled. She had assumed her grandfather wished to meet Li Feng to solidify their relationship, perhaps even to consider him as her future husband. But it appeared that the situation was far from that. Li Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, the old man's attitude was quite peculiar. Master Wuong showed no inclination to counsel his old friend to temper his impatience, instead seeming to meditate in silence. His eyes closed. Ding Shanshui, with his head bowed, remained silent, his facial muscles stiff. Before Li Feng could respond, Sun Yuning hastily took the box from his hands, opened it, and retrieved the string of prayer beads. She began to plead and flatter, saying, "Grandfather, look, Li Feng knows of your dedication to Buddhism and specifically chose this string of prayer beads for you." Old Master Sun maintained his stern countenance, bordering on indifference, showing no sign of favor towards Li Feng. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at the prayer beads. With just that single glance, his expression darkened considerably. He snatched the beads from Sun Yuning's grasp, fixing a piercing gaze upon Li Feng, and demanded, "Young Master Li, from whence did you acquire these prayer beads?" Li Feng was momentarily taken aback before replying somewhat candidly, "I purchased them from an antique shop." Old Master Sun scoffed coldly. What a splendid tale of acquiring them from an antique shop. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Yuning attempted to clarify, "Grandfather, I actually bought those prayer beads myself." "Be silent." Old Master Sun shot a fierce glare at Sun Yuning, his voice sharp and commanding. Sun Yuning had never experienced such a severe reprimand. Leaving her startled, her face turning pale, tears welling in her eyes, Li Feng's expression hardened. He straightened his posture, his demeanor now far less respectful. If he could confront Princess Ling Long without hesitation, what was this old man to him? Were it not for Sun Yuning's sake, Li Feng would have lost his temper long ago. He inquired coolly, "What is the meaning of Old Master Sun's words?" Old Master Sun sneered, "What meaning? Do you not know that these prayer beads were a gift from Master Wuong to me a few days ago?" At that moment, Master Wuong opened his eyes, gazing at the string of prayer beads in Old Master Sun's hand, and stated, "Amitba, indeed, they are a gift I bestowed upon my old friend." With that, Master Wuong returned to his meditative state. Li Feng thought to himself that if he were a martial artist, he would have surely struck down this hypocritical monk with a single blow. Chapter 67. Administering medicine. Old Master Sun scrutinized Li Feng with an intense, interrogative gaze. "I regarded this as a treasured possession, only to discover it lost just the other day. I thought perhaps a rat had stolen it, which left me quite distressed. Yet now, it is presented before me by you. Young Master Li, pray tell, what is the meaning behind this? Do you believe you can toy with and humiliate my son Deshuan simply because you possess a modicum of talent?" Sun Yuning's body had stiffened, her entire being engulfed in a state of extreme unease and trepidation. How could this be happening? Li Feng stood silently, refraining from offering any explanations or rebuttals, well aware that any attempt at clarification would be futile. Indeed, Old Master Sun had not outright labeled him a thief, which was already a concession. "My Sun family does not welcome you. Kindly leave." Old Master Sun issued an unequivocal decree for Li Feng to depart. He then cast a glance at Ding Shanshui and Sun Yuning, instructing, "You shall escort young Master Li out. As for Ninger, she shall remain here. She is not permitted to go anywhere." Sun Yuning, feeling aggrieved and anxious, protested, "Grandfather." Old Master Sun slammed his hand on the table. "Nonsense, do you not heed my words?" Sun Yuning, frightened, turned pale, tears brimming in her eyes. Li Feng, however, maintained an expression as calm as water. Offering a slight bow, I take my leave. In the carriage, Li Feng did not sit in the compartment but beside Ding Shanxue, his countenance cold. Ding Shanxue wore an apologetic expression. Even if old master's son holds an aversion towards me, he need not resort to such extreme measures to harm Ninger. What do you think, Ding? Li Feng asked icily. Upon witnessing Ding Shanxue's reaction in the courtyard, Li Feng had discerned the underlying scheme. It was merely a simple yet effective and thoroughly distasteful ruse orchestrated by old master's son, who had instructed Ding Shanxue to deliver the prayer beads to the antique shop, thereby enticing Sun Yuning to purchase them and present them to him as a greeting gift. Ding Shanxue offered a wry smile. Remaining silent, it was hardly possible for him to reveal that the old master was an autocrat who disregarded the thoughts of his juniors. Why do you think old master's son dislikes me? Could it be that I am simply too exceptional? Li Feng queried again. Ding Shanxue continued to smile wryly, responding, Sun Wenjia has only this one daughter, and Sun Wenkue has only Sun Jinjue as a son. The lad Sun Jinjue is a complete failure. And just days ago, he was discovered to have contracted a venereal disease. My sister-in-law has even prepared a coffin. The recollection of the coffin placed at the entrance of the Sun residence sent a shiver through Ding Shanxue's body. Li Feng realized that Ding Shanxue was unaware of Xiao Yuanyuan and Sun Jinjue's previous visit to seek him out. It can be said that the Sun family is in a dire state, which is why the old master wishes to prevent Ninger from marrying away, seeking instead to recruit a son-in-law. Ding Shanxue cast a glance at Li Feng and shook his head, adding, setting aside the fact that young Master Li, you would never agree to become a son-in-law to the Sun family, even if you were willing to lower yourself, the old master would never consent, for Ninger is ultimately too fragile and you, young Master Li, are far too prominent. Ding Shanxue implied delicately, a son-in-law who is overly assertive is not necessarily a good thing. Li Feng chuckled coldly. Ultimately, old master Sun fears that I would seize the Sun family's century-old legacy for myself? Ding Shanxue nodded in agreement with a wry smile. Stop the carriage. I shall walk back myself, Li Feng declared. Ding Shanxue was taken aback. Walking back will take you several hours. No matter. I am young and have ample stamina. Casting a glance at Li Feng's icy visage, Ding Shanxue had no choice but to rein in the horse and halt the carriage. Li Feng leaped down. Turning to Ding Shanxue, he said, take care of Ninger. Ding Shanxue nodded. I regard Ninger as my own, and I will certainly look after her. I apologize. Ding Shanxue wore an expression of deep remorse as he spoke. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, this matter has nothing to do with Lord Ding. Consequently, Ding Shanxue felt even more guilty. Of course, I will remember you, you scoundrel. As Li Feng walked forward for less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a sudden clap of thunder echoed across the sky, swiftly followed by a torrential downpour. Was this heartbreak? Perhaps it was. How could one claim to be heartbroken without enduring a little rain? Thus, Li Feng chose not to seek shelter but rather continued onward. Drenched by the rain, he walked on until dusk, finally returning home, his feet blistered and sore. After preparing some hot water, he immersed himself in the large tub, a habit he had long cultivated. Whenever he felt down or faced with difficulties, he would indulge in a soak. After his bath, Li Feng's spirits lifted considerably. He entered the kitchen and casually prepared himself a bowl of white rice porridge, savoring it alongside the previously pickled vegetables, finishing 2 bowls before cleaning up and retiring to bed. The only semblance of nightlife in this dreary place seemed to be the revelries at the local brothel. As night fell, ordinary households would shut their doors and retire for the evening. Around midnight, Li Feng awoke in a daze, realizing that his body burned with fever, his head spun with dizziness, and his throat felt as if it were aflame. Have I caught a fever? He wondered groggily as he attempted to rise for a glass of water. But his legs buckled, sending him crashing to the cold floor, rendering him unconscious. After an undetermined period, Li Feng vaguely felt someone inserting a tube into his mouth, a bitter herbal concoction flowing through. The pungent taste jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of large, close-set eyes that quickly retreated as if startled. Li Feng's throat twitched, and he noticed a reed straw lodged in his mouth. He turned his gaze toward the fiery silhouette in front of him, who held a bowl of steaming herbal soup. noticing the remnants of the soup at the corner of her mouth and a hint of panic in her eyes. He comprehended what had transpired. He attempted to sit up, but his body felt utterly drained, incapable of movement. "You still have a fever. Don't move around," Yang Yi urged, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. The act of feeding a man medicine left her feeling exceptionally bashful, especially now that he had caught her in the act, igniting a fleeting urge to silence him permanently. "Thank you," Li Feng mumbled, the straw between his lips muffling his voice, a rather impish smile creeping onto his flushed face. "Young shopkeeper, please continue as if I were still asleep." Yang Yi's facial muscles twitched, torn between embarrassment and anger. With a swift motion, she grasped Li Feng's shirt and hoisted him into a sitting position against the headboard, exclaiming, "If you wish to live, drink it yourself." Li Feng's smile widened, provoking Yang Yi to the brink of exasperation, wishing desperately to hurl the bowl of medicine at his face. "Thank you," he reiterated, still clutching the straw. Yang Yi's expression softened as she brought the bowl to his lips, urging, "Hurry, drink your medicine." Chapter 68. Dream Talk. Li Feng had never been opposed to taking medicine when ill, thus, he obediently sipped the majority of the bitter concoction through the straw, regretting his decision to open his eyes. After finishing the medicine, Yang Yi helped him recline back onto the bed. Although his head remained hot and dizzy, he felt a significant return to lucidity. "What brings you here?" he inquired, looking at Yang Yi. Was she becoming addicted to being a servant? His heart swelled with gratitude. Had it not been for her, he might still be sprawled on the floor, perhaps even facing death, only to be discovered when his body began to decay. Gazing out the window, he noted the rain continued to fall, the hour unknown. But it was evident that he had been unconscious for an entire night. Yang Yi had returned to her usual regal allure. After settling into a chair, she remarked, "I lost a hairpin of immense significance to me and came to search for it. After calling for you for so long without a reply, I entered without permission. I hope you will not hold it against me, Li Gongzi." Li Feng was at a loss for words, contemplating that she had purposely left the hairpin behind in that room. He feebly gestured toward a box on the table, stating, "The hairpin is in that box." Yang Yi blinked. "I have already retrieved it." Li Feng sighed, realizing that she did not treat him as a stranger, rummaging through his belongings with impunity. However, considering her previous act of kindness in feeding him medicine, he chose not to hold it against her. Yang Yi wore a smirk, teasing, "The esteemed Li Gongzi has fallen ill." Li Feng replied dryly, "Everyone consumes grains. Who is immune to illness?" Yang Yi blinked again. "So, your ramblings in your sleep were a result of consuming those grains?" Li Feng's expression turned wary. "What nonsense did I speak?" Yang Yi wore an enigmatic smile, her lips parting. "What do you think? Li Gongzi?" Li Feng felt despair. "I do not want to think. I want you to tell me. Young shopkeeper, please do enlighten me on what foolishness I uttered." Li Feng was not one to talk in his sleep unless he was intoxicated or feverish, so he did not believe Yang Yi was merely trying to frighten him. What if he had let slip words he ought not to have? Yang Yi's smile broadened. "You held my hand and repeatedly said, 'Mama, I miss you so much.'" Li Feng was instantly petrified. Yang Yi erupted into laughter. Standing up, she gently pinched his cheek, her tone softening. "Sweet child, sleep well. Once you awaken, your illness shall pass, but mother has matters to attend to and must leave." Before Li Feng could respond, Yang Yi giggled and turned to depart. Frustrated, he shouted, "Yang Yi, do not go too far." Her melodious laughter echoed back to him. Li Feng, feeling a surge of indignation, realized he lacked the strength to confront this utterly infuriating woman. Before long, Yang Yi's laughter faded, engulfing the surroundings in silence. Li Feng suddenly felt a profound loneliness. Indeed, being ill with no one by one's side evokes a sense of abandonment by the world. Remembering Sun Yuning, Li Feng could not help but curse inwardly. That detestable old man was so tyrannical and oppressive, employing such despicable means. It was no wonder the Sun family had declined. As the medicine took effect, drowsiness overtook him, and Li Feng drifted into a hazy slumber. Unbeknownst to him, during his sleep, Yang Yi visited 3 times. He slept soundly until the following morning when he finally awakened. Sitting up, he found himself drenched in sweat, the dizziness mostly gone. Clenching his fists, he noted that while his fingers still felt weak, His strength had returned significantly. He quickly changed into dry clothes and entered the kitchen to prepare some porridge. After eating, he felt rejuvenated. He fetched a stool and sat in the corridor, lifting his gaze to the overcast sky. The rain had ceased, leaving a faint musty odor in the air. So, what now? Li Feng pondered. The customs of matchmaking and parental consent were deeply ingrained in the people here. Thus, if the venerable Sun Patriarch stubbornly refused to consent to Sun Yuning's betrothal to him, Li Feng found himself at an impasse. Even if he were a heavenly copper guard or a disciple of the illustrious Zhuge at Tianyi Academy, unless the current emperor issued a decree, Li Feng felt he was overthinking. Elopement? He mused, realizing he was again overreaching. Sun Yuning was a well-behaved girl, steeped in tradition. She would never resort to such measures. In fact, given her temperament, she would likely heed the Sun Patriarch's wishes and sever all ties with him. Feeling vexed, Li Feng raked his fingers through his hair, suddenly recalling that today was the 5th of the month. On this day, Jinfosi offered vegetarian meals, with the thought of food and love being irreplaceable. His foul mood lifted significantly. He promptly rose, retrieved an umbrella, and set off toward Xuanwu Mountain. Despite the rain, the number of pilgrims visiting Jinfosi to pay their respects showed no signs of dwindling. In fact, due to the 5th of the month, there seemed to be even more visitors eager to ascend the mountain for the vegetarian feast. Following the now slightly slippery blue stone steps upward, Li Feng eventually arrived at the imposing entrance of Jinfosi. As he entered with the throng of worshippers, he noticed a massive pond in front of the main hall, known as the release pond. Approaching, he saw it teeming with goldfish and turtles, nearly overflowing. Instead of entering the main hall, he veered left onto a small path leading directly to the vegetarian dining hall, open only on the 5th of each month. Just as he was about to step onto that path, a voice called out from behind him. "Amidst, Li Shizhu, I trust you have been well." Turning at the sound, Li Feng beheld Master Lu Jing with one hand raised in greeting, a smile gracing his countenance. Princess Linglong stood beside him, her eyes wide with fury as she glared at Li Feng, as if she wished to devour him whole. Li Feng quickly bowed to Princess Linglong, "Your Highness." Then he turned to Master Lu Jing, offering another bow. "Master, how unfortunate it is, encountering this willful and capricious princess once again. Amidst, as long as Master Li is in good health, this humble monk can rest easy," Master Lu Jing remarked with a smile, evidently aware that the venomous insect within Li Feng had been extracted. "Thank you for your concern, Master." "Humph. Why didn't the insect devour your wretched heart and that loathsome tongue of yours?" Princess Linglong shot a disdainful glare at Li Feng. Master Lu Jing felt a headache coming on. Had he known, he would have refrained from greeting Master Li Feng forced a smile, remaining silent. "Hey, why are you suddenly mute? You ugly creature. Weren't you just cursing me in your heart?" Princess Linglong glared at him again. Chapter 69. Yielding by Heaven's Conscience. As Princess Linglong earnestly questioned whether he was indeed cursing her in his heart, Li Feng was tempted to nod in affirmation, thinking, with your foolishness, willfulness, and insatiable desire for scorn, who else could I possibly berate? "I dare not," Li Feng replied, suppressing his discontent, unable to voice his true feelings. The princess's round, sparkling eyes roamed over him, and she coldly remarked, "You certainly have the audacity. How could you possibly be afraid?" Master Lu Jing quickly interjected, "Amidst, Master Li, are you heading to the Sushio Hall for a vegetarian meal?" "Indeed. Then I shall not disturb your dining." Before he could finish his sentence, an odd sound erupted. Master Lu Jing's body stiffened, and his expression turned quite peculiar. Princess Linglong immediately covered her nose, stepping back repeatedly with a look of disgust. "Third brother, your flatulence is unbearable." Master Lu Jing, filled with shame, wished he could leap into the fish release pond to drown himself. "Linglong, if it weren't for the atrocious state of the dishes you prepared, truly dark culinary arts, would your third brother suffer from an upset stomach?" Li Feng could no longer endure it and hastily retreated. His stomach churned more violently, and in this awkward moment, Master Lu Jing glanced at Li Feng and hurriedly said, "I must trouble you to look after my sister. I shall return shortly." "Ah!" Li Feng was taken aback. Master Lu Jing had already turned and rushed down a nearby path, clearly seeking the restroom. "Third brother, How foul! Princess Linglong exclaimed, her face scrunched in distaste. Ah, it reeks. Li Feng found himself in rare agreement with Princess Linglong, though he certainly dared not nod in approval. Yet, considering Master Lu Jing was a martial artist and a monk, how could he so easily suffer from indigestion? Glancing at Princess Linglong, he recalled her apparent fondness for showcasing her culinary skills to Master Lu Jing. Remembering that fish, charred on the surface yet likely still bearing traces of blood within, Li Feng sympathized with Master Lu Jing's plight. Princess Linglong fixed her gaze on Li Feng. Hey, ugly creature, I have a question for you. Li Feng promptly bowed. Princess, please speak. I would never dare to conceal anything. Princess Linglong tilted her head at a 45-degree angle, appearing quite serious as she pondered. This princess has followed your method in grilling fish. Yet why does it always turn out burnt? Though third brother feigns enjoyment to appease this princess, I know full well that it is truly inedible. Li Feng could only continue to silently empathize with Master Lu Jing. At that moment, a voice, brash and direct, rang out, "Little sister, I wish to take you as my wife." As the sole son of the magistrate of Su City, Qian Xiaoshu's background far surpassed that of many pampered youths from noble families. Thus, he never hesitated to exploit his inherent status and resources. Whether for trivial matters or not, Qian Xiaoshu would parade through the streets with a few sycophants, indulging in acts of intimidation, and when he encountered an appealing young lady, he would either abduct her or tease her, knowing full well that his father, the magistrate, would shield him from any repercussions. Today, while visiting the Golden Buddha temple to sample the vegetarian meal reputed to promote good health, he unexpectedly laid eyes on such a charming young girl, and his heart was instantly captivated. With an air of sophistication, he approached her to declare his intentions. His gaze was fixated on Princess Linglong. Wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth, Li Feng glanced at the rotund Qian Xiaoshu with a hint of sympathy, recognizing that this pig was about to be torn to shreds. The shadowy guards lurking nearby were about to intervene, but a subtle gesture from Princess Linglong sent them back. After days of confinement, she was eager to enjoy a little amusement. With an innocent look, she gazed at Qian Xiaoshu and sweetly asked, "You say you wish to marry me? How adorably naive! How pure!" Qian Xiaoshu's heart melted completely, nodding vigorously as his mouth watered even more. But Princess Linglong's incredibly charming eyes blinked. Pointing at Li Feng with a troubled expression, "I already have a betrothal to him, so I cannot marry you." Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on her words. "Do not presume that being a princess gives you the right to humiliate a loyal soldier of the Great Qian Empire." Only then did Qian Xiaoshu notice that the enchanting young girl was accompanied by this unsightly fellow. He scrutinized Li Feng, noting his frail physique and average appearance, deeming him merely a pitiful scholar. Standing beside the young lady, he appeared as a pile of dung next to a delicate red flower, utterly spoiling the view. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he scoffed, "What does this pile of dung have to do with you? Little sister?" Li Feng's eyes widened even further. Frustrated by his lack of martial prowess and his feeble body, he lamented that otherwise he would have slapped the man across the face. Princess Linglong squinted her eyes and laughed, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. This ugly creature is indeed a foul-smelling pile of dung." The young lady was so compliant with this scoundrel. Qian Xiaoshu's heart soared with delight, while Li Feng's face darkened completely. "However, my father has decreed that unless that fellow is dead, this betrothal cannot be annulled." Princess Linglong pouted, appearing both aggrieved and furious, as well as helpless. Li Feng felt utterly speechless. He had heard that Princess Linglong was betrothed to the fourth prince of the Northern Martial Empire. In the spring of next year, once Princess Linglong came of age, she would embark on her journey to the Northern Martial Empire. Clearly, Princess Linglong was resistant to this engagement, which was why she had escaped from the capital to seek solace in Su City. Beyond that, Li Feng was not well informed. The fellow she mentioned was undoubtedly the fourth prince of the Northern Martial Empire. However, this foolish pig, clearly besotted, presupposed that she was referring to him, just as Li Feng surmised. Qian Xiaoshu's gaze toward him shifted, now resembling that of someone looking at a corpse. As the son of Su City's magistrate, eliminating a pitiful scholar was not a formidable task. For instance, it would be entirely reasonable if this impoverished scholar accidentally fell into the fish release pond and drowned. No one would bat an eye. Despite the many worshippers around, they were either entering the grand hall in reverent prayer or hurrying to the vegetarian hall to enjoy their meals. None would notice. Thus, Qian Shaoshu decisively gestured with his hand. His two lackeys immediately understood their master's intent and casually closed in on Feng. Feng, already on high alert, promptly retreated. Pathetically, he stammered, "This gentleman and this lovely young lady are truly a match made in heaven. I wish you eternal bliss. Farewell." Before he could finish, Feng turned and fled. Chapter 70. A humiliation most grievous. Qian Shaoshu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into triumphant laughter. Princess Linglong's face darkened. How dare this wretched creature humiliate her so? You should be the one destined to grow old with a pig. She immediately pursued him. Within a few breaths, she seized Feng's hand. Before he could react, she had rolled up his sleeve and fiercely bit down. Feng's facial muscles convulsed uncontrollably, and he was utterly undone. Not only was Princess Linglong biting down with such force that it caused him great pain, but he was also mortified to find that he had been caught. Despite having run ahead with all his might, this girl, whose body had yet to fully develop, had managed to catch up to him. Such disgrace. This was an unparalleled humiliation. Master, if you do not devise a way for your sole two disciples to become at least formidable female warriors, I will continue to bring you shame. At that precise moment, as Princess Linglong caught up to Feng, Qian Shaoshu and his two lackeys seemed to lose their footing, tumbling almost simultaneously into the fish release pond, startling countless goldfish and turtles. Help, I can't swim, glub glub. Young master, I'll save you. Help, I can't swim either, glub glub. The surrounding worshippers quickly converged, either pointing and laughing or frantically calling for help. Just like before, Feng allowed Princess Linglong to bite without daring to resist. There was no way he would risk damaging her teeth, as that could lead to dire consequences. Feng had resigned himself to his fate, contemplating that since he had already been bitten once, he might have developed an immunity and would likely not contract rabies. As the biting continued, Feng felt scalding droplets falling onto his arm. Meanwhile, Princess Linglong's grip relaxed, and eventually, she withdrew her mouth from his arm. She held onto Feng's arm, tears streaming down her face in a display of profound grievance, much like a gluttonous child who discovers that the fragrant roasted pig trotters in their grasp are inedible due to poison. Woo-woo. This princess does not wish to marry that so-called fourth prince. Princess Linglong murmured softly, her tear-stained visage reflecting her deep sense of injustice. Feng was momentarily taken aback, then sighed, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the girl's plight. Being forced into marriage with someone she had never even met, and being unable to resist such a fate, was indeed a harrowing ordeal. To be separated from a beloved by the machinations of family, unable to unite in matrimony, was an even greater sorrow. Feng felt as though he were in excruciating pain, his heart clenching in agony, as if salt were being rubbed into a fresh wound. An anguish that had nothing to do with the tears of Princess Linglong falling upon the already bloodied bite mark on his arm. Woo-woo. I would rather marry an ugly creature than that fourth prince. Woo-woo. Feng's face paled in horror, and the flicker of sympathy he had felt for Princess Linglong vanished in an instant. Woo-woo. Suddenly, Princess Linglong forcefully flung Feng's arm away, only to bury her small face in his embrace. Continuing to cry inconsolably, Feng's body stiffened, his small hands unsure of where to rest. His nearly blank mind could think of only one thing. This was a grave offense against the princess. I am doomed. At that moment, Qian Shaoshu, who had gulped down several mouthfuls of water, along with his two lackeys, was pulled up by a few onlookers. Qian Shaoshu coughed violently, expelling water from his lungs. Feeling dizzy and utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired, he had merely intended to grasp that little girl's hand, yet somehow his foot had slipped, sending him tumbling into the release pond. Struggling to regain his footing, he spun around in confusion, only to notice the surrounding crowd pointing and whispering about him, causing his breath to quicken with indignation. What are you staring at? Do you know who I am? Do you believe I will gouge out your dog eyes? Although Qian Shaoshu's reputation in Sioux City could not compare to that of Yang Yue, he was notorious for his bullying antics in the streets. Thus his notoriety was not insignificant. Many in the crowd recognized him and quickly dispersed, eager to avoid offending him. Where is that little girl? Despite being dazed, Qian Shaoshu had not forgotten about the charming little girl, and his small eyes quickly scanned the area. To his astonishment, he saw that the little girl was in the embrace of that wretched creature, both shamelessly cuddling. Rage surged within him in broad daylight. Amidst a throng of people, and in a place sacred to the Buddha, how dare they behave in such an indecorous manner? Qian Shaoshu could not tolerate this affront and resolved to put a stop to such filthy conduct, vowing to restore tranquility to the Buddha's domain. Just then, a small stone, unknown in origin, struck Qian Shaoshu's left leg, causing him to lose his balance once more and tumble back into the release pond. Ah! Help! I can't swim, gurgle gurgle. This time, the onlookers pretended not to hear his cries for help, even ignoring the commotion. His two drenched lackeys, not daring to dive in, were in tears, helplessly shouting for assistance. Qian Shaoshu seemed on the verge of sinking. Two little monks rushed over, having heard the commotion, and pulled him back to safety. Meanwhile, Princess Linglong wept endlessly, her tears soaking Li Feng's chest, as his trembling heart felt as though it might drown. Amidst, Master Lu Jing, with a pale complexion and shaky legs, approached. Upon seeing Princess Linglong sobbing in Li Feng's arms, he clearly understood the reason behind her sorrow and wore a pained expression. Li Feng glanced at Master Lu Jing, whose face radiated compassion. Master, you have finally returned. Observing Li Feng's distressed countenance and the bite mark on his arm, Master Lu Jing expressed his apologies. Amidst, his expression shifted. Li Shizhu, I must trouble you to care for my sister for a moment longer. Before he could finish, Master Lu Jing turned and hurried away. Li Feng, exasperated, called out, Master, don't go, Master. Please. Gradually, Princess Linglong's incessant whimpering transformed into soft sobs. After a brief moment, she lifted her head, her large, peach-like eyes glaring fiercely at Li Feng, then forcefully pushed him away. Li Feng, already numb from the encounter, fell unceremoniously to the ground. Evidently still unsatisfied, Princess Linglong raised her foot to kick Li Feng's thigh with all her might. You ugly creature dare to offend this princess? I shall kick you to death. Startled, Li Feng scrambled to the side, quickly rising to his feet, and retorted angrily, Hey, don't go too far. Don't think I can't fight back? Chapter 71. The elegant gentleman Princess Linglong's already large eyes widened even further. You dare to lay a hand on this princess? Do you believe, woo-woo? You all bully me woo-woo? Thinking to threaten him, Princess Linglong recalled that her threats had no effect on the ugly creature, and the shadowy guards did not dare to act against this detestable being. Frustrated, she squatted down, burying her small face in her knees, and began to sob quietly. Li Feng smirked slightly, feeling disinclined to respond. After a while, noticing that the ugly creature had not offered even the most basic consolation, Princess Linglong's irritation grew to the point of gnashing her teeth in frustration. She stood up, shot Li Feng a furious glare, and turned to leave. Humph! This princess may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly deal with that pig. Li Feng was in the midst of gently stretching his stiff body, disinterested in pursuing her. Although Master Lu Jing had asked him to take care of his sister for a while, Li Feng understood that it was merely a reflexive expression of concern from a brother for his sister. Moreover, he had already caught sight of Master Lu Jing's figure. After several breaths, the furious Princess Linglong arrived at the release pond. At that moment, a little monk was pressing on Qian Shaoshu's round belly, nearly performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Another monk stood nearby, continuously murmuring Amidst. As for Qian Shaoshu's two lackeys, they were already trembling in fear, seated on the ground. Although the monk assured them that their master had merely drunk too much water and fainted from shock, and that once the water was pressed out of his belly, he would awaken, they knew that their master would surely unleash his fury upon them for this humiliation, and they would be lucky to escape with their lives. Princess Linglong shouted at the monk, Get away! The monk looked up at Princess Linglong, bewildered. Female benefactor, Amidst, you two return to the temple. I will handle this matter. Master Lu Jing, now standing beside her, added, his legs visibly trembling. Upon recognizing Master Lu, the two little monks quickly rose and clasped their palms together, saying, Yes, brother. Before their words had fully escaped their lips, Princess Linglong had already stomped her foot down heavily on Qian Shaoshu's face, grinding it mercilessly. Amidst. The two little monks recited the Buddha's name, lowered their heads, and turned to leave. The monastic life was one of detachment, and the young monks feigned ignorance of the scene. Qian Xiaoshu's lackeys, dumbfounded, attempted to rush to their master's aid, only to slip and tumble into the release pond once more. So brutal. Li Feng could hardly bear to watch any longer. He retrieved the ointment Master Lu Jing had given him earlier to tend to his wound and made his way toward the sushio hall. The sushio hall was bustling with business that day, offering a diverse array of vegetarian dishes with no fixed prices. In other words, one could eat whatever they desired and as much as they wished, with a merit box placed at the entrance for patrons to contribute as they pleased. Li Feng, of course, did not believe in the concept of accumulating merits, but he also did not have a habit of dining for free. Thus, he deposited a couple of silver coins into the merit box before entering the sushio hall. After ordering several intriguing vegetarian dishes and a small bowl of rice, Li Feng savored each dish and praised the chef's skills, which rivaled those of the cooks at Zui Shaolu. Once he finished his delightful meal and exited the sushio hall, he found no trace of Princess Linglong, Master Lu Jing, or the unfortunate Pi Jiao. Li Feng realized that Princess Linglong must have vented all her pent-up anger on that pig, just as she had attempted to direct her fury at Yang Yi on a previous occasion at Zui Shaolu. Thus, even if the pig escaped with its life, it would be grievously harmed, potentially dragging its entire family into the mess. Amidst. Li Feng silently recited the Buddha's name, opting not to explore the grand hall but instead descended the mountain. By the time he returned home, it was already afternoon. After a long day of exertion, he felt exhausted and was about to retreat to his room for a nap when a gentle knock echoed at the courtyard door. Thinking it might be Yang Yi, he approached and peered through the crack, his spirit jolting as he quickly opened the door. To his surprise, he found Luo Qianyang and 4 other well-to-do youths standing outside. Li Gongzi, Luo Qianyang, and the others bowed respectfully, their expressions somewhat awkward, forced smiles plastered on their faces. Just as Li Feng had anticipated, his earlier remarks had taken root in Luo Qianyang and the others' minds, sprouting into seedlings that subtly stirred their hearts. Consequently, they gathered together to discuss the matter, ultimately deciding to visit Li Feng and collaborate to launch that wretched tavern. Even if the future establishment they open turns out to be as desolate as that renowned Lu or the Beiyuan Lu, it hardly matters. After all, the worst they would face is a mere loss of silver, which could be easily compensated by a few less indulgent nights. But what if? What if that tavern could eventually eclipse the Zui Shaolu? Ah! It is indeed the 5 young masters. Please come in, Li Feng exclaimed with great delight, adopting a demeanor of utmost humility. This gesture made Luo Qianyang and the other 4 feel a sense of importance, alleviating their previously suppressed discomfort significantly. Once seated, Li Feng clasped his hands and said, "A few days ago, I concocted a new beverage. May I invite you, esteemed young masters, to sample it and provide your esteemed opinions?" Luo Qianyang smiled and replied, "The peerless beauty crafted by young Master Li has garnered immense popularity. I have no doubt that this new creation will be equally remarkable. We await it with great anticipation." Li Feng grinned and said, "In that case, please allow me a moment." He then entered the kitchen and skillfully prepared the previously crafted, unparalleled gentleman, before returning to serve each of the 5 young masters a glass. "Esteemed young masters, please," Li Feng offered. After exchanging glances, the young masters began to taste the drink. The moment it touched their lips, their eyes brightened with delight. They found the beverage imbued with a rich fruit aroma, remarkably unique yet pleasantly smooth, leaving them yearning for more. "What do you think?" Li Feng inquired. The young masters eagerly shared their thoughts. "The flavor is distinct and leaves a lingering aftertaste. It is truly excellent. It reminds me of young Master Li's poem song of climbing the Yuzhou Terrace. One can only be in awe. Might I ask if this drink has a name?" Luo Qianyang asked. Li Feng responded, "I am currently vexed by that very matter. I would be most grateful if you, esteemed young masters, could assist me in naming it." Initially, Li Feng had named it Unparalleled Gentleman, but since the current Unparalleled Gentleman was his senior brother, it was only fitting to show him some respect. Moreover, entrusting the naming to these 5 affluent young gentlemen would undoubtedly make them feel esteemed. As expected, the 5 young masters felt more at ease and began to ponder. After a moment, Luo Qianyang blurted out, "What do you think of the name Elegant Gentleman?" The other four young masters' eyes lit up at the suggestion. Feng praised, "Elegant gentleman, as refined as jade, indeed perfectly captures the essence of this drink. It is a splendid name." "Thank you, young Master Luo. You flatter me, young Master Li." After a few cups of elegant gentleman, Luo Qianyang and the others became increasingly talkative, bringing up the topic of opening a tavern. Chapter 72. Borrowing money. Li Feng briefly outlined the tavern opening plan he had meticulously crafted. Merely presenting the overarching framework left Luo Qianyang and the other four utterly astonished. They marveled at young Master Li's unparalleled intellect and culinary prowess, as well as his profound understanding of business, leading them to believe he had previously owned a tavern. Having settled everything, Li Feng raised his cup, appearing filled with fervor, and proclaimed, "Esteemed young masters, let us demonstrate to the world how these scorned gentlemen of leisure can rise against the odds." Upon hearing this, the five young masters were immediately ignited with passion, raising their cups in unison. 2 days later, Mingyang Lu closed its doors, and the plaque that had hung for years was taken down. However, unbeknownst to many, Mingyang Lu had changed ownership. Most assumed it was simply unable to continue operating and was shutting down at the Zue Xiao Lu, in a private room on the second floor. A content Li Feng sat back, waiting for manager Yang to arrive. Before long, the door to the room swung open, and Yang Yi stepped inside. Li Feng quickly rose to greet her, wearing a smile that was excessively obsequious. After all, he needed something from this woman, which necessitated a lower posture. Yang Yi gazed at Li Feng with motherly affection and asked, "My dear Fenger, are you once again short of funds for visiting the brothel? Shall I fetch you some silver? Would one tael suffice? If not, I have little left." Li Feng nearly collapsed to the ground. Yang Yi erupted into laughter, her mirth so intense she could barely catch her breath. Appearing quite flamboyant, Li Feng, with a darkened expression, looked at the laughing woman before him and muttered, "Manager Yang, could you refrain from being so tiresome?" Witnessing Li Feng's embarrassment, Yang Yi felt inexplicably delighted. Her eyes sparkled playfully. "I cannot possibly resist such delightful amusement. What do you think, Fenger?" Li Feng's expression darkened further, thinking to himself that she was pushing him into a corner. He shifted his gaze downward, then shyly lowered his head and said, "I am not in need of money. I am simply hungry and wish to eat something." At this, it was Yang Yi's turn to scowl, her smile vanishing entirely, almost unable to contain her urge to draw a dagger and remove those audacious eyes. With a steady breath, Yang Yi sat down before Li Feng, her alluring visage now tinged with sarcasm. "What is it? Did young Master Li come today to boast about how you and Luo Qianyang have acquired Mingyang Lu and are preparing to open a tavern?" While others remained oblivious, Yang Yi was fully aware. She knew that Li Feng had purchased Mingyang Lu for 5,000 taels, along with a promissory note for an additional 3,000 taels. Acquiring a nearly defunct tavern for 8,000 taels seemed rather foolish. Yang Yi was also aware that in recent days, Li Feng had been drafting the menu at Mingyang Lu and personally training 2 chefs in various culinary techniques. She considered that bringing those 2 chefs to Zue Xiao Lu might indeed be a splendid idea. The 5 young masters were equally occupied, overseeing the redecoration of Mingyang Lu. Li Feng, with his head bowed, shyly said, "I am merely quite hungry." A glint of cold light flashed as a dagger appeared in Yang Yi's hand. Her gaze filled with lethal intent. Li Feng was taken aback, immediately bowing deeply. "I have come specifically to express my gratitude to Manager Yang. Were it not for your care, I fear I would have fallen ill that day." Internally, he felt quite vexed. Was this woman not being a bit too domineering? It was as if only the officials were allowed to set fires while the common folk were forbidden from lighting lamps. Not even a glimmer of light permitted. Recalling her forcing him to take medicine, Yang Yi's face flushed with heat. She waved her hand dismissively, coolly stating, "Young Master Li need not dwell on it. You know I am inherently kind-hearted. I would even go to great lengths to save a cat or a dog that has collapsed." Li Feng marveled. "Manager Yang is benevolent in that case. I need not continue to bear the weight of your life-saving grace." Yang Yi was genuinely perplexed at how such a shameless person had managed to survive until now. Li Feng shifted his expression to one of ingratiation. "I actually came today to ask Manager Yang if you might calculate the dividends from Peerless Beauty for me." Though the initial investment budget for opening the tavern was roughly in line with Li Feng's estimates, He had still overestimated the financial capabilities of the 5 young masters. While their families provided them with a fair amount of silver each month, their extravagant lifestyles left them with little to spare. The 5 young masters had begged and scraped together only slightly over 4,000 taels, and with Li Feng's contribution of 1,000 taels, they had a total of just over 5,000 taels. This amount was insufficient even to cover the cost of purchasing the tavern. Fortunately, the backgrounds of the 5 young masters lent them some leverage, allowing the owner of Zue Xiaolu to agree to let them owe 3,000 taels. With interest accruing if not repaid within 3 months. In the meantime, as they worked to redecorate Ming Yonglu and train the maidservants and staff, they would require a substantial sum of silver. The 5 young masters expressed their inability to contribute any further. Li Feng understood their predicament. As the leader, he could only thump his chest and assure them that he would find a way to resolve the remaining funds. Thus, he sought out Yang Yi. Yang Yi, however, was unable to assist. Young Master Li, it is in black and white, with your own signature. The dividends from Peerless Beauty are settled once a month. The accountant cannot assist you with that now. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Expressing his understanding, Manager Yang's adherence to contractual obligations is truly commendable. I was indeed presumptuous. He then gazed longingly at Yang Yi, ingratiatingly asking, might Manager Yang be able to lend me some silver privately? Yang Yi's lips twitched. So this scoundrel had come to borrow money? Get lost. Li Feng quickly added, not too much, just 1,000 taels would suffice. Yang Yi's expression darkened considerably. Leave. She glared at Li Feng, rising to exit the room. Suddenly, Li Feng remembered something and felt genuine regret. Intending to ease the atmosphere, he pointed at the empty plate on the table and said, then let's just put this meal on my tab. You can deduct it from my dividends later. Yes? Yang Yi abruptly turned to face Li Feng, her exquisitely crafted face contorted with displeasure, her eyes reflecting a twinge of heart-wrenching grievance. You know full well that I am the manager of Zue Xiaolu. Yet you still dare to borrow silver from me? If you were to squander it on indulgent pursuits, that would be one thing, but you wish to borrow it to open a tavern. If it were to come to light, how would your family view me? Li Feng managed a wry smile and quickly apologized. I was inconsiderate. Please do not be angry. Yang Yi turned sharply, forcefully pulling open the door to the private room. Vanishing from Li Feng's sight, Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he slapped his forehead. How could he have overlooked this aspect before coming? If Yang Yi were to lend him money to open that tavern, how would she face the Yang family if it were discovered? You are such a fool. Li Feng chastised himself, delivering a self-inflicted slap. Chapter 73. Jumping into the lake. Bad content. Chapter 74. Overstepping boundaries, please. Gentlemen, do not be so formal. Might I inquire if Master Yang is currently at the academy? Would it trouble you to convey a message? Li Feng asked. The 2 scholars in white exchanged hesitant glances. One of them explained, Young Master Li, you may not be aware, but when Master Yang first entered Tianyi Academy, the principal decreed that anyone wishing to meet Master Yang should be dismissed outright. Li Feng furrowed his brow. I see, he mused. Realizing the wisdom in such a rule, otherwise, the fervent admirers might swarm the academy daily to profess their affection for the unparalleled young master. Moreover, it seems Master Yang has yet to arrive at the academy today, the scholar continued. Li Feng nodded. It was likely that the exquisite Princess Linglong was still lingering in Su City, and as her cousin, Yang Yue would naturally accompany her. The other scholar courteously offered, if young Master Li wishes to pay respects to Elder Mi or Elder Yang, I can promptly inform them. Then I would appreciate your assistance in relaying that message, Li Feng replied. Despite the fact that the elders were not particularly fond of him at present, he felt it would be remiss not to pay his respects. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of carriage wheels approached. Master Yang is arriving. The 2 scholars quickly lowered their heads in reverence, their expressions filled with respect. Li Feng turned to see an opulent carriage drawing near. The carriage soon came to a halt, the driver pulling the reins, and the curtain was lifted to reveal Yang Yue's eternally serene countenance. The 2 scholars promptly bowed, addressing him as Master Yang. Yang Yue glanced at the 2 scholars and nodded slightly before his calm gaze fell upon Li Feng. Young Master Li, Li Feng returned the greeting. But Yang Yue did not reciprocate in the customary manner. Instead, he simply stated, step aboard. Without waiting for a reply, He lowered the curtain, clearly indicating he had no intention of disembarking. Understanding the implications of Yang Yue's demeanor, Li Feng quickly complied and boarded the carriage. The two scholars watched the carriage depart, their faces awash with astonishment. They knew well of Master Yang's aversion to sharing a carriage with others. Yet he had explicitly invited young Master Li aboard. Indeed, Li Feng's remarkable talent had evidently impressed even the unparalleled young master. The carriage traveled but half a mile before coming to a stop. Inside, Li Feng smiled amiably at Yang Yue, greeting him, "Senior brother." He thought to himself that this fellow was as rigid as ever. Now that he was recognized as Yang Yue's junior, he no longer offered greetings as in the past, but instead assumed the demeanor of an elder. Yang Yue nodded and said, "Before leaving, the master informed me that he had accepted you as a disciple and instructed me to look after you. I had anticipated you would come to find me sooner." Li Feng chuckled. "There was no need to trouble you, senior brother." He considered that after their parting in the alley, the master must have sought out Yang Yue to convey certain matters before disappearing. "Do you know where the master has gone?" Li Feng asked, feigning a longing expression. "The master did not mention it, but if I am not mistaken, it is likely related to you," Yang Yue replied, gazing intently into Li Feng's eyes. Li Feng was taken aback. "Related to me?" Yang Yue nodded but offered no further explanation. "You will understand when the master returns." He then produced 5 silver notes and handed them over. "Accept this as a token from your senior brother." Li Feng was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. Yang Yue had indeed discerned his purpose for visiting. He accepted the 5 notes without hesitation, saying, "Thank you, senior brother. I would also like to request your esteemed name to promote my tavern. I hope you won't take offense," Li Feng added, unabashedly. With such a prominent figure to assist in advertising, it would be foolish not to take advantage. Yang Yue's expression remained composed. "It is no trouble," Li Feng continued. "I have heard that your calligraphy is exceptional, and even Elder Me has praised your work, stating that your writing has reached a level of refinement." Yang Yue, understanding Li Feng's intent, inquired, "What is the name of your tavern?" Li Feng quickly replied, "Riolu." He originally intended to name it a tavern, but was met with vehement opposition from Luo Qianyang and the other 5 shareholders, who deemed that name utterly unworthy to Li Feng. Not wanting to upset them, allowed them to deliberate on a name. Ultimately, they settled on Riolu, inspired by the phrase, "a gentleman, refined and gentle." Yang Yue stated, "On the day of your opening, I shall present you with a plaque." Li Feng gazed at Yang Yue's remarkably handsome face, nearly moved to tears. "Thank you, senior brother. You are truly too kind," Li Feng, emboldened, added. "If you could assist in hanging the plaque when the time comes, that would be even better. You know my health is rather frail. Of course, it would not trouble me to have 2 servants hang it," Yang Yue replied, still maintaining his tranquil demeanor. "That is acceptable." Li Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly unable to restrain himself from showering Yang Yue's face with kisses. "Thank you, senior brother." "Thank you?" Yang Yue replied nonchalantly. "The master merely asked me to look after you, that is all." After a brief pause, he added, "See him back?" This was naturally directed at the driver. "Yes, young master," the driver responded. Yang Yue looked at Li Feng and nodded. "I am heading to the academy now." He then disembarked from the carriage. "Safe travels, senior brother," Li Feng said, lifting the curtain with a reluctant expression. Yang Yue nodded slightly. The carriage quickly resumed its journey. Inside, Li Feng recalled the serene yet subtly twitching expression on Yang Yue's face. Unable to suppress his laughter, even breaking into a snort, he understood that although Yang Yue may not care for his own reputation, he certainly did not wish to be used for promotional purposes. A discreet gift of a plaque was one matter, but he would never want his servants to hang it before a crowd. "After all, you are my senior brother. Isn't that what senior brothers are for?" Li Feng mused. Nodding in agreement, feeling no guilt whatsoever, he took out the 5 silver notes, discovering each was worth 1,000 taels, totaling 5,000 taels. He marveled at how his senior brother was a veritable millionaire, casually handing out 5,000 taels. With this amount, all problems before him would be effortlessly resolved. Moreover, given Yang Yue's standing in the Yang family, even if he personally delivered the plaque on opening day and had his servants hang it, the Yang family would have no choice but to smile ruefully, not daring to voice any objections in the future. they would certainly think twice before harboring any ulterior motives. This is what true support looks like. Li Feng reflected. His mind at ease, he reclined comfortably in the spacious carriage and, before he knew it, fell asleep, leaving a puddle of drool. It was not until the driver woke him that he stirred back to consciousness. Chapter 75. Rumors upon disembarking. Li Feng bowed to the driver. Thank you. The driver, with utmost respect, replied, You are too kind, young Master Li. He then provided Li Feng with an address. My young master instructed that if you ever wish to find him, you may go to this location, and someone will be sure to guide you to him. Thank you. After bidding farewell to the driver, Li Feng did not enter his home but instead headed directly to Mingyang Tower. At this moment, within Mingyang Tower, Luo Qianyang and the other 5 wealthy young gentlemen were busy directing the servants to reorganize and redecorate the premises. Upon seeing Li Feng approach, the 5 gentlemen immediately came forward to greet him. You all have worked hard, Li Feng said, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Brother Li, the 5 gentlemen returned the gesture. How did it go? Luo Qianyang asked eagerly, fully aware that Li Feng had been out gathering funds, and was curious whether he had succeeded. Li Feng smiled calmly. He retrieved 4 of the silver notes from his pocket and handed them over, saying, 4,000 taels should suffice to alleviate our immediate concerns, correct? He intentionally kept 1,000 taels for unforeseen needs. 4,000 taels? The eyes of the group lit up, their admiration for Li Feng growing. Not everyone had the ability to acquire such a sum. For instance, they themselves had pooled their resources, selling antiques and artworks, and still managed to gather only a little over 4,000 taels. Their families had scoffed at their plans to open a tavern, dismissing it as an excuse to beg for money, and had given them only a few dozen taels before sending them away. Duan Luyin chuckled. Now that the issue of funds is resolved, aside from the plaque, there are no other pressing matters. The plaque was of utmost importance for any establishment. The plaque at Zue Xiaolu had dramatically elevated its status, having been crafted by the renowned calligrapher Mi Pu. With Duan Luyin's words, all eyes turned to Li Feng. They were well aware that the esteemed calligrapher Mi Pu had once addressed Li Feng as brotherly in front of a crowd at Zue Xiaolu. If Li Feng could procure a piece of his work, it would be nothing short of spectacular. Li Feng, composed and assured, smiled and declared, Rest assured, the plaque has already been taken care of. Upon hearing this, the others relaxed, confident that Li Feng had indeed visited Elder Mi. Now, I need you all to spread a particular piece of news, ensuring it circulates throughout Sioux City overnight, to create a buzz for our soon-to-open tavern, Li Feng stated. What news? Luo Qianyang asked hastily. Li Feng spoke softly for a few moments. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was left dumbfounded, their minds blank, and their spirits seemingly crushed. Brotherly, this might not be appropriate, right? Luo Qianyang struggled to swallow, clearly distressed. If this goes awry, it could stir up quite a tempest, unless, Li Feng, exuding confidence, replied, Rest assured, my friends, even if I must resort to binding him, I shall bring that unparalleled young master to our Ru Yilu. Witnessing Li Feng's unwavering confidence, the others could only express their doubts, acknowledging that Li Feng's influence might indeed be substantial enough to invite that exceptional young master on the day of the opening ceremony. Have you heard? Mingyang Lu has actually changed owners, and it is set to open its doors to guests at the hour of Wei, with a poetry gathering planned as well, one remarked. I've even heard that the unparalleled young master will attend that poetry gathering, another added. How can that be possible? It is well known that Zue Xiaolu holds poetry gatherings on the 20th of every month, with esteemed scholars from Tianyi Academy attending in person, and the unparalleled young master will surely be present there. How could he possibly go to Mingyang Lu? Do you know who the new owner of Mingyang Lu is? I've heard it is none other than Li Feng, who possesses talents rivaling that of young Master Yang. This cannot be true. Young Master Li is a prodigy of remarkable talent. How could he willingly degrade himself to run an establishment like that, fearing the taint of vulgarity? Rumors flew wildly, escalating to the point where some even claimed that the new owner of Mingyang Lu was, in fact, young Master Yang himself. Ultimately, all eyes were drawn to Mingyang Lu, eagerly awaiting the 20th to witness the spectacle. At Zue Xiaolu, on the second floor's elegant chamber, Li Feng, with 1,000-tael silver note tucked away, could no longer resist the allure of the exquisite cuisine, returning once more to indulge. Yang Yi arrived uninvited. Curiously observing Li Feng, she inquired, "Has the matter of the silver been resolved?" Li Feng, captivated by Yang Yi's exquisitely delicate features, revealed, "I borrowed 5,000 taels from the unparalleled young master." Yang Yi, taken aback, felt her mind go blank, then exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed, young Master Li's connections are impressive." Feeling somewhat bashful, Li Feng admitted, "I mentioned to young Master Li that I am the adopted son of Manager Yang, and he readily lent me the sum." Yang Yi giggled, then playfully shot him a glance, brimming with charm. That audacious fellow was becoming increasingly brazen in his speech, yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. She queried, "Did you orchestrate those rampant rumors circulating outside?" Li Feng nodded. "That was indeed my doing." Yang Yi praised, "I must say, young Master Li's actions have certainly captured considerable attention. On the 20th, many will undoubtedly come to witness the event." Before she could finish, Yang Yi's expression shifted to one of schadenfreude. "But has it crossed your mind, young Master Li, that if Yang Yue does not appear, how will your newly opened tavern welcome guests? It may well become a laughingstock, wouldn't it?" Based on Yang Yi's understanding of Yang Yue, he would naturally not attend, even if he admired Li Feng's talents and would greet him with respect. He had even lent Li Feng 5,000 taels. As she spoke, Yang Yi furrowed her brow, her concern evident. "From what I know of Yang Yue, he detests when others exploit his name for such matters, and the Yang family does not appreciate any tarnishing of his reputation. Thus, it is likely that trouble will come to your tavern in the future." Li Feng gazed intently at Yang Yi's face and asked, "Are you truly concerned for me?" Yang Yi flashed a bewitching smile, her eyes sparkling. "You are my adopted son. How could I not care for you?" The day of the 20th arrived in the blink of an eye. As the hour of Wei approached, a multitude of eager onlookers gathered before Mingyang Lu, waiting to witness the unfolding drama. To their astonishment, the doors of Mingyang Lu remained tightly shut, and shockingly, there was no signboard even hanging above the entrance. According to tradition, the signboard should have been displayed long before the opening, covered with silk until the auspicious moment arrived, at which point the silk would be unveiled to signify a prosperous beginning. Inside Mingyang Lu, all the maids and servants were already on high alert, prepared to greet guests, though they were unaware if any guests would actually arrive. Chapter 76. The signboard. Luo Qianyang and 4 other young masters surrounded Li Feng, their anxiety palpable, as if they were on the verge of combustion. "Brother Li, you promised to handle the signboard matter. There is less than half an hour left until we open our doors. Where's the signboard?" "Had I known, I would not have listened to your words about spreading those rumors. Now, not only will our Rui Lu become a laughingstock, but who knows if young Master Yang or the Yang family will hold a grudge against us?" By this point, with Yang Yue still absent, Luo Qianyang and the others had lost all hope. Li Feng remained calm, sitting firmly at the fishing pier, reiterating, "Dear brothers, please remain patient just a moment longer." Luo Qianyang, desperate, nearly wished to strike Li Feng. "Brother Li, how long must I wait?" Li Feng assured him, "At most, within the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, Yang Yue will surely arrive, and the signboard will be here as well." Simultaneously, at Zue Xiao Lu, on the 20th of the month, a gathering of talented scholars and beautiful maidens typically convened. Today, the poetry garden had attracted a number of such individuals. Despite the recent rampant rumors claiming that Mingyang Lu had changed ownership and would open today with a poetry gathering featuring the unparalleled young master, these scholars, being wise, paid little heed to the gossip. However, Yang Yi felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. The esteemed scholars from Tian Yi Academy, who should have arrived by now, had not shown up, and only 2 lesser-known teachers had come. More importantly, at this hour, Yang Yue had yet to make his appearance. Could it be that Yang Yue truly went to Mingyang Lu? Yang Yi immediately dismissed this thought as implausible. After all, such speculation seemed far too surreal. If Yang Yue were present, he would no longer be Yang Yue. Just then, a subordinate she had dispatched to gather news hurriedly returned. "Manager, dire news?" Upon seeing the panicked expression on her subordinate's face, Yang Yi's heart raced. "What is it?" "I saw young master's carriage heading towards Mingyang Lu." "What did you say?" Yang Yi's pupils widened in disbelief. This was truly unbelievable. Throughout the entire Qian Empire, The reputation of the unparalleled young master Yang Yue was such that he was known by all, especially in Sioux City. In Li Feng's words, Yang Yue was the pinnacle of popularity, a rising star. Thus, when the carriage appeared in the distance, many immediately recognized it as belonging to the unparalleled young master. The crowd quickly parted to clear a path, their hearts trembling in anticipation. The rumors were indeed true. The unparalleled young master had come to Mingyanglu to attend the poetry gathering. Meanwhile, another carriage followed closely behind young master Yang S, carrying an unknown individual. Soon, the carriage came to a halt before Mingyanglu. At that moment, the previously closed doors of Mingyanglu swung open, and Li Feng, accompanied by Luo Qianyang and the other 5 young masters, stepped out. Li Feng remained composed, as if nothing unusual had transpired. Luo Qianyang and the others gazed at the familiar carriage, their faces filled with astonishment. Their minds were nearly blank, and their hearts surged with unprecedented waves of disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Even though Li Feng had repeatedly assured them that Yang Yue would indeed come, they still found it hard to believe. There was no denying that with just a single poem, climbing the Yuzhou platform, Li Feng's talent could rival that of the unparalleled young master. Yet, based solely on that, the unparalleled young master had no reason to grace their establishment with his presence. The onlookers, upon seeing Li Feng, widened their eyes, realizing that the rumors were not without foundation. Indeed, the new owner of Mingyanglu was Li Feng. At that moment, the carriage curtain was drawn aside, and Yang Yue descended. His exceptionally handsome face bore an air of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Many in the crowd, particularly the women, felt a rush of dizziness, breathless at the sight of him. The unparalleled young master is so handsome. I want to bear his children. I think I'm going to faint. Someone save me. I want to live just to see young Master Li once more. Li Feng approached, clasping his hands in greeting. Young Master Yang. Luo Qianyang and the others hurriedly bowed deeply, feeling as though their breaths had been stolen. Yang Yue acknowledged Li Feng with a nod, while completely ignoring Luo Qianyang and the others. Yang Yue had always been indifferent to the existence of others, yet even those he overlooked found no fault in his demeanor. Meanwhile, 2 attendants from the other carriage retrieved a large signboard. The signboard was covered with red silk, obscuring the characters engraved upon it. The signboard you requested is here, Yang Yue stated, looking at Li Feng. Luo Qianyang and the others felt their hearts race once more, nearly on the verge of fainting. What merit did their Ru Yilu possess to warrant the unparalleled young master personally delivering the signboard? Would you kindly assist in hanging it up? Li Feng asked. Certainly, Yang Yue replied, his expression remaining calm as he nodded. As soon as the dialogue was uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue. All eyes widened, mouths agape, as the crowd fixated on Li Feng and Yang Yue. Their minds churning with tumultuous waves, their thoughts drowned in a cacophony of disbelief. Luo Qianyang was particularly taken aback, his vision darkening. Had it not been for Duan Luyin, who stood behind him and steadied him, he might have slumped to the ground in shock. Hang it up, Yang Yue instructed. Consequently, the 2 attendants bore the plaque towards the grand entrance. Upon arrival, they tightened their legs slightly, and with remarkable agility, they ascended to the beam above, deftly hanging the plaque in place. This display of flight ignited a spark of envy in Li Feng, who mused that had he possessed the ability to fly beside the release pool at Jinfo Temple, he would not have been caught by Princess Ling Long, nor bitten so fiercely. Soon after, the red silk covering the plaque was removed, revealing the 3 golden characters Ru Yu Lu in bold relief before the astonished crowd. Nearly everyone recognized it at once. This was the signature of the unparalleled young master. Once again, silence blanketed the room. The fact that the young master personally inscribed the words Ru Yu Lu was astonishing enough. But to have crafted it into a plaque and delivered it himself was beyond comprehension. If it weren't for the apparent age difference, many would have suspected that Li Feng was indeed the illegitimate son of Yang Yue. The feast is prepared for young Master Yang. Please, this way, Li Feng said with a smile. Yang Yue nodded and made his way towards the entrance of Ru Yu Lu, with Li Feng closely following. As they passed Luo Qianyang, Li Feng couldn't help but feel exasperated. Luo Qianyang, elected by their group of stakeholders as the manager, was to oversee all affairs of Ru Yu Lu on this day. As Ru Yu Lu prepared to welcome guests, how could the manager appear so lethargic? Thus, Li Feng decisively stepped on Luo Qianyang's foot, effectively rousing him from his stupor. "Manager Luo, it's time for your performance," Li Feng whispered. Luo Qianyang jolted awake, his complexion brightening. Taking a deep breath, he assumed his role. He raised his head to address the still-dazed crowd, cupping his hands and proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed guests, I am Luo Qianyang, the manager of Ru Yu Lu. Welcome to our establishment today." Li Feng leaned towards Duan Luyan, who was equally flushed with excitement, and murmured, "Don't forget the tasks entrusted to you." Duan Luyan shot Li Feng a reassuring glance and replied softly, "Rest assured, brother Li, we've already dispatched someone to Zue Xiaolu." In the elegant chamber, Li Feng looked at Yang Yue with a congenial expression. "Thank you, senior brother." Yang Yue, with a nonchalant demeanor, nodded slightly. Then, unable to restrain himself, he added, "Just this once." Li Feng nearly chuckled and hastily nodded. "In the future, I shall certainly refrain from imposing upon you, senior brother." Yang Yue continued, "Other matters are permissible, but I do not favor such occurrences." Li Feng quickly acquiesced, signaling his understanding. Yang Yue instructed, "You may leave now. There is no need for you to stay here with me." "Yes, senior brother. By the way, in about an hour and a half, there will be a poetry gathering in the main hall on the first floor. Please return to invite me then, and I hope you can suggest a theme." Li Feng bowed. Yang Yue raised an eyebrow, intending to leave after a brief rest, only to find out there was to be a poetry gathering. He regarded Li Feng with a curious gaze and inquired, "Will you also be composing a poem?" "Indeed. I shall compose a verse to ensure that others do not mistakenly believe my talents have been exhausted, thus tarnishing the esteemed reputations of both my teacher and senior brother," Li Feng replied. Yang Yue nodded slightly. "I will rest for a while." "Understood, senior brother." Li Feng bowed and exited the chamber. Once outside, he could hardly contain his amusement, stifling a laugh as he thought about how displeased his senior brother seemed. So much so that he wouldn't even spare him a glance. He pondered how obediently his senior brother adhered to their teacher's wishes. In this world, the only one capable of compelling his senior brother to undertake tasks he loathed was perhaps the current emperor's decree or the teacher himself. Within Rui Lu, there was an exquisitely elegant and antiquated tea room. This tea room had been set aside by Li Feng during the recent renovations of Mingyang Lu, intended for him and Luo Qianyang to use for brief respites or discussions. Presently, as Li Feng entered the tea room, he leisurely sipped his tea, awaiting the commencement of the poetry gathering. He was well aware that numerous talented individuals were already congregating in the poetry garden at Zue Xiaolu, eager to participate in the event. Thus, he had instructed Duan Luyan and their associates to spread the word. The unparalleled young master would personally host the poetry gathering at Rui Lu, where Li Feng would also compose a poem on site. This news acted as an enticing bait, and Li Feng felt no concern that the pretentious talents and beauties in the poetry garden would resist the allure. Hastening to leave Zue Xiaolu for Rui Lu, "I can only imagine the splendid expression on Manager Yang's face now," Li Feng mused, sipping his tea. Although this was merely a facet of normal commercial rivalry, and the methods employed were above board, he felt a pang of guilt. He resolved to offer comfort to the wounded spirit of Zue Xiaolu once the poetry gathering concluded. Before he had finished his pot of fragrant tea, a gentle knock sounded on the door of the tea room. Was it time to begin already? Li Feng glanced towards the door, surprised, and called out, "Come in." The door opened to reveal Duan Luyan. Accompanied by an unfamiliar middle-aged man, Li Feng rose to greet them. The middle-aged man scrutinized Li Feng with a faint smile. "Li brother," Duan Luyan said, cupping his hands, his face still flushed from earlier excitement. "Duan brother." Li Feng returned the gesture, then looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "And who might this be?" "This is my uncle, Duan Qingfeng," Duan Luyan quickly introduced. "My uncle greatly admires you, Li brother, particularly your poem song of ascending Yuzhou Terrace, which he recites daily. Today, with Rui Lu opening its doors, he has come to offer his congratulations. He has long wished to meet you, Li brother, and I brought him along without prior consultation. I hope you will not take offense." Li Feng smiled. "Why would I be so formal with you?" Duan Qingfeng bowed. Smiling, "Young Master Li, I beg your pardon for my rudeness." Li Feng hastily returned the courtesy, smiling, "No need for such formality, Sir Duan." Duan Qingfeng continued, "I have long admired young Master Li. May I have the pleasure of a private conversation with you to witness your remarkable presence? Your words are too kind. Sir Duan, please do come. He then turned to Duan Luyan and said, Duan brother, I leave the matters outside to you. Please come to notify me when the poetry gathering is about to commence, so I can invite the unparalleled young master. Rest assured. Brotherly. Duan Luyan glanced at his uncle, nodded, and turned to exit, closing the door behind him. In an instant, the tea room, with its excellent soundproofing, fell into a serene silence. Please, take a seat, Sir Duan. Li Feng gestured for Duan Qingfeng to sit. He thought to himself that this Sir Duan might be an ardent admirer of his, utterly captivated by his charm. Otherwise, why would he be so fixated on Li Feng's rather ordinary visage? However, Duan Qingfeng's smile became serious, and he performed a deep bow. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback and asked, Why this profound bow, Sir Duan? Duan Qingfeng replied in a hushed tone, In truth, I have long wished to meet you. But the opportunity has eluded me. Although the occasion is suitable today, time is of the essence, and this place lacks absolute security, so I shall be brief. Noticing the gravity in Duan Qingfeng's expression, Li Feng's demeanor shifted accordingly, saying, Please, sit and speak. He then offered a cup of fragrant tea. Duan Qingfeng met Li Feng's gaze and stated plainly, You surely remember Hu Laosan. Instantly, a tempest surged within Li Feng, and his facial muscles involuntarily twitched. How could he possibly forget? Hu Laosan had delivered several stinging slaps across his face, nearly marring his appearance. This Hu Laosan even wagered with his life, nearly choking the breath from him, and had almost ensured his line's extinction. Li Feng understood that at one moment, Hu Laosan had genuinely considered taking his life. From Hu Laosan's perspective, Li Feng could comprehend his actions, but understanding did not equate to acceptance. For although he occupied the original host's body, he was ultimately not the original host. Maintaining a calm facade, he feigned confusion and asked, Hu Laosan? You cannot be referring to the one who sold sesame pancakes in the East Market? Duan Qingfeng, studying Li Feng's eyes, replied, In fact, I have known Hu Laosan for many years. Long before your name soared to prominence, he entrusted me with the task of watching over you from the shadows. Hu Laosan mentioned that you were the son of a good friend of his, and at that time, I thought little of it. However, I did not anticipate that your identity would be so extraordinary. Duan Qingfeng's gaze held a hint of complexity as he regarded Li Feng. Before him stood Duan Qingfeng, who, despite being aware of the original owner's identity, likely remained oblivious to the fact that he and Hu Laosan had once been confined together in the Tianluo water prison. It was probable that he also did not know that he had now become a Tianluo copper guard. However, Duan Qingfeng refrained from responding immediately to Li Feng's inquiry regarding identity, instead stating, In truth, on that day at the Zuixiao Tower poetry gathering, when you, sir, articulated those 4 resounding lines before the esteemed scholars of Tianyi Academy and a multitude of talented ladies and gentlemen, I was present. His gaze upon Li Feng transformed into one of profound admiration and solace, akin to that of an elder witnessing the success of a younger generation, feeling content even in death. Thus, even though Hu Laosan is busy grilling sesame cakes in the East Market, he soon became aware of this matter and knows that your reputation is about to soar. Duan Qingfeng's tone grew somber, tinged with a sense of regret, yet Hu Laosan harbors concerns, for he is uncertain whether this will bring you fortune or misfortune. Li Feng waved his hand, interrupting Duan Qingfeng's discourse. Master Duan, I am perplexed by your words. The only reason I am acquainted with Hu Laosan is due to my frequent visits to his sesame cake stall, where I indulged in his offerings on multiple occasions. It is as simple as that. Duan Qingfeng's expression shifted to one of complexity. When you were merely 2 years old, a cataclysmic event befell your family, leading to your adoption. Thus, it is only natural that you remain unaware of the remarkable lineage of your biological parents. Li Feng cast a skeptical glance at Duan Qingfeng, took a sip of tea, and queried, Oh, so Master Duan knows the identities of my biological parents? Duan Qingfeng nodded earnestly. Li Feng set down his teacup, still doubtful, and asked, Are they still alive? Duan Qingfeng's countenance fell, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as he shook his head. They passed away 16 years ago. Had it been otherwise, how could you have found yourself wandering the streets? How could you have endured a life of poverty and later served the Sun family as a servant? Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "If that is the case, Master Duan need not elaborate further." Duan Qingfeng appeared taken aback, questioning, "Do you not believe my words? Do you not wish to know the true identities of your biological parents?" Li Feng felt a strong urge to exclaim that he could not care less about such matters. The rebellion and its leader, Li Zhengyi, had no bearing on him, and he implored, "Master Duan, please enjoy your tea." Duan Qingfeng regarded Li Feng with deep intensity before standing and declaring, "In 7 days, my daughter will celebrate her coming-of-age ceremony, and I shall host a banquet at this Rui Tower for family and friends. Thank you, Master Duan, for your hospitality towards me and the business partnership with my fellow gentlemen at Rui Tower." Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "My daughter holds you in great esteem, often reciting your poem, Song of Ascending the Yuzhou Terrace. I hope you will grace us with your presence to toast to her on that day, for which I express my gratitude in advance." Duan Qingfeng performed a deep bow. Li Feng nodded. "Being your cousin's sister, I shall certainly attend to raise a toast and offer my blessings." "Thank you, then I shall not impose further on you. Li Gongzi, I take my leave." Before departing, Duan Qingfeng cast several complex glances at Li Feng, nearly provoking Li Feng to retaliate. Once Duan Qingfeng had taken his leave, Li Feng slumped back into his chair, feeling utterly disheartened. He had thought that after enduring that life-and-death ordeal in the Tianluo Guard stronghold, the original owner's true identity would be buried in obscurity and never mentioned again. However, it appeared that reality was far from that. Li Feng felt tears welling up, once again lamenting the failure of his transmigration. It was one thing not to be able to compose a dream of the Red Chamber, and another to be unable to conjure modern technology, but now even his identity post-transmigration seemed a complete muddle. If he were merely a lowly servant, that would be acceptable, as it would allow for a dramatic rise to prominence, lending an air of legend to his journey. Yet the identity of the commander's son in a rebellion. Is it truly so difficult to remain low-key and be a handsome man in the kitchen? Li Feng mused, thoroughly vexed, as he drank the cold tea in front of him. Meanwhile, at the Zuixiao Tower's poetry garden, word had spread among the talented ladies and gentlemen, and they soon learned the astonishing news. The unparalleled Gongzi was presently at the Rui Tower, where he would personally preside over the poetry gathering, and Li Gongzi was expected to compose poetry on the spot. Furthermore, it seemed that the esteemed scholars from Tianyi Academy had not yet arrived at the Zuixiao Tower, with only 2 lesser-known teachers in attendance. Without the presence of the unparalleled Gongzi and the esteemed scholars from Tianyi Academy, how could one dare call it a poetry gathering? Thus, one by one, the talented ladies and gentlemen began to depart, many leaving without even exchanging farewells with Yang Yi or offering suitable excuses. Soon, not a single one remained in the eerie silence enveloping the poetry garden. Yang Yi's face had become numb, her mind a blank slate. She understood what had transpired, yet she was utterly at a loss as to why it had occurred. The likelihood of such an event happening was 0, yet it had unfolded nonetheless. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Yi smiled sweetly. To have caused such a commotion that Yang Yue personally sent a plaque and even hung it up, truly remarkable. She decided that tonight, she would indulge in a drink to celebrate his success. The door to the tea room was gently knocked upon. Li Feng took a deep breath, temporarily casting aside thoughts of Duan Qingfeng, and said, "Come in." It was Duan Lu Yin who entered. Li Feng felt an urge to reprimand Duan Lu Yin. What business did he have bringing his uncle to seek him out, causing such unrest that Li Feng would likely toss and turn all night? Li Feng was certain that Duan Qingfeng would not let the matter rest. At the coming-of-age ceremony for his daughter in 7 days, he would surely seize the opportunity to entangle himself with Li Feng once more. Who knew if he might pay a visit in the meantime? Duan Lu Yin gazed at Li Feng with excitement, his eyes filled with admiration. Truly worthy of being Li Gongzi, to attract all the talented ladies and gentlemen who were initially at the Zuixiao Tower to this Rui Tower. It seems quite a number of talented individuals have arrived, Li Feng remarked with a smile. Duan Lu Yin replied, visibly thrilled. Even the renowned talent of Su City, Miss Luo Qianqian, has come. Chapter 79. The performance begins. Li Feng nodded. Miss Luo is after all the cousin of Luo Xiong. On the occasion of her younger cousin's opening of the wine house, it is only natural for her to come and show support. Duan Lu Yin self-deprecatingly remarked, Luo Xiong is quite the unappreciated cousin in the eyes of his esteemed elder sister. Li Feng thought to himself that if Miss Luo were to learn of Luo Xiong's audacious actions towards her father, she would likely harbor feelings far beyond mere disdain. Of course, Luo Mingtu, who was entangled with Luo Qianyang, was not Miss Luo's mother. As far as Li Feng knew, Miss Luo's mother had passed away from illness many years ago. Duan Lu Yan's expression turned gossipy. Li Xiong, you must not be aware? Unaware of what? This Miss Luo has secretly harbored feelings for the unparalleled Gongzi for quite some time. She once penned a poem titled Memories of Longing, and only a fool would fail to see the affection for Yang Yue embedded within those verses. Though it seems the affection is unreciprocated, Duan Lu Yan sighed, contemplating that perhaps only the unparalleled Gongzi could so blatantly overlook Miss Luo's existence. Li Feng chuckled. Is that so? So Miss Luo actually came today for the unparalleled Gongzi? I had thought she was drawn by my name. Duan Lu Yan laughed heartily, saying, Li Xiong's talents are indeed not inferior to those of the unparalleled Gongzi, but in other aspects. Li Feng playfully scolded. What do you know? I am merely low-key yet luxurious and profound. Duan Lu Yan quickly nodded. Indeed, indeed. Li Xiong possesses great depth. Scram. Li Feng laughed and scolded, rising from his seat. Since everyone has arrived, I shall go fetch the unparalleled Gongzi. With that, Li Feng exited the tea room and entered Yang Yue's elegant chamber, saying, Senior brother, the talented ladies and gentlemen have been waiting for quite some time. Yang Yue glanced at Li Feng and stood up. Let us go. After you. Senior brother. At this moment, the gathering of talented individuals had already assembled at the Zuixiao Tower. Upon witnessing the appearance of Yang Yue and Li Feng, their eyes ignited with fervor. In an instant, the entire Rui Tower seemed poised to burst into flames. Surrounded like stars orbiting the moon, Luo Qianqian gazed dreamily at Yang Yue's face. In the corner, Duan Qingfeng observed Li Feng with half-closed eyes. To stand alongside the universally recognized #1 gentleman, the unparalleled Gongzi, was indeed an impressive feat. If the commander and his wife were to know of this from beyond, they could rest in peace. Yet it seemed that the Gongzi was utterly indifferent to his own identity, even exhibiting a degree of aversion. Did he believe that his current life was so splendid that he wished to disregard any matters concerning his biological parents, thus avoiding unnecessary complications? Oh, Gongzi, how can you justify this to the wrongly deceased commander and his wife? How can you face General Hu? And what of those soldiers of Lu Yun who bear the infamy of treason? At Duan Qingfeng's side, a girl with an innocent demeanor shyly glanced at Li Feng and softly inquired, Father, is he the esteemed Li Gongzi? Indeed, he is that Li Gongzi. Duan Qingfeng, regaining his focus, earnestly regarded his daughter's small face and cautioned, Daughter, do not allow your heart to be swayed by him. Father, Yang Yue, with a calm demeanor, scanned the crowd, offering no opening remarks. Let us begin with the theme of love and the parting of life and death. Poetry and prose are both welcome. If any esteemed authors are present, please step forward to recite. As soon as these words were uttered, the brows of the many talented individuals and beautiful ladies present furrowed in unison. The heart-wrenching emotions associated with parting life and death between lovers are inherently difficult to articulate, especially considering that many have never experienced such profound loss. Thus, attempting to compose poetry or prose on such a theme presents a considerable challenge. Yang Yue cast a glance at Li Feng and said, Young Master Li, please. Yang Yue was not merely a name without substance. He understood the lofty sentiments encapsulated in the poem Song of Ascending Yuzhou Tower. He was willing to believe that the poem was indeed penned by Li Feng. Yet he found it perplexing how someone of such seemingly ordinary upbringing could possess such elevated thoughts. Therefore, he intentionally posed this challenge, eager to discover what kind of poetry or prose his 16-year-old junior, evidently untouched by emotional turmoil or the pangs of separation, would produce. The gazes of the crowd followed Yang Yue's lead, all fixating on Li Feng. Previously, at the poetry gathering in the Drunken Cloud Pavilion, Li Feng's 4 lines had astonished everyone. Later, when he recited Song of Ascending Yuzhou Tower, the literary world was shaken, leaving the renowned poets of the Great Qian Empire utterly captivated. Today, would this young masterly continue to astound the literary realm, or had the brilliance of Song of Ascending Yuzhou Tower exhausted his creative spirit, leaving him to depart in silence? Li Feng understood Yang Yue's intentions. After all, he had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, attended both high school and university. Although he had indeed attended university, his participation in a cooking competition, followed by a car accident that robbed him of his sense of taste, had rendered him effectively a dropout. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from memorizing several poems. Thus, the task at hand was not beyond his capabilities. At that moment, a particular verse, memorized for examinations, surfaced in his mind. Mr. Su, I hope you won't hold it against me for borrowing your words. After feigning contemplation for a brief moment, Li Feng looked at Yang Yue and clasped his hands, saying, Young Master Yang, I shall now present my humble offering. I would be grateful if you could assist me with the writing. Yang Yue raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. Of course. The crowd held its breath. Their gazes now transformed as they watched Li Feng. Had merely a few breaths passed before this young master Li already had his work ready, they were all filled with anticipation for the poem he would create. The ink, paper, and brush were all prepared, and Yang Yue, holding a wolf hair brush dipped in ink, looked up at Li Feng. Young Master Li, please. Li Feng exhaled gently, contemplating that it was time to ignite the atmosphere of the Rue E Pavilion fully. He paced back and forth, head bowed, his demeanor shifting entirely. He appeared profoundly lonely and desolate, as if he had lost his beloved, as though his very soul had departed. Yang Yue furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if his junior was being overly dramatic. Yet, many of the ladies, including Duan Qingfeng's daughter, who had yet to come of age, found their eyes glistening with unshed tears. They perceived this great talent as pitiable, resembling a dog shivering beneath an eave in the rain. At that moment, the grand Rue Pavilion was enveloped in an absolute silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. It was then that Li Feng's low voice shattered the stillness, echoing throughout the vast hall of Rue E Pavilion. 10 years of life and death, 2 realms apart, unthoughtful, yet hard to forget. A lonely soul stretches 1,000 miles, with nowhere to speak of desolation. Even if we meet, we should not recognize each other. Dust covers the face, and hair turns to frost. Last night, a haunting dream took me back home, through the small window. She was preparing herself? We gaze at each other in silence. Only tears flow like 1,000 rivers. I can predict the place where my heart breaks every year. On a moonlit night, the short pine hill. The atmosphere was one of profound silence, yet the audience felt as if 1,000 thunders had erupted in their ears, rendering them momentarily deaf. Even the renowned Shuang gazed at Li Feng with wide eyes, his own paper blank before him. When the line, 10 years of life and death, 2 realms apart, was spoken, Yang Yue found himself completely immersed in a scene, unable to extricate himself, to the extent that he forgot he was holding a brush. Li Feng's voice rang out again, Young Master Yang, this poem is titled Jianghu, Remembering a Dream. Yang Yue finally came to his senses, gazing deeply at Li Feng before placing down his brush and bowing solemnly. With this poem, no one shall dare to claim that young Master Li's talent has been exhausted. Li Feng hurriedly returned the gesture. Thank you, young Master Yang. Yang Yue nodded, once more picking up the wolf hair brush, solemnly inscribing the poem, Jianghu, Remembering a Dream, on the rice paper. At the Drunken Cloud Pavilion, the gathering of talented individuals and beautiful ladies had long since departed, leaving Yang Yi alone in a pavilion within the garden. She was writing, composing the very poem song of ascending Yuzhou Tower. The lady felt a twinge of anticipation for what this scoundrel would produce today. Yang Yi wore a playful smile. Surely, it couldn't be as the others believed, that young Master Li's talent had been exhausted. A maid rushed into the poetry garden, approaching Yang Yi. What is it? Yang Yi set down her brush and turned to face the maid, her expression remarkably calm. Even though the Drunken Cloud Pavilion had evidently been subjected to humiliation, as its proprietor, Yang Yi had to act as if nothing had transpired. The maid offered her respects and said, Mistress, news has come from Rue Pavilion. This is the poem composed by young Master Li. As she spoke, the maid handed over a folded piece of rice paper. Yang Yi's eyes brightened instantly as she reached out to take the paper, waving her hand dismissively. The maid bowed once more and exited the poetry garden. Yang Yi, unable to contain her eagerness, unfolded the paper. Jianghu, remembering a dream. What could that scoundrel be dreaming about? dreaming of his mother. She recalled that day when he had clutched her hand while unconscious, calling for his mother, and couldn't help but smile, however. As her gaze continued down the page, her smile froze. 10 years of life and death, 2 realms apart, unthoughtful, yet hard to forget. A lonely grave stretches 1,000 miles. With nowhere to speak of desolation, Yang softly recited, her eyes welling with tears, the paper slipping from her grasp. Ru Pavilion. Once Li Feng's poem was presented, the assembled talented individuals and beautiful ladies took a long time to regain their composure. Gazing at Li Feng as if confronted by a deity, filled with awe, if this poem reflected young Master Li's own experiences, it would imply that he had fallen in love long before the age of 6, only to endure the anguish of separation through death. What a preposterous notion! Thus, the only reasonable explanation was that young Master Li must have heard some poignant story and crafted this poem from it. Such a creation, born from the imagination rather than personal experience, only served to highlight young Master Li's extraordinary talent and profound insights. His stature had reached heights beyond their comprehension. Faced with such a masterpiece, the other talented individuals and ladies present, despite having their own compositions, felt too embarrassed to step forward and risk humiliation. Consequently, they either left Rui Pavilion in a trance or found a corner to sit down, ordering food and drink to soothe their astonishment and digest this poem destined to become a timeless classic. I shall take my leave first, Yang Yue said earnestly as he rolled up the scroll he had written. Thank you, Li Feng replied. Yang Yue nodded and, without further words, left Rui Pavilion with a composed expression, accompanied by Li Feng. Throughout this time, Luo Qianqian's gaze had not strayed from Yang Yue. From beginning to end, Yang Yue had not cast a single glance in her direction. It was only when Yang Yue's figure vanished that Luo Qianqian withdrew her gaze, letting out a quiet sigh. Li Feng approached Luo Qianqian, bowing slightly. Miss Luo? Luo Qianqian came back to her senses, returned the bow, and smiled. Uncle Master. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now, Luo Qianqian added. Li Feng nodded, fully aware that this woman was disheartened by Yang Yue's lack of attention toward her, and thus had no desire to linger. He thought to himself, truly worthy of being my senior brother. He is indeed remarkable, with such lofty ideals. A woman as beautiful as this has fallen for him. Yet he remains utterly indifferent. I refuse to believe it. He turned his gaze toward the entrance, where the grand drunken cloud pavilion was clearly visible in the distance. I ought to go and comfort the wounded heart of Master Yang, Li Feng muttered to himself. He then greeted Luo Qianqian and the others, before exiting Rui Pavilion and heading toward the now somewhat desolate drunken cloud pavilion. Meanwhile, Yang Yi lingered in the poetry garden, her emotions still deeply affected by the poem Jiang Chengzi, remembering a dream, ensnared in a sorrowful reverie. Unable to escape, footsteps approached from behind. Yang Yi's expression instantly shifted. What is it? Mistress Yang. Upon hearing that voice, Yang Yi's body trembled slightly, then her face broke into an exceedingly charming smile. She turned to face Li Feng, bowed respectfully, and said with laughter, Today, as Rui Pavilion opens its doors to welcome guests, I hear business is exceptionally brisk. Why does Master Li come to my drunken cloud pavilion instead of attending to the patrons? Warmth filled her heart. She understood perfectly well why Li Feng was here. He was not here to mock her, nor to show off. He cared for her, and that was why he had come. Li Feng quickly waved his hand. Luo Qianyang is the true proprietor of Rui Pavilion. After a brief pause, Li Feng added with a smile, I naturally came to attend the poetry gathering at Drunken Cloud Pavilion. What? Is Mistress Yang not welcoming? Yang Yi burst into laughter, exuding charm as she approached Li Feng. Her red lips parting slightly, it is indeed an honor for the esteemed young Master Li, the #1 talent of Sioux City, to grace my poetry garden. How could I possibly not welcome you? Young Master Li, please. Mistress Yang, before we indulge in poetry, could we have some food and drink brought in? Once seated in the pavilion of the poetry garden, a maid soon arrived with fine wines and delicacies. Yang Yi raised her wineglass and smiled, saying, Today, as Rui Tower opens its doors to welcome guests, I regret that I cannot attend to show my support, so I shall toast young Master Li with this cup. I shall drink first as a sign of respect. With that, Yang Yi tilted her head back and drank it all in one go, as the clear wine slid down her throat. A delicate blush blossomed on her enchanting face, rendering her even more alluring. You continue drinking. I must first have some food. Li Feng had already picked up his chopsticks and was devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. Almost to the point of licking the plate, he mumbled, I haven't eaten lunch yet. I'm practically starving. Yang Yi's expression darkened, nearly unable to restrain herself from hurling a plate at that face. Then, she burst into laughter, her smile radiant as flowers. What are you laughing at? Li Feng looked up at Yang Yi with curiosity. Yang Yi beamed. If those at Rui Tower knew that the proprietor was dining at Zue Shao Tower at this moment, what do you think their thoughts would be? Li Feng swallowed his food and replied nonchalantly, What do I care about their thoughts? Yang Yi propped her chin on one hand, intrigued, and asked, Young Master Li was already a widower at the tender age of 6? Li Feng nearly choked on his food. He looked up at Yang Yi, his expression darkened. Yang Yi giggled. What does Master Yang think of that poem? Li Feng inquired. Yang Yi's exceptionally captivating eyes blinked. Compared to that poem, I am more concerned about whether you truly were a widower at 6. Li Feng felt that the conversation could not continue in a meaningful way. As he focused on his meal, Chapter 81. A thunderbolt. Yang Yi laughed heartily, taking quite a while to calm herself. Then, with a curious expression, she asked, How on earth did you manage to invite Yang Yue over? Your connections must be extraordinary. Is it due to your identity as a Tian Luo guard? Or perhaps your friendship with Master Lu Jing? After a pause, Yang Yi added, Please don't tell me Yang Yue was captivated by your talent and could not help himself. Li Feng looked at Yang Yi and retorted, Do you truly believe that a distinguished figure like the unparalleled young master would give face to a mere Tian Luo copper guard? He might not even care for the favor of Master Lu Jing, let alone that of Princess Ling Long. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked curiously, By the way, why did the illustrious third prince become a monk? And how did he lose his arm? Yang Yi's facial muscles twitched, and she snapped, I don't know. Li Feng shrank back, fearfully saying, If you don't know, then why be so fierce? Get lost. Li Feng quickly returned to the main topic. However, there is one person's favor he cannot disregard. Yang Yi scoffed, You better not tell me that person is you. Of course not. My influence is quite negligible. Yang Yi gave Li Feng a disdainful glance. Uninterested in his ramblings, Who is it, then? Li Feng picked up a piece of food and said, His teacher. Yang Yi's eyes widened in shock. Director Zhuge? Li Feng nodded. In fact, Director Zhuge is also my teacher. I am one of his 2 direct disciples, thus Yang Yue is naturally my senior brother. It would be unreasonable for a senior brother not to help a junior brother wanting to open a restaurant, right? Li Feng stated matter-of-factly. Yang Yi was already dumbfounded. Her mind was in a whirl, and her heart surged with unprecedented waves of disbelief, scarcely able to trust her ears. After a long pause, she finally gazed at Li Feng with the eyes of someone staring at a monster. Struggling to utter, You are Director Zhuge's direct disciple? Initially, she thought it was shocking enough that the esteemed scholars of Tianyi Academy had invited Li Feng to become a teacher, only to discover he had turned around to become a direct disciple of Master Zhuge. It was worth noting that there were at least dozens of teachers at Tianyi Academy, but only one direct disciple of the director. Yang Yue. Li Feng, feeling helpless, began to pour out his grievances. Master Yang, you have no idea how that old man was struck with awe upon seeing me, believing I was an extraordinary talent surpassing my senior brother. He even threatened me, saying that if I did not become his direct disciple, he would beat me to death. I was terrified, and had no choice but to, Hey, what are you doing with that chair? Li Feng was startled, not bothering to eat anymore, and scrambled away. Yang Yi, furious, hurled the chair at Li Feng. Today, I must smash this shameless scoundrel to pieces. In the following days, Li Feng did not set foot in Rui Tower, nor did he wander about. The primary reason was that he had injuries on his face and felt too embarrassed to go out. Yang Yi truly threw things at him, and he nearly met his end in the poetry garden. Instead, Li Feng spent his days at home, cooking and crafting food sculptures, enjoying a leisurely life. Although the days were tranquil, his sleep quality was poor. Sometimes he would dream of being dragged to the execution grounds for a slow, slicing death, waking up in fright. Luo Qianyang and the other 5 wealthy young masters would come daily at noon and evening to share meals, excitedly recounting the happenings at Rui Tower. The so-called happenings merely revolved around how prosperous Rui Tower's business was, how popular the dishes were, and how much silver was earned in a day. One fine morning, Luo Qianyang and the others came again to mooch a meal. After several rounds of drinks, Luo Qianyang raised his glass, looking at Li Feng with slightly reddened eyes. Brotherly, did you know that when I returned home yesterday, my father actually asked me about the business at the restaurant and urged me to take care of my health and not to overwork myself? Luo Qianyang's voice choked. Thanks to you, brotherly. With that, he downed the contents of his cup. The other four wealthy young masters looked at Li Feng with grateful expressions, raising their glasses in unison and drinking heartily. Just a few days since Rui Tower opened its doors, they had all distinctly sensed a change in how their family members and friends regarded them. The way they spoke had transformed into something more respectful, even bordering on obsequiousness. Li Feng raised his glass in return, smiling. We are all good friends and brothers. No need for such formality. In fact, it is I who should be thanking you. Without your support, your silver and connections, I, Li Feng, would never have been able to easily open Rui Tower. Nor would I be able to lay back, count my silver, and worry about nothing. With a shift in tone, he added, however, I would still like to remind you of something. Upon seeing Li Feng's serious expression, the five wealthy young masters all straightened up, listening intently. Brotherly, please speak. The world is as it is. Some matters are destined to be intolerable, so when it is time to cut ties, one must do so decisively if it cannot be severed. It must be done discreetly. I do not wish to see any of you suffer a grave loss in the future. Li Feng's expression was sincere. Upon hearing this, the five wealthy young masters' faces stiffened slightly. Liang Zhe and Imo Shanggu exchanged glances. Luo Qianyang took a deep breath and said, What you say is very true. Thank you for the reminder, brotherly. Li Feng nodded, closing the topic as to whether these five wealthy young masters would heed his advice and sever ties. It was beyond his concern. If matters escalated to an irreparable state in the future, as adults, they ought to take responsibility for their actions and bear the corresponding consequences. Duan Luyan reminded, brotherly. Today is my cousin Duan Shanhua's coming-of-age ceremony. My third uncle has reserved several private rooms at Rui Tower for the occasion, inviting friends and family. The banquet will commence punctually before noon, so do not forget to come and raise a glass. Li Feng nodded. Certainly, I will go to toast and offer my blessings. As noon approached, Li Feng arrived at Rui Tower, but instead of attending the banquet, he stayed in the tea room. After the ceremonial rites were completed, Li Feng finally left the tea room to enter the private room, raising a glass to offer his blessings. This was also Li Feng's first time meeting Duan Shanhua. The young girl appeared quite innocent, her face flushed, her heart racing as she dared not lift her head to look at Li Feng directly. After exchanging a few poetic blessings, Li Feng turned to Duan Qingfeng and smiled. I have heard that Director Duan is exceptionally skilled in the art of chess. I have recently taken a keen interest in chess. May I ask Director Duan for some guidance? In Li Feng's view, this Duan Qingfeng was akin to a thunderbolt. Rather than passively waiting for it to explode, it was better to take the initiative, to know whether this thunderbolt would detonate, when it would do so, and how. Chapter 82. The Master Duan Qingfeng's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He had intended to find an opportunity to speak with the young master, yet the young master had approached him instead. Bowing slightly, he smiled, Young Master Li, your words humble me. Director Duan, please. Li Feng gestured. It would be my honor to oblige. Young Master. Entering the tea room, Duan Qingfeng noticed that a chessboard had indeed been set up on the table, as if they had truly come to play chess. Director Duan, please. Li Feng smiled. Young Master. Please. Once seated, Li Feng held a black piece, casually placing it on the board, then picked up another black piece and softly inquired, May I ask, Director Duan, who exactly are my biological parents? Li Feng would certainly not foolishly disclose that he already knew his identity. Duan Qingfeng gazed at Li Feng with a complex expression, his white piece hesitating to fall, and lowered his voice. Your father was the former commander of the Luyun army, Li Zhengyi. Li Feng's expression stiffened. His pupils dilated in shock, as the black piece slipped from his fingers with a thud, falling onto the chessboard and rolling to the floor. Li Feng pondered to himself that, based solely on his current facial expressions and the fallen black piece, Oscar owed him a small golden statuette. The performance continued. Li Feng lifted his head, gazing at Duan Qingfeng with an expression of utter astonishment, profound complexity, and sheer panic, his facial muscles twitching slightly. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, "You mean, the commander of the Luyun rebel army, Li Zhongyi, is my father? Oh my goodness, that expression, that tone. Oscar surely owes us another golden statuette." Duan Qingfeng's complexion instantly turned exceedingly agitated, his eyes reddening intensely. He gritted his teeth and whispered fiercely, "My lord, General Li has been unwaveringly loyal to our Qian Empire. He has not betrayed us. Our Qian Empire's fierce and formidable Luyun army is not a rebel force." Li Feng kept his head lowered, offering no response, but inhaling deeply, clearly striving to regain his composure. After a considerable time, Li Feng felt that continuing the act was perhaps excessive, so he returned to a state of calm. He lifted his gaze to Duan Qingfeng, enunciating each word deliberately. "If I truly were the son of General Li, how could I possibly have survived? How did you, Master Duan, come to know my identity? Are you also an old general of the Luyun army?" Duan Qingfeng gently shook his head and replied, "Many years ago, I served as a scribe beside General Li for several years, receiving immense kindness from him. Later, I fell gravely ill and had no choice but to leave the Luyun army to recuperate at home." Duan Qingfeng's eyes reddened once more, his emotions surging again, fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. "Thus, after that earth-shattering miscarriage of justice, that long-planned massacre, I was not affected. I did not become one of the so-called remnants of Luyun, which is a profound disgrace. But I, Duan Qingfeng, once a member of the Luyun army, shall remain so for life." Li Feng pushed the chessboard aside and offered a cup of fragrant tea. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Today, we have ample time. The soundproofing in this tea room is excellent, so you need not worry about safety, Master Duan. Please, take your time and speak carefully." Duan Qingfeng rose and performed a deep bow. "Yes, my lord." More than an hour later, Duan Qingfeng left the tea room and returned to the elegant chamber. His complexion having returned to normal, it was evident that his steps had become lighter, clearly in high spirits. Li Feng soon departed the tea room as well, but his steps felt somewhat heavy. He looked up at the overcast sky, muttering to himself, "The leader of the Yunwu alliance? That title is quite intimidating." He felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down upon his shoulders, making it difficult to breathe. According to Duan Qingfeng, the remnants of the Luyun army had long since hidden themselves within the underbelly of society, establishing the Yunwu alliance. Over the course of more than a decade, they had developed into a formidable force in the realm. These years, the Yunwu alliance had lain in wait, anticipating the day of vindication. Upon hearing that the commander's son was still alive, the Yunwu alliance had naturally found their anchor, their guiding leader. Thus, Li Feng had inevitably become the leader of the Yunwu alliance. The Yunwu alliance firmly believed that their leader would lead them in seeking justice for the commander and avenging the Luyun army. Li Feng was on the verge of tears. "Please, do not do this. I truly have nothing to do with it." Of course, due to the leader's relative weakness, compounded by the recent exposure of General Hu's whereabouts, the Tianluo Guard had intensified their search. Therefore, for the sake of the leader's safety, those old generals of the Luyun army would not make an appearance to pay their respects for the time being. Li Feng wished to express his gratitude, but any urgent matters would be conveyed through Duan Qingfeng. While he was certain that Duan Qingfeng would not cause any trouble, the matters ahead had indeed become more complicated. Thus, Li Feng found himself restless at night, plagued by nightmares. The following day, as Li Feng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, experimented with pickling century eggs in the kitchen, a gentle knock echoed from the courtyard door. Li Feng rose, washed his hands, and approached to peek through the crack in the door. To his surprise, he beheld a beggar, filthy and disheveled. "Is this a beggar?" Li Feng mused internally, and the next moment, he discerned the beggar's face, and his heart jolted violently, his eyes widening in shock. The beggar at the door was none other than his predecessor's brother, Li Tian. Had it not been for Li Tian's sudden appearance, Li Feng might have completely forgotten about him. How did he find me? How does he know I reside here? What does he want? To drain his brother's blood? Or is he here with murderous intent? Li Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. Recalling the terrifying image of Li Tian, with a twisted expression and bloodshot eyes, wielding a stone to kill him, Li Feng made a snap decision and immediately dashed to the courtyard wall. The wall was not low, and Li Feng's physique was too frail. After exerting tremendous effort, his hands blistered. He finally managed to climb atop the wall, ready to carefully slip down. Just then, Li Feng keenly sensed that something was amiss. He looked down, only to see a pair of eyes staring blankly at him. It was Li Tian. He stood below, his head tilted at a 45-degree angle, gazing upward. The blood in Li Feng's body froze instantly, and he nearly lost his footing and rolled down, gripped by fear as he clung tightly to the green bricks. "Big brother, what are you doing up there?" Li Tian's filthy face exuded an air of naive simplicity. Yet, to Li Feng, that simplicity felt no different from a devil grinning at him. It's Li Tian. Oh, as the ancients say, standing high allows one to see far. So I climbed up this wall." Li Feng's heart raced. Losing his balance, he gasped in surprise and rolled down from the wall. Bang! The sound was akin to a slab of pork being heavily thrown onto amidst. Li Feng landed heavily before Li Tian, his posture exceedingly awkward, barely avoiding a face-first landing. Li Tian was momentarily stunned, then hurried over with concern. "Big brother, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" Li Feng dared not allow Li Tian to assist him up. What if he turned on him? He suppressed the intense pain and stood up unsteadily, retreating repeatedly. He felt as though every part of his body ached, unsure how many bones might be broken, continuously repeating, I'm fine. Chapter 83. Concealed Malice. Chapter 84. The old and unyielding Li Tian had never realized he could endure so much. Despite being subjected to such humiliation, he still managed to hold back from flipping the table and resorting to violence. Li Feng chuckled. "Just playing a joke on you. Hurry and eat. Afterward, I'll take you to Rui Tower." His mind was filled with deep suspicion. This fellow was so remarkably patient. His intentions were likely far from benign. After a short while, Li Feng brought Li Tian to Rui Tower. Luo Qianyang greeted them, teasing, "Tsk. Young Master Li has actively stepped into this jade tower today. Surely the sun has risen in the west?" "Get lost," Li Feng retorted playfully. He had become quite familiar with these 5 idle young masters, and their banter had grown exceedingly casual. Luo Qianyang glanced curiously at Li Tian, whose face resembled that of a pig's head. "Who is this?" Li Tian appeared shy and timid, giving off an innocent vibe. "Oh, this is my brother, Li Tian," Li Feng replied. Knowing that the original owner's background had already been thoroughly investigated, there was no longer any need for concealment. Luo Qianyang immediately clasped his hands in greeting, saying, So it's young Master Li Tian." Li Feng quickly interjected, "Please, no need for such formalities. You are insulting my brother, who possesses quite a bit of dignity." Luo Qianyang looked baffled. What was young Master Li playing at? Li Feng continued, "My brother does not wish to rely on me. He only wants to depend on himself. Look, I offered him money, and he rejected it. When I insisted, he became quite upset, even going so far as to mar his own face." Li Tian bore a meek and timid smile, though inside he was fuming, silently cursing Li Feng's ancestors. He now seeks to earn some silver on his own. So he wishes to chop wood and draw water here at Rui Tower. Therefore, please do not treat him any differently just because he is my brother," Li Feng added. For a moment, Luo Qianyang was uncertain whether Li Feng was speaking ironically or if this was genuinely the case. "All right. Hurry and get someone to take him to chop wood," Li Feng instructed. Luo Qianyang nodded, immediately calling over a steward and issuing a few instructions, then sent Li Tian to the kitchen. Once Li Tian was taken away, Luo Qianyang hesitantly asked, "Young Master Li, are you truly certain about this?" Li Feng shook his head, his expression darkening slightly. "There are some matters I hardly know how to explain, but before this, that lad almost smashed me to death with a stone." Luo Qianyang's expression grew grim. "Well, he kneeled before me, self-harming in a plea for forgiveness. After all, he is nominally my brother, and I cannot turn a blind eye. Besides, he voluntarily came to our Rui Tower to chop wood and draw water." Luo Qianyang discerned the underlying meaning in Li Feng's words and furrowed his brow. Nodding in understanding, Li Feng continued, "I cannot ascertain whether this lad is genuinely remorseful or secretly scheming something, but do not treat him any differently. Just regard him as a restless servant." Luo Qianyang's gaze sharpened. "If he is so restless, then we must keep a close watch." "Well then, You carry on. I shall not disturb manager Luo further, Li Feng said, patting Luo Qianyang on the shoulder. Luo Qianyang scolded him playfully, get lost. After leaving Rui Tower, Li Feng returned home directly to continue pickling century eggs. He had previously pickled some, but he was unsure which step had gone awry, resulting in all the duck eggs going bad. Looking at the duck eggs covered in yellow mud, Li Feng couldn't help but lament that as a time traveler, he was truly failing miserably. Other time travelers can even produce cement, and some can even possess X-ray vision after their souls transmigrate. Meanwhile, I foolishly consider myself a rather skilled chef, yet I cannot even manage to prepare a preserved egg. Clumsy and fond of play, I am indeed a dismal failure. After finishing my tasks, Li Feng moved a chair to the corner of the wall, stood upon it, and began practicing climbing over the wall. With the chair's assistance, it was much easier to ascend, but how to descend safely posed a challenge. Jumping down seemed a bit daunting. Sliding down, it still appeared too high, and given the roughness of the wall, a careless slip might very well result in skinning myself. Surely, one cannot simply place a ladder outside the courtyard? Not daring to linger atop the courtyard wall, Li Feng stepped down from the chair, gazing at the wall with a sigh. Indeed, this wall had outwitted a valiant man. Just then, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Instinctively, Li Feng's body tensed, ready to step onto the chair and leap over the wall. Self-mockingly acknowledging that his nerves were taut, he approached the door and peered through the crack, momentarily stunned before hastily opening it. Young Master Li. Standing outside was Ding Shanshui, whose expression bore an air of discomfort as he regarded Li Feng. Li Feng nodded slightly, extending his head outward to glance, yet he did not see Sun Yuning's figure. I came alone, Ding Shanshui said, well aware of what Li Feng was searching for. He looked upon Li Feng's seemingly ordinary face, at a loss for words to express his current feelings. Abandoned on the streets at the age of 2, he lost his adoptive parents at 10, and at 13, he sold himself into the Sun family as a servant. 3 years later, it was as if his bloodline had abruptly awakened. In just a few months, he had risen from a lowly servant to a celebrated talent admired throughout Sioux City. And now he had become an exceedingly successful businessman. Just days prior, when the Jade Tower opened its doors to guests, even the unparalleled young master personally delivered a plaque to him. Following that, he composed the poem Jianghu, Remembering a Dream, which spread throughout Sioux City overnight, resonating throughout the entire Qian Empire. Thus, no one dared to question his intellect any longer. What did this signify? It meant he had ascended to a status that even the Sun family had to regard with reverence. In terms of social standing, Yuning was utterly unworthy of him. Not seeing Sun Yuning, Li Feng felt disappointment wash over him. He regarded Ding Shanshui with an indifferent expression and issued an unwelcoming decree. If there's nothing else, Ding Laoi, please take your leave. I have matters to attend to. After the distasteful incident at the Sun family's secondary residence, while Li Feng understood the actions of the old master of the Sun family, he was still quite displeased. I prepared so many delicious dishes for you, and you couldn't even show a hint of gratitude? Ding Shanshui offered a faint, bitter smile. Yuning is ill. What did you say? Li Feng's heart sank sharply. It's the same as last time. She's lost her appetite, and her frail frame is little more than skin and bones, Ding Shanshui replied, his face etched with concern. Having no children of his own, he regarded Sun Yuning as his own, and witnessing her suffering was akin to a knife twisting in his heart. Li Feng's expression darkened considerably as he looked at Ding Shanshui and inquired, is she currently at the Sun family's secondary residence? Knowing she was at the secondary residence, Li Feng was aware that the old master would likely not permit him entry. She has returned to the old residence, but the old master has confined her, forbidding her from stepping outside the Sun family gates, Ding Shanshui explained. Li Feng's expression soured further, unable to restrain a curse. That old fool is truly overstepping. Ding Shanshui's demeanor immediately turned cold, his voice icy as he retorted, Young Master Li, please choose your words carefully. The old master of the Sun family had saved his life, adopted him as a son, and treated him as his own. Ding Shanshui would not allow anyone to insult him. Chapter 85. The Sun family. Li Feng regarded Ding Shanshui with a cold gaze. Smirking, what is this? Does Ding Laoi wish to lay hands on me? That old man can employ such despicable means to insult me. What is wrong with me calling him an old fool? Were it not for Yuning's sake, and had I not received a fine education adhering to certain societal norms, do you believe that the century-old Sun family would collapse overnight? Ding Shanshui's face flushed crimson, his breathing becoming labored. He did not perceive Li Feng's words as mere bravado. Someone who could command the unwavering loyalty of figures like Luo Qianyang and receive a plaque from the unparalleled young master. Even helping to hang it, undoubtedly wielded immense influence. Such power, even if it couldn't bring about the Sun family's overnight demise, could certainly strangle its very existence, rendering it a living hell. Li Feng exhaled heavily, stating, "Am I allowed to step through the gates of the Sun family?" Ding Shanshui, his expression grim, nodded. Today, naturally, he had come to request Li Feng to visit Sun Yuning. Li Feng chuckled coldly. What about tomorrow? Ding Shanshui fell silent. Soon, a carriage made its way toward the old residence of the Sun family. Inside the carriage, Li Feng wore a cold expression, lost in thought. The coachman, Ding Shanshui, also appeared troubled, repeatedly cracking the whip against the horse's rear. The journey was devoid of conversation. Over an hour later, the carriage arrived at the Sun family's old residence. Stepping down, Li Feng surveyed the surroundings, which remained familiar, gazing at the imposing gates ahead. His heart inevitably filled with nostalgia. After knocking on the door, Ding Shanshui maintained a stern expression as he faced Li Feng, lacking the casual warmth of previous encounters. "Young Master Li, please." Li Feng could not be bothered to respond and entered the grand gates. Navigating effortlessly toward the western courtyard, as he stepped into the garden, he spotted a frail figure laboriously sweeping fallen leaves with a large broom. The malnourished visage appeared somewhat familiar. It quickly dawned on him that this was the limping little beggar he had encountered on the street, the one who had nearly stabbed him but ultimately refrained. Subsequently, he had requested Ding Shanshui to escort the child to the clinic for treatment of his leg. He had learned that the injury was caused by being stepped on by a horse. But timely medical attention had prevented any lasting repercussions. It seemed the child had recovered and sold himself into the Sun family as a servant. Observing him brought forth memories belonging to the original owner. When the original owner had sold himself into the Sun family, he was merely 13, of a similar stature, also wielding a broom taller than himself to sweep fallen leaves. Retracting his gaze, intent on continuing deeper into the residence, Li Feng caught sight of Sun Wenjia and his wife hastily approaching. "Young Master Li." Ding Shanshui bowed politely, his exceedingly cultured face reflecting a mix of courtesy, awkwardness, and gratitude. Lu Ruyan gazed at Li Feng with hopeful eyes. Her gaze slightly red. Their daughter's old illness had recurred, and they were entirely reliant on this young master, who was no longer the same as before. Li Feng did not immediately head to Sun Yuning's chamber, but followed Sun Wenjia into the courtyard where he had previously resided. Everything around him remained unchanged, so familiar. Li Feng felt a momentary daze. He considered himself somewhat nostalgic, thus naturally held a special affection for this courtyard. Once seated, Lu Ruyan personally served fragrant tea. "Thank you, madam." Li Feng cupped his hands in gratitude, then turned to Sun Wenjia, addressing the matter directly. No one knows a daughter better than her father. The old master of the Sun family certainly understands why Yuning has fallen ill. Ding Shanshui wore a bittersweet smile, nodding in agreement. Yet, he soon sighed heavily, his expression growing even more sorrowful, his brows furrowing into a deep crease. Shaking his head, he then clasped his hands and said, "I must trouble young Master Li to first soothe my daughter's emotions. Encourage her to eat something. I will return to the secondary residence afterward." Li Feng nodded, saying, "The old master of the Sun family can directly inquire of the old matriarch regarding what exactly Li Feng, must do for him to relent." Ding Shanshui nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, young Master Li. I shall prepare a few dishes now." Li Feng rose. Sun Wenjia and his wife hurriedly stood to bow, their expressions filled with gratitude. "We are indebted to you, young Master Li." Li Feng nodded, saying nothing further. Entering the still familiar small kitchen, Li Feng prepared several dishes. Just as before, he placed the dishes in a food box and, with familiarity, made his way to Sun Yuning's chamber. It felt as though he had returned to the beginning. Li Feng knocked on the door, announcing, "Miss Sun, I have brought you something to eat." In the past, at this moment, the door to the chamber would swing open instantly, and Sun Yuning would gaze at him expectantly, her eyes fixed on the food box in his hands. However, today, he waited for a considerable time, and the door remained tightly shut. Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "Does my cousin believe she is too unattractive to face me? Or perhaps she thinks that if she sees me, she won't want to let me go, so she simply avoids me." Moments later, the door creaked open. A wan, pale Sun Yuning appeared at the threshold. Gazing at her face, Feng smiled broadly, saying, "You do indeed look quite unattractive like this." Sun Yuning, with reddened eyes, gazed at Feng, biting her lip in a display of distress. "After eating, take a nap. Once your spirits are restored, you won't look so unattractive," Feng added. Sun Yuning suddenly threw herself into Feng's embrace, weeping silently, as if to release all the grievances she had endured in recent days. Feng gently patted her shoulder, saying helplessly, "Even if you want to cry, you must eat first. Only after you're full will you have the strength to cry. You are insufferable, utterly detestable. I shall ignore you." After finishing the dishes Feng had prepared, Sun Yuning's complexion improved considerably. Feng softly remarked, "It is naturally impossible for me to come to your home daily to prepare meals for you, even if I wish to. I fear that after today, I may no longer be allowed through the gates of the Sun family." Feng was well aware that his entry into the Sun family today would soon reach the ears of the old matriarch. And at that point, the domineering, tyrannical old fool would surely unleash his wrath. For the foreseeable future, he feared he would not be able to step foot into the Sun family again. Sun Yuning's complexion suddenly darkened. Feng, with a serious expression, admonished, "Therefore, regardless of whether that dish was prepared by me or not, you must eat it. Not only should you strive to nourish yourself to a plump and fair state, but you certainly cannot remain as unattractive as you are now. Are you criticizing me? This is a world that values appearances. Who wouldn't find someone so unappealing distasteful? How can you be so mean? I have never looked down on you." Feng felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest. "Honestly, your looks are quite acceptable. Are your standards for attractiveness not a bit too high? If you continue to disdain me, I shall ignore you. Then shall I take my leave? I truly despise you. I'll eat, but I won't behave like this again." Sun Yuning looked at Feng with a pitiful expression. Suddenly, her small face turned pale. "But what if Grandpa never agrees for us to be together? What shall we do then?" Chapter 86. The beggar Feng let out a cold laugh. "Do you believe that if I were to forcibly take you away, your grandfather would be able to stop me?" Sun Yuning reproached, "You cannot do that." Feng sighed inwardly, knowing Sun Yuning would respond this way. The notion of elders first, elders above all, had long since penetrated the very marrow of her being, making her grandfather's status in the Sun family akin to that of the emperor of the Great Qian Empire. The words of the old master Sun were akin to imperial edicts. Sun Yuning did not even dare to contemplate resistance. She simply had no intention of doing so, fully aware of the outcome. Feng still asked, "Cousin, would you be willing to leave with me?" Sun Yuning hurriedly nodded. "As long as Grandpa agrees, I would naturally be willing." Feng gazed intently into Sun Yuning's eyes, his expression earnest. "What I mean is, even if your grandfather does not consent, would you still be willing to come with me?" Sun Yuning hesitated for a moment before replying, "My grandfather is not heartless. As long as you plead with him a few times, and my father also requests it, he will agree." Feng could not help but smile wryly, thinking that if that prideful old coot could consent, it would truly be a miracle. He could only nod in agreement with his cousin's assertion. After spending a good half an hour with Sun Yuning and watching her, clearly exhausted, fall asleep, Feng finally left her chamber. Waiting outside was Sun Wenjia and his wife, who quickly approached him. "Young Master Li, how is she?" Sun Wenjia asked with concern. Feng replied, "She is fine. She just needs to eat well and sleep well. Rest assured, old Master Sun, she will eat properly from now on, even if that meal is not prepared by me." "Thank you, young Master Li." Lu Ruyan expressed her gratitude with a bow, her voice choked with emotion. What an excellent choice for a son-in-law, though his origins as a lowly servant are not glorious and his appearance is unremarkable. His talent and current standing are sufficient to earn the respect of the Sun family. Why does her father adamantly oppose it? Feng returned the gesture. "Madam, you are too kind, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave." Thank you for your trouble. Young Master Li, I will arrange for a carriage to take you home, Sun Wenjia said. Much appreciated. Thus, Sun Wenjia and his wife personally escorted Li Feng out of the Sun residence. As they passed through the garden, a timid voice called out, Young Master. Hearing the voice, Li Feng halted and looked up. He saw the little beggar, whose eyes shone with a newfound spark, gazing at him. Though still timid, there was a glimmer of joy and gratitude in his expression. Sir, madam. The little beggar quickly bowed again, awkwardly, clearly unaccustomed to such formalities. Li Feng smiled knowingly and approached. The little beggar lowered his head but quickly lifted it again to meet Li Feng's gaze, revealing a somewhat silly grin. What is your name? Li Feng inquired. My name is Dogger, Li Feng then asked. How did you end up serving in the Sun residence? Among the lower classes, beggars, though the most destitute, possess a degree of freedom greater than that of the lowest servants. Of course, the quality of life for a beggar is far inferior to that of a servant. High-class servants at least have a meal to eat and a roof over their heads, while beggars may experience hunger and shelter only in dilapidated structures. Hence, each has its pros and cons, depending on whether one values personal freedom or the most basic sustenance. I wanted to repay the young master, so I came to the Sun residence, Dogger said, casting a timid glance at Sun Wenjia in the distance. But, young master has already departed. Li Feng paused for a moment, then chuckled helplessly. Do you wish to follow me? Dogger beamed and nodded vigorously. Li Feng turned to Sun Wenjia, clasping his hands together. Old Master Sun, may I take him with me? Sun Wenjia replied politely. It would be a blessing for Dogger to accompany young Master Li. Before long, the portly steward's son presented the contract of servitude to Li Feng. Dogger returned to gather his meager belongings, which amounted to a small, tattered bundle. Afterwards, Dogger followed Li Feng out of the Sun residence. Li Feng boarded the carriage, while Dogger chose to sit beside the driver. That moment, the driver was not Ding Shanshui, but one of the Sun household servants. It was clear that Ding Shanshui was quite irked after Li Feng had openly insulted Old Master Sun in his presence. As the carriage moved forward, Li Feng lifted the curtain, looking at Dogger with a smile. Come inside. Dogger hesitated for a moment, then complied, entering the carriage but squatting instead of sitting. Li Feng, feeling exasperated, said, Sit down. What is this squatting nonsense? Dogger, with innocent naivety, replied, There are ranks in society. A servant cannot sit alongside their master. Who says so? Steward Sunday. Mentioning Steward's son caused a flicker of fear to cross Dogger's eyes, clearly indicating he had endured considerable hardship under the steward's authority. Li Feng nodded, reassuring him, Once you are with me, you will no longer be a servant. Dogger blinked in surprise. Then what am I? A companion, or a subordinate, akin to a general alongside a commander in any case. You are no longer a servant. You will be free, and I will not treat you as a mere servant. As he spoke, Li Feng produced the contract of servitude and handed it to Dogger. Dogger stared at the contract in confusion. Young master, are you sending me away? Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the misunderstanding. Of course, I am not sending you away. Rather, I want to convey that you are no longer a servant. Dogger stared at Li Feng for a moment before finally nodding slowly. He then took the contract from Li Feng's hand and tore it into shreds. Grinning foolishly at Li Feng laughed. That's more like it. Stop squatting and sit down. Dogger obediently sat down in front of Li Feng, his body stiff, clearly unaccustomed to the new position. Li Feng continued, The name Dogger is rather unrefined. How about we choose a different name? Dogger nodded, his eyes dimming slightly. This name was given to me by the old beggar who took me in, saying that a name like this would make it easier for a beggar to grow up. Li Feng raised an eyebrow. What about your biological parents? Dogger shook his head, saying, I only vaguely remember that when I was very small, perhaps around 2 or 3 years old, one day they suddenly disappeared. I searched and searched on the streets for a long time but could never find them. Later, I was almost bitten by a vicious dog, and it was an old beggar who saved me. I then followed that old beggar, begging along the way until we arrived in Sioux City, where I never left. Li Feng sighed inwardly. Such occurrences are not uncommon in places like this. In fact, in times of turmoil or natural disasters, families often become separated, and the practice of eating one's own children can be all too prevalent. For years ago, the old beggar passed away, and I was left to beg alone. Dogger looked at Li Feng, his previously dim eyes now sparkling with light. You are aware of what happened next. That little thug threatened to beat me to death if I didn't comply, so I had no choice but to obey. But your gaze is different from others. You wish to help me heal my leg. So I found it hard to follow through. Now that I am no longer a beggar, it is time for a new name. Please help me choose one. Chapter 87. Earthbad Content Chapter 88. Heavenly Guard Xiao Yuanyuan nodded. Young Master Li, please go ahead. After a moment's hesitation, Li Feng glanced at Xiao Yuanyuan, cautiously inquiring, May I ask, Madam Xiao, does the matter of Ninger being possessed by an evil spirit have any relation to you? Sun Jinjue's heart suddenly tightened, his gaze immediately falling upon his mother's face, which bore no emotion. Although his mother had never spoken of it, he was certain that it was she who had sent him to the Zue Shaolu that day. Thus he dared to affirm that this matter undoubtedly originated from her. He would even swear by his own character. Xiao Yuanyuan maintained her emotionless facade, responding, No. Li Feng nodded. Thank you, Madam Xiao. Young Master Li is too polite. Then I shall not disturb you any further. I will take my leave. Xiao Yuanyuan bowed respectfully. After seeing off Xiao Yuanyuan and Sun Jinjue, Li Feng sat down on a chair in the corridor. As he absent-mindedly picked at his toes, he looked up at the increasingly gloomy sky. His thoughts swirling tumultuously, Xiao Yuanyuan claimed that the matter had nothing to do with her. Could it truly be so? If it wasn't her, then who could it be? Uncle Wei Zhuang had once said that the simplest analysis of behavioral motives ultimately boils down to two words: self-interest. Ninger's possession by an evil spirit could only benefit Xiao Yuanyuan. Who else would gain from it? Surely not Sun Wenjia. A tiger does not eat its own cubs. Why would Sun Wenjia harm his own daughter so cruelly? As he pondered, Li Feng felt a headache coming on. Accidentally brushing against the coin pouch hanging from his waist, Li Feng's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement as he hastily retrieved the Tianluo Wei copper token from within. He vividly recalled that fateful night when the chivalrous heroine, with palpable reluctance, had said, In the future, should you encounter any matters of concern, seek out Niu Air at the Tianluo Wei stronghold. Now, the question lingered. Should he enlist Niu Air's assistance in investigating this matter? With the capabilities of the Tianluo Wei, it seemed implausible that they could uncover no leads whatsoever. Yet, would Niu Air, much like the heroine, solemnly proclaim that the Tianluo Wei belonged to the Great Qian Empire? That it was the sovereign's Tianluo Wei, and not merely Li Feng's? My dear heroine, how I've missed you during these many days apart, Li Feng murmured softly, rising to summon Yang Diqiu. Stay at home and keep watch. I must step out for a moment. If Lord Luo and the others arrive, just entertain them, will you? Li Feng instructed. Recently, Luo Qianyang had taken to frequently dropping by for meals, and Yang Diqiu was well acquainted with them. If it's anyone else, just say that I am not at home. Yang Diqiu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, my lord. Having been reincarnated for several months and having assimilated the memories of his predecessor, Li Feng had some familiarity with the streets and alleys of Su City. Guided by his recollections, he arrived at Yongshui Alley, exhaling softly before continuing forward with an air of calm confidence. Although the alley was eerily quiet, suggesting it was devoid of life, Li Feng had every reason to believe that the Tianluo Wei had already set their sights on him from the shadows. Before long, he spotted the sign of Yang's Tavern, which was evidently struggling with business. Approaching the entrance, he noticed a waiter dozing at the door, oblivious to any potential customers. Ignoring the slumbering attendant, Li Feng strode into the tavern, where he found Niu Air grinning at him with a rather insufferable expression. The esteemed first talent of the Great Qian Empire, owner of Rui Tower, has graced my humble tavern with his presence. What an honor it is for my little establishment. With an irritable glance, Li Feng snapped, Waiter, bring me some wine. No one paid him any heed, and Li Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. These people clearly did not regard him as the Tianluo Copper Guard. Niu Air regarded him with a look of incredulity, gesturing towards the back courtyard. Li Feng reciprocated with an equally incredulous stare, as if to say, did he think he was unaware that this was not the place for conversation? Following Niu Air to the back courtyard, which was cluttered with wine jars, they ascended the stairs. Niu Air, mimicking the demeanor of Lord Sun Ying, placed his hands on the railing, his gaze piercing as he fixed it ahead. His voice low and filled with a sense of authority. What is it? Li Feng's expression darkened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to kick Niu Air down the stairs. Disinterested in further pleasantries, he plopped down onto a chair and got straight to the point. I need you to investigate something for me. Niu Air turned to scrutinize Li Feng, his gaze sharp and commanding. Is this a private matter or an official one? Before Li Feng could respond, Niu Air continued, official matters are not to be taken lightly. If it's personal, then I must apologize. Li Feng contemplated for a moment before stating, if this matter remains unresolved, I will be unable to eat or sleep, and there may even be a threat to my life. Should I fall into peril, the Great Qian Empire would lose one of its most exceptional Tianluo copper guards. This would be an immeasurable loss for the Great Qian Empire. Niu Air's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Feng. Utterly taken aback, how could this fellow so shamelessly assert such a claim? Was it because Lord Sunning valued this Li Feng precisely for his audacity? Would he need this man in the future for tasks that defied the Tianluo Wei's ironclad rules? Furthermore, you are aware that I am a talented individual of considerable renown, second only to jianghu. Should anything happen to me, the Great Qian Empire would lose one of its greatest poets, plunging the realm of poetry into darkness. Li Feng looked earnestly at Niu Air and pressed, so, do you consider this a private matter or an official one? After some reflection, Niu Air replied, I believe it to be a private matter. Li Feng's muscles twitched in irritation. How could this man be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Niu Air reiterated, though my education is limited, I cannot help but think this is a private issue. Pausing for effect, he added, moreover, given the current circumstances, it seems that your poem on the Tower of Yozhuan Chengzi, remembering a dream may very well be the pinnacle of your capabilities. Even if you wish to write more, you likely could not. Oh dear heavens, the humiliation was becoming unbearable. Li Feng could hardly contain his frustration. Had he not undergone 9 years of compulsory education? Surely he could recite at least 50 poems, if not 100. Are you thus unwilling to assist me? Li Feng demanded, exasperated. Niu Air nodded firmly, declaring, the Tianluo Wei belongs to the Great Qian Empire. It is the sovereign's Tianluo Wei, not yours. Li Feng. Li Feng rose, clutching the chair beneath him with the intention of hurling it at Niu Air. Niu Air quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Wait, Li Feng, do you not understand? You are a Tianluo copper guard. Li Feng's fury reached its zenith. How can you dare say that? Who among you regards me as a Tianluo copper guard? Niu Air replied earnestly, despite your qualifications and experience, you do not deserve to be a Tianluo copper guard. In fact, you hardly qualify to be a Tianluo iron guard. Li Feng could no longer restrain himself, raising the chair high and preparing to smash it down. Niu Air effortlessly caught it, continuing, yet, since Lord Sunning values you so highly, and Lord Chunyu treats you with such distinction, you must possess some formidable qualities. Of course, my limited education and narrow perspective prevent me from discerning just where your strengths lie. Chapter 89. Zhuge Shenyuan Bad Content. Chapter 90. Too old Li Feng's flattery had indeed put Zhuge Shenyuan in a most pleasant mood. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, for the sake of your flattering words, I shall make an exception this once and permit you, my devoted admirer, to attend Tianyi Academy. Li Feng was overjoyed, giving a playful nudge to the somewhat foolish young Dichio. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and thank Dean Zhuge. Zhuge Shenyuan shot him a glare. What are you in such a rush for? I haven't finished speaking yet. Yes, please continue, teacher. Do not think that merely knowing 10 characters or having composed a few mediocre poems qualifies you for admission to Tianyi Academy without passing the entrance examination. Zhuge Shenyuan cast a glance at young Dichio. Thus, this lad naturally does not qualify to be a student of Tianyi Academy, but it would be acceptable for him to go there to sweep the floors and tend to the flowers. Li Feng nodded vigorously. Dichio is indeed most adept at sweeping and watering flowers. Teacher, you truly have an eye for talent. Though the task of sweeping and watering might seem menial, it was worth noting that such duties were typically assigned to the proud students of Tianyi Academy. Therefore, even if young Dichio were genuinely tasked with those chores, the Academy scholars would not foolishly regard him as a servant, particularly given the dean's endorsement. Giving young Dichio another nudge, Li Feng urged, why aren't you expressing your gratitude to the dean? Finally, young Dichio responded, thank you, Dean, looking up at Li Feng, he hesitated. But my lord, I do not wish to go to Tianyi Academy. I only want to stay here and tend to this courtyard and the few potted plants. Zhuge Shenyuan was left speechless, and Li Feng felt an overwhelming urge to give Yang Diqiu a good thrashing. Ultimately, after much persuasion, Yang Diqiu finally grasped the significance of going to Tianyi Academy to sweep and water flowers, and reluctantly agreed. Though his eyes betrayed a sense of attachment and reluctance, Li Feng reached out to ruffle Yang Diqiu's hair. The academy is not far from here. You can visit often. Yang Diqiu's eyes lit up. So I can sweep and water flowers during the day at the academy and return here at night to tend to this courtyard and the potted plants? Well, if that's what you wish, my lord will arrange a carriage for you to facilitate your comings and goings. Rest assured, I will ensure this courtyard remains for you to return to. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng suddenly remembered that he had left teacher Zhuge unattended for quite some time. He quickly turned to find Zhuge Shenyuan, who had, unbeknownst to him, already seated himself, eyes closed in meditation, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, exuding an air of profound wisdom. What a marvelous old sage! Li Feng silently praised, not daring to interrupt. He then led Yang Diqiu out, spending a small fortune to hire a carriage. This carriage would now make daily trips to pick up and drop off Yang Diqiu. Following that, he purchased some clothing for Yang Diqiu, ensuring he would not appear too shabby while at the academy. Afterward, they shared a couple of candied hawthorns, enjoying them on their way back home. At this moment, Zhuge Shenyuan had ceased his meditation and stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing up at the sky. His demeanor radiating an air of superiority. Li Feng promptly bowed. Teacher. Zhuge Shenyuan turned to look at Li Feng, giving a slight nod to Li Feng smiled apologetically. Teacher, Diqiu is now prepared to go to Tianyi Academy to sweep and water flowers. Zhuge Shenyuan chuckled. Are you worried I might renege on my promise? Li Feng exclaimed in protest. I am merely concerned that Diqiu longs for Tianyi Academy and has grown a bit anxious. Is that so? Diqiu. Li Feng nudged Yang Diqiu's shoulder again. With his head lowered, Yang Diqiu thought to himself, did I express such longing? Am I truly anxious? Indeed, my lord, if you say I yearn, then yearn I must. If you say I am anxious, then anxious I surely am. Thus he bowed his head and spoke, Dean, I yearn. I am anxious, and I wish to go to Tianyi Academy to sweep the grounds and water the flowers at this very moment. At that moment, a knock resounded at the gate of the courtyard. Yang Diqiu hurriedly approached and opened the door. Standing at the threshold was an exceedingly refined middle-aged man, Liang Biao, a scholar from the Martial Institute of Tianyi Academy, typically tasked with leading the horse for Zhuge Shenyuan and conveying the dean's intentions throughout the academy. Liang Biao, after acknowledging Yang Diqiu with a nod, stepped inside the courtyard. With unwavering focus, he walked directly to Zhuge Shenyuan. Bowing respectfully, Dean. He then turned to Li Feng and offered another bow, young Master Li. Although Li Feng did not recognize Liang Biao, he surmised the man's esteemed position within Tianyi Academy and promptly returned the gesture. Zhuge Shenyuan gestured towards Yang Diqiu, instructing, once we return to the academy, take this lad to familiarize him with the surroundings, then bring him to my courtyard. From this day forth, this lad will be responsible for cleaning my courtyard and watering the plants. After a brief pause, Zhuge Shenyuan added, ensure you supervise him well, do not allow him to slack off. He continued, though this lad may be somewhat older, his mind remains refreshingly simple, and he still possesses the potential to become a martial artist. Yes. Dean. Liang Biao cast a glance at Yang Diqiu, feeling quite helpless. What merit or virtue could this boy possibly possess to warrant such attention from the dean, who personally arranged for his entrance into Tianyi Academy? Could it possibly be due to young Master Li's influence? How vast could this young Master Li's reputation be? Regardless, the dean's actions could be deemed a breach of protocol. If Milao and the others were to discover this, they would likely be infuriated beyond measure. Upon hearing that Yang Diqiu still had the potential to become a martial artist, Li Feng felt both joy and envy. He eagerly looked at Zhuge Shenyuan. Teacher, there is a question I have been meaning to ask you. Zhuge Shenyuan shot Li Feng a glance, bluntly retorting, no need to ask. You are too old, and your thoughts are too base. Too old. Base? Li Feng felt as though he had been stabbed in the chest, pain rendering him breathless. Liang Biao widened his eyes, regarding Li Feng with a completely transformed expression. Teacher. So, The dean had indeed taken this young masterly as an inner disciple? When did this occur? Enough. Let us return to Tianyi Academy first, Zhuge Xinyuan declared. Yes, Dean, Liang Biao replied, bowing. Just as Zhuge Xinyuan was about to depart, Li Feng, still reeling from the pain in his chest, felt compelled to remind him, Teacher, have you perhaps forgotten something? Zhuge Xinyuan glared. Do you take me for a fool? How could I possibly forget anything? Liang Biao silently muttered, Isn't it you who is being a fool? Li Feng forced a smile. What I meant was, Teacher, weren't you just taking a bath? I'm merely concerned that you might have left something important behind while changing. Zhuge Xinyuan paused. Had you not mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. All my treasures are in that tattered robe. He hurried back inside. Li Feng's expression was one of eager anticipation. Chapter 91. Liang Posh Mountain, Brother Liang. May I inquire about your relationship with the teacher? Li Feng casually asked. I owe him a favor, Liang Posh Mountain replied. Li Feng nodded. I see. May I ask what rank of martial artist you are? 8th rank. Li Feng was taken aback. Through his recent experiences, he understood that those above the 7th rank were considered to be of the highest caliber. After preparing some wine, Li Feng filled the bottle with the rich sheep fat wine and handed it to Liang Posh Mountain. Liang Posh Mountain accepted it, commenting, a rather special wine. Does it have a name? Elegant gentleman, Li Feng replied. Liang Posh Mountain nodded, offering no further commentary. I must step out for a while, Li Feng announced. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Liang Posh Mountain stated. Though if you prefer I do not accompany you. I will respect your wishes, however. Should you meet with misfortune, it will not concern me. Li Feng chuckled. Brother Liang, you misunderstand. What I lack most is a sense of security. Subsequently, Li Feng made his way towards the Rui building. As the clandestine owner of the establishment, it was only natural for him to periodically check on its operations and assess his earnings over the past few days. Along the way, he bombarded Liang Posh Mountain with questions. Where are you from? Brother Liang. Were you once wealthy? Liang Posh Mountain displayed no signs of impatience, responding mostly with 2 words, forgotten. Upon entering the Rui building, the esteemed manager, Luo, greeted them. Upon glancing at Liang Posh Mountain, he assumed that the esteemed owner had brought a distinguished guest. Brother Li. Who is this? A friend of mine, Li Feng introduced. Luo Qianyang nodded in acknowledgement, assuming him to be a trusted confidant of Li Feng's. Once in the tea room, Luo Qianyang updated Li Feng on the recent state of the Rui building. The results left Li Feng quite satisfied. Having only opened its doors for just over half a month, the daily patronage of the Rui building had already begun to rival that of the Zue Shao building, which could only be described as miraculous. Furthermore, the innovative dishes offered at Rui building, coupled with more reasonable pricing, would undoubtedly secure its supremacy over Zue Shao building in the foreseeable future. After mentally calculating his potential earnings for the month, Li Feng inquired, Is Li Tian still behaving himself? Luo Qianyang nodded. Li Tian has not boasted to anyone about being your brother. He diligently chops wood and fetches water, appearing quite honest. Li Feng scoffed. Based on my understanding of him, he is not that type of person. Luo Qianyang understood. Rest assured. I will ensure he is closely monitored. Very well, I shall not disturb you any further, Manager Luo. I will take my leave, Li Feng remarked with a smile. Luo Qianyang jested. You should have left sooner. I am busier than a dog, with no time to indulge the poetic whims of young Master Li. After exiting the Rui building, Li Feng contemplated for a moment before stepping into the now noticeably quieter Zue Shao building. The moment he crossed the threshold, a welcoming maid approached him, her demeanor still gentle and inviting, exuding a faint yet enchanting fragrance. However, upon recognizing Li Feng, her expression momentarily froze, and her demeanor became awkward. She hurriedly bowed. Ah, it is young Master Li. Many gazes were instantly drawn to Li Feng, their expressions becoming peculiar. The illustrious proprietor of the Rui building was not at Rui but had come to Zue Shao? Was he here to gloat, to witness the folly of Zue Shao? In truth, upon realizing that the Rui building was operated by none other than the talented young Master Li, many scholars were left fuming, believing that Li Feng was tarnishing the dignity of scholars and planned to publicly condemn him. However, when Yang Yuyue appeared and personally presented a plaque, these scholars fell silent. Following the emergence of the poem, Jiang Chengzi, Remembering a Dream, they dared not utter a word against him. What did it matter if young Master Li owned a tavern? Did it impede his poetic endeavors? In any case, the current assessment of Li Feng among the scholars was, no comment. Are there still private rooms available on the second floor? Li Feng inquired. The maid's eyes betrayed a hint of sorrowful resentment. Young master, are you not being a bit cruel? Thanks to you, young master, there are indeed more private rooms on the second floor now. There are? Young master Li, please follow me. Ignoring the myriad of gazes, Li Feng led Liang Posh Mountain up to the second floor, where they entered a private room and ordered several dishes. Compared to Rui Building, Li Feng naturally preferred the cuisine of Zue Xiao Building. It was unavoidable. He was far too familiar with most of the dishes served at Rui Building. Liang Posh Mountain displayed no interest in the culinary offerings, choosing instead to stand by the window, his seemingly perpetually intoxicated eyes gazing out at the scenery, lost in thought. Young Master Li, would you like me to summon the manager? The maid inquired. Li Feng nodded. Please ask Manager Yang to come here. Certainly. Young Master. Before long, the maid returned, casting a sidelong glance at Liang Posh Mountain before bowing to Li Feng. Young Master Li, the manager requests that you wait for her in her study. Li Feng nodded. Understood. He stood and turned to Liang Posh Mountain, saying, I will meet with an old friend. Please wait for me here. Liang Posh Mountain glanced back at Li Feng, asking, Is there danger? Li Feng replied confidently, She is not my match. Liang Posh Mountain said no more. Soon, Li Feng followed the maid to Yang Yi's private study. After the maid opened the door, she bowed, Young Master Li, the manager has asked you to wait here. She will return shortly. Li Feng nodded and stepped into the elegantly arranged study, which was infused with a rich floral fragrance. After surveying the surroundings, he approached the desk and discovered an unfinished painting. Judging by its appearance, it depicted the beautiful scenery of Xuanwu Lake. What is that on the water's surface? A turtle? This turtle is rather poorly drawn. I see it. Li Feng scrutinized it for a moment, his eyes widening, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. For upon the turtle's shell were inscribed two minuscule characters that, if not closely examined, could easily be mistaken for markings on the shell itself. They were unmistakably the words, Li Feng. This woman is utterly outrageous. Li Feng seized the brush, dipped it in the still wet ink, and carefully smeared over the characters, replacing them with Yang Yi. With a toss of his pen, he settled into the chair before the desk, awaiting the arrival of Manager Yang. Before long, the door to the study was gently pushed open. A graceful figure sauntered in, swaying with an enchanting poised eye. In that instant, the room was infused with an even more intoxicating floral fragrance. Li Feng rose to greet her. He gazed upon a face that, while not catastrophic to nations, was undoubtedly captivating, and he thought to himself that since the opening of Rui Building, he had not seen this woman again, and indeed felt a twinge of longing. A longing that made his teeth itch, for that day had nearly brought him to the brink of death. Chapter 93. A bad mood. Yang Yi's eyes glistened as she fixed her gaze upon Li Feng's. She appeared exceptionally alluring as she approached him, offering a courteous bow, yet her words were laced with sharpness. Li Boss dares to stride into my Zue Xiaolu with such audacity? Do you truly believe that by calling you Feng I would refrain from striking you down? Li Feng was at a loss for words. Was this woman ever going to relent? I have never dared to assume that you, Manager Yang, would spare me from your wrath. Recalling that day, his teeth began to itch anew. Yang Yi chuckled softly, taking a seat in the oversized armchair, her seductive gaze piercing. Her crimson lips parted lightly. Then do you still dare to come closer? Li Feng, with an innocent demeanor, replied, I merely came over because I was hungry, hoping to partake in a meal. Yang Yi scoffed. Though Zue Xiaolu owes its existence to Li Boss, it has significantly declined, yet it has not fallen to the point of requiring charity from young Master Li. Has it? Li Feng sighed. I genuinely believe that the cuisine at Zue Xiaolu is quite exceptional, worthy of my frequent visits. There was a sentiment Li Feng did not voice. He missed her, wished to see her, to converse with her, and even to endure another bout of her chair-induced punishment. Is that so? Yang Yi's expression turned somewhat frigid. The allure that had once radiated from her was now replaced by an icy demeanor, leaving Li Feng feeling uncomfortable. Thus, he said, Well, since I am already here, might as well settle the dividends for the extraordinary beauty, as it has been over a month. Yang Yi regarded him with the indifferent gaze one might reserve for an ordinary individual. This man was indeed here for money. She tossed a prepared stack of banknotes before him, accompanied by a few taels of silver and several copper coins. Thanks to Li Boss, the business at Zue Xiaolu has dwindled considerably, and thus the extraordinary beauty has suffered as well. After deducting the costs, last month, young Masterly earned 521 taels, 6 coins, and 7 won. If young Masterly finds this sum unsatisfactory, I can have the accountant bring the ledger for your review. Li Feng looked at the copper coins. Contemplating that they were enough to buy 2 candied hawthorns, he considered nodding and requesting the ledger be brought over for his perusal, but then thought better of it, sensing that this woman's mood was decidedly off. Yang Yi cast a cold glance at the painted turtle on the table and continued, next month's dividends will be even less, perhaps experiencing a steep decline. Of course, at present, Li Boss would not consider this paltry sum significant. Li Feng sighed, casting a sympathetic gaze at Yang Yi as he said, Yang Yi, your temper appears to be quite volatile. Have you been having a difficult time in the Yang household lately? Yang Yi's expression darkened slightly. She retorted coldly, Is this all thanks to young Masterly? With the opening of Rui Building, Zue Xiaolu's income had sharply decreased, thus affecting many interests within the Yang family's collateral line. Ultimately, they were only collateral relatives, and the resources they garnered from the Yang family were limited. All along, Zue Xiaolu had provided them with substantial funds for their extravagant lifestyle. Now that the money had dwindled, it was more unbearable than killing them. Yet they dared not blame Yang Yiyue nor covertly sabotage Rui Building, so they vented all their grievances upon Yang Yi, blaming her mismanagement for Zue Xiaolu's loss of competitiveness and even compelling her to return the profits she had earned over the years to compensate for their losses. Of course, Yang Yi's distress was not solely attributed to these matters. Li Feng nodded, saying, I have heard that there were originally 23 taverns by Xuanwu Lake. Yet after the opening of your Zue Xiaolu, one after another has closed down, leaving only 3. Your family members might feel guilty since those taverns all closed because of your Zue Xiaolu, Li Feng said earnestly. Thus, even if Manager Yang is enduring hardships at home, I shall not harbor any sense of guilt. Li Feng added, naturally, as a friend, I must be considerate of your feelings. If it becomes unbearable, shall I allow you to strike me once? Or perhaps I could jump into Xuanwu Lake again for your amusement. Yang Yi, expressionless, replied coldly, what merit does Yi possess to befriend young Masterly? Li Feng, feeling helpless, responded, it matters not. I do not judge friendships by one's background. Yang Yi rose, stating, young Masterly, no need to see me out. Li Feng, increasingly despondent, inquired, what is it that you truly desire? Yang Yi, still expressionless, replied, Yi would not dare to desire anything from young Masterly. Li Feng pointed at the turtle depicted in the painting, exasperated. You have already inscribed my name upon that turtle. How can you claim not to wish anything from me? Duh. Of course, I have already crossed out those 2 characters and written your name instead. Yang Yi cast a fleeting glance at the turtle, her face remaining indifferent as she stated, young Masterly, no need to see me out. Li Feng, concerned, looked closely at Yang Yi and asked, Yang Yi, what is troubling you? Even now, you do not seem inclined to strike me? Could it be that she was experiencing discomfort, rendering her too weak to retaliate? Yang Yi maintained her stoic expression. Li Feng grew anxious, nearly exclaiming for help. What on earth has happened? Please tell me. Yang Yi shot him a glance and replied coolly, is it useful to tell you? Li Feng hesitated. That is not certain. If you desire my first night, I would certainly have to consider it carefully, for a man's first time is indeed precious. Yang Yi's expression turned even colder, her gaze towards Li Feng akin to that of a stranger. No need to see me out. Li Feng could only rise and say, is this not a suitable place to discuss? Here's an idea. I shall wait for you at home tonight. My courtyard door shall remain unlatched, and you need not sneak in over the wall. Yang Yi, at last, reached her breaking point. She seized the inkstone from the table. Li Feng sighed in relief. At last, you are returning to normal. If you wish to smash something, do so, but do not aim for my face. Yang Yi stiffened. Her nose suddenly tinged with a sharp sensation. She forcefully slammed the inkstone onto the ground, turning away and icily uttering a single word, get out. Li Feng glanced at the silver on the table and remarked, I forgot to take the dividends. I would appreciate it if Manager Yang could deliver them to my courtyard tonight. Dot. Returning to the private room, Liang Pashing still stood by the window. Upon seeing Li Feng return, he nodded. Li Feng surveyed the half-eaten dishes on the table, having lost his appetite, and instructed the maid to pack the food. Intending to take it with him, this was not the first time the maid encountered such a situation, thus she found it quite peculiar. However, given Li Feng's command, she dared not refuse and proceeded to pack the dishes into 2 food boxes. Afterward, Li Feng carried the 2 boxes home and filled the bathtub with water. Tonight, he might need to discuss the matter of the turtle with Yang Yi, and feeling quite despondent, he decided to soak in a bath first. Chapter 94. Bathing. Li Feng took out a vial from the box, pouring the powdered medicine into the gently steaming water. He stared at the surface for a moment, noticing no visible changes. Testing the water with his finger, he found it pleasantly warm, devoid of any irritating sensation. Just then, Liang Pashing's slightly hoarse voice came from outside. I suggest you bite down on a cloth before entering the water. Li Feng paused. So it will be painful? The kind of pain that might make you wish to bite your own tongue off. Li Feng's heart raced. And he swallowed hard. Does Brother Liang know what kind of medicine this is? I've forgotten. Thus, he shed his garments, following Liang Pashing's advice to stuff a cloth into his mouth before climbing into the bathtub. Beginning his soak, the water was perfectly warm, gently stimulating every pore on his body, providing a sense of comfort. Yet, Li Feng felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. His heart raced, and he gripped the edge of the tub tightly. He did not believe that either his teacher or Liang Pashing were jesting. Thus, the anticipated searing pain seemed imminent. After a stick of incense had burned, Li Feng felt no discomfort, yet his heart was lodged in his throat, because the water temperature was not right. Typically, during a bath, it would not take a full stick of incense for the water to cool down. But now, the water remained warm. No, it wasn't just warm. It was gradually becoming hotter, as if a roaring fire was kindled beneath the tub. Before long, Li Feng realized that it was his own body heating the water. His body was ablaze. As time passed, he felt himself growing hotter, his skin turning red and emitting steam. He felt as though he were being steamed in a steamer, causing him immense distress. Yet this level of suffering remained within the bounds of what Li Feng could endure. Another half-stick of incense passed, and suddenly Li Feng felt as if his internal organs had been doused in gasoline and ignited. In an instant, an unprecedented searing pain surged through Li Feng, racing through every cell in his body. Ugh! A peculiar sound began to emanate from his throat, his eyes bulging wide, teeth clenched tightly. Were it not for the cloth in his mouth, he might have bitten his own tongue clean off. Meanwhile, the edge of the bathing tub bore several alarming scratch marks. Outside, Liang Pashing cast a weary glance at the tightly shut door, taking a swig of liquor. He understood better than anyone that Zhuge Xinyuan's disciple was now perilously close to the gates of the underworld. If he couldn't withstand the torment and fled the tub, his body would inevitably ignite, and even divine intervention would be futile. In other words, that tub of water was intended to extinguish the fire that threatened to engulf him at any moment. Even if he managed to endure the agony, whether he would emerge alive was left to fate, contingent on his personal fortune. Did Zhuge Xinyuan possess such unwavering confidence in this disciple? Did he truly believe he would survive? Or perhaps Zhuge Xinyuan was utterly indifferent to Li Feng's fate, considering that if he endured, it was for the best, and if he perished, then so be it. Time slipped by, and the suffocating gasps emanating from within gradually weakened, eventually fading into silence. Moments later, a splash of water broke the stillness. Liang Pashing's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, this disciple of Zhuge Xinyuan had truly persevered. After another 2 incense sticks worth of time, the door creaked open, and Li Feng emerged, dragging his utterly exhausted form. That moment, the heat that had enveloped him dissipated, the pain vanished entirely, and his skin returned to normal. However, his complexion was alarmingly pale. His eyes resembled those of a dead fish, suffused with profound fear, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He raised his gaze to the somewhat overcast sky, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He realized he had come perilously close to succumbing to that torment. On the verge of tearing the cloth from his mouth and savagely biting through his tongue, never to behold this sky again, Li Feng plopped down on the stone steps, resting for a considerable while before feeling a modicum of strength return. He looked up at Liang Pasheng, seated atop the roof, and weakly inquired, "Brother Liang, is every immersion in that medicinal bath as excruciating?" Liang Pasheng glanced at Li Feng and replied, "It becomes increasingly painful each time." There was something Liang Pasheng refrained from saying. Though it was indeed more painful each time, it would not pose a threat to life. The muscles in Li Feng's face twitched involuntarily, and he inhaled sharply. "Are you no longer inclined to bathe?" Liang Pasheng asked, surprisingly curious. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng shook his head decisively. "I cannot squander my master's efforts." Liang Pasheng nodded, a flicker of appreciation surfacing in his typically listless eyes. Li Feng regarded Liang Pasheng with curiosity, asking, "So, Brother Liang, have you bathed before?" Having enjoyed such delightful liquor, Liang Pasheng felt compelled to share some insights, stating, "I have." Li Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, eagerly pressing, "After your 7th bath, did you notice any changes in your body?" Liang Pasheng pondered for a moment before responding, "At the age of 18, I was not a martial artist. After bathing, I successfully cultivated inner energy." Upon hearing this, Li Feng shuddered violently, his eyes igniting with fervor as if the entire courtyard were on the brink of combustion. Bath? It was imperative. If it meant soaring alongside a heroine, the pain would be worth it. Just then, Liang Pasheng doused him with a splash of cold water. "You are not me." Li Feng's earlier excitement tempered into a frown. "What do you mean by that, Brother Liang?" "There is a high likelihood that after bathing, it will merely serve to strengthen your physique without granting you inner energy. In truth, this method is perilous. Were it not for your fortunate constitution, you would have already been reduced to ashes." Liang Pasheng regarded Li Feng, adding, "Moreover, it is rather foolish." Li Feng fell into silence for a moment, then inhaled deeply, a resolute glint in his eyes. The glimmer of possibility was already quite favorable. "Was it not? Brother Liang, is there a way to mitigate some of the pain?" Li Feng inquired. "Death is the only escape from pain." "Oh." As dusk approached, the sky darkened, and Yang Diqiu returned after a long day. Upon seeing Liang Pasheng seated on the roof, he paused momentarily. "That is a friend of mine. He will be living with us from now on. You may address him as Brother Liang," Li Feng introduced succinctly. Yang Diqiu quickly bowed, "Brother Liang." Liang Pasheng cast a brief glance at Yang Diqiu, nodding slightly. Subsequently, Li Feng instructed Yang Diqiu to stoke the fire while he reheated the dishes he'd brought back from the Zuishao Tower, concocting some wine for Liang Pasheng before sending Yang Diqiu to invite him to dinner. During the meal, Yang Diqiu gazed at Liang Pasheng with a somewhat foolish expression, just as he lifted his bowl. Having barely taken 2 bites, Liang Pasheng had already finished and set down his chopsticks. After his meal, Liang Pasheng took a sip of liquor and returned to his perch on the roof, his bleary eyes fixed vacantly on the night sky. Beneath the solitary moon, he seemed unable to find a trace of the cunning wolf among the shadows. "Brother Liang, it will become second nature in no time," Li Feng chuckled. "Oh." Yang Diqiu snapped back to reality and resumed eating. Li Feng added a piece of meat to Yang Diqiu's bowl. "Eat more. Only when you're full will you have the strength to clean the courtyard." "I haven't even washed the clothes I just changed out of. I will do that later," Yang Diqiu replied. "Oh, what did you think of Tianyi Academy?" Li Feng asked with keen interest. Having noticed the unmistakable glimmer of excitement and yearning for literacy in Yang Diqiu's eyes, Yang Diqiu lowered his head, gazing at the piece of meat in his bowl. "As you mentioned, after I finished cleaning the courtyard where the dean resides and watered the flowers, that Master Liang took me into a room and began teaching me to read and write. By the end of the day, I've already learned several new characters." Li Feng smiled. "That is splendid. The teachers at Tianyi Academy are all well-read scholars. You must learn diligently from them. Of course, just avoid picking up their stuffy, pretentious demeanor," Li Feng added. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked expectantly, "Is it possible to become a martial artist?" Yang Diqiu shook his head. Li Feng felt a pang of disappointment. "I don't know. The Master Liang didn't say." Li Feng was left speechless. "Can't you finish a sentence in one breath?" "However, he told me to come early tomorrow and mention that in the future I would stay overnight at the academy to learn about wuqi." "What is wuqi, my lord?" Upon hearing this, Li Feng's eyes widened in sheer joy. The essence of Wuqi is to help you cultivate inner energy, which means you still have the possibility of becoming a martial artist. The inner energy possessed by martial artists is cultivated from a young age. If one fails to grasp it in childhood, as they grow older and their bodies solidify, their thoughts become complicated, and they will be unable to comprehend it. This is also why Zhuge Xinyuan remarked that Li Feng was too old, not only referring to his physical development but also to his mature mindset, which had long since lost the simplicity of childhood. Some extraordinary martial arts prodigies are even born with formidable inner energy. This truly filled Li Feng with envy and jealousy, wishing he could return to the forge, as Nyoer suggested. Oh! Yang Diqiu did not appear particularly concerned about the prospect of becoming a martial artist. He preferred the pursuit of literacy over martial prowess. I told Master Liang that I still have to clean the courtyard and wash your clothes, so I can't stay overnight at the academy. Li Feng's muscles twitched in annoyance. Did that Master Liang not consider hitting you? Yang Diqiu asked, somewhat daftly. Why would Master Liang want to hit me? Li Feng could only say, you should tidy up your things tonight, and then settle down at Tianyi Academy. Yang Diqiu was taken aback. Huh? What? Are you not going to heed my words? Oh. Yang Diqiu lowered his head, sullenly shoveling rice into his mouth. Li Feng chuckled heartily, ruffling Yang Diqiu's hair. How about this? Come back every 3 days. I'll keep the courtyard and the clothes I changed here for you. Yang Diqiu looked up, his face lighting up with joy as he nodded vigorously. He then resumed eating, placing the piece of meat Li Feng had served him into his mouth, before looking up again and asking, My lord, why do you treat me so well? Li Feng, with a straight face, replied, Because I am quite handsome, you see. Liang Pasheng, perched on the roof, coughed softly, uncertain whether he was choking on liquor or Li Feng's words had caught him off guard. Oh, hurry and eat, Li Feng urged. In truth, Li Feng wished to express that it was because he felt profoundly lonely. Lonely individuals fear solitude, thus cherishing every person who shows them kindness. Li Feng also wanted to convey that Yang Diqiu's name, Diqiu, truly represented a beautiful sphere, embodying his longing for Mother Earth, for family, and for that younger brother who always trailed behind him, the only one who encouraged him to prick himself with needles. After the meal, Yang Diqiu cleaned the bowls and chopsticks, then took up a broom to tidy the courtyard. Once he finished, he helped Li Feng wash his clothes, then bid farewell to return to his side room to practice writing. An hour later, the light in the side room extinguished, quickly followed by the sound of snoring. The surrounding tranquility rendered this snoring especially distinct. Li Feng gauged the time and approached, unlocking the latch on the courtyard door before turning back to Liang Pasheng atop the roof. Brother Liang, are you not going to rest in the room? Liang Pasheng replied, I have grown accustomed to sleeping on the roof. Li Feng remarked, in a moment, a friend of mine may come by, and I fear it might disturb Brother Liang's rest. No worries, Liang responded. Consequently, Li Feng ceased further conversation, returning to the corridor to sit down. He propped his chin on one hand, gazing at the inky night sky, patiently awaiting Yang Yi's arrival. Li Feng was willing to stake his reputation on Yang Yi's beauty. Certain she would appear tonight. He merely wondered if she would also bring along the dividends he had forgotten to collect. As fate would have it, Yang Yi's allure was indeed formidable. Shortly past the hour of the dog, she arrived. Unlike her usual stealthy entrance, she forcefully pushed open the door as if returning to her own home. Li Feng hastily stood up, eagerly greeting her. See, I wasn't lying. I truly kept the door open for you. He then secured the gate, almost shouting, Release the hounds. Yang Yi smirked slightly, indicating that it was unnecessary to make it seem as if she had come to engage in a clandestine affair with him. Hearing the sound of snoring, Yang Yi's eyes, which glimmered faintly like stars in the dim light, darted towards the side room, her expression swiftly turning grim. She whispered, Is Miss Sun and Lord Ding here? She turned to leave. What was the purpose of her visit if they were present? To witness her intimacy with Miss Sun? Li Feng quickly stopped her, explaining, They are not here. It's merely a young child assisting me with laundry and cooking, who falls into a deep sleep and is of no concern. Yang Yi's expression softened at this revelation, likely due to the fact that the insufferable companion she had accompanied to the Zue Shao building was absent. This meant that instead of visiting a private room, she had sent a maid to fetch Li Feng to her study. It was the first time a male had entered her study. She regarded Li Feng coldly and said, So, Mr. Li, what is the reason for your insistence on my presence tonight? Li Feng felt somewhat unjustly accused. What did it mean that he had insisted she come? What was this talk of purpose? Women were indeed perplexing. He hastily replied, "Young shopkeeper, you know I possess a rather insatiable curiosity. If I do not uncover what troubles you, I shall be quite distressed and suffer from severe insomnia, so I beg you to kindly share your thoughts with me." Yang Yi scrutinized Li Feng with a penetrating gaze. Then, in a flash, she had leapt onto the rooftop. Looking down at Li Feng, she commanded, "Come up." Li Feng's muscles twitched. Even if they could fly, was it necessary to frequently ascend to rooftops? Then he froze. Where was Brother Liang? The previously present Liang Piyuan had mysteriously vanished. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had settled on the rooftop, gazing up at the pitch-black sky, ignoring Li Feng. With no other option, he laboriously fetched a ladder, cautiously climbing up to the rooftop. He then awkwardly crawled over to Yang Yi. Sitting beside her, gripping the tiles on either side, too afraid to breathe, Li Feng swallowed hard, anxiety causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He stammered, "Young shopkeeper, I am somewhat frightened. Might I borrow your arm for support?" The waist would suffice if necessary. Yang Yi cast a cold glance at him. Li Feng reluctantly abandoned the notion, asking, "You did bring the dividends that I left in your study, correct?" "Get lost." "Oh, then I implore you to kindly share your thoughts with me swiftly and spare me this torment," Li Feng pleaded. Yang Yi fell silent. After a moment, she finally spoke. "I have an unpleasant odor, leading me to believe I would remain alone forever. My family is aware that this condition makes me unmarriageable. Marrying would only bring them shame. Yet remaining single will invite much gossip. Thus, they have resolved to help me find a husband, and after some time, my spouse will die from illness, allowing me to present myself to the world as a widow. In this manner, I would avoid attracting idle chatter. However, due to the thriving business at Zue Shao Building, the urgency of finding a husband has diminished." Li Feng was taken aback, leaning closer to catch a whiff of Yang Yi's scent. Yang Yi's lips twitched, nearly unable to restrain herself from slapping that lecherous face. Li Feng bore no lewd intentions, and fearing a swift kick, he quickly pulled back his head. Frowning, he remarked, "The remedy I provided you has evidently taken effect, and the odor has vanished. Therefore, there is no need for such trivial measures to silence gossip." Yang Yi shot him a frosty glance, retorting, "Indeed, it is no longer necessary. Thus, my family has decided I should cease managing Zue Shao Building and hasten to marry. If all goes according to plan, I shall soon wed a man whom I have no affection for, despite our families being well matched." Li Feng's facial muscles twitched, a sudden heaviness settling in his chest. Filling him with displeasure, he understood that his irritation stemmed from the knowledge that Yang Yi's family was arranging a marriage for her. He also recognized that this discontent was illogical. Women of her age were indeed expected to marry. Delaying for another year or two, considering her status as a side branch of the Yang family and the manager of Zue Shao Building, would only invite more murmurs. Moreover, their relationship seemed to be merely platonic. So why should he feel upset? Yang Yi's eyes held a deeper shade of bitterness, her voice icy. "So, Mr. Li, should I express my gratitude to you? Thank you for catching Zue Shao Building off guard with your Rui Tower. Thank you for eliminating the odor that plagued me. Thank you for ensuring I need not live out my days in solitude." Li Feng pondered before seriously stating, "My presence has indeed spared you from a life of loneliness. Hence you should cherish and protect me, and never take advantage of me again. For instance, I am genuinely frightened at this moment. May I borrow your arm for support?" Yang Yi stood, stating coolly, "Excuse me." She had anticipated receiving something from her visit tonight, perhaps comfort or something more. Yet, all she received was profound disappointment. Li Feng felt helpless. Why was this woman so dense? I have made my intentions abundantly clear, yet she remains oblivious. Before you leave, could you kindly inform me where your family resides? Yang Yi paused. If I do not even know where you live, how can I bring my teacher and my senior brother to propose? Yang Yi's body stiffened, turning to look at Li Feng in bewilderment. In the next moment, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her, causing her nose to tingle. She shot Li Feng an exasperated glare, indignantly saying, How could your senior brother possibly not know where I live? Li Feng chuckled, brimming with pride. As a talented individual who stands shoulder to shoulder with the illustrious Junzi, the owner of Rui Tower and a disciple of the esteemed Zhuge in Tianyi Academy, I surely have the qualifications to cross the threshold of your home. Yang Yi's face lit up with a radiant smile, a single tear glistening as it rolled down her cheek in the darkness. I suppose that will suffice. That is well, Li Feng grinned, reclining back to admire the dark sky. Yang Yi too reclined beside him, both gazing into the abyss above. She then spoke softly. I resist having my life dictated, particularly in matters of marriage. Even a decree from the emperor cannot compel me to wed a man I have no affection for. Li Feng mused that if Ninger were like her, he would have stormed the Sun residence to forcibly abduct her long ago. Of course, as a suave gentleman with both intellect and charm, he would refrain from mentioning Sun Yuning at this moment. With a self-satisfied grin, he said, I knew you would be utterly captivated by my charm, unable to extricate yourself. Yang Yi blinked, appearing somewhat bashful, replying, Your words hold much truth. Recalling the moments spent with Li Feng, a charming smile graced Yang Yi's lips, though often exasperated by him, to the point of wishing she could obliterate him. She nonetheless found herself yearning for him. The day she found him unconscious had terrified her to the core, rendering her helpless and unable to stand. At that moment, Yang Yi realized she had completely succumbed to her feelings. The softness in her voice sent shivers through Li Feng, nearly compelling him to act upon his desires toward the enchanting woman before him. So, if I had not taken a liking to you, had no intention of proposing to your family, what would you have done? Either die or vanish into the ether. Yang Yi's voice was light yet resolute. Allow me to lean against you for a while, she added, subtly shifting her position to rest her head on Li Feng's shoulder. Li Feng's body tensed slightly. Please do not do this. You know I had a bit to drink tonight and have little resistance. Yang Yi's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. She threatened, If you dare to move, be careful. I might just kick you off. Li Feng sighed in resignation. If I were to fall to my demise, how could I propose to your family? I could accompany you to the afterlife, Yang Yi replied. Ah, who would have thought you harbored such affection for me? This is all due to my irresistible charm, Li Feng lamented, and unable to restrain himself any longer, he also turned over. Thus, Li Feng, unable to restrain himself, playfully puckered his lips and planted a gentle kiss on Yang Yi's small mouth. Yang Yi's body stiffened abruptly, her eyes widening in shocked eye. In the next moment, she exerted force, causing Li Feng to gasp in surprise as he tumbled down along the eaves of the building. After a couple of breaths, he landed heavily on the ground, akin to a piece of pork being unceremoniously tossed onto a cutting board, producing a profoundly dull thud. This sound startled countless insects that had long succumbed to slumber, as well as Yang Diku, who was snoring in the adjacent room. Yang Diku swiftly flung open the door and rushed outside, immediately spotting the young master sprawled on the ground in a rather disheveled manner, looking quite perplexed. Young master, are you all right? Yang Diku exclaimed, moving to assist him. I'm fine. I was merely exercising. Yes, unable to sleep, just exercising. You should hurry back to sleep. We must rise early for the academy tomorrow, Li Feng hurriedly replied. Oh, Yang Diku said, believing him, and turned back to close the door, returning to her slumber. Only then did Li Feng draw a sharp breath, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced, and he was uncertain how many of his ribs had cracked. Struggling to turn over, he found himself gazing into a pair of extraordinarily enchanting eyes. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Li Feng muttered in frustration. Yang Yi smiled seductively. Who told you to be so hands-on? Li Feng protested. What do you mean hands-on? I only used my mouth, all right? Yang Yi shot him a watery glance, softly saying, The date is set. On the 10th day, 3 families will come to propose. Li Feng sat up, his expression earnest as he replied, It's 4 families. Yang Yi countered, I have already counted you. Li Feng wished to retort, Zhu Beiji, you're being mischievous again. Yang Yi warned fiercely, If you dare to not show up, Li Feng replied solemnly, unless you prevent me from attending, or unless I am dead. Yang Yi, with an air of authority, declared, Even if I prevent you, you must forcibly abduct me. Even if you die and become a ghost, you must come to take me away. Li Feng remarked, "You saying such things makes me truly wish to kiss you again. Go away." Yang Yi's tone softened. "Then I shall take my leave. It's dangerous for a girl to walk alone at night. Why not stay?" Li Feng said with concern. Yang Yi shot him a disdainful glance, scoffing. "Staying would be even more dangerous, wouldn't it?" Moments later, her alluring figure vanished from the courtyard, leaving only the lingering fragrance of flowers. Li Feng felt utterly vexed, as if he had been insulted. How could this woman be so untrusting? Even if she doubted his character, she should at least trust that his feeble body would not allow him to pose any threat to her. Ah, he understood now. She was merely fearful for his safety. However, he was more than willing to shoulder such dangers. With a heavy heart, Li Feng stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Looking up, he found Liang Xiong had unknowingly returned to the rooftop, gazing forlornly at the waning moon above, exuding an air of solitude. "It is not easy to find someone who loves you. Do not let her heart be broken," Liang Pashing suddenly spoke. His expression melancholic, resembling a romantic sage. Li Feng smirked slightly, thinking he was reciting lyrics. "I shall take my leave to rest. Liang Xiong, you should retire early as well." Liang Pashing glanced at him. "The wine is finished." Li Feng realized that his sweet moment with Yang Yi had likely stirred up painful memories for Liang Pashing, who would probably spend the night in the company of wine. Those bound by love truly lived like dogs. Sighing inwardly, he said, "I will go prepare a large vat of wine for you." "Much appreciated." The following morning, Li Feng accompanied Yang Diku to Tianyi Academy to pay respects to their teacher, Zhuge Xinyuan. He naturally hoped to enlist Zhuge Xinyuan's aid in proposing to Yang Yi's family. Such matters required the elder's involvement to adhere to proper etiquette. With no parents of his own, his teacher was effectively his father, and his senior brother was akin to an elder brother. However, he was informed that the headmaster had left early and was untraceable. With no knowledge of when he would return, Li Feng was at a loss, as his teacher was indeed elusive. With no other options, he sought out his senior brother, Yang Yue, and directly stated his intentions, requesting his brother's assistance in the proposal. Yang Yue's expression remained indifferent, whether due to prior knowledge of the situation or because he considered it a trivial matter. "I will go when the time comes." Li Feng was overjoyed and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." "Do you know where the teacher has gone?" Li Feng inquired further. "I do not know," Yang Yue replied. "The teacher often does this, either driven by whimsy to go fishing or disguising himself as a Taoist to tell fortunes. He can be away for days, and we are accustomed to it." After a pause, Yang Yue added, "In the teacher's eyes, this matter is trivial. Even if he were here, he would not intervene." Li Feng was momentarily stunned, only able to exclaim, "The teacher has truly transcended the mundane. He is indeed extraordinary." Yang Yue replied nonchalantly, "While you speak of this, the teacher cannot hear you." Li Feng was unfazed, grinning, "Please, when you see the teacher, convey this sentiment from your junior brother." Yang Yue's lips twitched slightly as he said, "If there is nothing else, you may return now." Li Feng found it amusing. His senior brother likely wished to give him a good beating. Not wanting to overstay his welcome, he took his leave. Afterwards, Li Feng visited the esteemed scholars, Mi Per and Yang Qianli. Due to Li Feng's recent composition of the poem Jiang Chengzi, A Dream Remembered, they were all astonished, expressing their admiration. After engaging in mutual flattery for some time, Li Feng finally departed Tianyi Academy and returned home. Upon arriving, it was already nearing noon and Li Feng prepared a few dishes in the kitchen and invited Liang Pasheng to dine before retreating to his room to refill the bathing tub with water. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a vial of medicine, pouring the entire contents into the water. As before, the water appeared normal. However, Li Feng's heartbeat began to quicken, and he experienced a slight tremor, feeling an overwhelming urge to flee the room. According to Liang Pasheng, today would be more painful than yesterday. With a resolute gulp, Li Feng placed a cloth in his mouth and steeled himself to enter the tub, gripping its edges tightly. Less than a stick of incense later, Li Feng's complexion altered drastically, his eyes widening in shock. Ugh! His throat writhed desperately, producing strange sounds. His already reddened body twisted unnaturally, convulsing and splashing water everywhere. More than an hour later, the door to the room slowly opened a crack, and Li Feng painfully crawled through the gap. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes resembling dead fish, gazing at the sky with a sense of familiarity. Chapter 98. The knife. Subsequently, Li Feng lay on the corridor like a puddle of mud, utterly devoid of the strength to even breathe. Liang Pashing's voice reached his ears, impressive. Not everyone could endure such indescribable agony and hastily escape the tub. Li Feng smiled weakly. How do I feel like you're complimenting yourself, Liang Shtong? I had no other choice, but you needn't have gone to such lengths. After all, those 2 poems were sufficient to establish your renown as a scholar, ensuring you never have to worry about food or drink, not to mention you are a disciple of Zhuge Xinyuan. Liang Pashing expressed his confusion. Li Feng replied, Liang Shtong, you do not understand what flying means to me. Liang Pashing indeed did not understand and refrained from further inquiries. On the next day, after bathing, Li Feng found himself lacking even the strength to leave the room. The same occurred on the 3rd day. By the 4th day, his body had likely grown accustomed to the excruciating pain. For after bathing, Li Feng still had enough strength to crawl out of the room. Continuing to resemble a puddle of mud, he lay in the corridor, unwilling to move. Someone is looking for you. Liang Pashing's voice broke the silence. Li Feng laboriously lifted his head to glance at Liang Pashing, weakly asking, Who is it? A man claiming to be the steward of the Sun family. Not wanting to disturb you, I did not let him in. He is waiting outside, Liang Pashing replied. Li Feng's expression shifted. The steward of the Sun family? Had something happened to Ninger? Suddenly finding unexpected strength, he struggled to sit up, saying, Please, Liang Shtong, let him in quickly. Liang Pashing gave him a look before walking over to open the gate. There stood the steward of the Sun family. Come in, Liang Pashing instructed. The steward entered, bowing hastily. Young Master Li, internally puzzled by the pallor of young Master Li's face and the resemblance of his eyes to dead fish. He wondered if he were gravely ill. What has happened? Li Feng urgently inquired. The steward raised his gaze slightly, now wearing an anxious expression. The young lady suddenly fell ill yesterday, suffering from a high fever that refuses to subside, and is still unconscious. The master has sent me to bring you to see her. At this news, Li Feng's complexion darkened, his heart racing with urgency. He attempted to stand, but his legs felt as light as feathers. He looked at Liang Pashing, calling out, Quickly, Liang Shtong, carry me. Less than 2 hours later, a carriage hastily arrived at the gates of the Sun family. The steward was the first to disembark, rushing to knock on the door. Li Feng, having regained his strength, exited the carriage, anxiously gazing at the tightly shut door, while Liang Pashing tucked away the wine bottle into his robes, his bleary eyes scanning the surroundings. Moments later, the grand door swung open, revealing an elderly servant. Li Feng's brows instantly furrowed, for he recognized this old retainer. Just days prior, when he had visited the Sun family's villa, it was this very servant who had opened the door. At that time, the servant had jovially inquired if Li Feng was the son-in-law, but why was this old man, who was not stationed at the Sun family villa, here? Could it be that the venerable Sun elder was currently residing in the ancestral home? Li Feng seethed with frustration. How could the housekeeper, Sun, not have informed him of such a significant matter beforehand? Was it possible that even Sun, the housekeeper, was unaware of the elder's unexpected return to the ancestral estate at this critical juncture? Sun Lao, the housekeeper, quickly bowed, demonstrating utmost humility. Clearly, this servant held a position of considerable authority within the Sun household. With a faint smile, the servant nodded and then turned his gaze towards Li Feng, his aged eyes betraying a fleeting look of surprise. We do not welcome you. Young Master Li, kindly take your leave. The housekeeper's expression froze, and he quickly forced a smile. Sun Lao is unaware. Young Master Li was invited by the second master. Sun Lao cast a sidelong glance at the housekeeper, who promptly fell silent. His round head seemed as if it were being pressed down by invisible hands, making it impossible for him to lift it again. Li Feng regarded the old servant with a cold stare. What if I insist on entering? The servant, with a serious demeanor, replied, As long as this old man stands guard, you shall not pass. I implore you to leave. No sooner had he spoken than a palpable shift in the atmosphere occurred. He seemed akin to a sword unsheathed, thrusting fiercely towards Li Feng's chest. In an instant, Li Feng felt his breath halt, his body plunging into a frigid abyss. At that moment, Liang Pashing, easily overlooked until now, raised his head, his previously intoxicated gaze sharpening. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Li Feng. In an instant, the oppressive sensation that Li Feng had experienced vanished without a trace. The old servant regarded Liang Pasheng, his aged countenance now etched with gravity. Liang Pasheng stated calmly, "My master has the right to enter this gate." The servant replied earnestly, "You must first cross over my frail body." Liang Pasheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Feng's expression darkened considerably. He was acutely aware that during their standoff, the old servant had been thoroughly intimidated by Liang Pasheng. Yet this old man was resorting to a desperate gamble. Surely, it could not come to murder. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, the housekeeper, resembling a rolling ball, hurried to Li Feng's side and whispered, "Young Master Li, I truly had no knowledge that the elder would return to the ancestral estate at this time. Perhaps you should leave for now? Rest assured, I will inform you at the first sign of anything concerning the young lady." Before he could finish, the housekeeper abruptly drew a dagger from his sleeve, lunging it towards Li Feng's abdomen without any warning. Even as the blade pierced the air, his corpulent face remained a mask of fear and anxiety, his small eyes devoid of any intent to kill. So much so that even as the dagger tore through Li Feng's garments, he remained unresponsive. However, Liang Pasheng, locked in confrontation with the old servant, reacted swiftly. His expression shifted dramatically, and he responded with remarkable speed, delivering a swift yet gentle blow to the housekeeper's chest. The housekeeper's face turned crimson, and he crumpled to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. He still clutched the dagger tightly, which now bore a fresh stain of crimson at its tip. Meanwhile, Li Feng's abdomen was already drenched in blood, staining the white robe he wore. At the same time, the old servant's expression shifted. Bewildered by the housekeeper's sudden aggression towards Li Feng, he moved to advance. "Stand back!" Liang Pasheng barked at the old servant, his voice laced with menace. The fact that his charge had been stabbed before his very eyes filled Liang Pasheng with profound regret and rage. Were it not for concerns over Li Feng's safety, he would have already resorted to violence. The old servant stiffened, halting in his tracks. However, he recognized that the housekeeper's actions would undoubtedly escalate the situation. For young Master Li was no ordinary individual. Should he use this as a pretext for retaliation, the Sun family might not withstand his wrath. He promptly turned to report the situation to the elder son. Li Feng glanced down at his abdomen, a look of confusion crossing his face as his body momentarily faltered. Liang Pasheng quickly supported him, asking, "Are you all right?" He then helped Li Feng to sit on the ground and tore open the fabric of his clothing. Chapter 99. A bite back. Li Feng felt quite helpless. "Brother Liang, while it isn't excessively painful, you ought to be a bit gentler." Upon seeing the wound on Li Feng, Liang Pasheng let out a sigh of relief, stating, "It's merely a flesh wound. It's nothing serious." Li Feng lowered his gaze to inspect the injury, feeling increasingly exasperated. Did Brother Liang harbor some misconceptions regarding flesh wounds? Had he not heard of a certain celebrity who, while filming, merely nicked a finger and was promptly rushed to the hospital? The multitude of fervent fans gathered outside the hospital, lighting candles in hopes of their idol's swift recovery. This injury was far more severe than that of the aforementioned celebrity. Liang Pasheng then retrieved a vial from his robes, sprinkling its contents over Li Feng's wound. This appeared to be a high-quality healing powder, as the bleeding quickly subsided, and Li Feng felt a cooling sensation where the pain had previously burned. Liang Pasheng tore a piece of cloth from Li Feng's garment and casually wrapped it around the wound, completing the makeshift bandage in a simple yet effective manner. Li Feng allowed him to proceed. As the pain was manageable, or perhaps it was quite painful, but this discomfort paled in comparison to the searing agony experienced during a hot bath. Casting a glance at the bloodied and visibly weakened housekeeper, who still clutched the dagger, Li Feng felt a twinge of apprehension. Had Liang Pasheng not acted in time, that dagger would have surely been plunged deep into his abdomen. Even if he survived, he would have been left in dire straits. Yet, what had prompted this housekeeper to attempt his life? "Is that fellow in critical condition?" Li Feng inquired. "I exercised restraint. He shall not die," Liang Pasheng assured him as he helped Li Feng to his feet. "That's a relief." Li Feng gently touched the wound on his abdomen and raised his gaze to the closed gates of the Sun residence. His attention then shifted to the housekeeper's face, and he curiously asked, "Who authorized you to stab me?" The housekeeper, however, appeared utterly drained, his eyes seemingly lacking the strength to remain open, let alone speak. Could he be on the verge of death? Li Feng glanced at Liang Pasheng. Liang Pasheng responded by delivering a swift kick to the housekeeper's right arm. There was a sharp crack, and the bone shattered, rendering the housekeeper unable to maintain his grip on the dagger. In that instant, the housekeeper's eyes widened in shock, and his plump face contorted in agony. He clutched his injured arm, letting out a bone-chilling scream. Li Feng stared at Liang Pasheng, gasping in astonishment, his scalp tingling. He had never imagined that brother Liang could be so brutal. Liang Pasheng turned to Li Feng. He is still alive and well. At that moment, the gates of the Sun residence swung open once more, revealing the spirited figure of the elder son, who leaned on a cane. The elder's gaze fell upon the housekeeper, who was still wailing in pain, and his expression darkened, his breath becoming labored, as if he had been grievously insulted. Flanking the elder on his left was Xiao Yuanyuan, while Sun Wenjia stood to his right, with Ding Shanshui beside him. Xiao Yuanyuan appeared as if in a trance, her gaze unfocused, her face devoid of emotion. Sun Wenjia's eyes darted between Li Feng and the housekeeper, his genteel demeanor clouded with tension. As for Ding Shanshui, his expression held a complexity as he regarded Li Feng. The elder son fixed his gaze upon Li Feng, his countenance grim, and accused, "Young Master Li, you certainly exude great authority. Not only did you brazenly intrude upon my Sun residence in broad daylight, but you also assaulted my servant. Do you truly believe my family to be so easily bullied?" With that, he struck the ground with his cane emphatically. Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at the elder's audacity. Was this old fool truly so shameless? He turned to the old servant standing behind the elder and furrowed his brow. "Is this how you reported to the elder?" The servant, hands lowered, glared at Li Feng with indignation, asserting, this old servant only witnessed young Master Li forcefully breach the Sun residence, whereupon the housekeeper valiantly attempted to obstruct him, only to be injured by young Master Li's attendant. Li Feng scoffed derisively. Shaking his head, the elder son struck the ground with his cane once more, commanding, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and tend to the injured." The old servant promptly moved to assist the housekeeper. Li Feng exchanged a glance with Liang Pasheng, who stepped forward, his previously intoxicated eyes now sharp and vigilant. The old servant's body stiffened, his legs feeling as if they were weighed down by lead, preventing him from advancing another step. Ding Shanshui's expression grew serious as well. The elder son, eyes wide with fury, demanded, "What is young Master Li attempting? Should you continue to humiliate my Sun family, we shall have no choice but to confront you with all our might." Li Feng disregarded the elder's baseless accusations, instead directing his attention to Sun Wenjia. "Lord Sun, the housekeeper informed me that Ninger has been suffering from a high fever and is unconscious. You requested that I come to see her. Is there any truth to this?" Sun Wenjia's face darkened as he replied quietly, "Young Master Li, you jest. My daughter is in good health, and I certainly did not send the housekeeper to seek you out. Ninger is truly unharmed?" Li Feng's brows knitted together. Sun Wenjia shook his head. Li Feng's brow furrowed even deeper as he discreetly cast a glance at Xiao Yuanyuan, who subtly shook her head in the slightest manner. Only then did Li Feng feel reassured that Sun Yuning was indeed unharmed, letting out a sigh of relief. "My precious granddaughter is well fed and sleeps soundly, so there is no need for young Master Li to concern himself." Old Master Sun huffed disdainfully. Li Feng regarded Old Master Sun with a cold glare and replied nonchalantly, "Your steward has deceitfully claimed that Ninger is ill under some unknown influence, leading me here and even stabbing me. Had it not been for my fortunate constitution, I might have met my demise today. Shouldn't he, Old Master Sun, provide me with an explanation?" "An explanation?" Old Master Sun retorted sharply, "Young Master Li, your words are exceedingly presumptuous, bordering on slander. It was you who attempted to force your way into my Sun residence, and in order to protect my household from intruders, the steward was compelled to draw his dagger, resulting in your injury. How has my attempt to enter your estate been twisted into a premeditated assault by your steward? How can the esteemed prodigy of Sioux City harbor such a vile and malicious mindset? Are you not afraid of inviting the world's ridicule?" Li Feng's lips twitched in exasperation as he replied, "Indeed, the old never die. they merely become more shameless. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of the Buddha? Ding Shanshui's expression darkened ominously. Young Master Li, I implore you to show some respect. Li Feng cast a cold glance at Ding Shanshui and scoffed. Has this old fool shown me any respect? You, Li Feng, uninterested in continuing the exchange with Ding Shanshui, turned to Liang Pasheng and said, Brother Liang, let us take this fellow and depart. Certain matters required clarification from the steward. Liang Pasheng nodded, reaching forth to seize the steward by his collar and lift him off the ground. The old servant swiftly shifted to block Li Feng's path. Stand aside, Liang Pasheng commanded. The old servant's gaze was icy, as if facing a formidable adversary, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Chapter 100. Poison Li Feng shot a glance at old master's son and coldly declared, Old fool. If you do not command this lying cur to step aside, I shall hold you accountable when his limbs are severed. Old master's son's face turned an ominous shade, his anger so intense that his beard bristled. And he bellowed, Since young Master Li insists on humiliating my son family time and again, I shall have no choice but to confront you to the bitter end. Shanshui, you must go to the government office and inform them that we, the foremost young master of Su City, Li Feng, has acted with arrogance and violence in my son's residence, injuring others and attempting to forcibly abduct my household servant. Inquire whether they will intervene or not. If the government dares not take action, let all of Su City judge the matter. Li Feng wore a mocking smile, exuding an air of arrogance as he proclaimed, Very well, let us report to the authorities, and hasten to summon the people of Su City to render their verdict. To see whether it is I, young Master Li, who is arrogant and reckless, or if it is your old son who is utterly shameless. Pausing briefly, Li Feng added, You, old fool, how many unscrupulous deeds have you committed that you feel compelled to pay homage to the Buddha daily in hopes of warding off disaster? Do you think the Buddha would bless someone as foolish as you? Having finally expressed his pent-up grievances, Li Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, a profound sense of exhilaration surging within. Li Feng, you have gone too far. Ding Shanshui's countenance darkened, his teeth gritted in fury. Sun Wenjia's face mirrored the same pallor, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as they fixed upon Li Feng. As for Xiao Yuan, her expression remained devoid of emotion, as if the tumultuous events unfolding bore no relevance to her. Old Master Sun's face turned a deep crimson, his breath coming in short gasps, and in the next instant, he staggered backward. Li Feng laughed coldly. What now? Playing the victim? Were it not for the sheer audacity of such behavior, Li Feng would have considered feigning injury himself. Ding Shanshui, quick to react, steadied him, his face etched with concern. Father, are you all right, father? At that moment, a hasty figure dashed out from the Sun residence. It was Sun Yuning, her expression fraught with anxiety as she rushed to her breathless grandfather, panic-stricken. Grandfather, are you all right, grandfather? Li Feng's heart finally settled as he beheld Sun Yuning, relieved to see her unharmed. Ba. The sound of this seemingly compassionate chant resonated as the Master Wu Wang, whom Li Feng had previously encountered at the Sun estate, emerged from the gates. Allow me to take a look. Thank you, Master. Sun Wenjia, Ding Shanshui, and Sun Yuning quickly stepped aside to let Master Wu Wang examine old Master Sun's condition. Sun Yuning turned to face Li Feng, her eyes red-rimmed and filled with disappointment. She had been lingering behind the gate when the old servant entered to report that Li Feng was causing a ruckus and had injured someone. Initially, she had been disbelieving. However, now she felt helpless, aggrieved, and profoundly disappointed. Seeing that Sun Yuning showed no concern for his injury and instead wore such a disheartened expression, Li Feng's heart ached. Why must you act this way? Sun Yuning questioned. Biting her lip in distress, Li Feng forced a smile. I have already told you, if you earnestly plead with your grandfather, he will surely agree to our union. Yet why do you insist on behaving thus? Why did you cause such a disturbance at the Sun estate? You even injured the steward and spoke ill of my grandfather, provoking him to such an extent. If anything were to happen to my grandfather, I would never forgive you. Li Feng's smile faded into a pained expression as he attempted to explain. Ninger, listen to me. The steward urgently sought me out, claiming you were ill and implored me to come at once. Who could have anticipated that at the entrance of the Sun residence, he would stab me? That old servant clearly witnessed everything yet chose to turn the tables on me. Sun Yuning's disappointment only deepened. The facts were laid bare before her, and he still dared to Li Feng opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent, instead conceding, "It seems you do not trust me." Sun Yuning's eyes brimmed with tears. Her disappointment palpable. "The evidence is undeniable. How can I believe you?" Li Feng shook his head. Very well, if she chose not to believe him, so be it. He glanced at Liang Pashing and said, "Brother Liang, let us depart." The old servant continued to obstruct their path, his murky old eyes fixed on Li Feng as he demanded, "Release him." Sun Yuning's attitude undoubtedly soured Li Feng's mood further. He glared at the old servant, his expression turning menacing. "Brother Liang, if this old dog insists on blocking our way, do not hesitate to take action. Just ensure it does not result in fatalities," Li Feng added. "Understood," Liang Pashing replied, stepping forward. The old servant's face darkened, his teeth clenched in defiance. His aged visage twitched slightly, revealing the immense pressure he felt in the presence of Liang Pashing. "Li Feng." From behind came Sun Yuning's heart-wrenching voice. She looked at Li Feng, teeth gritted. "If you persist, then you might as well kill me too." Li Feng did not turn to acknowledge her, remaining unresponsive. Liang Pashing advanced once more, his gaze coldly fixed on the old servant's eyes. The old servant trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his body stiffening. Sun Yuning began to sob, her emotions unraveling as she cried out, "How can you be so cruel and unreasonable? I hate you. I will no longer pay you any mind." Li Feng remained indifferent, his heart encased in ice. Liang Pashing dragged the steward forward once more. The old servant's rigid form quaked violently, and with a sudden cry of rage, he swung a punch at Liang Pashing's face. Liang Pashing effortlessly deflected the blow with a casual swipe of his hand. Boom! The sound of the impact echoed sharply. The old servant's face drained of color, and he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing heavily to the ground. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Liang Pashing paused momentarily before, as if nothing had transpired, turning to Li Feng and stating, "Young master, we may depart." Li Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed two martial artists engage in combat so closely. The terrifying aura they unleashed instilling both fear and an intense longing within him. That moment, the previously wailing steward suddenly shouted in fear, "Madam!" Li Feng's brow furrowed at the words, turning to look at Xiao Yuanyuan. Simultaneously, the puzzled gazes of Sun Wenjia and the others fell upon her as well. Yet Xiao Yuanyuan remained expressionless, her face devoid of any sentiment. In the next instant, black blood began to seep from the steward's mouth, his head tilting at an unnatural angle as he fell lifelessly. Yet his eyes remained wide open, as if in a state of perpetual shock. Li Feng stared at the ghastly visage, his breath hitching, his mind momentarily blank. Liang Pashing squinted slightly, commenting, "It appears he may have concealed poison in his mouth." He then gently laid the steward's body on the ground. Sun Yuning stood frozen in terror, her body rigid. Sun Wenjia's complexion turned ghostly pale, his pupils dilating in shock, his body trembling slightly. As for Xiao Yuanyuan, her expression remained utterly impassive. Chapter 101. Rumors. Chapter 102. Inner energy. After enduring a brutal ordeal, Li Feng dragged his weary body out of the room with great difficulty. He collapsed in the corridor, resembling a puddle of mud, feeling as though he had been tormented in hell. Only 2 more days left. Li Feng's pale face was etched with anticipation. He eagerly awaited to see what transformations would occur in his body after soaking 7 times. Would he successfully attain inner energy, or would he merely emerge with enhanced physical strength? On the rooftop, Liang Pashing glanced at Li Feng, sharing in his anticipation. Whether it succeeds or not hinges on today. Li Feng's eyes gleamed with a wolfish hunger, his heartbeat quickening. At this moment, his mind had already begun to fantasize about soaring through the skies alongside the female hero. He took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and then carefully poured the last vial of medicine into the large bucket of water. Eagerly stuffing a piece of cloth into his mouth, Li Feng submerged himself in the water, gripping the edge of the bath with all his might, awaiting the arrival of the torturous ordeal that felt worse than death. After the passage of a fragrant stick's worth of time, Li Feng's pupils suddenly widened, his body began to convulse and twist. The edge of the bath was marked by several ghastly streaks of blood. Over an hour later, Feng once again summoned all his strength to crawl out of the room. Collapsing like a puddle of mud, too exhausted to even open his eyes. Yet, his spirit soared, reaching heights even greater than that of the female hero, before plummeting into her embrace. Liang Pasan had long descended from the rooftop, his drunken gaze revealing a hint of admiration. Regardless of success or failure, that fervent obsession was undoubtedly commendable. After resting for a while, Feng's strength gradually returned. He quickly stood up, surveyed himself from head to toe, clenched his fists, lifted his legs, and felt his body anew. Then, his facial muscles twitched as he gazed mournfully at Liang Pasan. "Brother Liang, it seems there's no apparent change." Liang Pasan furrowed his brow and replied, "Try hitting me once." Upon hearing this, Feng summoned his spirit, drew in a breath, and swung his fist toward Liang Pasan's face. Liang Pasan raised his hand. Slap! Feng's punch landed in Liang Pasan's palm, feeling as though he had struck a pile of cotton. Utterly lacking in force, at that moment, a rare smile crossed Liang Pasan's otherwise disheveled face as he said, "Congratulations?" Feng's body jolted, uncertainly asking, "So, I possess internal energy now?" "Naturally. But why can't I feel anything at all?" "You should be able to sense it by calming your mind and spirit. If you still can't perceive it, then it can only be said that your sensitivity is too dull. In other words, your talent in martial arts is rather poor." Feng slightly closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and gently exhaled, placing himself in a state of absolute tranquility. Then, following Liang Pasan's guidance, he endeavored to sense that internal energy. Before long, Feng suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Liang Pasan with astonishment. "Brother Liang, I can feel something swirling within me. Is that the internal energy?" The sensation was truly beyond Feng's ability to articulate. Liang Pasan nodded. "That is indeed the internal energy." Feng stood there in a daze. Completely forgetting everything around him, he murmured to himself, "So, I am already an 8th grade warrior?" Liang Pasan's lips twitched slightly. Was this fellow misunderstanding something? "You've only just stepped over the threshold. You aren't even a 1st grade warrior yet," Liang Pasan stated. "So, when I walk down the street, I need not worry about being stabbed by a ruffian like Li Tian anymore. So, I will no longer be bitten by that madwoman. So, I won't be looked down upon by Nyo Air anymore. So, I can finally soar alongside the female hero." Liang Pasan looked utterly speechless. It seemed this fellow had completely immersed himself in his own little world, having entirely missed what he had just said. "Heroine, here I come." Feng shouted excitedly. In the next moment, he tightened his legs and, as though shot from a bow, surged toward the courtyard wall. Liang Pasan, feeling quite speechless, took a sip of his drink. As Feng's legs tensed, he leaped upward. He was flying. Yes, that was the sensation. The feeling of soaring over the wall was so delightful, so liberating, so unrestrained. In the next instant, however, Feng suddenly sensed that something was amiss and jolted awake. Immediately, everything before his eyes went pitch black. Bang! With a dull thud, Feng crashed heavily against the wall, causing the entire courtyard to shudder. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Liang Pasan looked up at the sky. Unable to bear watching, after a while, Feng groggily sat up, feeling his face, which had just smashed into the wall, stained with blood. After seeing stars for a while, Feng finally staggered to his feet, turned to Liang Pasan, and pointed at his now numb face. "Brother Liang, have I been disfigured?" Liang Pasan glanced at Feng's ghastly visage and replied, "It's not that bad." "Really?" Liang Pasan could only offer consolation. "In truth, whether or not you are disfigured is not of great importance to you. You are not young Yue, and losing that face won't make anyone feel regret." Feng felt as though the wound on his abdomen, which had only just healed, had burst open again, causing him immense pain. "So, isn't soaking in the bath 7 times enough to become an 8th grade warrior?" Feng inquired. Liang Pasan was so exasperated by such a foolish question that he couldn't even muster a nod. "You have merely just acquired internal energy. You might not even leave the faintest mark on the warrior's stone. In other words, you are not even a 1st grade warrior yet," Liang Pasan explained. Li Feng, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, I knew it. Although I am a genius, it's impossible to become an 8th grade warrior simply by soaking in a bath. Liang Pasan refrained from commenting on whether Li Feng was indeed a genius in the realm of martial arts. Li Feng asked again, Brother Liang, how old are you this year? I forgot. Then let us say 40. Liang Pasan's lips twitched. To avoid gaining 10 years for no reason, he could only say, I believe I am 29 this year. Li Feng's eyes widened as he scrutinized Liang Pasan's face, saying, Brother Liang, it seems you have aged rather hastily. Li Feng counted on his fingers, saying, Brother Liang, you acquired internal energy at 18 through bathing, then spent 11 years to become an 8th grade warrior. Liang Pasan corrected him. It was 1 year. By 19, I was already an 8th grade warrior. Li Feng's eyes widened once more. Liang Pasan slightly raised his head to gaze at the sky, stating, Such is the path of martial arts. Some individuals leap from 1st to 8th grade overnight. Li Feng corrected, I meant in a year. Li Feng continued, then, after 10 years, you remain stuck at 8th grade, unable to break through to 9th grade. Liang Pasan felt that this conversation was utterly futile. Was this brat seeking revenge for his comment about his ordinary face? Chapter 103. Jade Guanyin. After Liang Pasan's detailed explanation, Li Feng gained a deeper understanding of internal energy and the distinctions in martial prowess. The so-called internal energy is a form of essence one comprehends, a force that circulates within the body. This essence allows a warrior to establish an indescribable but tangible connection with the energy of the universe. The stronger the internal energy, the more profound the connection with the world's essence. Just like when Li Feng witnessed Zhuge Xinyuan effortlessly causing 2 doors to fly open with a mere wave of his hand. It was due to Zhuge Xinyuan's immense internal energy. With a thought, the energy of the universe became at his command, creating a powerful invisible storm that sent the doors flying. As for how to strengthen internal energy. Fundamentally, every breath contributes to its enhancement. The extent of improvement depends on one's innate talent and fortune. Many warriors breathe their entire lives without ever surpassing the threshold of 3rd grade warriors. In fact, warriors below 3rd grade cannot be considered true warriors. They are merely robust individuals, hardly distinguishable from ordinary people. 7th grade is also an extremely challenging threshold to cross, with countless warriors gathered outside it. 9th grade represents an even more formidable barrier. Although Liang Pasan only acquired internal energy at 18, he had already become an 8th grade warrior by 19. Demonstrating that he was indeed a prodigy in the realm of martial arts. However, after expending 10 years, he still could not break through to 9th grade. Of course, his stagnation in cultivation was also related to certain experiences he had afterward. Moreover, the Grand Master level is undoubtedly an unattainable pinnacle. At present, looking across the entire realm, there are merely 10 Grand Masters among the multitude of people. Are there truly only 10 Grand Masters? Li Feng's eyes widened, and he could not help but swallow hard. Filled with intense yearning, if that is the case, then his teacher must be exceedingly formidable. Liang Pasan nodded. It is well known that there are 10 Grand Masters in the world, 3 in the Great Qian Empire, 3 in the Ximeng Empire, and 3 in the Beiwu Empire. As for the last one. As he spoke, Liang Pasan did not continue. His expression darkened, and a deep-seated fear flickered in his gaze. Li Feng was taken aback. Who could that Grand Master be, and what inhumane acts had they committed against Brother Liang, causing a mere mention to elicit such a strong reaction from a dignified 8th grade warrior? Brother Liang, are you all right? Liang Pasan shook his head. He took out a jade liquor bottle and took a few sips, choosing not to elaborate further. Li Feng, naturally perceptive, did not pursue the matter but instead said, It's getting dark. I'll go prepare dinner. Yang Diku will be back tonight, so I must prepare several delicious dishes. Now, with the guidance of the teachers at Tianyi Academy, Yang Diku had successfully comprehended the essence, acquired internal energy, and entered the ranks of warriors. Li Feng decided to challenge him later, to see which of the 2 novice warriors had stronger internal energy. Liang Pasan nodded slightly, returning to the rooftop to sit down, once again gazing skyward. His demeanor becoming desolate, as Li Feng returned to the kitchen to start cooking. He recalled that the 10th day was approaching, and it was time to propose to the Yang family. Thoughts of Yang Yi flooded Li Feng's mind. His heart ignited with fervor, causing him to momentarily lose focus. He nearly sliced his own finger with the kitchen knife in hand, It had been several days since he had expressed his feelings, and he found himself yearning for her company. In the Great Qian Empire, the customs surrounding courtship were not particularly intricate. Typically, elders would accompany their juniors to propose, though sometimes a matchmaker would take the lead. The betrothal gifts were merely trifles, as this era emphasized the importance of social standing and familial compatibility, ensuring that suitors were well acquainted with one another before any formal proposal. For common folk, the rituals were even simpler, sparing Li Feng the burden of preparing elaborate betrothal gifts. As evening approached, young Dichio returned. After dinner, she tidied up and then proceeded to clean the courtyard. Once finished, she washed the clothes of both Li Feng and Liang Pasheng. After her labors, Li Feng eagerly urged young Dichio to demonstrate their skills. However, he soon found himself regretting his actions, questioning why he had subjected himself to such humiliation. The saying, "A scholar should be treated with respect after 3 days," certainly applied to someone like young Dichio. Astonishingly, after just 3 days apart, she had already ascended to the rank of a second-tier martial artist. While second-tier martial artists were not yet considered true warriors, one would expect a bit more acknowledgement for one's own status. Early the next morning, Li Feng accompanied young Dichio back to Tianyi Academy. Zhuge Xinyuan was still absent, leaving no one aware of his whereabouts, whether he was fishing or engaged in some dubious enterprise. Li Feng had hoped to convey his good news to his mentor, that he had not let down his expectations and had successfully cultivated his internal energy, seeking praise from the elder. However, finding him absent was disappointing. Thus, he settled for seeking out his senior, Yang Yue. For some commendation, that moment, Yang Yue was seated at his desk, engrossed in writing. Li Feng greeted him, "Senior brother." Yang Yue paused, looked up with a calm expression, and nodded slightly. "Senior brother, I have successfully cultivated my internal energy," Li Feng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Yang Yue remained unmoved, merely nodding again, seemingly unable to comprehend the source of Li Feng's enthusiasm. He considered his own martial prowess to be rather mediocre. After all, he had cultivated his internal energy by the age of 2. Li Feng was at a loss for words, wondering why his senior brother could not share in his joy. "Could you at least offer a few words of praise?" he implored. "Senior brother, tomorrow marks the 10th day," Li Feng reminded him. Yang Yue nodded once more. "Senior brother, the rumors regarding the Sun family are malicious slanders," Li Feng added. Yang Yue nodded again. "Senior brother, do you find me bothersome?" Li Feng inquired. Yet, Yang Yue's demeanor remained unchanged, and he simply nodded. At this point, Li Feng felt utterly dejected. Were it not for the immense support of his senior brother, he would have deemed him insufferable. With a sheepish grin, he said, "Senior brother, allow me to pose 2 final questions, and then I shall take my leave, vowing not to further disturb you." Yang Yue set down his brush, his expression as inscrutable as ever, and gazed at Li Feng. Curiosity evident in his eyes, Li Feng asked, "I have heard that there are only 10 grandmasters in the world, 3 of whom hail from our Great Qian Empire, while the Beiwu Empire and the Ximeng Empire each boast 3 as well. What of the last grandmaster?" Yang Yue's expression remained indifferent, showing no interest in why his junior brother would inquire about such matters. At the juncture of the 3 great empires lies a vast and boundless desert, where the final grandmaster resides, known as Yu Guanyin. Yu Guanyin? A woman? Li Feng's curiosity deepened as he began to speculate about the dreadful deeds this grandmaster, named Yu Guanyin, must have inflicted upon Liang, to leave him trembling at the mere mention of her name. It is said that Yu Guanyin is nearing a century in age, yet possesses the appearance of a maiden just blossoming into womanhood. Some even claim she is the most beautiful woman in the world, Yang Yue remarked. Li Feng gasped in astonishment. This was no mere case of maintaining one's youth. It bordered on enchantment.